Announce 1, 2, 3, 4,
4, 3, 2, 1. Unswitched, unswitched. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, good morning and welcome to day 10 of the Australian Open. We are very excited to bring you the women's singles quarterfinal action from the Rod Laver Arena. It is a beautiful day in Melbourne and a first Grand Slam of 2023. The players warming up. There's Karolina Pliskova taking on Magda Linette from Poland. Kate Burton in the commentary box, and what a pleasure to be joined by former top 10 professional player and a semi-finalist here at the Australian Open, Chanda Rubin. We're looking forward to this match.
Absolutely happy to be here with you, sharing these opportunities, momentous matches for these players, in particular for Magda Linette, because she has not ever been at this stage of a major. She is a veteran and such a solid player, but this is a new step for her, and we'll see how well she handles the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how this plays out, but uncharted territory it is indeed for Linette, 30 years old, and taking on a player, Karolina Pliskova, a former world #1 who's yet to win a Grand Slam, but here they are making their way down the Walk of Champions.
It's women's singles quarterfinals action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Poland, Magda Linette. And their opponent this morning, please welcome from the Czech Republic, Karolina Pliskova.
Well, what a moment this is for both players, and certainly Karolina Pliskova is the favourite on paper. She has 16 singles titles compared to Magda Linette's 2. But Chanda, Magda Linette has really impressed us, and as we have a look at the draw, we are down to the last 8 in the quarterfinals. Semi-finals is already set up at the top of the draw with Rybakina against Azarenka. But here we are, Pliskova versus Linette, and the winner will take on the victor of the next match that's also here on Rod Laver between Aryna Sabalenka and Donna Vekić.
You know, this is where the cream kind of rises to the top, and for all the players still in the draw at this stage, you feel like you belong. You've played some of your best tennis. You have weathered the storm. You've gotten through some tough moments. Even for somebody who maybe hasn't lost a set getting to this stage, you've still had to battle, and you feel like you're kind of match tough. And it's a question of who can get off to a good start, who can execute and play the kind of tennis they want to play on the day. That's always the challenge for any player, and it doesn't matter if you are inexperienced or if you have the type of experience that Pliskova has.
With us. Karolina Thea, she's here for the coin toss with us. I'll ask you to stay for a picture with her facing that way. Remember, the toilet is on that exit this year, okay? Other than that, same conditions as all week. Any questions? No? Thea? You want to ask one of them? Ayo, Magda, serve. Have a good match. Picture, please. Thea, stay there. Stay here with them. Facing that way. Have a good match.
Well, indeed, we hope it's going to be a spellbinding match in this quarterfinal showdown. Karolina Pliskova 6'1". Now, what kind of strength is that? And what does that bring to the tennis court when you've got that much height? We know she serves a lot of aces out there, Chanda.
I personally wouldn't know because I'm only about 5'5". But I will say, having played against lots of taller players, having grown up with Lindsay Davenport and been across the net, among others, for me, it seems like a real advantage, especially on the serve. You look at Magda Linette, and, you know, she's got decent height on her. She is a good height for a tennis player. She moves well. You know, she has strong lower body, so she can really get behind her shots, and that allows her to deal at times with the pace and with the big serving from her opponents. It has been a tremendous tournament already for Linette. You can see how she's gotten to this stage, and she's had to beat all top 50 players. Anett Kontaveit in that second round, but in her last match against Caroline Garcia, that was the biggest upset for her. It kind of reverberated through the draw because Garcia has been so in form and plays a quick, you know, big ball striking brand of tennis. And I think for Linette, that type of confidence should help her against her opponent today.
Karolina Pliskova is yet to drop a set en route to the quarter-final. So it's been an extremely high-quality performance from the player from the Czech Republic. 11 players from the Czech Republic in the women's draw. Only the US has more at 17. So whatever they're doing in the Czech Republic,
she feels very comfortable in. She knows the courts, loves Rod Laver Arena. And things can change and turn around. You just need a couple of good wins, and all of a sudden that confidence is back.
Well, it's building with her recent victories here around the grounds. She had one win on Rod Laver Arena, did Pliskova over Varvara Gracheva on Saturday, but she's had a tour of the other show courts, so she's got a lot of different matches and different conditions under her belt, which might be helpful in terms of making the necessary adjustments that might be offered by Magda Linette's game as well. Now, she paces herself very well, Linette. Oftentimes she can make the opponent generate their own pace, and she can give them a difficult ball to work with. So I wonder how Pliskova might respond to that. And I think Linette herself, in a stage, in an event that's this big for her, first major quarterfinal, fairly late on in her career at the age of 30, can she truly walk out here feeling like the underdog when she just took out the number 4 seed?
That's right. And like you said, just nerves, generally speaking, because this is such a big moment in her career. There's no way that she's walked out here today cool, calm and collected. And you would hope there'd be some nerves. I mean, rightly so. This is big time. And she's got an opportunity to go through a semi-final at a slam event. So, yeah, it's tough at this, regardless of where you are in terms of ranking. If you've made it this far.
Sorry, Kate. Depending on your personality, I guess maybe you can thrive on those nerves. I've heard players say before that sometimes it's good to have a bit of jitters to kind of make you feel alive and make you feel the moment. And sometimes it depends on how you look at those nerves. This is a conversation I've often had with people who say, do you get nervous on the mic? And I say, well, do you know what? I wouldn't actually know if I do, because if I feel anything like that, I tell myself it's excitement.
That's right.
And it's that mentality of the way you take on the moment and the way you choose to approach it. You've got that control, ultimately. And I wonder if Linette maybe looks at it as a little bit like that. I wonder if that's a conversation that maybe her coaches have had with her, because that's a big thing as well. Just on the morning of a big match, just having the team around you just to kind of talk you through it, keep you calm, help you approach it as if it's any other match, and just keep you in that correct headspace.
Well, she's come into the Australian Open having played a number of matches at the United Cup and having great success. I think she was 3-1. You know, it's a terrific team atmosphere.
She loves the team event.
Yeah, she does. And I think in terms of support today, there's a lot of those team members in her box. And she said that that's helped her, and it did in the last match against Garcia, just to remain calm because she had them there and that support, and she could feel that on court. And it's really important, isn't it?
It's really interesting as well to know how much that kind of thing factors. I mean, we talk about it from the sidelines, but to hear it from the players themselves, confirmation and a real insight into what can impact on the court.
Abigail, how does Linette beat Pliskova today?
Oh, that's such a great question. Well, first of all, she stays calm.
Yes.
For the big points.
Mm-hmm.
and making sure that she's present when it's really necessary. She's got to look after that first serve. As I said before, I was surprised and impressed by the number of first serve return points that Pliškova's winning. So I think she's got to be ready for that ball coming back in different ways. She can't just expect a hard, flat ball from Pliškova every time. She's got to be anticipating a little bit of variation and be able to kind of use the legs to get around those balls and keep herself on top. And she has the opportunity to keep herself on top of the scoreboard because she is serving first here near baseline. Back to us in the commentary booth. Tosses the ball just to kind of get a judgment of where the sun is, and then serves wide to the Pliškova forehand. That comes clean up the line. Pliškova with the slice on the backhand, cross court. Linette up the line on the backhand. Took a bit of pace off that, and then she takes the forehand cross court into the Pliškova forehand, which is swiped cross court, and the forehand is long from Linette.
Yeah, and that's what she's got to be aware of, Linette, today. If you don't get it out of that strike zone, Pliškova, she is going to do some damage.
One thing I really appreciate about the Pliškova game that means that she's just not just a one-dimensional big hitting power player is that backhand slice. She uses it quite a lot in comparison to other players. And I think someone like Linette, who likes to feed off a bit of power, might struggle with that as she takes the off forehand into the open court behind the serve and levels up at 15 all on the board.
The Linette serve has been fantastic this tournament. She's getting in a high percentage of first serves, but she moves it around nicely, makes it difficult for her opponent to understand where that first serve's going to go.
Linette looks across the net at Pliškova before she sends up the toss. Serves down the tee, it's long. So second serve to come. Pliškova fairly closely stationed to the baseline here, and she'll take a step right over towards her right-hand side. Oh, she's lucky that caught the net cord and dropped into the service box, Linette, giving her another shot of the second serve. I think maybe Pliškova distracted her a little with the way that she just moved her position over late in the day. So second serve comes into the body. Pliškova takes the forehand cross court. It's a very clean hit, and the forehand behind it is good as well. Linette will redirect down the line. Pliškova will slice backhand cross court. Then she'll take the clean backhand deep into the backhand of Linette, who goes down the line, catches the baseline. Pliškova is stretched, but she slices the forehand back. Cross court backhand from Linette. She'll bring another one to the forehand of Pliškova, who goes inside in. Cross court forehand from Linette. Down the line from Pliškova is wide.
Whoa.
Clenched fist. What a rally at the beginning of this match. 30-15.
Terrific from Linette, keeping the ball deep in the court, and Pliškova on the run. And it was Pliškova that was going for the big forehand down on the line. It's gone wide.
Look, that's what you've got to do against Pliškova. You've got to make her move. As hard as she works, whatever she does, she's always going to be taller than 6 foot. She's always going to struggle to bend those legs. It's been a long-term thing for Pliškova. She's never going to be the best runner on tour. Her strengths are in other areas of her game as she sends the forehand down the line and lands it for a winner.
We just saw one of those strengths. If it's in her wheelhouse on the forehand, I'll say goodbye to that shot. Just watch it past.
That said, when you get her on the move, you've really got to get her on the stretch, because one of the benefits of being tall is big stride.
Exactly.
So she can cover that court quite quickly. It's just a case of, can she move laterally well? Can she rebound and go back behind? As Linette goes back behind with the 1-2 punch, and then the forehand is into the forehand of Pliškova, who has that nicely in her strike zone. She'll swat it cross court. She'll catch the net cord on the next forehand, Pliškova, so she's on top of the court to fire away the forehands and generate a break point in the first game of the match. It's 30-40.
Well, Linette just having to swap back that forehand. It was a short angle from Pliškova, and then that set up nicely. Mid-court ball for Pliškova to put that away.
So the number 30 seed has break point. Linette under some early scrutiny. She pauses before sending up the toss and sending down the serve. Wide to the backhand. She's in quickly. She steadies herself. Cross-court forehand. It was short in the court, and Pliškova will fire the pass. Just not quite enough conviction and drive through the ball from Linette, and she pays the price. Pliškova with the break.
Yes, just not enough depth on that ball from Linette. Let's go to a few emails that are coming through early in the day, Abigail. I'm very pleased to see that.
Stuff.
Molly's listening to us from work in Melbourne's East, a long-time fan of Czech tennis. Just hoping for a Pliškova versus Azarenka final. Thanks for making workday over the Open go faster with your great commentary.
That would be
Molly.
quite something, Molly, actually, to have those two in the final, two accomplished players who you would not probably would not have put as title contenders leading in. Definitely not at the top of the tree.
No, but one with one of the best serves in the game against one who has probably the best return game in the game. So, yeah, a great mix. It'd be very interesting.
I like that.
Spicy,
You should preview that match if it happens, Kate. You really sold it to me there. I wanted to see that immediately as you outlined that matchup. Pliskova is near baseline now. Back to us. And those are very bright purple trainers, brighter than the multicolored dress as she sends the serve down the tee long. So second serve to come from Pliskova. We will continue to get across your emails, so please continue to send them in directly to the booth at aoradio@tennis.com.au, or you can fill out the Ask the Booth form at ausopen.com/aoradio. Linette has picked up the backhand deep, and Pliskova has to brush up the back of the forehand to stay in touch. She'll drive through the next one down the line. Linette uses the angle, and Pliskova goes wide with the backhand, losing the first point of her service game.
And that was the play that you were talking about earlier, Abigail, with Linette just finding the short angle on court and taking Pliskova out wide, out of a comfort zone on the backhand.
And she went for a clean strike on that occasion, Pliskova, so the defensive slice, I guess, might have been more of an option there, but the ball was not travelling the smoothest from the Linette racket. It's an ace out wide.
Speaking of smooth...
They did call her the ace queen for a while, Pliskova, her and her team. I'm not sure if that's still a thing, but you'll definitely see a few.
She's definitely still an ace queen.
Yeah, but the ace queen?
Oh, the ace, not quite.
She's an ace queen.
Yeah, she's right up there.
Let's see if she's the ace queen by the end of the tournament. Pliskova down the tee into the backhand is long.
So is Rubakina the ace queen?
Rebecca is the ice queen. She gives
queen.
nothing away on court. She's so composed, it can be quite scary. The double fault from Pliskova, that's why she's not the ace queen, unfortunately, because she went from one extreme to the next, and it does put her down in the service game here. Broke to open, but it's 15-30. Linette having an immediate sniff at the break back. She's dancing from foot to foot, just shadowing a few swings there on the backhand side. I think that's where she's anticipating the serve, but it comes to the forehand, so she'll get that deep to the feet, and Pliskova will go down the line, close to the net on the forehand cross-court from Linette, and then down the line with the forehand, forces the error, and generates double break-back point.
And terrific get from Linette. That ball from Pliskova was deep in the court, and she controlled that beautifully. Straight back at her opponent.
So Pliskova with a long look across the court and prolonged bouncing of the ball once, then twice, and then serves out wide to the forehand, is wide. So a second serve required. Deep breath. Again, the two bounces of the ball, the toss, the serve into the body, clips the net cord. I'm not sure if this delay will be helping Pliskova, but also it maybe stalls a bit of momentum for Linette as the second serve comes again, down to the backhand, return to the feet, forehand into the net from Pliskova. Didn't come close to clearing that one, and both players are on the board in this opening set.
Well, that's going to make Linette feel a whole lot better about this start. And that was a good return off the second serve, straight back at the feet of Pliskova, giving her opponent no time to react to that return.
Paces back and forth in the shade there, Pliskova. I feel like it's got a peak, I heard, Kate, around maybe 27 degrees Celsius today.
It'll be warm out there on court.
It will. I wonder, around what time is it peaking in Melbourne? Is it mid-afternoon or is it earlier afternoon?
No, it's usually late afternoon.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
So these two might be okay in terms of the height of the day.
Absolutely. They're out at the best possible time.
So that's something. And particularly for Linette, I thought she might have struggled, you know, if that had gone to 3 sets against Caroline Garcia. Garcia was getting quickly to the baseline after each point. Maybe she was just being careful, but Linette was spending a lot of time in the shade at the back of the court. And she finished that one in straights. I did wonder what might have happened if it had gone the distance. Good start to this service game. It was a big serve down the tee, and she'll follow up with a gentler one into the Pliskova forehand, but the check over hit. So 30 love in this game for Magda Linette.
Mentioned earlier that the serve has been so good, outstanding. In fact, in this tournament from Linette, first serve percentage. She hasn't got a huge first serve, but it's very accurate.
And that point is proved as she nails the tee line again on cue. Pliskova long with the backhands and Linette with the triple game points. Looking for the first hold of serve in this contest. Pliskova bending low in the ready position to return this serve, which comes wide to the backhand, but is wide. So second serve to come. Pliskova just about on top of the baseline to receive here. Linette serves into the body. Pliskova takes the forehand big down the line, and Linette blocks back a winner. That was something between a strike and a slice, but it was very effective with the angle, and it gets the hold of serve for Magda Linette. She leads 2-1 at the first sit down.
Oh, what a reaction to that return from Pliskova. Linette playing wonderful tennis early on in this match. Fabian, where are you calling from, Fabian? He's listening. He's asking about the hottest tournament temperature that we've been to.
In terms of across the board or at the Australian Open?
I think it can be across the board, actually. He said, I had a 7-year streak going to the Australian Open pre the spicy cough outbreak. And there were many days where it would get into the high 30s and to the 40s.
Yeah.
It was pretty tough, he said, for a redhead like myself. I can't imagine many places much hotter in the tennis season. So I'm guessing Fabian's from Australia. For you,
I've not travelled a ton. I mean, prior to Australia, my furthest trip was to Roland Garros, Paris, which was about 40 minutes on the plane, so it was a bit of a stretch to then come to Australia. But last year in Australia, Fabian, it was the hottest tournament on record, and I do think it maybe hit 37 degrees Celsius on one of those days. So I would think that is the hottest. Well, I think definitely that's the hottest that's been at a tournament that I've been to.
Yeah,
what about you?
Yeah, US Open gets very humid, and I've been to the US Open twice, and some very hot, humid days.
Pliskova prepares to serve here from the right-hand side of the umpire's chair. Goes along with the first delivery. Serving seconds in this opening set. It's 1-2 in games into the body of Linette. Linette lifts the backhand deep. Pliskova sends the backhand cross-court, and Linette sends the backhand winner down the line. And this is what it's about for Linette, the patience and the placement. She is not going to strike Pliskova off the court, but she's got such good direction of shot. And you mentioned it on the serve, Kate. It's not the biggest serve, but the accuracy of it is what is damaging. And that can be true off the ground as well. So Pliskova, having lost the opening point of her service game, goes down the tee and forces the forehand error. Just a little soft on that occasion from Linette. Didn't quite follow through.
Yeah, it's a heavy serve from Pliskova.
Pliskova, the number 30 seed and 30 years old, serves out wide into the forehand. The forehand is netted.
Helps when you get that first serve in, doesn't it? Pliskova on that first service game. Too many missed first serves, puts pressure on the second. And Linette's so good from back of the court.
Pliskova down the tee and wide. So the second serve to come at 30-15. Crowd still a bit sparser. This has often been the case earlier in the day. They really pack in, though, throughout the course of the afternoon. And it was unbelievably full, actually. Last night, there was not a spare seat in the house, Kate. Genuinely, I was looking around and I thought, well, if I had a moment to go out there and take a seat, I don't think I'd be able to find one. Serve into the backhand from Pliskova is kicked, but Linette finds the baseline, so she's scrambling at the back, putting some height on this ball. Then she chops the forehand cross-court, gets Pliskova low. She responds with her own chopped forehand up the line. Cross-court backhand clean from Pliskova, up the line wide from Linette on the backhand side. So Pliskova with the double game points.
No, I had to watch from afar last night. There were no seats to be had.
That's the way we like it, though.
Absolutely. I mean, that's exciting.
There have been some record attendances at the tournament this fortnight, which
great for the players.
Definitely, you love to see it after the COVID years as well. Pliskova down the tee long. So second serve to come. Linette shifts foot to foot. Still a pace back from the baseline as she awaits the second serve. And that comes in at the body. She gets around it, takes it on the backhand. Down the line winner from Pliskova. Just by opting for that backhand, Linette left a bit of space down the line, and Pliskova was quick to strike into it for the 2-all hold.
Yeah, terrific body serve from Pliskova, and really just set up that return. Mid-court ball, puts it away easy, and that's what she's after today. Short points. early strike. She doesn't want to allow her opponent to get into any long rallies because I think she'll be at a disadvantage.
So Linette's back with the serve. 2 breaks, 2 holds in this encounter so far. Pinpoint accuracy down the tee from Linette. Has to load up and unwind on the forehand down the line, and Pliskova goes long on the run. So first point to the pole, who did have Agnieszka Radwanska in her player box in the last match that she played. I think Radwanska's here maybe playing some of the Legends matches.
She is, yes.
And I think now the team for Linette is far left and my eyesight is not phenomenal, but I think that Radwanska might be there again. I'll wait for confirmation on that, but I think that, as you said, Kate, she had a lot of her countrymen and women in her box last time, and she did thrive on that as she drives the forehand down the line. Linette takes the drive in the air, cross-court into the forehand, and Pliskova runs a forehand into the net. Now, Radwanska, a player who was in the semi-finals here not all that long ago, and we have confirmation, as if someone actually heard me on the monitor just now, flashed up Agnieszka Radwanska. So she is around. She was team captain, wasn't she? She was team captain at the United Cup, so she's been in the country for the last month. So that wide is wide from Linette. It's got to be encouraging when someone of that kind of status takes an interest in you and wants to be there for you. Yeah, you can draw on that, that's for sure. Second serve into the body, cross-court forehand return from Pliskova, and then the forehand again is into the net. She went for a flat one, couldn't get the clearance to do damage.
No, Linette's playing such a clever game out there, driving those balls deep into the court, but keeping it away from the wheelhouse of Pliskova, back at her feet, finding some short angles on court, creating opportunities.
Triple game point, Linette serves that wide to the backhand, blocks back deep by Pliskova. Forehand winner from Linette, just brushed nicely up the back to guide that into the far corner. And she's holding her own out here, the 30-year-old's pole. She leads by 3 games to 2.
And you can tell Linette is in such good form because some of those balls are coming back with such pace and ferocity, and she's just getting the racket into the right place. She's getting her body into the right place. It's all around the fact that she knows she's playing well, she's backing herself, and those quick reactions, that's tough for Pliskova because she's trying to find a way out there and she just can't break through the Linette game at this stage.
I want Linette's kit and Pliskova's trainers, and then I will be a very happy human being.
I reckon you could put that together. Surely they're available.
Yeah, and I think they'd go nicely, actually. Maybe have that discussion afterwards. I'm not sure how the sponsors would feel, but it's worth a discussion. I'd like to see that one. Kate, we've got more messages.
We've got Colin's listening to us from Boston. It's 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh my Lord, that's cold. Great to have the goddesses of the Australian Open, not the players, but the commentators.
That's very nice.
Oh, Colin. You know what? I will read out those emails.
Thank you, Colin.
Anytime.
I'm sorry you're so cold. Genuinely, there were moments I woke up during week 1 here and it felt autumnal, but nothing as cold as that.
No.
Nothing at all. Even though Melbourne has a mind of its own, as I'm figuring out. Karolina Pliskova serving at 2-3, goes wide to the forehand, nets. So second serve to come. As is the norm, people still trickling into the stands between the first and second serve. That's an interesting one. Linette deep with the forehand, cross-court forehand to the forehand from Pliskova on top of the baseline. Forehand driven down the line, has to run to cover the backhand. She does slice it back, and Linette with the drop shot to capitalise. Brilliant point construction from Linette, and unflappable. Did not panic when that ball came back.
No, the court craft is on full display here from Linette today. She is just working Pliskova from side to side. And I thought Pliskova did a great job to get that backhand back. It was deep in the court, got racket to ball, but Linette just so good at the net. She's got great hands.
So Pliskova, first serve netted. Second delivery to come. Always the 2 purposeful bounces of the ball from Pliskova before she delivers. And that's a good delivery, but a better return from Linette right on the sideline. Time on the backhand. She sends that cross-court into the backhand of Pliskova. And then down the line for the winner. placed to perfection once again, and it's love 30.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was a great shot, should I say, from Linette, because she was able to get that ball high into the backhand of Pliskova, who really had to, you know, which is saying something because she's so tall, but really get over that ball, but just didn't get enough on it, and that opened the court up nicely for Linette.
I doubt myself really quickly this fortnight, Kate.
Oh, no,
and just seeing Pliskova go down love 30, it's made me nervous because my instinctive pick in this one was Magda Linette, but then I took a closer look at the numbers and I thought, it's kind of leaning Pliskova. And now she's down 2-3 love 30, and Linette is showing how she can impose her game style. She's lucky, Pliskova, that second serve dropped into the service box. It just clipped the net cord. Second serve to come. Pliskova serves down the tee, and it's a double fault.
Wow.
Not the first for Pliskova, but the most costly so far. Plunges her down. Triple break point here. Linette dances in the shade with her back to the court and comes back prepared to eye up these opportunities. Pliskova serves wide to the backhand. The backhand comes deep to the forehand. Back behind with the forehand shoots Pliskova, and then back behind again is wide by some distance, meaning that Magda Linette leads with a break, the opportunity to extend that lead to 5-2 with this service game.
And we've got Nick Herman listening to us from Madison in Wisconsin in the US, wishing I was in Melbourne myself. I think we're going to get a Rybakina Sabalenka women's final.
Well, Nick, hopefully we can make you feel like you are right here courtside. That's the aim with what we're doing, bring everyone into this arena. As Linette serves at 4-2, again, she just tests the toss to see where the sun is. And she keeps it within a nice distance, but sends the first serve long at the tee. So second delivery upcoming from Linette. First time she's led by a break since the opening game of the match. The cross-court backhand to the backhand of Pliskova. Linette cross-court again is wide. I wonder how much she thinks about the overall situation at this point in the opening set, but leading by a break, so she's got to be feeling, okay, I've managed to impose my game style here. My chances are big.
Yeah, she's in charge out there right now, Linette. She's dictating play.
Serve down the tee. Pliskova lifts off the forehand. It goes long. It was very close to being the right return from Pliskova. She went deep to the feet, but too deep.
Yeah, and her range is missing right now, Pliskova.
What should she have done differently on that particular ball, do you think?
Oh, I like the down the middle of the court response, but you know, you've got to get those returns in, make your player
Just
play.
don't miss, Carolina.
Don't miss.
Just don't miss.
Well, you've got to get into the point. Like, don't try to hit a winner off the first. I'm
thinking maybe
serve.
just keep that backswing a little more clipped. Brush up the back of the ball a touch more from Pliskova, who stepped right in to return the second serve. Goes deep to the feet and lands it this time, and then the off forehand is a winner. Now, that's well done. That's practice makes perfect from Pliskova.
Yeah, that's playing with a bit more margin in your game. She mentioned just getting up over the ball and getting some more shape on it.
So it's 15-30, half chance to get back level in terms of serving, and Pliskova knows the importance of this. Doesn't want Linette to come a game away from the set, or Linette would have a free look at a return game as Pliskova goes deep to the feet with the backhand, follows up with a flatter backhand, which Linette gets down to, strengthen the legs there. Cross-court forehand deep into the forehand. Pliskova whips that back. Off forehand into the corner from Linette. Again, the ball is like a magnet finding the corner of the court. The off backhand into the forehand of Pliskova, who does lift up the back of it. Down the line from Linette, into the net from Pliskova. She went for the flat backhand on the run, and it just didn't have the margin over the net. 30 all.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I actually thought she would have gone back down the line then, Pliskova, but she was wanting to change direction of the ball and go cross-court. Just couldn't get enough on that.
Particularly after the opening points of this match, I expected to see a lot more of the sliced backhand from Pliskova. That's kind of disappeared at this point. I don't know if she doesn't feel like she has enough time to set that up, but it's definitely a missing factor in this match right now as Linette goes out wide and nets. The first time she brought that out of the bag in this contest, Pliskova, Linette did lose the point. Second serve to come. Pliškova's right up close to the service box, but nets the backhand. I don't know if she was just a bit too close, Pliškova, on that occasion, but there was the missed time on the return.
Well, she stepped in. She was well within the service line, wasn't she, to take that second serve? But as you mentioned, Abigail, maybe just a little too close and perhaps give herself a bit more time on the second serve to hit through.
Game point for Magda Linette. And she will let the toss drop. As she is looking into the sun from that side, the shadows say as much. It has just falling in a pile behind her. Linette down the tee, misses. So second serve coming. If she can hold this game, they'd head to the sit-down, meaning that Pliškova would have to serve at 2-4 into the sun. That's not ideal for the Czech player, as Linette serves into the body, and Pliškova comes with the off forehand. Linette gets down to meet the ball, and the forehand comes cross-court into her forehand. She loops it deep. Linette hitting every ball different out here. Pliškova's not getting a lot of rhythm. Forehand cross-court deep into the corner. Backhand cross-court into the backhand of Pliškova, who scrambles that long. And she just turns and raises the left hand in question at her coaching box. Sasha Bayan looking quite intense, leaning forwards, but that game has passed Karolina Pliškova by. Magda Linette is one game away from the opening set at 5-2.
Well, Nathan is listening from Brisbane. He's got to take on the heat here in Melbourne in terms of when it's at its warmest.
Gotcha.
With Melbourne's location and daylight savings time, it becomes offset from the time as told by the sun's position. Huh?
Did you follow that, Kate?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about, Nathan. But anyway, the sun doesn't reach its highest in the sky there until 1:30 p.m. So it makes sense for the higher temperatures to occur in the late afternoon. It's the opposite here in Brisbane. The sun often reaches its highest at 11:30. All of that I did not realise.
Nick, that was phenomenal work from you.
Or even Nathan.
Nathan, sorry. Nathan.
Right.
Surely I know
Thanks,
a Nathan that
Nathan.
gets called Nick.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Who's, well,
Back
this one now.
Yeah, no, well, yeah. I'm bringing that one in as well. But Nathan, my friend, that does correlate with what I've been feeling myself when I've had a moment to go out around the grounds. It has felt a bit warmer around, I'm going to say around 4 p.m. maybe.
Okay, yep.
That's probably when I felt it at its warmest.
You'd be right. And Ian's listening to us from Garden Square. Hey, Ian.
Oh, my favourite part of sight, Garden Square.
He's got a question around whether or not the women should be playing best of 5 sets in the second week of the Slam.
Oh, well, do you want it to be consistent across the board? I feel like if you're just bringing it in at the second week, you just want it for the final. The Masters 1000 events for the men used to be like that, as Linette lifts up the forehand down into Pliškova, and Pliškova slams a backhand cross-court, which forces the error. The number 30 seed serving to stay in the set here at 2-5 from the right-hand side of the umpire's chair. Nathan, does anyone call you Nick? I'm feeling a bit bad about that one.
Don't feel bad.
What nickname can you get out of Nathan? Is it a possibility? That's probably why this other guy I know called Nathan sometimes gets Nick. What else can you get? Nats? I don't know. 30 love for Pliškova. The net cord thought about it, didn't drop over. So Linette, a pace back from the court, yet to get on the board in this game. Wants to at least make her presence known, maybe try and take a bit of pressure off as she serves for the set. And the backhand goes long, though, at the line. And you can see her frustration, just tips her head back, mirrored how she would have liked that shot to have played out. Triple game point for Pliškova.
She's still taking us through what she should have done at that point, Linette, which was get down over the ball and keep it in court. Tennis is a simple game, really.
Really straightforward. Pliškova down the tee, nets. Straight back to the bounce of the ball with the racket. And then here comes 1, 2, and the toss. And the serve. Yeah, big build up to that miss from Pliškova. Double fault.
How many double faults has she put in so far?
I think that's 3, but I'm going to
Feels like
check the stats on that. I'm pretty sure it's 3. One of them she hit to go down break point, and it is 3 double faults on the match for Pliškova, and just the 1 ace in comparison. Second serve here. She does not want to leave the door open. On the brink she was of a comfortable hold at 40 love. Second serve into the backhand. Linette returns to the feet. Forehand back behind from Pliškova. Forehand up the back of the ball from Linette, and Pliškova steers the backhand long. So now it's doable for Linette. Now she's in touch. Bit of pressure on the Pliškova's shoulders. And she's changing her racket. Did something to snap a string. Just not feeling it.
Not sure, because usually we get a little close up on the racket, but she's put it in the bag already, so not sure what's happening there. She's just strange time to change rackets, unless it was a broken string.
Especially as she's looking at Linette getting right back into the game. 40-30 down the tee. Linette responds deep to the feet with the forehand, takes the pace off that. Forehand cross-court to the forehand. Pliškova lifts up the centre line. Then cross-court backhand to the backhand of Linette, who comes with a chopped backhand. Pliškova's up the court, forehand drive. She's got a high volley and she'll punch that away into the open court. Pliškova has done her part of the bargain. She has held serve. And now it comes down to Linette to try and put the lid on this opener, which could be easier said than done, considering the situation for her, competing to make it to a first Grand Slam semi-final.
Nathan's got back to us. Yes, I often get called Nick by mistake.
Hey, there we go.
Nathan. I said, and a whole host of other similar names.
Nathan, you're trying to make me feel
Nathan.
better, and I do appreciate it. To me now, you are Nick for all of time.
Thanks, Nick.
Linette serving here then at 5-3. And she will take that ball down into the Pliškova backhand. The forehand lifted to the feet and the cross-court forehand into the net from Pliškova. Slight fist pump from Linette as she gets the first point on the board. I'm wondering, when she tests the toss, okay, I was thinking it was to do with where the sun is, but she's doing it from both ends. So I wonder if she's just measuring it to make sure she's getting it straight and getting it in her strike zone. I don't think there's too much of a breeze out there, so I wouldn't think it's to do with the wind either. She serves down the tee, misses fractionally.
Whatever she's doing, just continue doing it, I say, because serve's been great.
Second delivery to come. Linette serves into the forehand. Pliškova drives deep to the feet. Linette picks up deep to the forehand of Pliškova, which goes long at the corner, and she'll swipe that one away in frustration, Pliškova. She's kept it low-key in terms of disappointed reactions, but you could read a lot just from the way she sent that ball toward the sideline.
Those unforced errors from Pliškova must be mounting now, because and you can hear her.
She took a swipe at the court there.
Yeah.
As Linette was preparing to serve as well. Linette will serve wide into the net. I hope that didn't distract her. 30 love. Second serve. Pliškova's on the baseline for it. Linette serves into the body. Pliškova fires a forehand down the line. Linette cross-court backhand. She absorbs the pace again, but sends the backhand long. So Pliškova gets a foothold.
Do you think that did, in a way, upset Linette? I don't think so. I would have read that as
draw on it.
I am under her skin.
I don't really like the timing of it.
No,
I don't think it was deliberate from Pliškova. I think that she was probably in her own world there and just kind of locked into her frustration. But it's not helpful when you're preparing to serve and then that happens.
There are antics happening at the other end of the court.
30-15 as she serves at 5-3. Linette gets ready with the feet as the ball comes back deep. Gets the forehand and the backhand nicely deep to Pliškova. The backhand deep again to Pliškova, who takes the two-hander. Forehand cross-court to the Pliškova forehand. Somehow that clears the net. It was travelling low. Backhand slice from Pliškova. Off forehand wide from Linette. Now there you go, Carolina. Where's that been? First time we've seen it in a little while.
We've been waiting for that for a long time. Almost 33 minutes, and now she brings it out.
Sasha Bayern's delighted. He's on his feet. He's got a notebook in hand. I think he's saying, hey, it's written down right here.
Yeah, well, this is really important too at 30 all. Linette needs a big serve.
Linette, 5-3, 30 all. Serves wide to the forehand. Pliškova takes that deep to the feet with the forehand. Around for the off forehand, and it's a clean winner. Some energy from the number 30 seed. She's generated a break-back point, and she's come from nowhere. And Sasha Bayern is yelling. I'm not sure if it's instructions or encouragement, but I think she did feed off his energy on the previous point and has got herself into this position. Linette serving at 30-40, 3 points lost in a row. Serve out wide is wide. Second serve. She bounces on the balls of her feet, takes a deep breath, bounces the ball, pauses, sends up the toss. And the serve into the backhand of Pliskova, who fires that deep, but too deep. It goes long. Reaction from Linette. That is the first point she's won since Pliskova swiped the baseline when she was waiting to return.
So much pressure on that second serve from Linette, but she got it really deep. There wasn't a lot on it, but it was well placed into the body of Pliskova. Oh, pressure point moments.
Deuce, Linette serving down the tee, forces the backhand error that sliced long from Pliskova. It hovered in the air for a lifetime, but it sets up a big set point for Magda Linette, the non-seeded Polish player who's taken out 3 seeds in a row to make this stage, has a set point. Linette pauses and throws up the toss and serves into the backhand of Pliskova. That comes cross-court. Linette gets down to meet it. Cross-court backhand again is long from Pliskova. Magda Linette is 1 set away from the semi-finals. What a way to launch the match and launch the day here on Rod Laver Arena. Oh, she really managed to get her own game style and play out there, Linette. She worked her way into the match. We had that exchange of breaks, but from there, you felt like she was dictating a lot of what was happening out there.
I was really interested in that last game too, with her having to serve out the set, and she was under all sorts of pressure at 30-all. Second serve, it was deep, and she played that point so well. So she is, as you said, in control out on Rod Laver Arena, and I'm just noticing that Pliskova is just leaving the court.
Do you know what she's doing? She's gone looking for her first serve, because I just saw her first serve percentage.
She'll find it out there?
Yeah, I think she might have left it in the tunnel on the way in, but she's gone down the wrong tunnel. She's not come through the entrance one. She's gone out the exit one, so she's not going to find it. But I just noticed that first serve number on the set for Pliskova. She's only landed 45% of her first serves, and we spoke coming in about how big a weapon that is for her with Linette and the way she's watching the ball and the way she's getting herself into the rally so quickly. You can't be offering her that many chances.
No, you can't be showing her that many second serves, because Linette's just covering that baseline so well. She's so strong from the back of the court, and she really is moving her opponent around so nicely, dictating the play, setting up the points, and she looks great at the moment. Just having a look in terms of points won, 30-18. It was quite evident just how dominant she was in that first set.
That is pretty lopsided, isn't it?
It is really lopsided.
Pliskova bounced the racket there. Not a happy woman. I'm never looking at numbers again pre-match, Kate.
No, don't. Just go with the feel.
Go with the gut.
Yeah.
However, if I'd have done that, I'd have backed Sebastian Korda yesterday, and as it was, I went with Karen Khachanov. Korda was injured, though,
He was.
to be fair.
Yes, that's
so that
true.
could have been a closer contest.
Yeah.
Khachanov going through 2 sets and a break-up when Korda pulled the plug with a wrist injury.
That was a shame in terms of how that quarterfinal ended.
Lots more
Not
to
for
come
Khachanov,
from.
though.
Yeah, I mean, for Khachanov, it's brilliant. It's a reward for the great work. I'm pleased for him. He's been a consistent top 20 player for so long, and has really been strategically very good, I feel, in the early stages of this year. Korda, incredible amount to offer from his game, and he's still
so much to look forward to.
Still so young.
Yeah.
There's a lot of time for him.
Really interesting to find out the extent of that wrist injury. He'll have seen a doctor by now and probably know what's going on. So we'll find out in time around what sort of layoff he'll have from the tour. But if it's an overuse injury, I mean, it could be a couple of months. What are you looking at
I'm just
there?
intrigued by Sasha Bayan. I have been for many years. I've got to say, he worked a long time with Serena Williams as her hitting partner, and he was very much a core member of the team. And himself,
And Azarenka?
Yeah, he's been with Azarenka, he's been with
Osaka.
Caroline Wozniacki, and what's noteworthy is that Bayan's been with those players when they've got some of the best results of their career.
Yes.
He was with Azarenka during her resurgence in 2015. Osaka as well. He was with her when she won Grand Slams. He was with Caroline Wozniacki when she got her only Grand Slam here in Melbourne after winning the WTA finals. And there's this aura around him. He he instills so much confidence in his players.
He was almost on the court.
He was leaning over the box.
Then
he was waiting for her to come out of the tunnel, which is what intrigued me because she hadn't come out yet. But he was leaning over to see if he could see her coming. And the moment she came out, he was firing through the instructions. He's always got the notebook in hand. He hasn't put it down. Pliškova's serving first here. She's at the near baseline and she's onto the second serve. The backhand return deep from Linette. The forehand deep into the backhand from Karolina Pliškova. Cross-court backhand into the Linette backhand. Pliškova cross-court again into the backhand and Linette does net. So Pliškova with the first point in the second set.
We're on Sasha watch at the moment.
We are.
Just now,
he's really chancering
keeping
away.
an eye on him and yes, that notebook.
Pliškova's husband alongside him, just a couple of seats to the right. She will serve into the body, but nets. It does make a statement to me, Kate, that she would join back up with Bayern after they made that Wimbledon final together in 2021, and then they went separate ways as she double faults, and then she tallied 3 double faults in that opening set, and one of them plunged to down break points, and that did prove significant. So she's just got to watch herself, Pliškova. But yeah, to join up that partnership after the year that she had last year, it shows a definite sign of intent to get back to where she was, which can only be a good thing. Wide unreturned into the forehand.
And clearly she knows what impact he has on her game and what he can bring to get her back into quarterfinals in slams.
Yeah, it's been an immediate impact, it has to be said. 40 minutes exactly on the scoreboard. Pliškova serves wide to the backhand. The return comes deep. Pliškova around it for the forehand down the line. Linette scrambles. Pliškova down the line. Linette cross-court with the backhand. Cross-court from Pliškova. Catches the net cord deep from Linette. And then the forehand cross-court. She hangs with the pace incredibly. She just diffuses and she redirects. The backhand cross-court from Linette. The forehand cross-court is barely wide, but it does go wide of the sideline, and Pliškova should take encouragement from edging a longer exchange like that.
She should, but I think she's surprised at times about the injection of pace that's coming back across court off some of her very deep shots. You know, she really didn't do anything wrong then, Pliškova. She did win that point, but it was Linette that went with the big winner.
Double game point, Pliškova into the body, the forehand back behind. Linette drives up to the ball and brings the forehand down the line, and then the off backhand's wide, was ambitious with that, and it does hand Pliškova the game. She's got the first leg up in the second set.
That will be a settler, I think, for Pliškova, because she didn't get off to a great start in that first set and really didn't settle at all. And the serve, as we mentioned, is it's vital to her game. If it's not on, there's a good chance she'll lose. Just having a look at some of the, win predictors that they put. Do you ever read into those stats?
The predictions.
Yeah.
I'm too hung up over my own predictions too. But no, but it was interesting to see.
Don't they, after a first set, and sort of say, like, what's changed?
And it has changed a lot there. They had Pliškova with the advantage, 60% chance to Linette's 40%, and that swung massively. Pliškova's plunged down, and maybe that says something about the confidence factor for Pliškova as well, in terms of how does she feel now that she's lost the opening set, and the way Linette's been able to impose herself, ace down the tee to kick off this next game. How she responds here, Linette, will be very insightful for Pliškova and for all of us, in terms of now she's down on the board. It was Pliškova who was chasing on serve in that opening set, but 2 pinpoint accurate serves to kick things off for Linette gives her the clearance on the board at 30 love. Taking her time, gathering the balls from the back of the court. Now, Pliškova, interesting scenario for her. This is the first time that she's dropped a set in this tournament. So she's been impressive, but she hasn't been challenged.
No, she hasn't been under pressure.
In fact, 3 of the sets she's won so far this tournament have been by 6-love and 6-1 scorelines. So she's been running with momentum. It's going to be really interesting to see how she responds to a challenge. And this is why, Kate, maybe a lot of players, even though they don't want to expend energy early in a tournament, they might appreciate having been tested so that they're a little bit battle-hardened when it comes to the bigger stages like this.
They know what they can do when they're under pressure.
Linette was taken to 3 sets in the second round by the number 16 seed, Annette Kontaveit. came from a set down on that occasion. Wouldn't have to do so here. Linette, as Pliskova gets up the court to drive the forehand deep. She's on the stretch with the volley. She lands it. Linette's up the forehand to force the error up the line with the forehand. Gets the error from the Pliskova backhand.
She's fast, Linette, covers the court well, and always seems to be balanced.
That's a good point. She is quick on her feet. I've enjoyed watching when the return comes a bit slower and deep. She takes all the little steps with the feet to get into just the right position. And she does that really well. Down the tee from Linette. The off forehand with that footwork as mentioned gets her into the forecourt to drive the backhand down the line, but she just... It didn't quite get that one right. Long at the line from Linette. Just keeps Pliskova alive in the game at 40-30.
Linette just overplaying the backhand. Got the short response that she was after, but really overplaying. She hasn't done too much wrong in this match so far. We'll allow that.
But will she? It's an interesting one because it doesn't really matter what happened in the first set if you can't continue it into the second. Pliskova winning that opening game was a massive one to halt any feelings of momentum for Linette. If she'd have been serving first in this set, and if she'd held that opening game, there would have been the immediate opportunity to just continue on the same vein, feel like nothing's changed. But she's got to think now about how it is a different situation in a different set, Linette, as she takes the backhand up the line in response to the cross-court backhand from Pliskova. Pliskova now with the ball on her forehand, deep to the body, off forehand from Linette. Cross-court backhand from Pliskova. Linette gets down to respond in the same way. The backhand is taken up the line, and Pliskova nets the forehand. Linette just a little bit more proactive there in terms of switching up the direction and getting the hold for 1-all.
Yeah, and once again, Linette, with success going up the middle of the court and towards the body of Pliskova. And mentioned just how well Linette's moving with those small steps in between the shots. Pliskova could do with a little of that herself, just getting herself in better position to hit some of these mid-court balls.
So 1-all. Pliskova serves wide to the forehand and then takes the forehand back behind to the forehand of Linette, which is sliced. Linette went then with the clean strike, but it's into the net cord. Very close to clearing, but does give Pliskova the first point of the game.
Yeah, and just then Pliskova was watching her feet and, moved really well. Stepping into the ball, moving around it, just on her toes.
So Pliskova, with the double bounce with the non-playing hand, sends the serve down the tee. Linette responds with a gentle return right onto the baseline, deep to Pliskova, but the backhand slice is netted early in the rally. And Pliskova looking a little more energized, 30-love advantage in this game.
And she is. You can tell even in between points she looks, sometimes she just walks around the court. It's all very, in control and slow motion at times, but more animated on serve is Pliskova.
She serves out wide to the forehand. The return goes long. She has experience bouncing back, Pliskova. I remember watching her Wimbledon final against Ash Barty, how we miss her, in 2021. I think Barty didn't just win the opening several games of that match. I think she won the first 14 points of that match before Pliskova even got a foothold. And you thought, well, how long is this match going to last? And then Pliskova managed to take the second set as she serves out wide, forces the error, and it's a hold to love for Pliskova to keep herself out in front heading into the sit-down. It's 2-1 in the second set.
And even here on Rod Laver Arena against Serena Williams has come. Yeah, she knows how to come from behind. And, she'll put that first set behind her. She is serving so much better. I mean, she's served twice so far in this second set. And, she just looks a different player than she did in the first.
So it presents an interesting challenge to Magda Linette in this first of the 4 quarter-final matches today. Now, we do want to hear from you. Thanks for all your messages so far. We love reading them. We want to know your predictions for the rest of the day. And for the outcome of this match as well, who do you have completing the semi-final lineup? To let us know, you can visit ausopen.com/AO Radio and fill out the Ask the Booth form, or you can email us directly at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Very curious to see if anyone is giving Andrei Rublev a shot against Novak Djokovic. He did beat him last year on clay courts. Djokovic a little bit out of match practice at that point. and not quite the player he is now.
I think you prefer coming into this match, to be honest, because in terms of expectation around beating Novak, I mean, a lot of people will be writing him off early.
Exactly.
And I think that works for him. In terms of the last match, it was an even contest, and you could tell that both players incredibly nervous towards the end. Didn't play their best tennis, but my word, it was fun to watch.
And yet, Rublev able to loosen up when it really mattered, which was impressive, given that, as you say, Kate, it was not the best for the majority. That was brilliant, though, from Linette. Touch backhand winner up the line with Pliskova in the forecourt. Some way to kick things off as she's serving at 1-2. Far side of the court now.
Her reaction time, Linette, is exceptional.
So 15-love as she prepares to deliver the first serve. That goes along at the tee. And Pliskova bunted that forehand. Don't know where the ball landed. Didn't see it land.
It has landed. Someone's grabbed it. Man with yellow shorts and a blue T-shirt.
There's usually more of a reaction when it goes into the crowd. That's why I was not knowing where to look. Oh, forehand winner from Pliskova on the second serve return.
She has been waiting to do that all match. Pliskova stepping in on the second serve. That's what we've seen so far in the tournament. It's won her a lot of easy points. And that must feel good. Loosen up those shoulders. It's a huge strike.
It makes a statement. Impactful from Pliskova for 15 all, and this second serve from Linette is going to be under a lot of pressure, particularly with Pliskova's return position just inside the baseline. Again, she hops over to the left-hand side at the last moment, takes the ball on the forehand, the backhand deep from Linette, the forehand in response up the center of the court from Pliskova. She's doing the same again. The off forehand from Linette and into the net from Pliskova. Went for the lower margin for error, shot up the line with the backhand. Higher part of the net, couldn't clear it.
No, she had time, though, to hit through on that backhand, Pliskova, but just didn't get over the ball. Dumps it into the net.
On we go. Linette, 30-15. Having just won the second serve point, it could have looked very different here. Pliskova deep to the body, deep to the backhand cross court. The backhand taken up the line for a winner from the Czech. That was right in the corner, and she didn't even react. Pliskova just put her head down and walks to the back of the court, staying in her zone, adjusting those racket strings. 30 all.
Yeah, that's what she wanted to do on that last point with that backhand, and able to execute on that occasion.
So Linette, slow and deliberate with the ball bounces. The toss goes up. The serve goes in at the body. Off backhand from Pliskova, forces the error. That's not the first time in this game that she's landed that return with deep precision. And she's got a break point for her efforts this time around.
Yeah, Linette not expecting that return. There was nothing she could do. That was just terrific from Pliskova.
30-40. Pliskova, a step back from the baseline. Now she's on top of it. Returns backhand, clean up the line. Linette cross court with the lifted forehand. She sends it down the line this time. And Pliskova with the backhand slice. Linette adjusts with the drop shot. Side spin on that, forces the error. That is clutch control from Linette under real scrutiny there.
Oh boy, did she do well. And she got so much on that drop shot. That ball looked like for a moment it was going wide. Comes in and then just took off on a right angle. Oh, Pliskova, I mean, she got to the ball, but there was no controlling that. It's terrific.
Fierce fist pump from Linette. Deuce, as she serves out wide, she misses. Second serve to come. So Pliskova takes up the wide stance at the baseline. Literally on top of the baseline, Pliskova. Linette serves into the body. Pliskova swipes the forehand cross-court, gets Linette on the stretch and herself in the forecourt, and the backhand is put away cross-court. She'll have another break point, will Pliskova.
It's interesting, her position, isn't it? Pliskova on serve, that second serve there, she's standing sort of right in the middle and just, I think, like you said earlier in that first set, sort of hoping to upset Linette, maybe make her think twice about where she's going to serve.
It's not all about where you hit the ball and the strike on the ball. Your positioning can do a huge amount of damage as Linette catches the back of the service box, cross-court forehand, and Pliskova long, wide up the line. I don't know why she went for that shot,
that wasn't
Pliskova.
on. That was not on, that shot down the line from Pliskova.
Not a break point chance.
At no stage. She should have gone cross court.
Just impatience there from Pliskova. She was not in position to go for that one, but she did, and she's got to move on. Deuce number 2. Linette serves into the body. It's long. Pliskova staying loose with the arms, shifts from foot to foot. Anticipates another second serve return opportunity. Linette serves wide into the forehand, down the line, long from Pliskova. So that's 2 misses up the end of the court, and it is game point for Linette.
I mean, she's going after it, isn't she, Pliskova? But right now, she could do with just getting some of these returns in, not going for the big winner off the serve.
Linette from break points down to game points up. She will serve long. She went wide into the Pliskova backhand. Second serve coming. First serve percentage at 60%, Linette, in the current set. It's manageable. It's not as good as she could hope for, but the second serve kicks into the body. Pliskova goes forehand up the line again, goes long, and that is a chance that has really slipped her by.
Yeah, that was wasteful. And impatient from Pliskova. Jim Lawrence is listening to us from Wisconsin, Middleton, Wisconsin. We have a lot of listeners from Wisconsin, don't
I was
we?
starting to think that myself, yeah.
Jim's written, a.k.a. Jimbo in Middleton. Hey, Jimbo in Middleton.
What up,
Thanks
Jimbo?
for joining us.
Yeah, good to have you here. We always appreciate knowing where people are listening from in the world, because as our friend Peter Mercato likes to say, AR radio all around the world. Bringing it to Rod Laver Arena, making this the center of our universe for a fortnight a year. Pliskova double faults. That is less than ideal. After she saw the breakpoint chances slip, she had her hand to her face there for a long time. She disguised it as a swipe of the sweat, but I think there was a little more disappointment in that move from Pliskova.
I think you're right on that one. Body language is all about disappointment at the moment from Pliskova.
2-all, love 15. Pliskova down the tee. Linette scrambles the forehand back. She gets it across the service line, and the backhand is deep to the corner. Pliskova nets. That went deep into her backhand. She was off balance and couldn't clear. So it is love 30 for Magda Linette. Starting to look good again. Not so much for the former world number 1. Pliskova serves wide to the forehand. Return deep from Linette. Into the net from Pliskova. There was just no intensity in that shot at all. And it is triple break point to her non-seeded opponent.
And the footwork is just, it's missing from Pliskova.
I think at this point, Sasha Bayan wants to get down there and take the racket. Just looking at his expression right there. The wide serve from Pliskova backs up for the off forehand. She does land that, and the backhand is netted from Linette. I think that ball just landed a bit shorter from Pliskova, and maybe she could have got a bit closer to it, Linette.
Interesting too, with the clouds just came across Rod Laver Arena. Things went slightly, well, went darker than normal. Sun disappeared.
Is that the storm coming for Pliskova?
Oh, maybe.
15-40, serve out wide, and Linette will hook that one well wide with the return. So it is 1 break point still to save for Pliskova.
Yeah, good response. 2 big serves from Pliskova. Got herself almost back into this game. Still some work to do here.
Pliskova, 30-40. Breakpoint number 3 for Linette. Pliskova serves wide to the backhand. That comes in at the body. The off backhand into the corner from Pliskova. She has to double back, though, as Linette comes in deep with the forehand. Another deep forehand to the forehand of Pliskova. She gets more shape on that ball, and Pliskova slaps it back behind, and Linette goes long. That's really well done by Pliskova, responding to the different looks on the ball from her opponent.
Yeah, and responding to the fact that her opponent, Linette, is just getting everything back and with depth. And Pliskova's not having much fun out there. She thought she'd actually won that point about
3 times.
shots. Yeah, exactly.
And she's having to work, Pliskova, as she fires one down the tee, and then the backhand cross-court to the backhand of Linette. Backhand again. Linette looking to spread her across the baseline, and she's having to work hard to do so. Off forehand, forehand down the line, netted from Linette. Now, she had Pliskova where she wanted her, but just a little too much pressure on the final shot down the line that would have finished it. And Pliskova has gone from love 40, the most precarious of positions, to advantage. Takes the time. Bounces the ball with the left hand twice as ever. Toss, serve, net. So second serve to come. Where will Linette stand for this? She's still a pace behind the baseline, but she's been stepping up as the return comes in ever so slightly. And she returns cross-court to the backhand. Backhand up the line wide from Pliskova.
Yep, she's missed it. But once again, looking for the big backhand down the line. Early strike.
Is that the game style for Pliskova? Is that what she needs to play?
Absolutely, and she spoke about it before the start of this match, that she was wanting to take the game away from Linette early. Big serve and you know, a big strike early in the point.
Clearly Linette heard those quotes as Pliskova serves 2-all deuce. Cross-court forehand into the forehand of Linette. The forehand down the line from Pliskova, taken from the height of the bounce, and it generates advantage again off the back of that second deuce. I do feel for the players in terms of when they're given criticism, for example, for maybe being too boring in press or on court, but at the same time,
they give away too much.
Exactly. You've got a match to prepare for. There are secrets that you want to keep to yourself until the match court. Much easier to recap a match than preview the next one. Pliskova serving with the game point, and it's a game point she will capitalise on. Wide serve to the backhand, draws the error, and that's something of a Houdini act from Karolina Pliskova to lead 3-2 in the second set.
It's a real rollercoaster ride, isn't it, with Pliskova at the moment. Linette just so, well, I don't want to say steady from the back of the court, but it's better than that today. She's been outstanding in terms of how she's responded to what was, I thought, a bit of a difficult matchup for her against Pliskova. But she's been great. We've had Sam listening in from White Mountains of New Hampshire. That sounds nice. The very White Mountains of New Hampshire. Oh, it sounds like it's snowing.
I was thinking the same thing. Are you going sledging, skiing? What's the plan there?
Yeah, Sam, let us know.
Or stay inside and just observe, admire.
Just listening to us is what he's doing. He's going to be here all night. That's the way, Sam. Stick with us.
I admire and respect that. Leading the way there.
Canham is in St. Cloud in Minnesota. St. Cloud sounds like a lovely place to live.
Sounds like you're very high. Maybe you're on top of some White Mountains there. I don't know.
So, do you prefer the inevitable of the Novak match or the who knows of the women's tournament?
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a good question, actually.
I needed a bit of stability, to be honest with you, Kate, this tournament, because so many seeds lost early. I was craving a little bit of just something for everyone to aim for. Okay. I think it's good to have those underdogs, as long as those underdogs have something to target. I think it's very essential to have a mix.
You're saying it's a good mix right at the moment.
I think on the men's side, I think it is. It's way more open than usual, but I think that you've got those targets. And on the women's side as well, to be fair, you've got the experience of Pliskova and Azarenka mixed in with Rybakina, who's truly coming through as the backhand pass lands from Linette to get the first point on the board in this game. It's very varied, actually, on the women's side in terms of the mix of competitors. We've still got a reigning Grand Slam champion. We've got a former Grand Slam champion in Azarenka. We've got players that have gone deep into majors like Pliskova and Sabalenka.
Plenty of experience.
And we've got Donna Vekić.
Yeah.
She's always an interesting one to me, Vekić, in terms of not quite sure what's coming, but she has the potential to do damage, and I'm still intrigued by that head-to-head against Aryna Sabalenka, 5-1.
I know, I couldn't, but I thought they had the statistics all around the wrong way today when I saw that.
Maybe they did. Have you double-checked that? Gone
I'll
online?
do that after this match.
Linette serving here, 30-love. Linette into the forehand. It's an ace out wide.
Yeah, it's great from Linette. First serve. It's going through at 148 kilometres an hour, but she had so much work on that ball. Found great angle, short angle in the court, takes it out wide.
Linette's triple game point. Serves that wide into the backhand, or a rip across court from Pliskova, back behind forehand winner. Now, she's pulled off a few of those in this match, and when she has, they've been fierce, but they haven't got in Linette's head. Again, that is a beautiful point from Pliskova, but it's come at 40 love down. Is it enough to do any damage in this game with the way Linette has been able to consistently impose her own game style? Well, let's see. Serving here at 40-15. Linette serves down the tee. Pliskova backhand deep to the body and cross-court catches the baseline from Linette. Backhand down the line is a winner. Here she's found the placement again, unruffled by Pliskova's quality. Magda Linette makes it 3 games all.
Magda Linette just at the back of the court here, right in front of the commentary booth. Just going through the motions. Forehand, backhand, forehand, backhand. That's what she's done all day so far in this match, and everything is working for her. The serve is working. Her return game is on.
So Pliskova facing some pressure here. This is getting towards the business ends of not just the set, but potentially the match itself. Linette can sense the moment. She inches up towards the baseline to return the second serve. She returns to the feet off backhand from Pliskova. Linette swipes deep with the forehand. Down the line, cracker from Pliskova, gets a shorter ball. She's keeping the feet moving and she'll guide the forehand down the line for the winner. That's well handled.
It was well handled because she had to wait some time to put that ball away, Pliskova, and I thought she was just seeing where Linette was on court, but did well put down the line. Linette went out the other direction.
So Pliskova serving at 3-all, 15 love. And these stands, I'm happy to say, still filling up. I think that they will be packed by the time it comes for the Sabalenka Vekić match, as the forehand cross-court is wide from Pliskova. Just catches maybe the bottom of the racket there as she looked to spread the court. 15-all.
Yeah, something about the timing of the Pliskova racket today just has not been good. I mean, that was a gettable shot. That point should still be playing.
Well, we spoke about conditions and the fact that she's played on a lot of different courts. So she mistimes the forehand again off a deep return, off forehand into the net, precarious ground at 15-30.
Yeah, Linette, though, once again, going straight back at Pliskova, down the middle of the court, giving her nothing to play from. She's got enough to play for.
Linette as well, having just played a match on Rublev Arena. So these are similar, if not the same, conditions for her. Pliskova's last match over on Kia Arena, so she's having to make that adjustment as well as adjusting to a very different game style to the one that she just came through. Wide serve into the backhand of Linette, off forehand into the backhand, and it's a passing winner from Linette. Pliskova stranded in the forecourt, and these are 2 massive break points for the 30-year-old Linette, who composes herself at the back of the court.
Not sure that was the right shot to come in on then from Pliskova, but she rushed to the net. As much as Pliskova rushes to the net.
Serves out wide, misses, and that is just a sign, Kate, of confusion as to how to finish Linette off.
A little desperation.
Looked to make a confident move, and yet it didn't come across as confident at all. It came across as panicked as she sends the backhand cross-court behind the serve, loops the forehand deep, angle from Linette down the line from Pliskova is a winner, does catch it. All or nothing on that forehand swing, and she took it all. Pliskova saves the first of the 2 break points.
Oh, hold your breath on that shot from Pliskova, almost going around the net on the forehand side. She got dragged out wide, but terrific control. She was in full flight.
So Pliskova still on the brink, serves out wide, nets, catches the net, I should say. So it is a let because it caught the corner of the service box as well. First serve still to come as Linette steadies herself, rocks from side to side and takes a half step in. First serve missed from Pliskova. Oh, there was a little crowd reaction there, a bit of a gasp. They know what a huge moment that could be in this clash. Second serve on the second break point. Pliskova sends it into the body. Linette returns backhand up the line. Pliskova's on the stretch, slices the forehand. Forehand up the line from Linette. Pliskova slices the backhand, but it's shallow in the court and netted by Linette. She went for the drop shot. It was high risk, and the ball was not high enough to clear that net.
No, it was high risk, but it was the right shot to play because she had her opponent behind the baseline, and she was never going to get to that. But she just, it was almost like she overplayed the slice, or the drop shot, should I say. Didn't get enough on it. Ooh, big point.
Deuce then. Pliskova serves to the forehand. Big one out wide. Linette tosses it back and nets. Does Pliskova. Oh my goodness. You'd have backed most days of the week to put that shot away.
Put your house on it.
That is just telling of the scoreboard pressure right now and the pressure from her opponent. It is 3-all. It is break point number 3. Pliskova with a long look across the net there before she prepared to serve. And the serve does come at the tee. Linette deep to the feet, too deep. It's long. Back to deuce.
Well, she's hardly missed at all, Linette, and just looked up at her box then just to say, did that go deep? Because I haven't missed today. And it comes up as a close call, and oh my word, indeed it was close. She knew you can fit. They feel it off the racket, don't they, the players?
There was a splinter in that. She hates the computer right now.
Not as much as Ostapenko.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Down the tee on returns from Pliskova. What a moment to find an ace.
Yeah, that's clutch. And that's terrific serving from Pliskova. And she'd get herself out of trouble again on serve.
Advantage to the number 30 seed. Pliskova with the deliberate ball bounces, with the toss, and with the serve out wide to the backhand. Looped deep from Linette. Backhand down the line from Pliskova, who's on top of the court. Backhand down the line again. Linette responds with the angle cross court. Pliskova down the line. Linette picks up the backhand. It's wide on this occasion. And Karolina Pliskova has survived. 3 break points saved. And the whole front row of her player box are on their feet as she edges out in front once again.
Well, Sasha, he's running. He'll need another notebook. I just noticed he is just scribbling a lot down. I'd love to read that book. I wonder what it says right now. What would it say?
Well, he's very thorough. I would imagine, and this would be my guess, I reckon that he takes notes on most of the points, just in terms of how they play out, positioning, strategy. Yeah, I think he gets really detailed, Sasha Bryant. That's just my feeling. I've not seen inside the notebook. I might try and find it later. And just
drawings.
Take it. Yeah, it could be drawings. He could be
playing hangman or something.
He could be designing her a new pair of purple trainers. I don't know, but I'm thinking more in terms of.
Well, how important was that hold for Pliskova just then? She's been under pressure again in this second set on serve, and Linette has had opportunities to break. She hasn't been able to. And Pliskova just keeping her nose in front.
Do you feel like that swings momentum in this set?
Well, it's, you know, Linette's been playing so well today. She's been so consistent. At some stage, she's, you know, you're looking at the scoreboard saying, I am so close to getting through to a semi-final, my first semi-final at a Grand Slam event. Like, you know, things could, hopefully it won't impact her play, but how does it not?
That's a good point. I feel like it levels things out more than actually swinging the momentum, because I feel like Linette has been a stride in front of Pliskova so far. And just with that hold of serve, Pliskova maybe makes it 50-50 here. I'm not sure that she takes a step out in front, but if she wins the opening point here, it only takes a point or two. I think that could be the big difference to show that she can build on what she's just done there. So second serve from the net is a big one, and it's into the body of Pliskova. Return deep with the forehand. Forehand back behind steady from Pliskova. Forehand cross-court angle from Linette, and Pliskova rips down the line, but it's put on the stretch, backhand into the net. And that is why she's not favourite in this set yet, Pliskova, because she slammed the forehand down the line, and Linette was able to diffuse and redirect.
Yeah, I mean, her defensive play has been terrific today, Linette, but turning defence into offence, it's just, it's been brilliant to watch.
Linette serves out wide to the backhand, misses. And these misses are by slim margins from Linette right now. Sun is back out. Must have been behind a cloud because the court has lit up once again. Linette serves into the body. Pliskova takes it on the forehand. She backs off to do so. Now she's close to the baseline, but she nets the backhand. A few more of those limp errors from Pliskova, Kate.
Yeah, I just wonder, she's been staying back in the court on that second serve from Linette. She's seen 2 second serves so far in this game, which I think is the right move, but she's not moving then into the court to take the ball on the response from Linette. So, and I think she needs to get back into the court on some of those shots.
Linette serves out wide. The return is deep from Pliskova. She gets the footwork in to get around the ball. She's got the volley, but Linette has tracked it down, and she will fire the winner up the line. How is Pliskova not finishing that point?
I have no idea. But that set up, I mean, Linette's just doing such a good job. She's covering everything. She's so fast on court. Let's give her some credit there in terms of her movement.
Oh, there were huge strides to cover that.
But, yeah, that volley needed to be better from Pliskova.
Triple game point for Magda Linette. She will serve down the tee into the forehand. That's dumped into the net by Pliskova, and not what you wanted to see after the previous service game where she snuck through. She saved the 3 break points. That was a real opportunity to assert herself, and she just didn't take it, Kate.
No, and there was an opportunity for Pliskova, I thought, just to put some pressure on Linette, see how she's feeling out there, but she allowed that service to go by too quickly, not asking enough of her opponent.
It's really amazing that Linette is, well, Pliskova does fire an ace down the tee there, but who knows if it's a flash in the pan or continuity. She does seem the more composed, more confident player out here, Linette. It's not just a case of a free-swinging underdog. She's actually carrying herself like a seasoned top 10 player out here. As Pliskova serves down the tee, the backhand down the line is netted. So that lets Linette into the game at 15-all. It's 4-all on the board overall in the second set. Linette dancing from foot to foot, keeping light on her feet, keeping on her toes. Pliskova serves wide to the forehand. Linette takes it back, just shallow in the court, forces Pliskova to do the work. She'll go with the off forehand into the backhand, and that was too much from Pliskova. Linette stumbles the backhand into the floor, and Pliskova has a bit of breathing room here at 30-15, but not a lot.
Yeah, it was a nice, lovely forehand from Pliskova, really deep in the court, but it had some spice on it.
This is a massive game here. If Pliskova holds, she's 1 game away from leveling as Linette returns deep to the feet. Backhand up the line from Linette, forehand cross-court, pace off from Pliskova, and it's cross-court wide from Linette as she came up the back of that ball. Double game point for Karolina Pliskova.
Do you think she needs to do that more often in terms of just
stripping the pace?
Yeah, stripping the pace.
I think it's an idea. I think
showing something different.
She's had some
Linette.
chances, half chances in this set, and she's gone for too much. If she'd have been steadier in those moments, we could be looking at a different match right now as Pliskova serves wide and then does just touch the forehand up the line. And again, Linette flies long with the backhand. So she may be onto something, Pliskova. There's a look over at her team as if to say, why was I not doing this earlier? But Sasha Bayan, notebook in hand, seems quite pleased. I think that's on page number 57 of his notes.
Chapter 3.
Yeah, chapter 3. Chapter 3, paragraph 4. That's what that was all about.
Take some pace off the ball.
Karolina Pliskova, 5-4, 1 game away from leveling this encounter.
And if you're listening to us anywhere around the world, please send us a note, even if it's just to say hello.
And tell us where you're listening from.
Yeah,
we want to hear from you. I also want to know if anyone is taking Donna Vekić against Aryna Sabalenka, because the more rounds we go through, the more I feel like people are picking Sabalenka for this trophy.
Okay, so are you looking at stats, or are you going to go with how you feel?
I'm just not going there with that match.
No,
I think I'll take that
Abigail.
match off. I think I'll go and get some lunch or something
No, you
and watch it
can't
on the
do
screen.
that.
No, I'll be keeping an eye on it, that's for sure. But in terms of making predictions about it, I don't think any of my shifts cross over with that one, so I might just stay in the shade. But no,
and what, come back and talk about and say, yeah, that's how I saw that playing out.
At the end of the day, I would take Aryna Sabalenka there. Considering those numbers as well, 5-1, and I said this on the preview show, when you've got a player as good as Aryna Sabalenka is right now, you cannot stay down on a head-to-head like that for long. There has to be a moment where you turn the corner. And I feel like she's in the form and fitness to do so, as Magda Linette faces the most high-pressure moment of the clash. She's serving to stay in the second set. Pliskova again strips the pace, gets the ball deep, but a backhand winner down the line from Linette might just get in ahead again. 15-love, first point on the board.
There's one thing about taking pace off, but that ball just set up nicely into Linette's backhand. And she, as we mentioned, that is such a weapon. A great strike from her off that side.
Linette serves out wide to the backhand. It is long. Kate tried to catch the ball, but unfortunately the glass of the front of the commentary box stopped that one from getting too high. It would have been...
I was prepared.
It would have been a 10 out of 10 catch,
Thank
Kate.
you.
Second serve from Magda Linette into the backhand of Pliskova. Backhand up the line from Linette. Pliskova loops deep to the body, and it's the forehand into the net from Linette. Lent out of the ball, and it is 15-all.
Yeah, and Pliskova doing a great job on that occasion to keep Linette right behind the baseline. Don't let her on the baseline where she's been doing so much damage.
Linette keeps her head down, then sends up the toss, then sends in the serve.
Oh.
And it's an ace out wide, and it's not the first of those that we've seen skid off that sideline and curl away from the Pliskova racket. 30-15.
She really does mix up her serves nicely, Linette, as Pliskova wondering what's coming down. They're not thunderbolts, but by word, they're effective.
Just takes a little pressure off her shoulders here, Linette, who delivers this time to the forehand of Pliskova, and that just misses the sideline. I'm going to say by a centimetre or two there from Pliskova, meaning it is double game point for Linette.
Well, we're going to get another look at that return from Pliskova. Yes, out by an inch.
Linette, couple of game points. And a serve to the forehand is wide. Second serve to come from Linette. Where is Pliskova? She's on top of the baseline, as she often has been. Linette serves into the body. Pliskova cost herself time there. I said into the body, but it was actually more towards the backhand, and she wasted time there, Pliskova, by trying to get it on the forehand wing.
She ran around it.
Blasted long, so 5 games all in this second set. Myself and Kate, I believe, now staying with you until the end of the set. So deep in this set we are, 5 games all. It could all end here, or we could be on court for another hour or so. That's the interesting moments of the match.
Well, we're staying with you.
We are indeed. And it's not like AO Radio would shut down if we weren't. We will be replaced at some point in the commentary booth by, I believe, Peter Mercato and Jill Kraber. So just going off the rotor on my right-hand side. Okay, Pliskova has lost the opening point on serve. Suddenly, there's an opening here for Linette. Love 15. Pliskova serves wide to the backhand, and that is looped long from Linette. It just kicked up into her racket strings there. Didn't have the control. 15 all.
That was interesting. Linette looked up, and I think she forgot that her support crew down the other end.
She heard someone.
Yeah.
Someone. No, I think that was a cheer for Karolina because it was Czech. So I don't know why she gave it a couple of glances.
It's odd, wasn't it?
Yeah. Weird one. Well, second serve to come for Pliskova, who looks across at Linette before serving a double fault. Second serve long down the tee. She's got to be so careful now. The number 30 seed. 15-30, serving at 5 all, and that was double fault number 6 on the match. In comparison, Linette has hit just 1. First serves in on the current set for Pliskova has increased vastly from the opening set. 76% of the first serves landed now, but it's all about when you land them, isn't it, Kate?
That's right.
And these are big points now where she's missed a couple in a row. Oh my goodness,
Lord.
Double fault. That was a huge double fault. It didn't come close to landing. And it is a massive moment for Magda Linette in her debut major quarterfinal. She's staring down 2 break points here. If she takes either one of them, she'll be serving for a spot in the semi-finals. Pliskova prepares to deliver, goes into the hip of Linette, taken on the backhand. It's into the net from Pliskova. That is tame from the former world number 1. And for Magda Linette, this could be the biggest day of her life so far. After this sit down, she will be serving for her spot in the last 4.
It was almost like Pliskova surrendered just then on serve. How far did she miss that other...
Wow.
It barely made the court.
I mean, I've got to have...
It's almost like she was about to take Sasha out.
Maybe she didn't like what was on page 63,
exactly.
paragraph 4.
I bet that wasn't in the book.
My goodness. I mean, look, we say this. I can't actually comprehend how players compose themselves in moments like that. It takes incredible amounts of training, but also I feel like in a way, it doesn't help to be the most experienced player at this stage when the draw is so open. I noticed that incredibly so at the 2021 US Open when Emma Raducanu and Leylah Fernandez made the final. They were up against Aryna Sabalenka and Maria Sakkari, respectively, in the semi-finals, and both those players reached a point where they tightened. Sakkari from the get-go. Sabalenka was blowing Fernandez off the court for a while, but Fernandez makes you play so many balls, so many different balls. She was made to feel the moment. And Linette, she's the player with everything to gain here. She's stepping up to take it.
Well, she's in control of her destiny here.
Serving for the match. Magda Linette again lets the toss drop as she has throughout the encounter before going for the first serve. No, she'll let the toss drop again. That's a little bit of a betrayal of maybe some nerves here, which are understandable, but Pliskova will have to feed on them, and it's a first serve long. Now, just the early moments here, Kate, very indicative that she feels what a monumental moment this is. It'll be interesting to see if she can take it in stride. Second serve to come, that swings wide into the forehand. Pliskova deep to the feet, and now on top of the baseline for the back-behind backhand. Deep to the body from Linette. Pliskova catches the sideline, then the backhand up the line into the forehand, sliced into the net by Linette on the scramble. First point, Pliskova.
Yeah, terrific from Pliskova. Taken out wide on the backhand, but kept low over that ball. Redirects it down the line and putting pressure on Linette from the get-go here.
So Linette not able to settle in this most massive of service games. She serves out wide to the Pliskova backhand cross-court, and up the line wide from Pliskova. No, Carolina, that's not the moment to go for the winner, not when you can see that your opponent is nervous and there's the opportunity to agitate. I think that's a little lapse in judgment there from Pliskova. 15 all, and she was up on top of the court.
Yeah, it feels a lot different to love 30.
Linette serves wide to the forehand. Pliskova chops it back, recovers, but down the line, winner into the open court from Linette. That previous point has changed everything out here. Back with purpose and shoulders up is Magda Linette. She is 2 points away from the semi-finals.
She's used that serve, that short angle, taking her opponent out wide to such great effect today. Linette
gets ready. Serves out wide to the Pliskova backhand. That is a lethal angle from Pliskova, and it draws the error. Linette drifting the backhand long, so she's still so close and yet so far. And the breathing there from Linette, maybe a little more shallow. There's definite nerves here,
yeah,
and that's understandable.
Absolutely.
2 points away still, but locked at 30 all. Linette serves down the tee. Pliskova with the backhand deep, the cross-court backhand into the backhand from Linette, who's on top of the baseline. Cross-court backhand angle, gets the slice from Pliskova. She steadies Linette to go down the line. Pliskova chops the forehand, just testing her out. Cross-court forehand into the Pliskova forehand, which is deeper, down the line from Linette. Backhand up the line from Pliskova. Cross-court forehand into the forehand from Linette, and that will go long from Pliskova. This is the moment. In her first major quarter-final, Magda Linette has a match point to take another step into this Australian Open draw. Semi-finals within touching distance. Linette takes the ball, steadies herself, serves down the tee, it's wide. So a second serve on match point number 1 for unseeded 30-year-old Magda Linette. She pauses, she tosses, she serves into the backhand of Pliskova, deep to the feet, backhand cross-court from Linette, backhand up the line from Pliskova. Linette just scoops that one deep. Pliskova tosses up a high ball. Linette steadies with the feet, cross-court backhand into the backhand of Pliskova, deep to the baseline, cross-court forehand from Linette, into the net from Carolina Pliskova. The racket drops. The look of delight and shock, an overwhelmed emotion from Magda Linette. Unseeded at the age of 30, the pole has made it to her first major semi-final here in Melbourne. And she cannot quite believe it. Hands to her face. What scenes we've witnessed here on Rod Laver Arena, and my goodness, as she goes to the baseline to retrieve the racket that she dropped, she so deserved that, Kate.
Oh, she did, and she held her nerve from the very first ball. She was under pressure in that last set on serve, and she didn't falter, not once. And Pliskova's just leaving court. She was very quick to grab her things and exit Rod Laver Arena, but Magda Linette, I mean, that was a superb game. She just hugged the baseline all day. She retrieved every ball, and it was the service that I was most impressed with, her ability just to mix things up. And yeah, no, she's through to her first semi-final, and indeed she is very, very happy.
It's a story we've seen before for Karolina Pliskova so many times. You wonder where the turn in the road might come for her, but it won't be today. Linette,
it'll be in chapter 6.
It will be in chapter 6.
How we turn the corner.
Paragraph 5. That's for later. For now, it is time to hear from Magda Linette. She'll be speaking with Jelena Vekić on this stadium court.
Magda, congratulations. You are through to your first ever Grand Slam semi-final. I can see you're very emotional. Can you believe what has just happened, what you've accomplished?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for cheering and supporting. I really needed this, so thank you. Yeah, it's so emotional. I can't really believe it. It's really dreams come true. So we keep going, though. I don't want to go too excited because we're still in the tournament, but I'm super grateful and happy.
Now, you played a pretty perfect match there, especially in the first set. What was the key to you winning the match today? You've played her 9 times before. She does lead the head-to-head 7-2. What did you do well today?
I definitely stayed composed at the beginning because she had a really good break at the very start of the match. So I knew how tough it's going to be to break her back, so I just stayed really composed, and I'm really happy when I had my chance, I took it, and I really took care of my service games. I thought that the percentage wasn't there because she's really pressing me on it, but I'm glad that I managed to serve it out, and then later on, when I had a chance to break her again, I took my chances.
Now, you talked a lot about why you're playing so well this tournament, and you said you worked a lot on controlling your emotions, and you said it was emotional management, and that you, in your words, had to almost grow up a little bit on the tennis court. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think through all my life I've been taking mistakes, losses very personally, so disconnect those two things, Magda, the tennis player, and a person, was really difficult because I felt a lot of times that the misses, the mistakes are defining me. So, I mean, my coaches and me did a really great job, and I'm really thankful to them because they really put up with a lot of crap. So thank you.
Sometimes that's their job. Last one. Is this now, becoming your favorite place? Rod Laver Arena, Melbourne Park. Is this now pretty much home and your favorite place?
Yeah, I mean, I will never forget this. It's, the first time ever I'm breaking through some really difficult things for me. So, I mean, this will stay with me for life. So I'm really grateful. I'm super happy for the support. So again, thank you so much, everybody.
Well, thank you. We look forward to seeing you in the semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, your Australian Open semi-finalist, Magda Linette.
Plays so well and speaks so sweetly, always, Linette. She's a pleasure to listen to, really. And just very honest as well.
I like the point that she makes around, not getting down on herself so much and being able to leave, if you've done something that, wasn't great, just moving on. You've got to move on. Let the good things define you, not the bad.
Absolutely. She wrote all love on the camera there. It's definitely what she's feeling right now. And yeah, bin the numbers. I'm never looking at stats pre-match again. My goodness. But that's just what I felt. I felt like I've just been so skeptical and pessimistic about Karolina Pliskova that I had to give her maybe a little bit of benefit of the doubt. But I'll continue to have the same doubts about her. There are moments in matches where she just looks flat. doesn't have the energy, doesn't have the fire that she needs to look for the options, fire through the ball.
I wonder whether or not it's too much on her serve, how well she's serving, and if it's not on, then everything else falls apart.
Because those numbers did improve in the second set, but that second set was kept close, and so there was scoreboard pressure at the end, and she lost her first serve. It was missing throughout the first set, but then she lost it again at the back end of the second, which was the most crucial moment.
Did she have, how many break points did she have on Linette?
Not how many did she have the opportunity to convert? I'm just scanning down my list here. Break points, break points, break points, break points. One of 4 for Pliskova, but Linette was able to convert 3 of her 9 chances, so she just had continuously more looks in there. So Magda Linette moving through, and it is a theme at the Australian Open. I feel over the years there is always a debut major semi-finalist at this slam. There tends to be someone that makes their breakthrough here. Usually they're a little younger though in age category.
Yeah,
so
this is nice to see.
For Magda Linette to start peaking at 30, I think that's a great sign when you consider all the young talent we haven't come through at the moment and how long they could potentially be around forming rivalries for. I think that's it's a good story from Magda Linette.
30's not old.
No, it's not.
I mean, she's been on the tour for a while now, but at the end of the day, like 30 is not old. And I mean, it's a terrific story, which hasn't ended through to the semi-finals. Can she get to the final here at the Australian Open? Well, she'll come up against either Sabalenka or Vekić.
I think whoever she comes up against out of those two is going to hit the ball harder and more consistently than Pliskova. Pliskova had to start stripping the pace off because she couldn't keep the consistency when she was hitting through the ball the way she likes to. There
was no return game today.
No.
None whatsoever. And moments where she needed to put pressure on the Linette serve and just to see in terms of emotions and, whether or not her opponent was nervous out there, she just didn't apply any pressure when she needed to.
And that was interesting because what I noted before the match from Pliskova's previous matchups was that she was making her opponents work a lot harder for their first serve points. So I'm not sure where that was today, but it just goes to show.
I think she struggled to read the serve of Linette today.
Okay. It just couldn't get that foothold early enough.
And then, things just started to snowball out of control.
Well, it can be tough on the biggest of stages when all the eyes are on you. And again, we'll say it, she was under the radar coming in. This was the first moment in the tournament, centre stage as the higher-ranked player. I feel, personally, where really she was the centre of attention in terms of who was on court. There was a lot of questions about, can Karolina Pliskova do what she used to do?
Yep.
And she didn't have the answers to those questions today. So back to the drawing board for Pliskova. But on to the semi-finals for Magda Linette. She's worked hard for it. It's good to see. So she moves on, but at 1 o'clock we will have... Oh, hello, Peter Mercato. How are you doing?
Jill Cravers.
He's got his hand on. Yeah, Jill was hanging back. Hello, Jill. I saw Jill before. I didn't see Mercato before. I don't think.
No, he's
shaking his head. He's not going to be able to put the headset on with that hat on, so he's got to take that off at some point. I haven't seen you today, Jill. That's what I'm saying. I haven't seen you, but I have... Huh? No! Oh, okay. Oh, my goodness. Peter's trashing my attempts on the mic here, but...
Don't listen to them, Abigail.
I'm still on. Yeah, I'm still live. Everyone can hear me. Jill, I've seen you a lot this fortnight. Clearly so much that I can't actually remember the last time I saw you. I still need to buy you that ice cream that we had going on the Rublev-Rune match, because she did edge me there with her pick of Rublev. But I was 1 point away. I said Rune, and Rune served for it and had match. Yeah,
you know what Linette said about just letting things go and not letting them worry you? No. Abigail, let it go.
Cannot let
Move
go.
on.
I've moved on from that one.
No good can come of analysing that match that's come and gone.
It's true.
and being down on yourself.
True.
Come
Okay,
on.
I'll move on to the next one. Who did I pick in the Sabalenka-Vekić match? I went Sabalenka, didn't I? I feel better about that
I think
one.
you were hedging your bets there. You were talking about disappearing into the shadows.
Yes, and I will do that as well. I will be doing it. I'll be watching this one from the very back row of Rod Laver Arena, right under the roof. I should throw that question to you, though, Kate. What do you think of this Sabalenka-Vekić matchup?
I think it's, well, interesting in terms of record, but I believe that Arena will come in thinking that she will win this quite convincingly in 2 straight sets, and I'm going to back her on that one.
You're going to back Arena Sabalenka?
Yeah, I'm backing her in. I'm seeing her all the way to the final, and then let's see.
I think you're one of many in that department. So first match of the day down on Rod Laver Arena, and 3 more to come. 2 of those will be in the afternoon session, and then it's a night match for Novak Djokovic and Andrei Rublev. I'm going to give myself a little bit more breathing room on that one, because I feel like everyone is just completely writing Rublev off, and I was almost in that boat myself. So I'm going to have a little think here. How could Rublev win that match? Well, A, he is complete underdog, despite his status as one of the top seeds.
Off.
Complete underdog, so the pressure is off. 2, he nailed some incredible serves against Holger Rune in some high-pressure moments. Actually, I feel like he saved his biggest serves for the biggest moments, which is which will be a big deal against Djokovic, because you've got to land those marks. He's one of the best returners the game has ever seen. You've got to keep him guessing as well in terms of the placement of those balls. So there's that. He could, I think, if he can keep the scoreboard close with his own serve, then there's the opportunity for him to gain confidence and maybe Djokovic to get irritated. So
if Djokovic plays the way he played the other night, he hasn't a chance.
Rublev?
Yeah.
But that's not my point, Kate. I'm trying to get some points going for Rublev here. You destroyed everything that I was trying to do. I really hope that Andrei Rublev isn't listening now, but actually maybe that's what he needs. Maybe he needs to hear this, get fired up, really get going against the nine-time champion.
I hope he's not listening, and I hope he wasn't watching.
Okay. Peter Mercato, I think, wants to take his seat.
He's getting very edgy. Okay, we'll go to a break.
We will go to a break, and then we'll get the next 2 in. So Peter Mercato and Jill Krabus will be with you to take you through the next match between Arina Sabalenka and Donna Vekić. People have made their predictions. Now it's time to find out the outcome here on AO Radio.
Hey, who's listed in the top 50 ranked players?
It's in the program!
Okay, but I really want to know modern tennis history.
Like I said, get with the program!
But I need it all in one place.
Everything a tennis fan needs is in the Australian Open official program.
Oh yeah, the official program at the AO shop on site.
And Australian newsagents or online at australianopenshop.com.
Ever thought about becoming a tennis coach? Turn your passion into a profession and help the next generation of superstars. Enjoy a healthy and active outdoor lifestyle and positively influence keen young players. A Tennis Australia coaching course will make a career out of what you love. Kickstart your coaching journey today by visiting tennis.com.au/coaches.
Fit as a fiddle or looking to step it up? Either way, cardio tennis is a great way to get active. Run by Tennis Australia accredited coaches, you can enjoy high-energy tennis drills, activities and challenges, and they're all set to a pumping soundtrack. Cardio tennis, the perfect program for beginner or intermediate players who are keen to work up a sweat.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Hi, this is Alexi Popper and you're listening to AO Radio.
Oh, we're here. We are. Just wanted to leave that pregnant pause so we could build the tension and the drama. Arina Sabalenka and Donna Vekić coming up very, very soon. Not the fact that these headphone cords have just set off that break. I love it. Anyway, you don't want to hear that again. We are ready to go. The sun is out. It's a beautiful day. Actually, quite humid out there. We're looking for a top of 31 Celsius. At the moment, we're sitting on 29. And the crowd just going out, getting a bit of refreshment. We're about 8 minutes away from our next match for broadcast here on AO Radio. And it will be Sabalenka and Vekić. We've got plenty of messages coming through. AO Radio at tennis.com.au. AO Radio at tennis.com.au on the email. or ausopen.com/AO Radio. Fill out the Ask the Booth form. ausopen.com/AO Radio. Fill out the Ask the Booth form. Make sure you tell us where you're listening. And also the country that you're listening in. Hello, Jill Cravis.
Hello, Peter Mercado. How are you?
It's been a while since we've worked together.
I know, it has. It's been too long, but we're reunited.
And it feels so good.
Yeah.
Well, let's just give our impressions of what we saw in the previous match. Magda Linette getting the win over Karolina Pliskova. We know how much is based around the Karolina Pliskova first serve. It didn't come to the party, particularly in that first set. And Magda Linette, we're talking about Polish players at the start of the tournament and who might be fancy to get through. I don't think many were talking about Magda Linette.
I know, she's been playing unbelievable. I've been courtside for a couple of her matches, and it's such a good position to be in, because just to see it up close and watch her face and look at how focused and determined she is, it's great to see. I don't think anyone would argue with the fact that when you see her in the draw, you know it's not an easy match. She's always a good fighter. She's a very consistent player. And I think she's just, you're not seeing any holes in her game right now. And I'm not that surprised that she was able to come through against Pliskova, because she's been so solid. Pliskova, yes, if she can serve well and she can serve you off the court, but Magda Linette has been returning exceptionally well. She's been staying up on the baseline a little bit just to take the return slightly earlier. And she's very consistent off the ground. And Pliskova, that can force Pliskova to go for a little bit more. So, I mean, I'm actually not that surprised that she won that match.
I agree.
Even considering the occasion.
That was the thing for me, though. I think I mentioned it on the Australian Open podcast, which is out right now. You can listen through your favourite podcast outlet. That because I think she's played out here the last couple of times as well. Has helped when you went out and just dominated with one of the best on-court interviews we've had for the Australian Open. When you spoke to her a couple of rounds ago,
she was emotional.
Yeah, but it was that thing of
it was a second night session.
Yes.
So even that's a different occasion, kind of a bigger occasion than a day, I think.
Yeah, and it was you play that match, and she said she was nervous. Then she played the next match, and she said she wasn't as nervous because she'd been out here already before. Right. You come to this particular, and your opponent, to be fair, is giving you some opportunity. You have to open that door. You have to walk through it. Did that. You know, that's setting her up now. Sabalenka or Vekić, what an occasion that is, because now, I mean, obviously he was feeling that from round one. She's a player, of course. You want to win the damn thing. But now, real opportunity. This is the real opportunity to step through. You know, you never know when you might get that opportunity again. This is the best opportunity. It's amazing.
Yeah, and she said she doesn't really look at the draw, but at this stage of the tournament,
there's only a handful of players.
Exactly.
There's no one left.
I think she knows, and so you can easily start to think, okay, wow, I had this opening, I had this opportunity, but for some reason, I don't get the sense that that's going to bother her. Just like you said, she's had those consecutive matches on Rod Laver Arena. I do think it made a difference that it was a night match where she felt those nerves, and I think that the fact that she got through that match, that helped her a lot, and you can see it. You could see it in the next couple rounds, and so I think she's in such a good place. And really now, I mean, she's got nothing to lose. She can just even loosen up more, because even though it looks open to her, I feel like she's so rock solid that even when she gets nervous, she can make her opponent play.
Yeah, agree, absolutely, and I think that will put her in good stead looking ahead to the semi-finals, which will be coming up tomorrow evening. We'll have it all here on AO Radio. By the way, in terms of Linette and the head-to-heads against her opponents here, she has losing record against both. So against Sabalenka leads the head-to-head there, 2-0. And against Vekić 1-0. So having to turn all that around. But
were any of them in slams?
Not sure. I've just got the
headline
information to start us off there. And now one thing we've got to address before we get out here. We were on air yesterday, Candy Reid and I.
Yeah.
And I looked over to the corner over where the photographers sit. We noticed you were doing some wonderful business courtside. And then the heavens decided to open.
Oh, right.
And I've looked over, and Candy and I have looked over, and we've seen you were sitting next to Renee Stubbs, who was doing stuff for ESPN.
Yes.
You had this quite extra large, I would say, umbrella above her.
Yep.
Heavens open. You had nothing.
No, I had nothing.
I'm calling this umbrella gate. And then the heavens opened, and it poured down. And there's it, Renee. She's loving life. She just sitting under the umbrella. You had nothing. I hope heads have rolled, because about 5 minutes later the umbrella arrived and the roof was shut.
Well, to be honest, it was my own fault, because one of the great workers that help us get situated with our audio and everything came over to me, and he's like, "Would you like an umbrella?" And I said, "No, I'm fine." I mean, the roof was open. I felt like everyone had everything under control, thinking no rain was coming. It was overcast, so I didn't feel like the sun was necessarily blaring in my face. So I denied the umbrella, which in the end was a mistake.
Unforced error by Krabus.
Yes, and then it just started sprinkling a little bit, and I was like, oh, this isn't so bad. And then it started getting harder and harder, and I was courtside for the TV, and I kept saying, oh, no, I'm fine. No, wait a second, I'm in trouble here. And the worst was that I had white pants on, which is never a good idea when it's pouring, as you know. So I did get drenched a little bit, and then someone finally came over.
Finally is the key word there.
Finally came over and put the umbrella up for me. And then they closed the roof, and then I totally forgot of the umbrella, and I proceeded to keep the umbrella up for the next hour, even though the roof was closed.
I mean, that was an interesting look too. I mean, 2 unforced errors in the match, to be honest, Jill, but that's okay.
I definitely lost.
Well, I'm glad that's sorted out, but I hope that they work out. The first drop of rain, there's an umbrella above your head next time too. Just pointing that out. Hello to all my friends. Please hire me next year. Anyway, we're watching Aryna Sabalenka make her way towards the backstage area. The head-to-head between these two is quite stark. It's 5-1 in favour of Donna Vekić, but, you know, Vekić is this player who's been thereabouts. It's a player that's been there for a long time, comparatively speaking. And you look through the wins. The big one for me, the big match is their previous meeting. So San Diego quarterfinals, which Vekić won 6-1 in the final set. That tournament really was the catalyst for Donna to go on and get that ranking back up again and put her in as a contender here. She's working with Pam Shriver now, but you know, she credits that as that was the real turning point of her 2022 that's led to what's happening here.
Well, it's interesting because I actually commentated on that match because I did the whole week of San Diego, and I remember that match. It was a battle, and she played so solid. That really was the tournament where she started to play much better. She had come through qualifying in that tournament and lost to Swiatek in the final, but that was it just sort of happened with Pam. I mean, Pam lives near Los Angeles, and she saw the tournament was in San Diego, so just decided to drive down and observe and watch, and that's where she connected with Donna Vekić. But they are working as a team. I was talking with Pam and Vekic's coach Nick in the corridor the other day, and Pam was very quick to be like, I'm just, you know, the third wheel here, I'm just mentoring, and she gave all the credit to Nick. But obviously their communication is great, which is important when you have multiple coaches or mentors, and so they have a great relationship.
Well, she said that actually, Donna, that you know that this only works because of the clear messaging that's coming from both of them. Like, there's not that conflicting message, oh, you should do this, no, you should do that kind of thing. And she's actually really appreciative of the fact that she is getting that message. She's only dropped the 2 sets for the year. She played United Cup, swept through all of that. She was only dropped the 2 sets here as well. So is in great form. You know, Fruhvirtova was a real challenge the other day. She raced through that opening set, then the level dropped. Well, Fruhvirtova, to be fair, Fruhvirtova's level rose.
Yeah.
And then was able to get it back on track. Had that feeling that the match was trending that way. But she's going to be liking her chances. And I think the experience factor might be interesting. Both players very experienced. There's not going to be that issue necessarily of being tight or nerves or that sort of thing. So as Sabalenka is just holding us up slightly. Quick bathroom break and
I think there's always a little nerves in these
moments.
But
not the nerves of first time, big court, etc. They don't have that kind of thing.
They've all been in this situation before. This is only Donna's second quarterfinal, I think, at a slam, and obviously Sabalenka has made it to a few semifinals, but that head-to-head might give Donna some confidence.
So she's walking down the tunnel now. We'll get to some of your messages a bit later on as well. Have them coming through the afternoon. Thoughts and impressions on how things are shaking out, and also doubles on courts. We've got Hunter and Mertens, the Aussie-Belgium combination, taking on Kostyuk and Rus. So that's getting underway on MCA. We've also got plenty of action happening on the men's doubles side on Kia Arena. Mies and Piers, against Granollers and Zeballos, the 14 seeds taking on the 8 seeds. And that'll be followed by Kulov and Skupski, the top seeds taking on Hijikata and Kubler, the Aussie wildcard combination. We also have Aoyama and Shibahara taking on Dolhide and Kalinskaya. Let's bring the players out onto court, though, for our second quarterfinals today on the women's singles side.
It's
to the crowd, and all down to business as she takes the chair closest to the entrance. Big moments for both of these players as they get ready. And we'll have the toss of the coin very, very soon. aoradio@tennis.com.au, email, or alzopen.com/AO Radio. Fill out the Ask the Booth form. We already know the first of our semi-finals coming up tomorrow will be Rybakina and Azarenka. And then it'll be Linette facing the winner of this match. So see how this one plays out this afternoon, and we'd love your thoughts along the way too. Coming up after this match, we have the men's singles quarterfinal. Ben Shelton and Tommy Paul, all USA, and for Jill's benefit, USA.
Oh, thanks, Peter.
And then Andre Rublev will take on Novak Djokovic tonight. 7:30 start tonight, 7:30 local time start, which means the Twilight Show will start at 7 p.m. So just a little change there for pretty much now until the end of the tournament, really. So just be aware that Kate & Co will be 7 p.m. tonight as players get their way to the nets. Looks like Mariana Valjevic will be in the chair for today's match.
Hi, ladies. So this is Taylor. She's going to help us today with a coin toss. After the coin toss, can I please ask you for a photo with Taylor facing this way? Just a couple reminders. 1 for the warm-up, 25 seconds in between the points. Try to be ready with the balls by the baseline after the warm-up to be on time. Any questions? Yours is red. Donna blue. Okay? So, Arena, we have AO or Ken Roswell? AO her choice. You can toss the coin.
Let's have a look at the toss of the coin here. Oh, yes, good elevation. Liked it. Bit of roll going too.
It's Ken Roswell. Receive.
Vekić will receive first in the match, and we'll have the photo with the young hot shotter. Good to see out there on court. There we go, and big smiles, and away we go into the warm-up. I like that elevation on the coin toss. Well done from that youngster out there on court.
They're very good.
They are.
Yeah, they're so cute.
That indicates that they've practiced as well.
Yeah.
Just getting ready for that one. Anyway, we're into the warm-up. How do you see it playing out, Jill, today?
Oh, this is a very tough one. I mean, I know Vekić has that huge head-to-head against Sabalenka, 5-1, but they've never played in a Grand Slam before, so much different circumstances. Sabalenka, I feel like, has been playing so well. I know she has those big swings off the baseline and hits with a lot of pace, but I feel like she's been playing a lot smarter as far as shot selection, using angles a little bit more. We've seen her use the drop shot, the slice. So I'm loving that she's throwing in that more variety, and that's catching a lot of her opponents off guard because they know how powerful she can be off the ground. However, Vekić, since you've mentioned since last fall in San Diego, she's got she has a great team behind her. She's got a really big serve, and when she's serving well, that confidence just grows throughout her game. So this one is a pretty big toss-up for me.
Yeah, it is for me as well. I think, anyone else down the other end of the court, you'd be going, Sabalenka, well, you're a big chance of winning this because you're able to dominate, but I don't think you can do that against Donna Vekić. And one of the other things that she's adding to the game, she played doubles, lost to Pegula and Goff early on in the tournament, but I think Pam's trying to get more movement towards the net, try and finish up the points a bit quicker and get comfortable there.
If you know how Pam
Exactly.
plays.
She's there all the time.
Yeah.
I was doing her previous match, Vekić, for TV against Ravitova, and I had Liz Smiley in the commentary box. I said, I've talked about head-to-heads, and they'd obviously played doubles together and everything like that. What would you bring to the game? Like volley?
Yeah.
No, like it was a split second, and just volley. First thing that came out of Liz's mouth.
Right.
But it helps, and I think also, confidence breeds success. You start having that run. She only fell in that tournament. She lost to Świątek, but she had wins over these top 10 players in a row and got that belief back that she can be right at the top. If she does win the tournament, she'll go back to the top 10, world's top 10. She's sort of been touching distance. She hasn't really been all that high before. She's been thereabouts, but hasn't been able to string it together. this is her opportunity. She's feeling good. I think she's feeling as good as she ever has, really, Donna Vekić.
I think it's good that she's been able to string it together at the start of this year, too, because so often you finish the year, and if you're finishing strong, you kind of don't want the season to end. I mean, it's good to work on things for the off-season, but when you start winning those matches back-to-back, that consistency, you're like, okay, I'm on a roll now. But it's good that she, you know, had that great off-season and came back and is still carrying that confidence over from how she finished last fall.
Have we got any messages coming in that we can mention?
Yes. Good day from Bristol, UK. It's Backhand Bobby, ready for another all-nighter. Oh, here we go.
Well, for our backhand Bobby, not us.
It's kind of a long message, but it's worth reading. What a fantastic effort from Linette. Charming young woman, too. Real crowd pleaser. Good luck to Magda for the rest of the tournament. I am Team Rybakina all the way, but hopefully Magda can at least make the final. I'm looking forward to Gabby Roos and Kostyuk in the dubs next. Tough one against Hunter and Mertens. Shame it clashes with Vekić and Sabalenka. So AO Radio, please do keep me updated on the singles action. Bless you.
We'll absolutely do that. So they're just warming up out there on MCA. The matches starting at the same time as Mitsubishi. By the way, I was wandering in this morning past Kia Arena, and I thought, there's loud music. I thought, surely there's not a match on because the players would be going deaf out there. But it was fun for the kids. Yeah, the Looney Tunes characters were out there.
Did they?
Yeah, Sylvester and Bugs.
It's a theme this year because it's all over the merchandise too. All the Looney Tunes. Yeah. Last year it was Snoopy, I think, and Woodstock. I like Snoopy and Woodstock.
Yes, I like the Looney Tunes. So
I
thought I've got to go in and watch this. So actually, the kids were having a great time. I don't have kids, but I was having a good time.
They have such good things for kids. They have a whole kids zone with like ropes, and then they have a whole section with paddle tennis and ping pong, and
they're doing the Nickelodeon thing. I think they had it for Kids Day here.
That's cool.
Yeah. So if you are coming from overseas, by the way, and if you can get here early, you've got the kids with you, try and get here a couple of days early, because I think the Saturday before the tournament starts is a big kids' day. So if you're looking for an activity to bring the kids, if you are holidaying down here before coming to the tournament proper, do that. Well worth it. All right, it's Akadaka going around. Even though no one is dressed in black, but that's okay. Let's get this one underway. The last of our women's singles quarterfinals. It's Aryna Sabalenka and Donna Vekić. Sabalenka serving from our commentary box end here on AO Radio, live around the world. And the first ball out wide, missing. Second serve, taking plenty of time on this second serve is Sabalenka. This one will run around and play the forehand into the juice court. Up the line goes Sabalenka, and it goes wide. So the first point going the way of the player from Croatia. It's love 15.
Well, both of these players are both going to be aggressive, especially when they get the opportunities for second serve, just to try and get the first strike on the ball. And Vekić, it's got great shape on that forehand side in particular, a little flatter on the backhand side. That was already a great return just to put pressure on Sabalenka.
Serve here, big up the middle of the court from Vekić. Forehand to forehand from both players. Vekić goes to the ad court, and the backhand from Sabalenka is netted in reply. Way back in the court, it's love 30. Opening game, the winner to play Magda Linette, who earlier today had a win over Karolina Pliskova in straights. As we wait now, Sabalenka from our commentary and the serve down the tail to the backhand of Vekić, and that backhand is wide. And it's 15-30 opening game of the match here.
Sabalenka has improved that serve significantly so far this year, and it's because of that change-up that she's able to produce. She's putting a little bit more spin sometimes, occasionally throwing in some kick serves as a first serve.
Ready now for this ball out wide. It's a good one, unreturnable, so it's 30-all. I mean, we talked about Pliskova and the reliance on the serve being the big feature. The same for Sabalenka, and this time last year, if you remember, Jill, particularly in Adelaide, there were all sorts of problems. Actually, caught up with Mark Philippoussis. Like, if you want to talk to someone about serving, he'd be right
probably
up
a good
there.
idea.
Yep. But
not a bad choice.
Serve down the tee is missing here, but there's just been a bit of tinkering. It's not anything you know, a total overhaul or anything like that, but the consistency has improved and the results have shown, particularly in 2022. Second serve. Out wide, big forehand from Vekić. It's a short ball for Sabalenka to hammer a forehand up the line for a winner. And goes to 40-30 in the opening game.
Yeah, I mean, I never felt like her serve had that many issues technically. I mean, for a long time, she served exceptionally well. So it was just she got out of rhythm. So it was just making some small adjustments. She did hire quite a few different coaches. She hired someone considered a biomechanical expert to try and figure some stuff out. But I think it's just maybe investing in some time with trying to think of the serve that gives you that extra confidence to be like, okay, now I feel like I have things under control again.
Second serve here for Sabalenka. 40-30, the serve to the backhand of Vekić. Backhand to backhand, back on the line. Winner from Sabalenka. Under some early pressure to start off, but holds the opening game of the match. And I think you're right too, but I think that second serve is more the issue. Not the first, but the second where, I mean, you rely on that as the safety. I know I'm going to put spin on it.
The second serve was the issue before.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even the first serve, though, when she would go after it, she would miss by a lot when she was struggling. I mean, she's not doing that anymore. So I mean, I think so much of that serve for her, in particular, I felt like was confidence, was believing in it. Because, you know, once it got in her head, I feel like it was hard for her to kind of get out of that moment.
And that's what I was saying. I'm being clumsy about this.
Oh, okay.
But when we rely on our second serve, well, you rely on your second serve, you're the player. The second serve is that safety. I know I'm going to land that because I've got the technique and I'm going to take a bit of pace up to make sure it goes in each and every time.
Right, correct, yeah.
Whereas that was where the confidence was dropping because that first one was missing by so much and then dropped there. But it's now not a safe shot, but it's one that she can rely on. And when that pressure's on, I think is part of it. The serve here down the tee, blocked back by Sabalenka, holds up. Vekić can go either way. She goes back to Sabalenka in the 8-quarter, almost got past her. Backhand is netted. It's 15-love.
Well, she guessed right. Sabalenka went the right way, but too much pace on that forehand from Vekić.
As Vekić prepares. And the serve. Goes into the net. Second serve. Big point at the middle of the court from Sabalenka. Off point from Vekić. Backhand to backhand, both players. As Sabalenka will wheel onto a cross forehand. She's there, Vekić covering it off. Forehand to forehand now, both players. In the juice court, they're all cross court and into the net goes Sabalenka. And Vekić is at 30-love, second game of the match.
I like when Vekić throws in that more higher ball with the depth. I think it's working very well, especially when she's able to push Sabalenka off the baseline. So it doesn't always have to hit it flat and hard. I like that mix-up from Vekić.
As Vekić prepares. And the serve comes in. To the forehand of Sabalenka, cross-court, dug out by Vekić. Sabalenka goes up the line. Vekić going back up that line, puts it wide. The extra pace getting the job done for Sabalenka, 30-15.
That's a great placement on the return from Sabalenka. I love that she's incorporated that more variety, as I mentioned earlier, because the opponents always expect her to hit with such pace and power. So now that she's throwing in some slices and drop shots, it changes up the rhythm on the opponent.
As the serve here from Vekić goes long. Second serve. Into the net, double fault. So 30 all, second game of the match. The sun disappears behind a cloud momentarily. We're sitting on 29 Celsius at the moment. I can't give you the calculation. I still need to get that conversion table, Jill.
I haven't got, I mean, I've been experiencing this for over 20 years, and I still haven't gotten it in my head.
The serve here, backhand from Sabalenka. We know it's just warm. Backhand to backhand, both players. As we see this one into the corner. Another looping ball from Vekić. Back that way from Sabalenka. There's been the ad court. Now up the line. Oh, no. Miscue completely. Sabalenka trying to punch that backhand up the line. It's 40-30.
Vekić so solid on that backhand. I like the color pink of her outfit.
That's pink?
Light pink.
There's no...
That's light pink.
There's no variables of pink and everything
really
like that?
Nice and summery. No, light pink.
All right, the serve here. It's still, by its very essence, pink, is it not?
Light pink.
Second serve. That takes the nets and lands in. It's like saying light red. Well, it's red.
It's a shade of pink. You have to be specific. We're trying to be specific for our listeners, right?
And a double fault again for Vekić, and we are at deuce. Yes, that's why I leave all of our colour analysts, the second chair. They'd handle all of that because I have no idea, clearly.
Light petal pink.
Yep. See my various states of dress, you'll know. You'll know that I have no idea. As a serve here out wide, cross-court point from Sabalenka is pulled wide. And Vekić with a game point, bit of a battle. Her opening service game here. And she prepares again from our commentary position in the light pink outfit. Serve into the net. Second serve. This one will go to the backhand of Sabalenka. Backhand to backhand, both by the middle of the court goes Vekić. Now running in the ad court, hammering a point up the line. Slice backhand defensive from Sabalenka. Drop shot from Vekić. Had a look at the top of the net, fell back on her side. And we go to deuce.
That was almost exceptional from Vekić, just clipping the top of the net, but she struck that well. Sabalenka had no idea that was coming. It was well disguised, just cut it too fine.
Some messages. Next sit down, if we have any. We'll keep them coming through. There should be a present arriving shortly, Jill, by the way.
Really?
The serve goes into the net.
Another one.
Well, it's a continuation of the one the other day, but yes.
I was thinking that was probably the case.
If there's still... The trouble is the team up there has found out it exists and...
Another double fault.
There might be crumbs coming in. Another break point. Well, the first break point actually for Sabalenka here. Vekić up to 3 double faults in this game. As we wait now for the serve, here comes Vekić, and the serve flips the tape on the way through. And Shelton and Tommy Paul, the next match for broadcast on AO Radio, and then Rublev and Djokovic tonight. Another first serve down the tee, blocked back by Sabalenka. Floating ball, Vekić cross-court forehand, a slice forehand from Sabalenka defensive. Has to go back in that corner, she can't. Nicely done from Vekić into the open court. We go to deuce for a third time.
Well, she's backing herself very well, Vekić, off of these second serves. Obviously struggling on the serve right now in this game, but she's done a good job of keeping this game to deuce by playing some great defense right off the second serve return.
Wait now for this serve to come in. Right, big point up the line. Sabalenka can't land it. Just missing the baseline. Game point number 3 for Donna Vekić. To her confidence, the world of good if she's able to hold serve here. The second game of the match. As Vekić prepares. And the serve goes into the net. Second serve. And the tee. Cross-court forehand from Sabalenka is deep. A high ball from Vekić. Sits up around the service line. Sabalenka there going to play it as an overhead and does well. Open deuce court is where she goes and is successful. We go to deuce for a 4th time.
Smart to let that one bounce from Sabalenka. It was a high lob from Vekić. Couldn't quite get the depth that she wanted, but Sabalenka, good job taking her time on that overhead.
As the serve comes in, out wide, missing. Second serve. Takes the nets and lands in. Just. Being a bit dangerously here, Donna Vekić in this opening service game. So second serve, third serve now down the tee. And Sabalenka goes hard up the middle. Oh, she overplayed a backhand. She rolled all over the top of that and it dropped into the net, Sabalenka. And Vekić with avantage.
That was pretty good from Vekić. She went for a big second serve right there, especially after having a few double faults in that let court where she almost had another one, but pretty gutsy to go after that second serve.
170, 105.7 for you, Jill. As the serve here takes the net, flies long. Happy to help.
Thank you.
Do you get better? Are you better with speed conversion
No,
or weather conversion?
Not at all. But you know, I need to try harder.
Second serve. Typical athlete response. Back up the line from Vekić. Nicely done. Good depth. And finally she gets through, Donna Vekić. We're at 1 game all in the opening set. There's someone knocking on the door.
It was someone knocking on the door.
Jordan, part of our wonderful team, putting together all these great packages.
Thank you. Is this the present?
This is the present. So from our long-time listeners, Mark and Kim from Florida, who
Yep.
provided these the other day.
Yep.
The Tim Tams have arrived in the booth. If you are listening, Mark and Kim, thank you again. I just noticed 3/4 of them have gone because the team upstairs have clearly just pile-driven through them. Anyway, they're open for our team and also the team upstairs as well. So there you go.
Mark and Kim from Florida, it says.
Yes.
Nice.
Regular listeners here to AO Radio. Big forehand from Vekić and can't handle the pace, Sabalenka. She pulls the forehand wide. And it's love 15. Feel free to have one, Jill.
I was
You're about to just, you're just looking, staring at them.
Oh, they've melted a little bit.
Oh, I can understand
Oh,
that.
that's
They've
all
come a
right.
long way,
I'm like, can I have half of one? Do you want to split one?
if I must. As the serve comes in, out wide, missing. So Tim Tams, the Australian chocolate, if you're listening to us online, look it up. We talk about them a lot on our radio because we're very hungry people. A second serve. It's a double fault. So that's her first for the match. And it's love 30. So similar situation to what she had in her opening service game here, Arina Sabalenka. Jill's just tucking into a Tim Tam.
Oh, good.
Serve here. Out wide. Cross-court forehand from Vekić. 1-2 play. Beautifully done from Sabalenka into the open ad court corner. Gets it done. It's 15-30.
That was great from Sabalenka. Just got nice and low with the legs. And you can see Vekić, a lot of these returns, she's choosing to go down the center of the court. It's tougher to redirect that with an acute angle like that, but Sabalenka did well.
Serve coming in. An ace. Down the tee. Splits the middle. 1-8-4. Gets the job done to go to 30 on again. Under pressure on serve. Again coming up with the important serve at the right time. We'll update the scores, particularly Margaret Court Arena, which is a point of focus for some of our listeners today. First serve goes into the net. Has been a break of serve out there. Second serve. Running around trying to reach that forehand is Vekić. She doesn't need to hit it. It's a double fault and it's a break point for Vekić.
Yeah, and Sabalenka just taking a little extra look up at the sky. I don't know if the sun got in her eyes. It is that time of the day where it can be in the way, and a lot of times you got to adjust your toss. Maybe you toss it a little further behind you.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. Down the tees, an ace. Again getting out of trouble, Sabalenka.
Same serve.
Yep.
Places that one well, hitting the corner both times on that outside, Sabalenka.
Hitting the spots nicely under pressure. Love another one here, actually. Trying to get that wide serve going. And Sabalenka this time will serve to the tee. Good backhand from Vekić. Backing up the line from Sabalenka is too big. Another break point, a real arm wrestle. These opening 3 games. We've already got 17 minutes on the Rolex clock.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see many long points with how these few games are going. Both players really trying to be aggressive on both the serve and the return.
As the serve will come in. Sabalenka serves. This takes the net and flies long. Second serve. Vekić just beyond the baseline. She's reaching for a forehand. A short ball. Sabalenka goes back up that line. Cross-court backhand from Vekić, and that's beautiful again from Sabalenka. Stepping into the court, off backhand, into the juice court corner for a winner. We go to juice for the second time.
Oh, as soon as Vekić hit that return so short, she was in trouble. Sabalenka, great job, like keeping her on the run, going corner to corner, and Vekić just wasn't able to hit that cleanly to get depth off the ground.
She's not happy with herself there, Donna Vekić, but Sabalenka will prepare again, and the serve down the tee misses. Second serve. Serve out wide, missing again. The thing is, Vekić is getting a good read on that serve out wide and taking that step across. It's putting pressure on Sabalenka.
Yeah, you could see her just inch to her right a little bit. Vekić take that out wide serve away from Sabalenka, and Sabalenka just trying to go for more, seeing Vekic's movement.
Sabalenka, bug or fly or something in her way? No, just what do they call them? The serve here down the tee going long.
The flies?
No, there was a floaty, the white floaty thing.
Oh, I call them puffballs.
Is that the scientific name for them, Jill? Second serve. Down the tee, blocked back by Vekić into the corner of the eight-court. Cross-court backhand from Sabalenka is short. Picked up by Vekić just. It's a short ball, and that opens the court again for Sabalenka. Forehand cross winner. We go to juice for the third time.
This match is going to be long.
Yeah, you got that feeling, doesn't it?
Not many long rallies, but these has been really tight first few games of this match. Huge roar from Sabalenka.
So we wait now for this ball to come in. Serve, forehand there from Vekić, cross-court up the line goes Sabalenka. Just defending here is Vekić side to side. Now Sabalenka's got a backhand cross-court. It's a deep ball. Ball up the line from Vekić. She'll give it plenty of air. She's got to scramble again in that corner. Short ball. Here comes Sabalenka. Vekić guesses, but gets nowhere near it. So much power from Sabalenka. And she's got game point finally in this third game of the match.
And Vekić is just on our side and just watching her try and scramble throughout that point. She tried to get that ball deep. The power in that rally off Sabalenka's racket just increased.
So one of the things she's talked about, Sabalenka, is her temperament on court and trying to be a little calmer. And just positive vibes only, as young people say. Serve here, going long from Sabalenka. Just to try and keep a bit more control of her emotions, but obviously the positive stuff, letting that out. Second serve here. Game point, third game of the match. Down the tee, line from Vekić as that's gone long from Sabalenka. And we go to juice for the fourth time in this game. As what are we up to? 21 minutes on the Rolex clock. We haven't completed 3 games yet, folks.
It's amazing.
Does someone want to page Mr. Rublev and Mr. Djokovic and say your court booking maybe moved slightly today, the way things are going here?
It's going to be a late start.
It's the serve now from Sabalenka. Comes in. And the serve going too big. Second serve. Again, Vekić back in the court to receive this second ball. Serve out wide. Vekić again reading it, just hammering at the Sabalenka backhand. And now she just nets a backhand. She was on the Melbourne side, Vekić there, trying to come across. Not happy with herself. This game, 8+ minutes now. Game point number 2 for Sabalenka.
She got a little bit tangled on that backhand. Wasn't the best shot selection, I would say, from that far back. She just flattened that backhand out too much from being so deep in the court.
I do have concerns that these Tim Tams may just melt as we go along. It's quite warm in this booth. Great serve out wide, though, from Sabalenka. Another battle. She gets through it, and we are on serve. It's 2-1 in the opening sets. The final of our women's singles quarterfinals. The winner to play Linette And it's all on AO Radio. Pete and Jill, I'm going to have the other half of your Tim Tam. Well,
Yeah, take it.
You do messages, etc.
Limmy from Scotland says, I met Aryna Sabalenka at a charity once. She was surprisingly down to earth and very, in capital letters, very funny. She is very down to earth, actually. And I like her post-match interviews because I just feel like she's being herself, and she does laugh a lot, and she looks like she's having such a good time. Of course, she just won, so usually in the post-match interview. Let's see. Gary Blair from Waterfoot. Jill, I was on court 2 the night you defeated Serena at Wimbledon. It was my 18th birthday that Saturday night, and I can remember going out into London for my first legal drink afterwards. A great memory. Oh, that's cool.
That is so nice, Gary.
So nice.
And it's nice because we're contracted.
First legal drink.
We're contracted to mention Jill's win over Serena at Wimbledon at least once during the tournament, so you've helped us with that.
Oh, goodness. I almost didn't read that one out. Because
you should have. No, it's a big thing. And that was the graveyard court 2, wasn't it?
I was scheduled on center, but then Murray and now Bandian were taking forever, so I got moved to the graveyard court, which doesn't exist anymore.
Was that Serena's choice?
No.
Didn't think so. Just thought I'd ask.
Also, Gwen from Atlanta, how far do you think Brian Shelton will go?
Ben Shelton.
Oh, sorry. Why did I say Brian? Oh, they said Brian. That's why.
Ben Shelton. Ben.
I was like, why did I say Brian?
Well,
Ben Shelton.
Yes, he's a player that's come to prominence here at this tournament, so you can understand maybe a little confusion. How far can he go? Good question, actually. I think it's more the unknown quantity. Come back to that in a sec. As the serve here, far end from Vekić. Big back up the line from Sabalenka. High ball from Vekić. Misses the baseline. Defensive. It's like 15. I mean, maybe just this theory of riding the wave. No one expects anything of you. You've exceeded your expectations. Just keep going.
He hasn't even played a full year on the tour yet. I mean, I think it's been about 8 or 9 months. It's incredible.
Just ride the wave.
And last year he was outside the top 500 in rankings.
Yeah. That idea of no pressure.
Right.
Just swing. Have a go. Double fault here. Another one for Vekić. And it's love 30. That's her 4th already in the match. It's starting to get into concerning territory if you're Donna Vekić. By the way, that score, Kostyuk and Rus, 3-2. Now back on serve on May Record Arena against Storm Hunter, or Windy as Mark Ilawati calls her, and Elise Mertens, the 4th seeds. Mies and Piers, the 14th seed, 3-2 on serve against Granollers and Ceballos on Kia Arena. Another missed serve here from Vekić. At love 30, 1-2. Double fault again.
Oh, my goodness.
Now a major problem because it's break points for Sabalenka at love 40.
She's going too fast. She's already getting up to start serving Vekić already.
5 double faults already. Sabalenka waits. Vekić serves to the backhand of Sabalenka. It goes wide. Back that way from Vekić. Up the middle of the court from Sabalenka. Just off the baseline. Well done from Vekić to get it over. But even better from Sabalenka. A sublime drop shot. Vekić way out of court. And had a bit of side spin. We're going to see the close call come up on the big screens around the court. And it tells us it's well in. Excellent control from Sabalenka. She gets the break 3-1 opening set.
That was a fantastic point from Sabalenka. She did get a little bit help to get up 40 love on the Vekić serve, but Sabalenka, huge backhand that skidded right off the baseline, and then Vekić did a good job of getting a lot of pace on the next shot, but Sabalenka, really nice hands to create that drop shot.
Prepares again. As the serve comes in, goes into the net. Second serve. Sabalenka's had struggles on her service games as well. Been big battles. Big forehand from Vekić. Now gets a shorter reply from Sabalenka. Here's a drop shot from Vekić. That's even better. That is so good. Bit of side spin as well. Sabalenka nowhere near it. It's love 15.
And the perfect time to choose that drop shot. Vekić was sprinting forward, and so automatically Sabalenka is probably thinking she's going to go for the depth and attack that shot, but it was the right choice from Vekić. Really nicely done.
Wait now for the serve to come in. Sabalenka out wide, missing. Second serve. And this one at love 15 into the net. It's a double fault. It's catching. That's her fourth. 5 for Vekić.
Sabalenka almost felt like she knew she was going to miss that mid-swing because the way she finished that shot just like collapsed afterward.
It's like one of those, executive, you see on an executive's desk, the thing that goes into the water cup and goes out, like it just falls, and then comes
Right.
back up. I don't even know what they're called.
I don't know what they're called either.
Oh, you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. I
Yeah.
can picture it.
The serve here, backhand from Vekić. Sabalenka with the cross, backhand misses. And now maybe some breakback points for Vekić. 3 of them in this game. It's love 40. Always interested me, that thing of, what do executives want the desk to be a little bit interesting? You know the one with the
The
thing that
swing, the balls
goes
that swing.
click, clack, click, clack.
Yes.
Yeah, that thing. As the serve comes in. An ace out wide. 179 Ks. It's her 4th ace, and it's 1540. Interesting description of that particular device, but it's very...
I can picture. I don't know what that's called either.
Someone will help us. AO Radio tennis.com.au if you're an executive. What do you have on your desk? And what knickknacks? Actually, it's a good thing because there'll be plenty of people, particularly here in Australia, in the time zone we're in right now, that'll be at work. Second serve here for... Oh, no, she pulled out of that ball toss, Sabalenka. She was through the motion. I don't think she quite got the ball toss high enough. As we wait now for this ball to come in, and the backhand of Vekić. Sabalenka with the cross forehand. Forehand to forehand, both players. Sabalenka back in that direction, down the middle of the court. Sabalenka off, backhand winner. Makes it look so effortless, and Vekić not happy. 30-40, still another break point.
Well, it's dangerous when you see Sabalenka with so much time on the ball, and Vekić knew she was going to be in trouble, and she was trying to figure out which way to guess, and then just got stuck, but that ball was too short from Vekić.
Both the matches on Margaret Court Arena and Key Arena locked at 3 games all and juice. Nice bit of synchronicity. As the serve here. Blocked back by Vekić, middle of the court, cross forehand from Sabalenka, goes long, and she gets the break back immediately, Donna Vekić. We're on serve, 3-2 opening sets, women's singles quarterfinal on Rublev Arena on AO Radio, and I'll give you one more score too. Chiko Aoyama, who is one of my all-time favourite players.
She's so nice, because she's so little. She's so nice.
Maybe Shibahara, a bit small, but what's going on here? Oh, it's Mariana Veljovic is on the phone, looking for something, I assume. Taking on Dolhide and Kalinskaya, 6-3 to the Japanese pair, and they've got a break 3-2 in the second set. That's on court 3, so keep you up to date with all those. And still, the matches on Margaret Court Arena and Kia Arena, 3 games all, and both at advantage. There you go.
Well, Mariana Manesti has written in.
Correspondent time.
Dearest Joe and Peter, chuffed for Linette's win. Proof that age is just a number. Hard work, belief, and trust the process will eventually pay off. It's great advice. As for this match, everyone seems to be going with Sabalenka. I'm going to go with Vekić. Thank you both for your hard work. From rainy Corfu, 7 degrees Celsius.
Mariana. So the thing is, we get messages from Mariana throughout the year, the various tennis
I
events
know.
we do, and the weather improves. So we kind of got the best of the weather at the moment, but then it gets so idyllic over there that we're like, we want to be over there.
Rosie, hey guys, listening to you from Jamaica. Vekić got the one, not because of the head-to-head, but she feels like Vekić is gonna come through. Linette, wow, thought she could beat Pliskova based on stats on return serves and won the second serves. Picking Rublev and Shelton, basically opposite of Abigail picks.
We won't tell her, it's okay, secret safe with us. But hey, talk about beautiful parts of the world, Jamaica and across the West. Have you been?
Yes, I have. To
Yes.
Kingston. Yes, very nice.
I haven't been to Jamaica. I've been to a couple of the other islands, Grenada, Barbados, St. Lucia.
Beautiful.
Oh, is it ever. So if you haven't been, you simply must. Well worth going. Second serve coming up here for Vekić at 2-3. Double fault number 6. First serve percentage, both players in the 40s. Second serve points won for Vekić, 27%. She is 3 of 11 at the moment. Across the half-hour mark on the Rolex clock as Vekić serves the backhand of Sabalenka. This takes the net, looks back on her side. Okay, what else been enjoying this week, fortnight? There's the AO program. I'm a collector of the program each and every year.
Are you?
Going all the way back to...
Gosh, how many do you have?
Well, back to the
From what year?
late 80s. So when it moved to Melbourne Park, pretty much all of them from there. As the serve, the backhand here of Sabalenka. Vekić goes to the off backhand. That line from Sabalenka as they work the other line. Well done, Sabalenka. Side to side, moving Vekić around and then completes it in the juice court for a winner. It's 15-30. So when it moved...
From the 80s.
So when it moved here and then collected them, because it used to come every year.
I know. That's incredible. Do you ever look back at them, look through them?
I do occasionally.
Yeah.
As the serve here coming in, into the net. Let's see if I can find... You would have been profiled in the program over the years.
I don't know if I would have been profiled.
I'll have to have a look. Because they do... Part of it is the player profile. So this clips the net and goes long. It's another double fault, and it's more break points for Sabalenka.
We can see the frustration on Vekic's face, just with not really happy with her serve right now. I don't see anything off necessarily with her rhythm or anything. I mean, she is rushing sometimes to get it back up to the line.
The serve coming in. On the back, we'll clip the tape on the way through. We'll do it again. Yeah, but plenty of great articles. Good discussion points as well. As serve here. Backhand picked up by Sabalenka. Big up the line from Vekić is a clean winner. Nicely done. There's still a break point to save. It's 30-40.
The backhand is so solid from Vekić. Moved well up to that ball inside the baseline. Perfect placement down the line.
So again, Vekić prepares. Blocked back by Sabalenka into the net. She's done well to stave off break points here, Vekić. And we're at juice.
Especially with a big serve. After still trying to find that comfort and rhythm on the serve, comes up huge on break point.
So we wait now for the serve. Goes into the net. Actually, nice bit of trivia for you today, Jill. Get to in a sec.
Oh, I'm excited.
Talk about the program and everything like that. As the serve, big up the line into the net goes Sabalenka. And Vekić with game points. Did you know today, this very day, this is the 500th day of AO main draw matches at Melbourne Park.
The 500th day. Wow.
Yep.
I did not know that.
Since it opened. A bit of history for you. Big backhand from Sabalenka. Has picked up by Vekić near the baseline. Now in the A-court, playing it back up the line, but putting it into the net.
Was that in your program?
It wasn't, no. But so many different memories and everything come floating. You think about 500 main draw, days of main draw matches.
That's incredible. That's so cool.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. Cross-court forehand here. Both players point the line from Vekić and follows in with a forehand drive volley. Wrong footing, Sabalenka. And she goes to advantage.
That was a really confident point from Vekić. I feel like this match so far has been up and down slightly from both players. I don't know if both of them coming out with a few nerves trying to, because I don't feel like either one has found that consistent rhythm throughout the significant number of points.
Serve coming in here from Vekić. It's a big forehand from Sabalenka, dug out by Vekić. In the A-court, a big back up the line again from Sabalenka. Again, it's returned by Vekić on the defensive. And she puts a backhand into the net again, Vekić. Just, it's not clicking at the moment, the Vekić game, and we're at juice.
You have to, I mean, she was on the run, and after finally being able to get in position on that last backhand, she almost overran it and ran into the ball and just got close to that last shot.
The serve coming in from Vekić under pressure. The serve down the tees, an ace. That one would have felt good. It's her first of the match. And game point number 3. So can she close it out here? Vekić, first serve into the net. Second serve. And this one, the second serve. Backhand from Sabalenka cross court. Vekić traps it up the line, but she's missed it. She's missed it. And again, we go to juice.
And Vekić just shaking her head. She normally does not miss that shot. She was well inside the baseline. Got maybe a little bit too high, but again, just too close. She's not getting that space that she normally gets on the backhand side away from the ball.
Well, she's taking plenty of time here, as is Sabalenka, should be pointed out. The serve clock winds to 6. Vekić serves, an ace out wide. Again, getting the job done, her second of the match, and Vekić has avantage. We wait now for this serve to come in. Vekić, serve, big forehand from Sabalenka, dug out by Vekić, a short ball. Sabalenka goes up the line, but Vekić reads it, goes back up that line. It's a low backhand volley, and Sabalenka can't handle it. And she gets through under all sorts of pressure, Donna Vekić, and we're at 3-all in the opening set.
Yeah, did a great job of guessing the right way and being able to dip it to the feet of Sabalenka. Vekić aware of Sabalenka coming into the net. It was perfect placement on that pass. And Vekic's team have been up on their feet. Nick and Horvat and Pam Shriver have been up on their feet almost every point that Vekić was able to win in that game.
I just love watching the reactions too. Watching the reaction of Pam Shriver. Has seen about 1 million matches. Heavily invested in this one as Sabalenka will serve down the tee. Backhand from Vekić to short. Quick cross-court backhand from Sabalenka. Well done, Vekić, to dig it out. Going the other way, Sabalenka drew the error. Sabalenka's backhand goes wide. And is she going to change her stick? She is. It's love 15.
She hit it well. Just side-swiped a little bit. Because we were right in the flight of the ball, and it looked like it was going to go in, and then the ball kept curving away and just missed it wide.
So the racket has changed, and Mariana Velovic giving a lot of latitude to Sabalenka here, calling the score late. So it's love 15. We'll update the scores on the other courts that are featuring doubles action momentarily. Serve here, flipping the tape on the way through. So Sabalenka will grab another Dunlop from the ball kit. Prepares again. Serve. Out wide's an ace. Yep, hit the corner. Nicely done. That is ace number 5. So now ahead in the aces double fault territory, 15-all. So, pair again. Far end from our commentary position here. Aryna Sabalenka will serve. Out wide and miss. Second serve. Prepares now. Oh, and sitting up for Vekić. That was begging to be hit, that forehand, and nailed it up the line. It's 15-30.
I liked Vekic's reaction. She did a little hop because he wasn't quite sure if that ball that she hit was going to land in or just out. And that body language showed that she was hoping it just dipped in. She had enough spin on it where it was able to get just inside the baseline.
In at 129, back at 142. As the serve here, wide. 15-30, 3-all in this opening set here on AO Radio. Ben Shelton coming up against Tommy Paul. That's next. And serve, backhand here from Vekić. Now she'll throw in the drop shot. No way that Sabalenka's going to get that. That is hit beautifully. Both players have done it so far in the match, and it's worked. Break points for Vekić at 15-40.
Vekić really disguises that well, that drop shot, because even her body language, the way she approached it, looked very aggressive, like sprinting forward up to that ball, and just at the very last second, changed the angle of her racket head.
As we wait now for this ball to come in. Sabalenka again under pressure on her serve. The serve, the forehand of Vekić, it's cross court from Sabalenka, heavy. Up the line from Vekić near the baseline, gets a short reply, and she's playing across backhand in the ad court. She'll get a forehand and play up the middle of the court. Sabalenka reset. Now Vekić is a full stretch. That backhand is drifting wide from Vekić and long. One saved, one to come. The break points, one of 7 for Vekić, 1 of 4 for Sabalenka.
Yeah, I mean, because they both return really well. I mean, when they've had the aces, they've been hitting their spots great, but both have been on top of the return, trying to put that pressure on.
So, see what can happen here. Well, back in the court, Vekić for this first ball. Sabalenka taking plenty of time. Serve clock to 3. Will serve down the tee and ace again. How does this keep happening? It's like they want to get into trouble so they could lift their go and get themselves out of it.
I mean, it was a good time to change it up down the tee because Sabalenka had done 2 or 3 in a row out wide. So it was the right time to change it up just when you feel like your opponent might be anticipating the same serve.
As the serve comes in here from Sabalenka, the backhand picked up by Vekić, cross court from Sabalenka. Vekić picking that up and now has to scurry across and play across forehand. Sabalenka controlling things as Vekić on the run. She's in the ad court now. Vekić hammers a forehand. That a bit more controlled and she gets the result. Much better. Sabalenka flies her forehand long. And another break point for Vekić. She hung in that rally.
I think that was the best point, in my opinion, that Vekić has played. Her movement was a little bit more stable and balanced and kept up on the baseline. It's great ball striking from Vekić.
So we wait now for this ball to come in. There's taking plenty of time again. Winds the clock to 2. Sabalenka, first serve down the tee, misses. Here's the opportunity for Vekić. Again, taking plenty of time. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Vekić. It's cross court. Sabalenka digs it out into that ad court. Up the line goes Vekić. Cross forehand from Sabalenka, and Vekić in reply flies that forehand wide. That was an opportunity as the racket leaves her hand momentarily. It's deuce.
I think she just got surprised. She wasn't able to control that ball. She was there and actually pretty good time, but got late on that. You can see in this match, I think, the way the ball has been skidding through the court, because normally Sabalenka and Vekić so balanced, but both of them have been getting late with the way the ball has been skidding through the court today.
The serve here on the forehand of Vekić. Sabalenka goes up the line. Vekić with the cross backhand. Sabalenka up that line. Clean winner. Going to be hard to stop when she's that far up the court, yeah. Sabalenka, and has time. And we go to game points.
She's been hitting that one very well today, that backhand down the line. She doesn't hesitate. Not only was she inside the court, but moved through the backhand, looking to come into the net to follow it up.
So prepares again. And the serve. The backhand here of Vekić. Oh, no, she made a hash of that. She just punched that ball into the Kia side, halfway up the net. And we go to juice.
She got really off balance, and that's where that scream came from. She thought she was in position. I think she misstepped a little bit. She was looking, but just seeing the slow motion off the bounce, looking back down into the court. I don't know if it took a funny bounce there at the last minute, but unable to control that.
So prepares again. We're at juice, 46 minutes, and we're into the 7th game. We've had some long ones, folks. Great return from Vekić. Now throwing in a drop shot. Sabalenka comes forward. Cross-court forehand winner. She read it that time, Sabalenka. Yeah. Knew it was coming. Tracked it down nicely. Another game points.
Well, that's the time that Vekić has been going for that drop shot, is when she's been sprinting forward. So Sabalenka got a head start on that. She immediately started moving forward, expecting the short ball from Vekić.
Where are we going? We could be into midnight madness just with this match. The way things are travelling at the minute. Another long game. We're heading up to 8 minutes for this one. Serve coming in. Blocked back by Vekić. It's going to go long. She does hold. Real arm wrestle this one. It's 4-3 Sabalenka in the opening set. Updates on what's happening elsewhere. We'll do one more. We may as well. Well, Courtney's in. Haven't seen. How are you, Courtney? Courtney's going to be coming in a little bit later with Chris. He's waving there. 6-5 Kostyuk and Rus against Hunter and Mertens. They're on serve on Margaret Court Arena. Granollers and Zabas, the 8 seed, 6-4 over Mies and Piers, the 14 seeds. Ayama and Shibahara, 6-3, 5-3. They got match point on court number 3 against Dolhide and Kalinskaya.
Well,
messages.
David from Adelaide, the AO radio commentators have totally corrupted me. Persistent mentioning of Tim Tam sent me to the... Oh, I lost the message. Sent me to the supermarket.
Where did it go?
I don't know. Here. Sent me to the supermarket, and now I can't stop.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
P can't stop either.
Well, I have put them in the commentary box now for all our commentators who are coming in after us. Because, I will just say, though, that our team upstairs had a really good go at it, too.
I know. They're half gone. Half of them are gone.
It's slightly lighter than what I was expecting when it was transported down here. But anyway, we'll see how that goes. Let's do one more.
Gwen from Atlanta. I apologize for the Brian Shelton deal. He's the father of Ben Shelton. I know. I love the broadcast. And then they say, I love the broadcast. I know. I just read out the message, and I said Brian, too. But they both played on the tour, so that's good. We got it down. Greg Bates, listening to you folks on AO Radio is the perfect way to enjoy the matches. Love it. You two have perfect voices and personalities for it, though I'm more partial to Jill's voice.
Who's written that? Delete.
Greg Bates from Portland, Oregon.
Delete.
He might be a little bit biased as we're both Americans.
An all-American clash coming up. Ben Shelton and Tommy Paul. That's next here on AO Radio. The conclusion of this match, which might be heading into night time because we're 49 minutes in and this is the 8th game. We have had long games all the way through. The average rally length's only 2.93, so we've gone juice advantage so many times. Serve down the tee, missing. Ayama and Shibahara having the win, 6-3, 6-3 on court 3, which is great to see. Shuka
Your
Ayama,
favourite.
I think fantastic. As a double fault here, the trend continuing for Vekić, her 8th double faults. And it's love 15. Yeah, just because it's shorter play, but moves around the court
she does. She's so fast.
She is so enthusiastic too.
She is. She's a great doubles player. She's really nice, always smiling.
Always just hold her interesting
She's so
return
quick.
stance
I know.
too. She holds the racket up in front of her. It's lovely to watch. And the same with getting down for the volley. She doesn't really need to get down all that far. As a serve here into the net from Vekić. Second serve. Backhand here from Sabalenka off forehand from Vekić. Working the ad court, both players, as Sabalenka, great angle. Now Vekić has to go back and up the line. Cross-court forehand from Sabalenka. Dug out by Vekić. Sabalenka can wait. She can go up the line. She does, and it's a winner. Even Vekić was moving that way, can't get near it. It's love 30.
Oh, that was so good from Sabalenka. I felt like she was such on the defense and somehow was able to get the height and depth on that forehand cross-court just to change that point around.
So another doubles coming up on court 3. Krejcikova and Siniakova, the top seeds taking on Kravchuk and Shoes. That's the top seeds taking on the 6 seeds in the women's doubles out there. We'll have updates for you throughout the afternoon. As Vekić serves, forehand here picked up by Sabalenka. Now slice backhand. She's running side to side. She stretches on a forehand. Good movement there from Vekić, moving her opponent around the court. And it's 15-30.
That's strong ball striking from Vekić. I think she got a lot lower with the legs there. When you get those legs low, you're just more stable to be able to handle the pace off the ground.
The serve coming in. And this serve down the tees, an ace. 3 now for the match. It's 30 all. Plenty of Croatian fans in the house today. They're going to be making plenty of noise as this match goes along. So we wait now for the serve to come in. Into the net. Second serve. Into the net again. Pressure moment now. It's 30-40, another break point. Sabalenka 1 of 4. Break points converted so far. Vekić is 1 of 9, by the way. Chance at a 5-3 advantage, Sabalenka. Break point. Vekić prepares and will serve. The backhand of Sabalenka is hard up the middle of the court, and this floating forehand goes long from Vekić. And it's Sabalenka now with a chance to serve out this opening set, 5-3 here on AO Radio.
That was an excellent return from Sabalenka. Covered that out wide serve. Took that serve away from her by just inching to her left. Slightly hit a great backhand down the line.
So Hunter and Mertens in that women's doubles quarterfinal. They're into the tie-break there. 4 points to 2 for Hunter and Mertens against Kostyuk and Rus on Margaret Court Arena. As preparing to serve for the set is Aryna Sabalenka. What's she doing here? She just maybe had to sneeze, or she apologises. Serve clock has stopped. It will start again. Let's see. And the serve blocked back by Vekić up the middle of the court. Sabalenka with a cross backhand. Matched by Vekić. Sabalenka back that way. Dug out again by Vekić. Short ball going back that way. Coming in is Sabalenka. That's the advantage she has. She's comfortable doing that. Vekić can't reply. And it is 15-love.
That was big. That was really good hitting from Sabalenka. She's doing a really good job on the backhand in particular of not stopping her momentum when she's hitting that backhand, just continuing to let her body move through that ball.
As we wait for the serve to come in, Sabalenka serves out wide, misses. As the tennis ball disappears into the crowd, much mirth and merriment in that particular section. Ooh, got a tennis ball. You have to throw it back, though. Second serve. Oh, it clipped the tape and it went wide. Dear, oh dear. It's 15 all. 5th double fault for Sabalenka.
Oh, and just a little smirk from Sabalenka up to her team. Just let that particular toss drop too much.
As we wait now for Sabalenka. Forehand of Vekić, it's mishit. And it's going to go long. And it's 30-15.
Oh, that could have been a little bit tricky if that ball went into the inside the baseline, because it had so much movement on it with that miss hit.
So we wait now for the serve to come in. 2 points from this set. The serve to the backhand of Vekić. It's cross court. Up the line goes Sabalenka. Back that way from Vekić. He's made it. Stuck the landing. The forehand up the line. It's 30 all.
Sabalenka, for a moment, look unconvinced that that ball maybe landed inside the sideline.
Oh, it's a triple zoomer.
That's a quadruple one.
Oh, you reckon it's a quadruple zoomer?
I think so.
I think, well, it's
really
between
close.
triple and quadruple zoomer.
That one I would have said very close call.
Yep. Just caught the edge. I'll go quadruple zoomer. I'll tip in with you, Jill. The serve here takes the net and flies wide. Looking forward to you dropping that in WTA and ATP commentary across the year. You can use it. I give my blessing. Second serve. Forehand here from Vekić. Oh, she's made an absolute hash of that off forehand. Sabalenka's nowhere in position to be able to hit that ball, but she went for it anyway. Break back points.
And she knew it. I mean, mid-swing, she was already looked like she was getting flustered before she even finished that shot, almost sensing that she was going to miss that ball.
Just an update on the Hunter Mertens tie break. 5 points all in that first set tie break. Tight. It's Kostyuk and Rus. So a break back point immediately for Vekić as the serve comes in. Serve missing long. Just a glare to her team. It's been that sort of opening set, folks. We're about to cross the hour mark on the Rolex clock. Second serve. The forehand of Vekić is deep, dug out by Sabalenka. Oh, great angle again from Vekić. Has she missed it? She has. It was a nice angle. Not nice enough. Let's have a look on the screen. What sort of zoom are we going for here? As this comes in? No, it's just his single.
I like that she went for that, though. I mean, she was in pretty good position. I mean, if you feel like it has to be that good against Sabalenka or else you're in trouble. So I'm glad she went for that shot, took that risk, didn't miss it by much.
Preparing now, the serve coming in. Sabalenka serve, backhand. Oh, Vekić flies long, so a set point now for Aryna Sabalenka. 57 minutes on the Rolex clock. Had a lot of juices. Preparing now. As the serve comes in. Set point. First serve from Sabalenka into the net. 6 points all in that tiebreaker on Margaret Court Arena. Set point, Sabalenka, second serve. Takes the net and falls in. Just falls in.
Sabalenka's smiling too. Felt like she got a little lucky there, potentially.
Third serve. Set point, Sabalenka. And this one, onto the backhand of Vekić. It's up the line for a winner. You were expecting anything else? We go back to juice.
That was great from Vekić. I think Sabalenka took a lot off that second serve just to make sure that she made it in the box, but just sat there right in the center, was very short in the service box. And Vekić made her pay.
Been the theme of this set. Sabalenka prepares. Serves out wide and misses. Second serve. A juice serving for the set here is Sabalenka. Serve, forehand, Vekić long. At the return, another set point for Aryna Sabalenka.
Oh, it was a smart second serve. She changed it up to go out wide. Vekić was leaning the other way, so just couldn't quite get situated. So smart choice from Sabalenka.
Kostyuk and Rus 7-6. They took the opening set tiebreak on Margaret Court Arena against Hunter and Mertens. Set point, Sabalenka, the serve. High ball from Vekić. It's going to sit mid-court. Playing it as an overhead is Sabalenka. Vekić is there, but she's out of position. That ball flies towards the crowds. Well, that was a real arm wrestle. An intriguing set of tennis. 1 hour exactly on the Rolex clock, and Aryna Sabalenka takes it 6-3.
Wow, what a first. I mean, it was so difficult to figure out who was going to win that one, but it went back and forth. I don't necessarily feel like either player has felt super comfortable out there today. I don't know if both of them feeling nerves, both struggling on the serve slightly, but Sabalenka in the end just more consistent, I think, in the bigger moments.
Thanks, Jill. Let's go and do some doubles.
Oh, okay.
We've got a commentary change
we're doing
coming
doubles
up.
Together.
Yeah.
Okay, forgot.
Oh, in about 20 minutes, but that's all right. Okay. I'll see you over there. Courtney's going to jump in. Courtney Walsh. Chris Bowers going to jump in. Enjoy the Tim Tams here in our commentary box. Second set coming up next on AO Radio.
Don't miss a shot with Australian Tennis Magazine. Now in its 47th year, the much-loved print publication includes feature stories, detailed tournaments, reports, rankings and stats, as well as posters and souvenir pictures. Published 6 times a year, our February-March issue has a full coverage of the AO, keeping players, coaches, parents and fans up to date. Get it delivered anywhere in the world. Visit tennismag.com.au to subscribe or order a copy.
It's party time at Melbourne Park's brand new beach bar. The Northern Precinct has been transformed into a vibrant beach club, complete with private cabanas, palm trees and a double-storey bar with a DJ booth. Charcoal Fish, a sustainable Sydney restaurant, is serving up seafood treats, while the first ever AO Spritz bar offers a delicious range of cocktails and mocktails. Enjoy the best of the tennis and the best of the summer at the AO this year.
The action-packed AO Tennis Club is the place to get active and have fun. The brand new area features cardio tennis, pop tennis and padel, as well as totem tennis and table tennis. There are also come and try sessions, and you can even get racket advice at the innovative Tennis Lab. Find the AO Tennis Club at Garden Square.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
I'm Christian Garin, I'm listening AO Radio.
Very good afternoon to you. We have a tennis court and no players. One player sitting on her chair, that's Aryna Sabalenka, and the other player has gone off for a bathroom break, that's Donna Vekić. And we have Dolly Parton over the loudspeaker. And in fact, the video to 9 to 5 showed her with a vacuum cleaner, didn't she? Sabalenka's got what looks like a vacuum cleaner. It's not. It's basically blowing cold air in her face to keep her cool. But I don't know. I always feel that what I remember about that video, it goes well with Sabalenka.
Yes, no, I think it's a very good point you make, and it's an unusual scene. Lovely to be with you, Chris, as we see her blowing cooler air, the Belarusian, onto her legs, and now turning off the machine. Do you have one of those in the commentary box for this afternoon's second set of this?
No, don't have one. Actually, that's a good idea, isn't it? We should probably, I think we have air conditioning. Looking around for it, can't see it actually. Oh well, maybe we don't have air conditioning. But it's always been quite pleasant here in our commentary position. Anyways, maybe we'll go to one or two messages. There's a box of Tim Tams here, actually. That's thanks to Mark and Kim from Florida. They've sent us Tim Tams in the past. It's very kind of you. Somebody's left them right in front of us in the commentary box. I will take one when my commentary shift ends. But I'm not going to have a Tim Tam in the middle of a commentary shift.
No, it's a supersized pack as well. So thank you so much, Mark and Kim. The Australian delicacy. We were on air, I believe, in Paris last year during Radio Roland Garros when I bought another Australian delicacy, barbecue shapes.
Oh no, did you not bring the Langtons?
No, that was from another.
Oh, that was from. Oh right, okay.
But I bought the barbecue shapes. Now, for listeners around the world who are not familiar with the barbecue shapes, I passed them to one of our fellow commentators in Paris, Marcus Buckland, and well, let's just say his reaction was as violent as we've seen some of these Sabalenka serves. He did not take well to the spice on the shapes.
Well, look, if he hasn't got Tottenham Hotspur written on the outside, Marcus Buckland will probably take offence to it anyway.
No, that makes sense, absolute sense. So it's a lovely afternoon in Melbourne. Beautiful blue skies. The crowd is really getting in to the atmosphere here as Donna's still off the court.
We're seeing a little interesting little bit of footage on our screen up in the Players Restaurant where Jessica Pegula is chatting with Billie Jean King, and it's as close as I've seen to tennis players treating someone like royalty.
That's a very, very, very good point. We always talk to, we did say to Ash Barty after she won Wimbledon a couple of years ago and was walking through the corridors of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, and she paused to meet with the, with Kate, and Kate and Will, so proper royalty in the UK.
Yeah.
And then she paused to meet with Martina Navratilova and Billie Jean King. And look, from the Australian perspective, I thought the tennis royalty was more impressive. But nonetheless, Ash did talk fondly about both of those meetings. And
did she react the same way to both?
Well, she did give the it's the curtsy, isn't it, to the royal family?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if that's obligatory anymore. It's certainly not obligatory when they go out on a tennis court. I mean, and I think William and Kate, who are now the Princess of Wales, but at the time were the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, they may still be, I don't know. I try not to keep up with these things. I may be British, but feels very much like a fairy tale to me and a soap opera, and I take what I need to and discard what I don't. But the fact is, they are quite down to earth. I don't think they stand on ceremony anything like as much as the elder generations do. So I suspect she could have just got into an easy chat with them. You know, I mean, they were students at St Andrews University, what, about 15 years ago, 20 years ago? So, you know, there's something down to earth about them.
I did have the good fortune during the Open, the British Open golf, as we call it here, but the Open in the United Kingdom, of staying a couple of nights in the dormitory at St Andrews, because that's where they put some of the travelling journalists, etc. up for the golf. So Cameron Smith, a famous winner in the 150th Open last July at St Andrews at the university there, and it was you can understand why it would be a very normal university life for them.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to the Open Golf this year because it's taking place in Hoylake, which was the town I grew up in. My bus to school used to go past the second green.
I'm looking forward to trying to get there as well. I think it's the week after Wimbledon.
It is the week after Wimbledon, yes. I've got a clash that week. There's the induction of the International Tennis Hall of Fame at Newport, Rhode Island, and the British Open Golf in my, the hometown, the town where I grew up. Right, second set. Donna Vekić. She's come back from, I'm assuming it's an apparel break because it was quite a while, and you're allowed a couple of minutes longer to change your clothing. She serves off the top of the net, dribbles over. Second serve from Vekić. Off the top of the net and long. She's certainly trying to wear out that net. I said second serve. That was actually a retake and first serve. Second serve. This one doesn't hit the net, but it's into play. Backhand from Vekić. The forehand of Sabalenka. Forehand Vekić cross court. That's long from Vekić.
Yeah, it's certainly an important game hit for Donna. She, fought back well in the infancy of the first set after Sabalenka secured that break with one of the more sublime drop shots off the backhand wing I've seen. It was just a spectacular shot for 3-1. But in a really tough, hard-fought set, it was the Belarusian who prevailed. She's been playing particularly well, so important for Donna to get off to a good start.
Down the line from Vekić, that's just about made the baseline. She looks to be moving in a slightly laboured way, Vekić.
Yeah, let's hope that exit for the at the end of the first set is only due to an apparel change. As we said, it's very warm here today in Melbourne.
It's supposed to be 28, then sort of late afternoon. Mind you, that's not warm by Melbourne standards, is it? I mean, it's hot. It's warm, but it's not hot.
No, I suppose it's been quite a cool open aside from...
that one day, was it Tuesday last week?
Yes, Tuesday last week.
37 Celsius. 15 all, Vekić serves into the net. Second serve from the Croat is out wide. Well, catches the top of the net. She really is wearing out the tape. Maybe she has shares in the company that makes it.
Well, the line calling company.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Second set, the Trembler device. Forehand return is into the net from Sabalenka. Again, that was a poor error from Sabalenka. She's a set-up Sabalenka, but hasn't really shown her best form.
As we see Pam Shriver in the
on our monitor
box.
yeah. I mean, I spoke to Pam the weekend before, and she said, I said, so you're coaching Vekić? She said, well, I'm not sure I'm coaching her. It's basically an experiment. We're just going to see how it works this fortnight. Because she was still here doing television. Pam, backhand, forehand return, backhand from Vekić to the backhand of Sabalenka, backhand Vekić into the net. Again, that looked slightly laboured. I mean, by any standards, it's a success. To get Vekić, through to the quarterfinals, clearly something's working.
No, it's been an impressive, I think, week and a half from her so far. And as I said, she was well in the match early in this quarterfinal. Just a challenge to find her rhythm again in the second set.
Vekić serves again, and how many lets is that? It's about 5 in
4
5
points.
Yeah. And it's 1 hour and 11 minutes. Something about sequences here. Forehand from Sabalenka is long. So maybe it's a clever tactic from Vekić. I'm going to serve 4 lets and then a soft second serve and see if my opponent blasts it long. Oh, she has. Great.
And it's interesting, I mean, she's certainly coming around the second serve, so it's a heavily sliced second serve, so not as much clearance. And slotting straight into the Sabalenka forehand, and she's made error after error so far to start this set from that wing.
Vekić up to 40-30, double fault.
And then we touched on that again, just not quite the clearance. She's not quite getting up over that ball. She does look...
She looks like she has a headache.
Yes, and that's not just from what she's seen at the other end of the court. It does look like she's a little perplexed at the moment, certainly.
I mean, if she were to come off court and say in a press conference, I had a splitting headache all through the match, it would make sense of what we're seeing. I'm not saying she has, but I'm just sort of saying she looks laboured. She goes to the forehand of Sabalenka. Sabalenka into the corner, Vekić long. Good forehand from Sabalenka, forcing Vekić into a defensive forehand, which he couldn't control.
Yeah, lovely power, lovely depth. 4 each there for Vekić. It was a half volley and a difficult shot to try and counter.
Break point for Sabalenka. Vekić serves down the centre, backhand from Vekić down the line, chopped by Sabalenka. Vekić should put this away, she does. But again, she hit a backhand and hardly did anything. And I thought she might get caught by being so late setting off to catch that short defensive ball from Sabalenka.
Yeah, she it certainly dropped below the height of the net. It was heavily chopped, almost a squash forehand from Sabalenka at 4 each. One thing she did do was control it quite nicely, though, the off forehand winner from the Croatian star.
You see, this is... forgive me, this is not of my business, really, but why is she wearing a visor and not a cap? I mean, it amounts to the same thing. There's a gap for her ponytail in the back of the cap, and it covers the top of her head. If the sun's beating down on the top of her head, she's not feeling very well. Don't stay out in the bright sunshine. Forehand from Vekić, sits up for Sabalenka, who puts that away comfortably.
Spectacular aggression there from Sabalenka. She seized the half-court ball, moved forward, pivoted, and pumped that forehand cross-court. It was certainly a kill shot, so it brings up a second break point in this game. To get off to a flyer in the second set, having finished the first in pretty strong fashion.
Yes, and most of Vekic's points in this first game of the second set have come on Sabalenka errors. Vekić serves into the net. Second serve from Vekić on break point. She goes to the forehand of Sabalenka as a clean winner. Just watching Vekić now. She's wandering to her chair. No, there's no hint of pulling out, but she looks a little bit like somebody who's had about 3 hours sleep.
Yeah, she doesn't look comfortable at all. I think that's a very astute observation, Chris. You can just see from the expression on her face, she was playing at the, I suppose, the northern end of the court here, Rod Laver Arena, where the Melbourne sign is, and that's very close to the commentary box, and you could just see a little pained expression on her face after a couple of those points. You touched on the weather, not warm by Melbourne standards, but certainly far warmer than what it has been for much of this tournament. That exception aside last Tuesday. I think we've got another exception coming up, by the way, on Saturday.
Saturday's supposed to be 36.
So that will be, even in the evening when we have the women's final, that will still be a scorcher.
Well, I'm told it's 31 now, which is warmer than... I mean, the forecast I looked at this morning, always check it in the morning just to see what to wear.
Yes.
It was saying top of 28, but if it's 31 now, that's warmer than we expected. And it'll cool off tomorrow.
Yes, back down to 22, I believe, so...
That's the peak shade temperature. Sabalenka, a set up, 1-love in the second. Serves to the forehand of Vekić, deep from Vekić. Vekić steps up and goes to the backhand of Sabalenka. Sabalenka throws up the lob, that's going wide.
That was a more assertive point there from Vekić. Had the opportunity to come forward with a short defensive shot from Sabalenka. Controlled the forehand nicely again to the backhand.
She got depth on the return of serve, which set up everything nicely. If you can return deep, especially someone like Sabalenka, when she's just recovering from the serve, the follow through, then she will give you a short ball. Or often does. Sabalenka not happy with her ball toss. She's not wearing anything on her head. No cap, no visor, no bandana. Just has her hair back in a very tight bun. It's a good serve from Sabalenka. It might be an Azarenka-Sabalenka final. In fact, you have to say it's the likeliest final at this stage.
Yeah, certainly the way that the dual Australian Open champion Azarenka played last night. Very, very impressive in holding her nerve deep in the first set and then running away with the second against Jesper Gula.
Yes. Backhand return from Vekić, backhand from Sabalenka as a clean winner. And Vekić doesn't even attempt to go for it.
And just seek some shade at the back of the court as we're talking about the temperature. Both players, when there's an opportunity, Rod Laver Arena does have quite a significant amount of shade behind the baseline. They take a step back out of the sunshine when they can take a break.
Sabalenka at 30-15, serves down the centre, forehand return. That's a good return. Short ball for Vekić. She goes up the forehand ring. Sabalenka nets. One of the best points Vekić has played.
And again, it all came down to the quality of the return. That occasion wasn't as deep, but certainly the angle she was able to find, the off forehand, set it up nicely. She was able to move forward, and again, a short forehand, controlled it well, even though it had dipped below the net to draw the error from Sabalenka. Had her stretching wide.
1-30 all. Second set. Sabalenka from the president's box end serves an ace. It's rather a loud vocal obligato as she serves, and it becomes even louder if she then serves an ace.
An expression of sheer delight on that one. It did slice away nicely. Found the mark very well with that sliding serve.
Point for 2-love. Serves into the body. Just too long. No, something's fallen off. What is it? It looks like a... It's not a hair, is it? Something's... I don't know what that was. It was like a sort of...
Strand of
long blade of grass or something. Second serve from Sabalenka. Backhand return down the line. Clean went up. Well played, Vekić.
Yeah, absolutely beautifully constructed return. Sabalenka going for the kick serve out wide. Vekić seizes the opportunity to move into the court, cut off the angle, caught the ball on the rise with the double-hander, and very precise backhand down the line.
Well, yeah, very high shot. That was above shoulder height. She's having to jump for that and guide it down the line. Beautiful shot. We're at deuce. Sabalenka serves. Backhand return. Short. Sabalenka hits a big forehand. Doesn't get the depth. Now, Vekić does get the depth. Sabalenka cross court has caught the line. Yes. Beautiful shot.
As is so often the case with matches involving Sabalenka, Chris, it is resting on her racket. And when she hits forehands like that from well behind the baseline, that's just too good. That power was exceptional from where she was positioned.
Second point for 2-love. Sabalenka serving. Out wide, backhand return. Forehand Sabalenka cross court. Forehand Vekić. Forehand Sabalenka down the line. Vekić with a defensive backhand. A lot of height on that one. It just goes long. And Sabalenka holds and is in firm control of this quarterfinal.
She's winning the critical points, Chris. You know, as I said, it was a very, very even start to the match, an arm wrestle between the two. But now that she sees control, as she's starting to, I suppose, bend the right arm of Vekić towards the bench, she's certainly in control of this power struggle in this quarterfinal.
Well, guaranteed a new Grand Slam finalist in the women's. In the bottom half of the draw, Karolina Pliskova was the only one left, but she lost to Magda Linette in the first match today, straight sets. Neither of these two have been in a final. Sabalenka's been in semi-finals, Wimbledon and the US Open. And it looks like she's heading for the semi-finals here. That was a crunching return of serve.
Yeah, second serve from Vekić, just sliding into the forehand, but also sliding right into the slot. Used the pace very nicely to clip that one back across court.
Vekić serving off the top of the net and wide. Second serve into the net. 146 kilometers. It's funny what the subconscious can do to you, Courtney. I was, when I was watching the first set of this before our commentary shift began, I kept having, as a song came into my brain, which I'd forgotten about. I haven't thought of it for about 30 years. Donna by 10cc. Do you know it?
Look, I'm going to say that that's not on my
playlist
at the moment.
Okay. Well, I think it's actually an adapted cover version of a Beatles song. A forehand from from Sabalenka. She comes in now. A lob from Vekić. Sabalenka will smash, puts that away comfortably.
Yeah, spectacular agility there and athleticism from Sabalenka at the net. I must ask, is it a good song to have in your head, or is it one of those songs that's irritating and will not leave your mind for the rest of the day?
I think more of the latter. It's got some odd lyrics. Whoa, Donna. You make me stand up. You make me sit down, Donna. Sort of, yeah, I know. You're looking as impressed as I expected you to be. Backhand from Vekić down the line. Clean winner. Whoa, Donna.
Yeah, that was absolutely spectacular. Great movement and great commentary. Whoa, Donna, indeed. Well played.
I think the Beatles one was Whoa, Darling. And 10cc turned it into Whoa Donna.
Well, there we go. Did you ever read or find out who Donna was?
No. No.
Do we think that... no, we
I
shouldn't.
suspect it doesn't go there. In case it was the unrequited love of one of the band members.
It's always a difficult proposition for interviewers to dig deep into lyrics, particularly some that are perplexing.
Well, yes. And you don't know in what circumstances they were written. Vekić has come back from love 40 to 30-40. She serves down the centre. Oh, she could have done with the ace then. It was just the wrong side of the service line. 30-40 second serve. To the backhand of Sabalenka. Backhand Vekić. To the backhand of Sabalenka. Backhand Vekić up the middle of the court. Forehand Sabalenka nets. That's 3 very good points from Donna Vekić.
And you saw the fist pump after the third one. She'd hit a couple of winners. That was a tougher, tighter rally. Nice depth down the middle. Sabalenka taking a step backwards to try and react to the depth there, but off balance when she hit the forehand. And you saw with that fist pump, that show of emotion from Donna, that she's willing herself to stay in this quarter-final.
Well, she's fighting, which is good, because she's also seems to be struggling at the moment. Deuce on the Vekić serve. Looking to go out wide. She just turns around and looks at Pam Shriver between those two serves. She's not getting much back from Shriver at the moment, and in a way, that's not surprising. I suspect Shriver's approach to coaching will be very much, I'm going to encourage you to work it out for yourself. That's a double fault from Vekić. Shriver very much from the school of, you know, everybody should take responsibility for themselves and I'll help you where I can, but it's still your decision.
And they are the player with the racket.
Absolutely. Pam can't hit the ball in this match. 4th point for 4-love. Vekić has missed her first serve. Not getting enough first serves in at the moment. Rather too many double faults, so there's pressure on this second serve. She gets to the backhand of Sabalenka, which is a clean winner.
Just a spectacular strike there from Sabalenka down the line. A beautiful response. Emphasises, though, for Donna the importance of making that first serve, because when she's missing, she's under so much pressure on return, and that was just another case of that, another demonstration as to why Sabalenka's running away with this quarter-final.
Do we have any messages, Courtney?
We do. So we've got a couple here, and I'm going to disappoint our first listener who's written in, nicknamed The Dish. Now, my wife, her nickname, my wife Anna, her nickname is The Dish. There was a famous film in Australia called The Dish as well, going back about 20 years ago. But she's, whoever this dish is wondering, Courtney, is that Courtney Newen, the star of Breakpoint? Now,
no, it's not. It's a different Courtney.
No, it is.
Different gender.
Yes, and Courtney Newen did do exceptionally well in that documentary. I thought her ability to explain it to the layperson, the rules of scoring, the context, it's a very nice performance on the silver screen, or, well, certainly the documentary.
The laptop screen.
The laptop screen for Netflix.
Yeah, no, Courtney Newen is very eloquent and is a very good talker about tennis.
Yes, just... the beauty of that, as well, is I think it illustrates her knowledge of not just women's tennis, where she's certainly made a career and
the full picture.
Written exceptionally well. She certainly was able to explain things exceptionally well in the men's ranks as well. We have one from Vishal as well, saying, "Good morning from India. It's 9 a.m. here. Do you think it's a cakewalk for Novak tonight, or can Rublev cause him some harm?"
I think Rublev could cause him some harm, because it's the perfect opportunity for Rublev. He has no pressure on him because nobody expects him to win. And yet he's got the weapons to damage Djokovic. I don't think he'll win, but he could actually take a set or two, and it could be a much closer match than people expect. Forehand from Vekić is a clean winner.
A lovely response there. Stepped inside the baseline to return that forehand. Again, it was just in the slot, and she was able to flatten it out down the line. A very, very nice start to this game, and it's a critical game for her if she's to have much hope of fighting back in this quarter-final, because she's already down a double break in the second set.
I think I may have said this was a point for 4-love in the last game. I was ahead of myself by a game, because it's 3-love at the moment for Sabalenka. If I did say that, apologies. But it's 3-love, love 15. And now a second serve for Vekić. I don't know why you feel that Vekic's best chances on the Sabalenka serve are when the first serve is missed. Backhand returned. Forehand of Sabalenka is long. There you go. Got a decent length return in off the second serve.
Again, move forward, took the ball early on the second serve because Sabalenka is getting some good height on that on the bounce on the second serve. She's getting some, you know, it's certainly jumping up around Vekic's shoulder height or higher. She's done well in the last two returning points to handle that bounce.
Sabalenka serves into the tram line. So another second serve here for Vekić. So often the first serves when they go in from Sabalenka there. The bus has gone past you before you have your arm out to stop it. Second serve into the body. Forehand from Vekić. Forehand Sabalenka is long. Sabalenka.
And again, a similar play there. Moved around the forehand. The second serve gave her some time to get around it. Put the pressure on with a flatter hard return down the middle, and Sabalenka not able to react in time to feel comfortable when hitting the forehand and shanked it long.
Love 40 on the Sabalenka serve. She serves long. Hasn't got a first serve in this game.
No, and that one missed by quite a margin. Flat, hard, and long and wide.
Her double fault count has been impressively low throughout this tournament. Second serve is a double fault. Honestly, I did not know that was coming. I did her first match of this tournament, and I said any match where she has less than 5 double faults is good. And in fact, she had 3 in that first round match, and hasn't had the yips on the serves. But at that moment, she chooses to serve her 6th double fault.
Well, I did notice
first of the second serve.
I did notice, Chris, that you weren't touching the wooden panel of the broadcast box.
That was what it was.
Because Sabalenka had said touch wood after her opening win.
Yeah.
But the serve holds together, and so far so good. That moment aside.
I was touching my head. Does that not count?
The Bowers curse, perhaps we could call that.
Commentator's curse. Vekić, second serve into the body, backhand return, backhand from Vekić to the backhand of Sabalenka. Forehand Vekić cross court. Sabalenka makes Vekić run. Great shot from Sabalenka down the line. No chance for Vekić to get that one.
Yes, superbly struck forehand, well inside the baseline on that occasion. She was the aggressor all the way through that point, seeking to regain her rhythm after quite a disappointing service game.
Love 15 on the Vekić serve. She goes into the net with her first serve. And again, she's just bending over. And, well, it may just be frustration, disgust, but I can't help feeling she's suffering a little bit. Long gap between first and second serve. And the second serve is onto the service line. Forehand from Vekić to the backhand of Sabalenka. Backhand from Vekić up the line. Forehand Sabalenka cross court. Forehand Vekić, she goes into the net and is wrong-footed by Sabalenka. The scream has come on, but I think Vekić is struggling. She went into the net then to try and keep the point short.
Yeah, that was really quite a curious move after that first serve. Between the first serve and the second serve, she effectively bent over and it looked as though she was touching her toes, but for mine, that was just to try and regain her composure, to try and get a deep breath to stop perhaps her head from spinning. Certainly, it was a very disconcerting moment.
Why do you think there may be a bit of dizziness there?
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't necessarily bend over if that was the case, so that was the curious thing.
That's a decent serve from Vekić, and she follows up with an into-out forehand. Much better from Vekić. And she is trying to gee herself up by talking to herself.
Yeah, that was dizzyingly good. That was a very, very well-struck serve. But to get around that forehand and thump an off-forehand winner, a far better point on that occasion. But really, she's been struggling to hold serve this set. This is a crucial game.
Vekić serving onto the service line. Forehand return. Backhand down the line from Vekić. Forehand Sabalenka's netted. And the clenched fist from Vekić. And that is a much more positive image that she's presenting.
Yeah, lovely depth on that backhand. She moved across to the return from Sabalenka very well and was able to draw the error. And then, as you said, I suppose the exclaim of delight or defiance towards her box.
30 all. So I feel that Vekić has to win this game. She serves out wide. Forehand return. Forehand Vekić down the line off the top of the net. And it's called wide. And Vekić says no. And I have to say, that's the line that we can see. It's right down our commentary box line. Let's have a look at the review of this. Oh, very close.
Yeah, I think...
But it was going wide. It was the net cord that brought it closer to going in.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And I suppose a little look of despair from Vekić on that occasion.
Breakpoint Sabalenka. Vekić has put her first serve into the net. Second serve from the Croat, from the President's box end, is to the backhand of Sabalenka. That's deep, but too deep. And Sabalenka lets Vekić off the hook. Decent second serve, though.
Absolutely. So again, Sabalenka's doing a very, very good job in returning to put the pressure on her rival. Reeled off a string of games in succession.
Vekić at deuce, serves into the body, backhand return, backhand. A drop shot from Vekić is into the net. That would have been a clean winner if it had gone over, because Sabalenka was stranded at the back of the court. Not a bad choice of shot.
No, actually, and it really caught, I think, everyone by surprise. A rueful smile from Vekić as she walked towards the ball girl to try and get the ball for this point. So close.
Yeah, right onto the net cord, and it dropped back her own side. Another break point for Sabalenka and another second serve after Vekić puts her first one into the net. Second serve. This kicks to the backhand of Sabalenka. Half volley from Vekić off her baseline. Sabalenka down the line. She's caught the baseline. And that's a massive blow for Sabalenka. She moves to 4-1 in the second set. 2 games away from a place in the semi-finals.
Just a spectacular running forehand there. Could not have hit any better. Clipped the baseline, as you said. It left Vekić looking in disbelief that her rival had been able to come up with such a spectacular shot at that stage. So really some superb play on return from the Belarusian. She's playing exceptionally well.
But we do know that she can play like that. She blows hot and cold.
She really does. She really does. Now, we've just had a couple more readers writing. Not surprising, given the standard of this match.
I can tell you're a writer. They're listeners on radio, not readers.
That's a very, very good point.
Sorry, Courtney.
No, it's a very, very good point. So thank you for listening in, and perhaps...
I normally correct the TV people for saying they're not viewers on radio.
No, I'll take that on board. Vishal's written back in from India to say, I think you were commentating on Azarenka yesterday.
I was.
Poor Sabalenka.
Yes, I was. I also did Azarenka's match that finished at 2:30 in the morning. So I think that's probably imprinted on my subconscious.
Now we hear from Bobby Frackel. Fackrell, sorry. I'm not sure where Bobby's writing from, but he backhand Bobby Bristol from the UK, just saying how he heard us mention Marcus Buckland, quite a lengthy email talking about the women's doubles and how spectacular some of the players have been. Storm Hunter, one of the best doubles players in the world.
She's out there now, actually. We'll give you an updated score on that one.
So, saying get out of the bar, Aussies, and get over to Margaret Court Arena to watch that match. But he's saying, in regards to Marcus Buckland, when Rublev wins tonight, don't forget to remind him about the flat track bully remarks. So that's clearly something that...
that Marcus said at the French
dates back to Radio Roland Garros, where...
Yes.
And we touch on that. Rublev has had such I suppose, a very, very good career at Grand Slam level, but hasn't been able to progress beyond the quarterfinals. This is his seventh quarterfinal appearance.
Yes, exactly. And he got to a final set tiebreak in his last one. That's long from Sabalenka. And she's a love 30, so neither player can hold their serve at the moment. In fact, Sabalenka's going to go to her seat to change rackets. Now, again, now the umpire calls the score. Now the shot clock should start, but it hasn't started yet. Now it's started.
So that certainly bought her some seconds on that occasion.
Yeah,
as she
certainly did.
As she went to change and she's putting the vibration dampener back in the strings.
Storm Hunter and Elise Mertens, the number 4 seeds. They're set down to Marta Kostyuk and is it Elizabeth Roos from...
Yes.
Yeah. Short ball from Vekić, put away by Sabalenka with gusto. Kostyuk and Roos took the first set on the tie-break, but Hunter and Mertens are 5-2 up in the second. I know that 3 of the top 4 seeded pairs are still in the quarterfinals. So women's doubles has got high quality. So, yeah, was it Bobby in the UK said that? Yeah, absolutely right. And in fact, next match on that court is the one that our colleagues Jill Krabus and Peter Marcato are doing for television, which is involves the number 2 seeds, Coco Gauff and Jessica Pegula. Backhand from Vekić, driving from Sabalenka wide. Sabalenka gets this one back. Vekić off the top of the net and goes into the cameras at the side of the court. She had a easy, well, I say easy, she had a clear run down the line, and she could have gone either over the net or round the net, instead of which the ball hit the top of the net post and went into the cameras.
It was a superbly struck return from Vekić on that occasion that set the point up. The angle she was able to find was acute. Sabalenka at full stretch, only able to bunt it back. Now, it would have been fascinating had that one landed in. It would have been in had it off the net post, but not to be.
And that would have been 15-40, as it is, it's 30 all. Second serve from Sabalenka. Goes to the backhand. Vekić down the centre of the court. Backhand. Sabalenka clean win up. You can't give half-length balls, half-court balls to Sabalenka. You might get away with 1 or 2 errors, but by and large, she'll thump it past you.
My word, when she has the opportunity to balance and the time to think about where she's clubbing the ball, she strikes it so brilliantly, and that was another superb backhand winner.
Point for 5-1. Sabalenka's ace out wide. That's her 8th ace of the match. And surely she now, well, there's always time to come back. It's hard to see her losing this one. There's another women's doubles quarter-final out on court. The top seeds, Krejcikova and Siniakova, have just started their match against the 6th seeds, Desiree Kravchik and Demi Skurs, who I think are both in the mixed doubles still.
Very, very, very classy doubles players. They've had a fine career in the discipline. Not a surprise to see them late in the second week of a Grand Slam.
Vekić serving to stay in the match. Backhand return deep to the backhand of Vekić. Forehand from Sabalenka. Cross court, but nets. The gap was open, but she couldn't find it.
Yeah, Donna Vekić was actually going the other way. She was going to protect the backhand side. Sabalenka opted to rifle it back cross court, but it just clipped the top of the tape.
Vekić serves into the net. Second serve from the Croat. She's wearing this very pale pink dress. Backhand return is long. So think of that as the Sugar Plum Fairy dress from the Nutcracker.
We have, well, the skipping girl in Richmond is an iconic, I suppose, well, sculpture almost on the Melbourne landscape. And there is some similarities with that outfit to the skipping girl.
Now, Richmond is a suburb of Melbourne, which is, or one of the districts that make up the agglomeration of Melbourne, just to the east of the main city centre. Double fault from Vekić. Sometimes my accommodation is just at the start of Richmond, near Bridge Road.
Had a discussion with a colleague before who had caught up with some other colleagues in Richmond last night for dinner. There's many, many fine restaurants. And
there are, absolutely. Backhand from Vekić up the middle of the court. Forehand from Sabalenka, lofted by Vekić. Flattened out by Sabalenka. Backhand Vekić down the line, clean winner. Lovely shot from Vekić.
Beautiful show of defiance as well there. Really well struck double-hander off backhand to give her a couple of game points. Yes, and they noticed clearly it must have been a very good restaurant, this Greek restaurant, because Goran Ivanisevic was in there enjoying a fine feed ahead of tonight's quarterfinal with Novak.
But not with Novak in it.
Not with Novak.
He wasn't there, no. Okay.
But I think he's a man who would have good taste when it comes to food, Goran.
Yeah, yeah. I'd assume he'd like banana split. Sorry, that was a joke. Backhand down the line from Vekić. Cross court by Sabalenka, clean winner.
Well, that was no joke. That was a spectacular forehand again. Lovely cross court. When she's on, she's so impressive.
She is. What's different, though, at this Australian Open is that when she's not on, she's got 1 or 2 more options.
Yeah, we saw that in the first couple of rounds. In fact, when she was well in control of matches, working on those options. We might touch on that.
Yeah, the odd drop shot, the odd sort of short-angled return of serve. Vekić serves. Backhand return of serve is into the net. Vekić holds. Well, throws herself a lifeline, but it's still a set and 5-2 for Sabalenka.
Yeah, basically what I really was impressed with was the way that she was actually taking the pace of some of her ground strokes and opting to roll cross-court forehands, cross-court backhands at acute angles to try and drag her rival out of court rather than just trying to bludgeon winners at full pace, flat and hard. She was certainly seeming to set the point up more frequently, and you then touched on the drop shot. She was introducing that on a fairly regular basis, and it was effective. So I do like what we saw from her early on. It was almost as though she felt, I'm in such good form, and we know that she came from Adelaide having claimed a title to start the year. So confident in the way she was striking the ball that she thought, I can experiment a little bit early on in my matches here, try and add an option at a plan B or perhaps a plan C, which I think is what she needs when she gets to Grand Slam semi-finals, because she hasn't been beyond it.
Yeah, but eventually, you know, you either get stuck at a certain point and you can't go beyond it, or you need a couple of failures to learn how to take the next step. And what's interesting to me is I believe Sabalenka is very, very capable of getting to a final. What I'm not sure is whether she has to lose one before she can win one.
Of course, and that is quite often the case, although we have seen with a couple of recent champions, Ash Barty getting through and winning in Paris in 2019.
Paris, yes.
Sophia Kenin here in 2020.
Yes, against Muguruza. Sabalenka serving for the match. She goes quite a long way long on that first serve.
And Swiatek was the same as well.
She was, but when she won the French for the first time, the October French, I'll finish my point in a second. Now, the double fault from Sabalenka. That was in a final against... Oh, I commentated on that. I can't remember. But I think they were both first-time finalists, weren't they?
That's a very, very good point. And that one slipped my mind as well, given the timing of the year.
Pavlyuchenkova.
That's right.
Yes.
Yes.
And she was a first-time finalist. Backhand return from Vekić, forehand from Sabalenka. Vekić can go to the backhand side, but Sabalenka's got there. Forehand Vekić, a slice from Sabalenka. Forehand Vekić up the middle of the court. A half volley from Sabalenka. She now plays a big forehand and goes long. Both players flirting with the lines then.
And perhaps just a show of nerves here from Sabalenka as Donna Vekić walks back into the shade there, Chris.
Again, she's just buying time for herself. She adjusted her socks. She's just slightly flexing her right knee, Vekić, unless there's a problem with that right leg. Keep an eye on it. Sabalenka serves. Forehand return is not going to get anywhere near the net.
So we're just watching her walk past the commentary box. Doesn't look particularly comfortable.
No. But then, just watching her gait, I don't think there's any problem the way she's walking. Sabalenka serving from the Yarra end. Forehand no, it's not a forehand because it's an ace. It was down the forehand wing, an ace down the tee, and that takes Sabalenka to within 2 points of a place in the semi-finals.
A couple of big serves, one out wide, one down the middle, heavily sliced, coming up with the goods there.
Sabalenka serves, looking for the ace down the tee again. This time the ball the wrong side of the centre line. It's a young person making their voice heard at the top of the stands. This time Sabalenka does pull out of her service motion. Second serve into the net. Wonder whether she's a little less amused by that youngster.
Yes.
You have to, you know, focus through all these distractions. Could be a plane flying over.
I've noticed sitting courtside before, Chris, and I've seen it from here, that there is a change in policy, it appears, in terms of letting people in to the stand mid-games in the upper reaches of the stadium.
Right, yeah. 30-40, Sabalenka serves. Too good. Vekić got a racket to that, but she couldn't get it back.
And again, it's the serve directed to the forehand that has proven the winner for her this game, when she's been able to slice it wide, have Vekić stretching. It certainly seems the favoured serve.
Vekić was right in front of us, so she just sort of closed her eyes, breathed in, turned around to face the next point. The serve is long. Could be a little bit interesting if Vekić can just somehow squeeze out this service game. That would make it 5-3. The pressure Start to mount on Sabalenka. Double fault from Sabalenka. That's her 9th. It's interesting, isn't it, that she's been free of the yips, and suddenly her double fault count has rocketed in the quarterfinals.
It is always the biggest stages where you start feeling the pressure.
There's more on the line. Sabalenka facing a second break point. She goes into the net. And what will she do with this serve? Will she play safe? Will she just kick it into the centre of the court and trust her rallying skills? Well, it gives her a good kick, and it's return is long from Vekić.
A really well-struck second serve there. She did kick it, but she went after it, jumped up to the Vekić backhand. She'd had some success earlier in the set when moving forward. On that occasion, she took a couple of steps backwards, and it just got high on her. It was very hard to control from the position she was standing in to try and return that. Very good second serve from Sabalenka.
Sabalenka serves into the body, pushed back by Vekić. It's gone in. Now Vekić has got the line, and she's made it. And she's sort of smiling, because basically she struck up a racket to stop herself getting knocked over by the serve, and it went in at a phenomenal angle.
Conjured something out of nothing there, a miraculous point, really. A very good evasive skills and then tremendous defence.
That might be actually the best thing for Vekić, because it's forced her to laugh. Third break point, Sabalenka serves, forehand return, forehand from Sabalenka. Vekić has read this, she goes down the line, but is long.
Oh, she'd done such a good job to make the forehand return, because it was a well-struck serve again from Sabalenka, directed to the forehand again, so she was probably reading that one a little bit better on that occasion, but not quite able to make the follow-up.
Deuce on the Sabalenka serve. The match has gone 1 hour and 49 minutes for what could be a 6-3, 6-2. That's a long period of time. And we're on the point of 6-3, 6-2 because that serve from Sabalenka was in and the return has gone long.
A look of resignation on that occasion. We're sure she'll fight. I'm sure she'll give everything that she can on this point to try and stay in the match.
It's a long, slow trudge across the baseline for Donna Vekić as Aryna Sabalenka has match point to move into the semi-finals. She serves down the middle, forehand at full stretch. Sabalenka should put this away. No, Vekić is ready, but her lob is going long. And Sabalenka is through. She's made it to the semi-finals. It'll be Sabalenka against Linette for a place in the Australian Open final.
What a superb performance there from Aryna Sabalenka. She's been so good from the opening round onwards. As she waves kisses to the crowd who are on their feet applauding a mighty fine effort.
Yes, and, you know, this is a player who was really upset a few months ago about what happened to Wimbledon, about that she couldn't play. Grass is a good surface for her. And she said, look, I'm just trying to play tennis. Just why should I be not allowed to play because of my nationality? I had nothing to do with this. But here she is in the semi-finals of the Australian Open, and the music you can hear in the background is Don't Stop Me Now. And she will want to go 2 rounds better and lift the trophy. Donna Vekić has a smile on her face now. She knows she's had a good tournament. She struggled today, but she now leaves the court. Remains to be seen whether she continues working with Pam Shriver. That's been a good arrangement.
Yeah, certainly a really encouraging start to the season for the Croatian to be through to the quarterfinals. I think we thought we'd see her regularly deep in Grand Slams when she first came onto the scene, and it's very, very nice to see her at this stage as she departs Melbourne.
And we're going to have an interview now, and it's Jelena Dokic. Just had a hug with Sabalenka, who didn't want to hug her because she's sweaty.
Congratulations. You've been in the semi-finals of a Grand Slam before at Wimbledon, at the US Open, but this is your first Australian Open semi-final. You must be very pleased and proud.
Well, I don't know why, but here it feels really special to be in the semi-finals, and I don't know, it was a tough match. Let's talk about that later. But anyway, I'm super happy with the win, and it was so great. It was so great to play here today. The atmosphere was unbelievable. Thank you so much, guys.
Go easy. I know this is a lot, and I know you've worked very hard to get here. Is this your new favorite place, Melbourne, Rod Laver Arena? Is that safe to say?
I would say yeah. I definitely love this place.
They love you too. I'll get back to the match. You've played her 6 times before, and she has a 5-1 head-to-head record. I don't know if you were aware of that going into the match. Are you aware of that?
You know what? It's really good that I didn't know that. I mean, I remember last 2 matches that she won. Good that I didn't think about 1-5 down. So now it's 2-5, so it's 3 more to go.
So she's been a tricky opponent for you in the past. What do you feel like you did well today?
Yeah, she's a great player, and it's always tough to play against her. I think I don't know. I think just because I was calm and I kind of expect this game from her, so I was able to stay in the game no matter what. So I think that was the key.
Now, I want to ask you about last year. As someone who knows what it's like to hit some double faults out there. You had some issues with your serve last year, but you took it with so much grace and you work so hard, you don't give up. Where does that come from? Because you haven't just gotten over your serving problems, but you really are now one of the best servers out there. Where does that come from?
I think I just want to say thank you to my parents. They raised me as the strong person. I think this is only why.
Now, I'll let you go and do your recovery because I know you're very, very fit. You don't even wear a hat in the heat. But you do have your semi-final tomorrow. Is the ice bath on the menu today?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't like ice baths. I feel super weird afterward, but I'll definitely do some treatment and yeah, I don't know. I think in my room it's already ice baths. I like to keep the temperature really low, so.
All right, I'll let you get back to your cold room and to your recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, Aryna Sabalenka.
Oh, thank goodness. We've got a top-level player saying, I don't like ice baths, I feel weird afterwards. I mean, that's my excuse.
Yeah, look, I like to think that we're both elite athletes in this commentary box, Chris. I'm sure Andy Murray. I'm sure Andy Murray desperately needed one the other day after his all-nighter against Thanasi Kokkinakis.
But you know, I think we need to acknowledge the fact that a lot of these modern techniques, not just ice baths, but other things as well, it's what allow players to play longer and to recover from these kind of matches that really ought to finish them off.
Look, without a doubt, and it is, you know, it's what I would in another role that I do, Chris. I often write about Australian football, Australian rules football, and it always used to make me laugh when you would walk into the change rooms afterwards, and positioned in one of the smaller rooms, you'd see 3 of the taller garbage bins and players standing in the garbage bins full of ice. Occasionally had to conduct a couple of interviews with players standing freezing in ice buckets or ice cold water up to their, I suppose, up to their shoulders almost.
Is the convention in Australian rules football that journalists do come into the locker room?
Yes, you can come into the locker room. I mean, look, at different stages, depending on which club you were dealing with, for example, you know, there will be some differences, but more open clubs, no worries at all. You can walk in and you request a player and they will walk out and you can easily talk to them. And then afterwards, when all the players and families are, you know, their families, etc., are in, you are able to go and talk to players. I mean, the convention in the US sports was that. And in fact, I remember the early days I reported on the US Open, where you could go into the locker rooms. I remember interviewing Thomas Muster in the locker room there. I also did an interview with Carlos Moya in the locker room at Monte Carlo. In the treatment room, he was actually having treatment for some sort of strain after his match, and I interviewed him while the physio worked on him. So it does happen, but it's less and less these days. Yeah, we talked about media access a couple of days ago as we just look on the court, and there's a former US Open champion and exceptional doubles player doing an interview for I suppose one of our affiliates, Australian Open Television, I believe that is, and it's Sam Stosur. stepping into a new career, perhaps after retiring earlier in the tournament after just a great, distinguished career.
She looks very different in her non-tennis attire.
She does. She's now living in Melbourne's inner north in quite a funky suburb with her family, and very stylish. It's certainly a north of the river style she's got on, still looking understandably fit enough to be out there playing.
Well, she was out there playing until a couple of days ago, wasn't she? So just to recap where we're up to, that result, Sabalenka beating Vekić, means that we have the semi-final lineup now for the women's singles complete. And it will be Elena Rybakina against Victoria Azarenka and Linette against Aryna Sabalenka. Again, you wouldn't have had many people tipping those four at the start of the tournament. You might have tipped Sabalenka, you might have tipped Azarenka. Rybakina, I'm not sure how many people would have done, certainly not Linette.
No, when we thought about we all thought there would be a Polish player deep in the tournament, deep in the Australian Open, contending for the Daphne Ackhurst Memorial Trophy, which goes to the women's champion here in Melbourne. But we thought that might be the world number one, Iga Swiatek, not her compatriot, 10 years older or 9 years older in Linette.
Yeah.
But and she'd been to the third round. On 29 prior occasions at Grand Slam level. She'd never been beyond the third round, but something has really clicked here in Melbourne, and she played superbly in that quarterfinal today, I think, against Pliskova. Held her nerve really well in extended rallies, and what she did well, and we know with Carolina, similar to Sabalenka, for example, if the match is on her terms, she's capable of superb shot making. Linette was able to stay with her sustained consistency from the baseline, kept it nice and deep in the first set, but also deep in the second set. She started to draw errors, and it was a really, really good performance. And she was quite emotional on the court afterwards, saying that, yes, this is a dream moment for me. This is what I've always wanted to do, but I also liked her immediate response. The tournament's not over yet, Chris.
It's not, no. But look at the dominance of Eastern Europe. Okay, women's semi-finalists, 2 from Belarus, a Russian-born and raised Kazakh, and a Pole. And the men, not quite as dominant, but almost. We've got a Russian and a Greek in the semi-finals, and we will have either a Russian or a Serb playing an American.
Effectively the east of Berlin and beyond.
Yeah, absolutely. But it just tells you these are the countries where people were desperate to, I was going to say better themselves. I don't like that term, but, you know, to break out. And one of the best ways of doing so was to achieve success at top-level sport.
And I'm fascinated to see how these two semi-finals unfold, because you touch on the fact there'll be a first-time semi-finalist from one half of the draw, and obviously 2 Grand Slam champions in the other semi-final. Rybakina and Azarenka, they've played once. Rybakina had the better of the Belarusian in Indian Wells last year in straight sets. And in the other semi-final, we've seen Linette and Sabalenka play twice, and on both occasions, the most recent at the Tokyo Olympics a couple of years ago, Sabalenka well and truly had the upper hand. But I think what we've seen from Linette in the last 12 months or so, and certainly the last 4 months, is that she's finding the peak of her career at 30. She you only have to look at the head-to-head with Pliskova today. She trailed 7-2, but the 2 most recent matches, Pliskova edges her in the first round of the US Open, a deciding tiebreaker needed to split the pair in that match. And then at the Billie Jean King Cup, she was far too good for the Czech. And we know how much the Czechs value the Billie Jean King Cup titles. They perform so well for their nation. So that was a really big win, and I think we're seeing her carrying on from there.
Well, we'll have the men on court in just a couple of minutes. We can see them both waiting for their escort onto Rod Laver Arena. We'll be back with that match, warm-up, coin toss, etc. in just a minute here on AO Radio.
Always abuzz with excitement, Garden Square is the heart of Melbourne Park. It's where the fans gather to watch the big screen action, shop for souvenirs and enjoy delicious food and beverages. Centrepiece at Garden Square is home to 3 stylish and exclusive dining experiences. Supernormal, Rockpool Bar and Grill plus Penfolds Restaurant. Head to Garden Square and take in world-class hospitality as you take in the tennis.
Thinking of getting the kids on court? With Tennis Hot Shots, kids can swing into the action. Perfect for kids aged 3 through to 12. With Tennis Hot Shots, kids gain confidence, learn sports skills and make friends. Learn tennis for life and find your nearest club at play.tennis.com.au.
Want to take your Grand Slam tennis experience to the next level? Upgrade your ground pass to Rod Laver or Margaret Court seating and see all the biggest names battle it out on the world's biggest stage. Your year of tennis starts here at the AO. Go to ticketmaster.com.au/AO upgrades.
Fit as a fiddle or looking to step it up? Either way, cardio tennis is a great way to get active. Run by Tennis Australia accredited coaches, you can enjoy high-energy tennis drills, activities and challenges, and they're all set to a pumping soundtrack. Cardio tennis, the perfect program for beginner or intermediate players who are keen to work up a sweat.
Hello, I'm Svetlana Kuznetsova and you're listening to AO Radio.
We have the players in the tunnel. Ben Shelton, the first to be out, 20 years old. Only his second Grand Slam main draw, and he's through to the quarterfinals. Only 2 Americans in the Open era have ever made it through to the semi-finals in their first in their first 2 Grand Slams. One was John McEnroe, and the other was Patrick McEnroe, here back in 1981, I beg your pardon. When I say here, I mean in Melbourne, not here at Melbourne Park, because it didn't exist in those days. It was a railway sidings in those days.
That's right. It was a vastly different looking inner city business district. Certainly far preferable now, far more aesthetically pleasing.
And actually the Australian Open men's tournament in 1981, when McEnroe got to the semis, I'm not sure if there were any top 10 players. There was a time when the men just didn't travel down. It was in December in those days. And in fact, I think that was one of the 3 years when the women decided to have their Australian Open tournament a month earlier than the men.
Yeah, there was a split for a period. Was it Johan Creek was the winner in 81, or was that...
81 Creek won and 82 Creek won.
Back to back?
And I think actually what happened that women held theirs in November in 80 and 81. And then they were persuaded to come back into the same fortnight as the men in 82. But they had the first week and the men had the second week. And the first week there was glorious weather. There's a bit of karma here. Glorious weather. And the second week it threw it down. So they shortened a couple of rounds from best of 5 to best of 3, just so they get the tournament completed. I think they were back to best of 5 for the quarters. But it was like a Masters 1000 tournament.
That's very, very interesting. And clearly, you know, around that time there was some discussions about Australia's hold on the Grand Slam. Some forward thinking to try and move it to...
Keith Biscayne wanted to be the 4th slam. But fortunately, people realised just in time. This is Carlos Bernardes, the umpire.
Same conditions as the first round. Any questions? No? Paul will take the red box, blue box, okay? Okay, let's show to him. This is heads, and this is tails. Heads, he chooses heads. And it's tails, Ben. Serve. So it's fine, okay, facing that picture. With them.
The youngster who did the coin toss stands between the 2 players, puts on his best PR smile.
He certainly gave the coin a little bit of, what I would say, leather there. He did. Decent height.
I loved his technique on the coin toss. Really smooth. And I hope there's a good photograph there for the family mantelpiece. Just notice Tommy Paul in front of us warming up. He's got lycra shorts on under his tennis shorts. Maybe, I don't know, that can be a sign of a little bit of tightness in the thigh muscles. Tommy Paul is the more experienced player. He's 25 years old. He's won a title, and he's been ranked much higher. This week his ranking is 35. Whereas Ben Shelton, his ranking this week is 89, and he's only 20 years old. 20 years and 3 months. Looking at Ben Shelton's run through. 5-setter against J.J. Wolf in the last round, and he had a 5-setter in the first round against Zhizhen Zhang The first Chinese player in the top 100 to be ranked in the top 100. Chinese male player, I beg your pardon. And yeah, that was his first ever 5-set match.
Yeah, it's extra. I spoke to Zhang last week actually. He was really looking forward to playing at Melbourne Park, but to come up against a young American playing so well, just such an impressive debut in Melbourne Park and his second Grand Slam.
Tommy Paul's had one 5-setter. It was in the second round against Alejandro Davidovich Fokina.
Very, very tough Spaniard, so that was a very good win by Paul. He had a really nice junior record, the American, and it's taken. I think he's following what's now a fairly traditionally accepted around mid-20s. You start to produce your best tennis. There's always exceptions, like Shelton playing amazingly, and you know there are occasional exceptions to the rule. We see Ruin and obviously Alcaraz, but for many professionals, it's around now that they start to produce their best form.
Yeah, but you know Tommy Paul's story. He had his funding cut because he wasn't working hard enough. He was the bad boy of the USTA system. And to his credit, he's had a couple of good coaches who believed in him. He's now working with Brad Stein, who was Jose Higueros' junior when the two of them were coaching Jim Courier to world #1 back in the 1990s. So Brad Stein is a quality coach, and he's believed in Paul. And the rewards are coming now. And really, Paul ought to win this, especially after Shelton having that marathon 5-setter in the last round.
No, look, I would agree that the experience and also the fresher man on the court, you do think that he's favoured.
The win predictor, incidentally, I'm not sure whether that's based on people tipping or whether that's indicators, but the win predictor is 76-24 for Tommy Paul.
The one thing I will say, though, is that Shelton is proving himself a massive surprise packet here, and he may well be a player out of the box. You know, it's his second time. I'm sure people will look at him more closely in coming years. There's always ups and downs for young players, but this has been an outstanding run at a Grand Slam this week, over the past week.
I remember a 19-year-old Leighton Hewitt, and he won a lot of matches. People saying, "Are you not tired?" He said, "Mate, I'm 19, I don't get tired." And I wonder whether the same is the case for Shelton. But I suspect it's a lot easier to keep the tiredness at bay if you're doing well. So if he gets off to a good start, I don't think he'll feel tired. If he suddenly finds himself a set and a break down, the legs may feel heavy.
Now, we talk about young players coming out onto massive courts, and this is undoubtedly the biggest court that Shelton's played on at Grand Slam level and indeed in his professional career, given the stage and what's at stake, a semi-final berth, potentially against Novak Djokovic if he's able to get through against Rublev tonight. So you're potentially playing a legend, a living legend on the court in a couple of days' time. A few people have spoken about the college experience, that he went through this college experience in the US where they have very, very passionate fan bases who come and attend, and they can make it quite hostile. Now, when he went up against the Australian Alexei Popyrin in the third round, he dealt so well with what was a very, very, very supportive crowd for the local hero, or the local hopeful, more to the point, in Popyrin. Had no worries shrugging that off. I suspect the applause or the support for both men will be fairly evenly split today, given they're in a neutral territory.
I mean, I get the feeling that, we talk about personalities, and often that's about, how players come across in interviews, but there are players who play dour tennis and there are players who play exciting tennis. And I think people like the way Shelton plays his tennis. I think he might have more support than Paul. Not that Paul is in any way a dull player, but that Paul, especially since he's been knuckling down to the hard work, does everything well, whereas there's a little bit of flair about Ben Shelton.
Yeah, look, without a doubt, and he has just been capable of producing some sizzling ground strokes. The serving has been spectacular. As we see some more people start to file back into Rod Laver Arena, they just ducked out to grab some lunch to to take a couple of refreshments between the women's semi-final.
It's a
women's quarterfinals and the start of this men's quarterfinal.
It's a lot more packed in the shaded seats than it is in the seats that are exposed to the sun. There's large banks of sunny seats. I suspect people are just taking a break now, letting the putting the after sun on, or another lot of sun cream.
Very important in the Australian sunshine to do that.
Absolutely.
I've applied this morning.
Yes, I have too. So it's Ben Shelton getting this match underway, serving to Paul. Paul nets the return. A couple of scores from elsewhere. Storm Hunter and Elise Mertens did take the second set, but they're a breakdown at 3-2 against Kostyuk and Ruse in the third. The top women's double seeds, Krejcikova and Siniakova, have taken the first set 6-2 against Kravchuk and Skurs, and it's 1-love. I think that's on serve in the second set. The men's doubles quarter-final on court, Andreas Mies, John Peers have split sets with Marcos Granollers and Horacio Zeballos. Back in return from Paul. Drop shot from Shelton, down the line by Paul. Shelton's there. Shelton gets a second volley and wins the point. That's what I mean by a bit of flair. People will warm to that.
Outstanding reflexes as well. He really did read the right way both times, but you needed to be able to come up with the volley as well as reading it, and he was able to do so. Lovely exchange at the net.
Shelton serves down the middle into the net. 40-love. Good opening game so far for the left-hander. Both Americans. Shelton the left-hander. Paul the right-hander. They're playing with the same racket as well. Down the line by Shelton. Clean winner. Big forehand.
So I think we saw it all there with Shelton in the first game. The second point, a lovely sliced serve that cut away from Paul in the advantage court for an ace. The third, that exceptional exchange of hands at the net, beautiful reflexes, great control with the racket head. And then the last one, bang, the crunched forehand up the line, short, sharp and terrific.
I mean, the general feeling in the tennis world is that whoever wins this one is going to reach the end of the line in the semi-finals, because they'll be up against, well, probably Djokovic, but if not Djokovic, then Rublev. But you never know, dangerous. And they'll be on a roll. '21.
Well, it beats the alternative being out there and actually playing the semi-final as opposed to being on the plane home.
Yes, or being long since home, as they would probably have expected to be. Paul serving from the Yarra end out wide, backhand return, backhand from Paul to the forehand of Shelton. It's into the net from Shelton. And again, part of that flair I was talking about is that as he shapes up for his forehand, there's a wiggle of the racket head, just helping him get that racket head speed. But that just adds to a little bit of his on-court charisma. Tommy Paul serving too long by about 3 meters. Paul, all in white, serves to the backhand of Shelton. Forehand from Paul, cross court. Shelton with a two-hander. Forehand Paul up the forehand wing. Shelton goes, wrong foot's Paul. Nicely done.
And again, the easy power there from well behind the baseline, a couple of metres behind the baseline. It seemed like a regulation rally, but he was able to unleash with that forehand. No response, or no time for a response, really. He struck it that well.
Looking at Shelton's shirt, trying to decide if it's white or cream. I think it's white. It's got these black marks at the bottom of the sleeve. Looks a bit like a German football shirt.
Yeah, I was going to go with the...
black shorts as well.
Yeah, no, certainly. I thought the beach look.
Yeah, there's a bit of a beach look. Yeah, I agree. But they're both largely white. Is Shelton wearing black socks, or are they ankle supports? Forehand return from Shelton down the line. Chopped by Paul. Sits up for Shelton. Runs around his backhand. Puts the forehand away. That's very impressive, this, from Ben Shelton.
Yeah, exceptionally good movement as well. Summed up the situation well in that point. Look, to me, they look like the socks. It certainly looks to be going with the outfit, which, as you touched on, the black shorts. I think it's a cream. I'm gonna go with the cream.
Okay.
With the black trim around the shirt
sleeves.
It's a chipped return from Shelton is long. See, when I look at his shirt, that for me is white, but when I compare it with Paul's shirt, it's cream. Well, Stephanie Miles is in the background sort of saying, I'll give my view on the fashion stuff when I... Well, she'll probably be on in the fourth game of this set. So, yeah. Well, while she's off microphone, we can monopolise the fashion sense. Down the line from Paul, slice from Shelton into the net, and it's 1 game all.
Importantly, I believe they're both wearing their outfits far better than what I'd carry them off. So I think that's a step forward for both of them. I am looking forward to what Steph has to say.
They both got these sort of coloured stripes across the top. From the, they're with the same company. It's the same company that Milos Raonic is with, so that's probably where Steph's got her inside knowledge there. She mutters, just my niche. Commentating with hecklers in the background, you know. Dear, oh dear. I'm not playing this venue again. A serve to the backhand from Shelton. He plays a forehand down the backhand wing. Cross court by Paul. Shelton makes good ground to his forehand. Forehand by Paul. He's found the open court. Shelton's got to be a little careful. He almost turned his ankle then, racing to that forehand.
You talked about the, I suppose, the exaggerated wind-up that he has when he goes to that forehand. The wiggle. I like it. The wiggle is evident as he seeks to strike that forehand cross court.
Oh, he's lost the sun for a second. That's a good serve from Shelton. The return is into the net from Tommy Paul. There's a cloud here. That's not allowed.
Outrageous on a spectacular summer's day in Melbourne. And what's been a really mixed summer to date in terms of the weather, far from consistent.
Shelton serves, backhand return is lofted deep to the backhand of Shelton. Forehand from Paul, backhand Shelton goes back cross court, the middle of the court from Paul, sliced by Shelton. Forehand by Paul, two-hander from Shelton to the backhand of Paul. Shelton stretches for a pushed forehand. Paul puts the forehand away, cross court. Nicely constructed from Tommy Paul.
He's done a really good job on the 2 points that he's won in this game, both to the deuce court, to take the ball early, midway through the rally, clip it back cross court, and get his opponent stretching, drawn the short ball on that occasion, and able to put away the forehand. Very well played.
Shelton. I commentated on his dad at Wimbledon once, because his dad got to the fourth round, 1 year. It's a good serve down the... No, it's not a good serve. I thought it was an ace from Shelton. Second serve from Shelton. That is an ace. Second serve ace, 197. Well, he's not messing around, is he?
No, very, very handy given he was trailing 15-30 as well, but only a little bit off that second serve compared to the first. Straight down the tee. No time for Paul to react to that, and the fist pump afterwards. He's wearing a fluorescent orange wristband to match the strings of his racket.
I know. So they're both with the same clothing company and the same racket company. Forehand return from Paul. Forehand Shelton cross court. This is 30-all. Third game. Forehand from Shelton. Backhand Paul cross court. Shelton makes good ground. Goes down the line but misses. And it's a break point for Tommy Paul.
Yeah, again, able to dictate from the middle of the court, straight up and down the middle from Shelton. Paul seizes the opportunity to push him wide in the court with a double-handed backhand. And Shelton unable to control the forehand on that occasion. So the first chance for Tommy Paul to break serve.
Shelton from the President's box end. Will he use the away swinging serve? He does try for that, but Paul's there. Forehand from Shelton to the backhand of Paul. Forehand Shelton up the forehand wing of Paul. Paul goes cross court. Shelton's there with his two-hander. Forehand Paul deep to the backhand of Shelton. Flattened down the middle of the court. Paul goes to the forehand of Shelton. Now Paul with a big forehand, but it's long. And the clenched fist from Shelton. He looks up at his team. That's quite important. I think it's important for Shelton to hang in there with Paul early on. He's looking good, but if he's feeling tired, he does not want to go break down.
No, and you talk about the confidence that can come from seeing through tough situations. If he's able to find a way through this early service game where he's under a little bit of pressure, it may well blossom.
Deuce, third game of the match. A serve into the body, and Shelton's... Well, the return is into the net, but Shelton was coming in behind that, so happy to serve and volley. We saw that a lot with Jerzy Lehečka. Very willing to serve, and had some nice volleys behind that. I just think the serve and volley is a great change-up. Especially if, you know, as long as it is a change-up, because then the opponent doesn't expect it. A serve down the middle from Shelton, that is an ace. So he's held serve, having saved a break point, and leads by 2-1. Courtney, if it wasn't for the fact that Mark and Kim's packet of Tim Tams is in front of us, and I'm desperate for one, I might carry on for a couple of games just to stop, keep Steph at bay, but I think we're going to have to make way for her. And she's going to give us her view on the outfits.
Yeah, fashion consultant Stephanie Miles about to join us with Steve Pearce, the runway consultant.
I will change with Steve while you give us another message or your thoughts on the first 3 games.
A really nice start from Shelton to hold serve. We have a message from Benjamin writing from Hawaii, who says, and it's been an immediate impact from Shelton on him, Ben Shelton is now my favourite American player and second favourite overall male player. He's loving listening to a great day of AO Radio, and really good to have you aboard, Benjamin. Thankfully, listening from Hawaii. Going to be a great finish to the tournament, and he's going to be excited to see which of his favourites wins. Aloha. Well, aloha right back to you. What I'm taking from that, Ben, and I'm looking at the outfits that we're talking about fashion early in the match, and it's an impressive start from both men, but they do look like the type of outfit that I could see on a couple of the islands in Hawaii. They
Absolutely.
do look like that. As Steve Pearce
Hello,
joins
Courtney.
me in commentary,
Yes.
and I'll be jumping out, and as I said, the fashion consultant Steph Miles will be jumping in to explain what's going on out there.
I suppose she will, yes, our fashion expert. Although that's me, isn't it? I know all about fashion. There's a lot of white and a bit of faded pink out there, a couple of hats, and 2 fairly handy tennis players. That's all I see. I see nothing else apart from the Tim Tams on the desk. And Chris Powers, true to his word, did snaffle one on his way out of the commentary box, although they probably would do well from a bit of time. Thanks again to Mark and Kim from Florida for contributing those to the commentary team. They might benefit from some time in the fridge as well. I don't mind a Tim Tam out of the fridge. Yep. Best, says Courtney as he departs the commentary box. Courtney and Chris, many thanks for the last couple of hours on AO Radio, taking us through that period of time and just eking into this contest here as Paul puts a forehand into the net. It's time for the Steph and Steve show. Resuming with Steph.
Picking right up where we left off. It's
That's
all
right.
very alliterative. It's like Courtney and Chris, Steph and Steve. It's like the roster was planned that way.
Oh, I'm sure it was.
You never know.
I'm sure it was. So does that mean, so who's after us? Let's have a look. We could call that Jill and Johnson.
Yeah. J&J.
The J&J show. Moving into the net with the big forehand was Paul. He's forced to backpedal to put away an awkward-looking smash as Shelton put up the lob, but he did it well, Tommy Paul, there. And 30-15, 1-2. Just the opening set of this all-American quarterfinal.
American.
That was an American accent, by the way.
It was pretty good. Tommy Paul is a very nimble, agile fellow. He's not small. He's got to be 6'2", but he's very light on his feet, very swift, quick.
Yes.
Just
he
a
is.
natural jock. One of those guys you know that whatever sport he took up, he would be really, really good at.
If he committed. On to the forehand. The left-handed forehand, of course, if you're just not that familiar with Ben Shelton, and many, many people who follow sport, or tennis even, are not necessarily that familiar with Ben Shelton yet. He's just 20 years old. Really exciting talent out of the United States. Not the generation behind Tommy Paul and co. Taylor Fritz.
Kind of.
Well, we can't be a generation in 5 years, can
Yeah,
it?
to me, that's what the generations are these days.
Bang from Paul near the baseline, puts that away. I know, but in the stricter sense of a generation, that's more like your 15 years or something like that.
Maybe it
really.
maybe it used to be, but when you look at tennis generations, Tommy Paul is part of the Riley Opelka, Taylor
Fritz.
Fritz, that whole crew are all
Francis
24.
TFO.
Yeah, they're all 24, 25, grew up together.
Yep.
Shelton is like just turned 20 and he's just starting his career. And I feel as though, yeah, that's a different generation along with Alcaraz, along with Runa. They're there, and it almost is. And then you look at Dimitrov and Nishikori, and those guys, they're only 5 years older than that. And then 5 years after that is Nadal Djokovic.
So really what we're saying is in tennis, generations are different to in normal world.
I feel as though the calculation is not a reproductive one.
No. I suppose so tennis has changed the word of generation a bit, and it's kind of like a different cohort coming through who might be a couple of years younger is referred to as the next generation of players.
Exactly, because our attention spans are so short that we want to throw out the 24-year-olds and bring in the 19-year-olds.
Why not?
Also, the game changes every 5 years, I find. It's faster.
Up goes the defensive lob here from Tommy Paul. Does it land in? It does. Right from the back of the court. A huge smash from Shelton. Defended, just drifting out from Paul there. That was a massive shot from the back of the court.
All right, so we will get into a quick wardrobe because we've got Tommy Paul right in front of us. Now the shirt is sort of creamish, like a little, not quite white. He's got the lilac, sort of yellow, kind of salmon stripes, plain white socks, white shoes, and a white cap.
Shelton serving into the net as Stephanie details from a fashion expert's position what we're seeing in front of us. As I mentioned, I really just see two tennis players with a couple of hats on. Big forehand from Tommy Paul. That opened up for him to take that ball pretty early. Ripped it down the line, 30-15.
His shorts are lilac, matching the stripe on his shirt. He's got the spandex shorties underneath that are multicolored. They kind of look sort of Adidas-y, but I would imagine New Balance, which is the sponsor, does make those types of gear for their players.
30-15. Big serve from Ben Shelton, but it's called a let. It's a very low ball toss that Shelton has.
Yeah, it's
in comparison to some.
Yeah, not Roscoe Tannery, but really quite effective, and he's leaning forward when he hits it too.
Bang. Defensively from Paul, lands this just long, trying to land that back near the baseline, and Shelton moves out to a bit more of a comfortable position. 40-15. So that was one of the big question marks here, I suppose, in this quarterfinal. New ground for both players, but especially so for Ben Shelton on his first trip outside the United States. It's not a bad return, is it? He picks up the half volley here, but he's a bit in trouble because Paul just opens up. Backhand could have gone cross-court or down the line, chose down the line. Easy winner.
That's okay, though, because I think Shelton, at a very young age, understands that serving and volleying and net rushing is a matter of percentage. You're not going to win. If you win 60, 65% of those approaches, you're going to probably win the match. So you must accept the ones where you don't in the scheme of the big picture, and he's already got that at 20.
At 40-30, he serves just long. The only left-hander to make it through to the quarterfinals. Who'd have thought that? If you were going to pick a lefty to make it, wouldn't have been him. But here he is, just shows you. On to the forehands now, and then the backhand heavily from Shelton from the back of the court. That's out from Tommy Paul. Strays long. Shelton holds 3-2. On serve, nice steady start from both players to get going in this quarterfinal. I'm not sure if Chris and Courtney gave this result in the women's doubles. Kostyuk and Ruse, 3-set winners over Hunter and Mertens, the 4th seeds. So a bit of an upset there.
They're having a run, those two.
On Margaret Court Arenas and Granollers and Zabayas. The 8th seeds are also through. That's in the men's quarterfinals over Mies and Piers, the British. Eyesight is so good. German and Australian 14th seeds. A couple of results there in the doubles for you.
There's a fair amount of action still going on the grounds. I like the fact that they've put a lot of doubles and mixed, and even the legends. You've got Chikova and Tommy Haas. Now there's a comely pair.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And they're playing legends mixed doubles out there on court 3, which is a nice court. So there's plenty for the grounds pass people to enjoy.
Absolutely.
In addition to all of these big matches inside Rod Laver.
Now, do keep your messages coming through. We do love hearing from you wherever you're listening to us for this one. I'm assuming we'll have quite a few people tuning in the US at different times of the day, depending on whether you're East Coast, Central, or Western.
Yeah, it's about 8 p.m. on the West Coast, maybe 5 p.m. in Hawaii. So they're still kind of in prime time for this one.
And we do know that a lot of people have the TV on, but also the radio commentary for a bit more kind of fun and pizzazz.
Well, there you go. And of course, fashion comments. So
fashion comments extraordinaire.
Yeah, we've got Ben Shelton there. He's got the black cap. His socks are black with white trim on the top. I think for a guy who might not necessarily be at the level where you can throw his socks out every match, black socks are good, because white socks you can't ever get white again once you wear them for the first time.
Done.
Interestingly, with
Big
these
serve
two,
there from Tommy Paul down the middle, 15 love.
is that I don't think Tommy Paul actually has a New Balance sponsorship. His agent is, I think, Tony Godsick, who is Federer's crew, and I think he just gets the clothes from him.
Serving here, Paul, onto the forehand there of Shelton, but long.
And possibly now you know that his ranking is climbing up, maybe he can sort of get some bonus money in there. And with Shelton, if I remember correctly, he has a deal with On, which are the shoes that Federer wears, but the clothes are not ready yet.
Paul here serving out wide. It's a fault.
So in the meantime, this is what he's wearing, and these two are matchy-matchy.
Do keep those. Like, we'd love to hear from people in the US, though, whether you're particularly dialed into either of these players. Big forehand cross court, well defended by Shelton on the left-handed backhand. On the run, he makes the forehand cross court up into the other line, though. Tommy Paul, calm as you like, just stroking away the backhand for the beautiful winner up the line. Just whether, you know, either of these are favourites of yours, or the interested in the coverage that this is getting back in the US.
Or if you're a JJ Wolf fan and you know you like him more than these guys just because of his look.
Your thoughts on Tommy Paul here as he rips a forehand cross court, nice coverage at the net, good forehand volley, comfortable hold for 3-all. Tommy Paul, the way he's lagged behind those names that we were mentioning earlier in success, and I think Chris alluded to, you know, losing his funding from the USTA. And then dialing back in a couple of years ago, and he had some injuries as well, but you know, this move back to the top, and you know, all those names that we mentioned, none of them are still here, but he is in the quarterfinals. So interested to hear your thoughts from the US if you've been following Tommy Paul and or Ben Shelton. Ben, of course, much earlier in his career.
Yeah, this is all gravy for him. He's a little bit like Alcaraz last year. This is all just fun and games and enjoyment, and I think that very much has helped his run here. And Tommy Paul, I spoke to him virtually after he won in Copenhagen a year and a half ago. It was his first title. They beat Shapovalov in the final and talked about that late blooming thing. So we'll come back to that.
Serving here, Shelton. A backhand from Paul from the back of the court. Kicking up. Nicely done there from both players. Low over the net. Couple of slices. Running around onto the forehand. Shelton hoiks this long. Looking for the inside-in ball, but he really never got into position to play that forehand. Love 15.
Yeah, he was a junior champion. I can't remember if he won Roland Garros and Taylor Fritz won the U.S. Open or the other way around. But they were in the just ahead of the Shapovalov Felix generation, and it's taken a while. He's sort of a more laid back character by character, and I asked him. I said, did you feel like it wasn't going to come or whatever? He said, well, you know, they all say this. Everybody has their own timetable, their own journey. In his younger years, I think he was not averse to partying a little bit, and so it just took a while. Well, you know, yeah, but those are key years, so it took him a little while to get.
That's a great forehand from Shelton from the back of the court. Just the off forehand, beautifully struck for the winner, 30-15. So Tommy Paul won Roland Garros, it was in 2015, defeating Fritz, and then was runner-up same year at the US to Fritz.
There you go. So my memory was fairly good.
Pretty good,
Almost
I'd say.
Exactly right.
Considering that was 8 years ago, nearly, or getting on anyway. Floated back by Paul. That just landed in. Nice angle from Shelton. Then he stays on that cross-court angle. Paul changes it a little bit and then is forced to rock back, but doesn't have to make this forehand because that was long off the racket of the younger American. 30-all, 3-all.
Yeah, 15-year-old Auger Aliassime and 16-year-old Shapovalov won the junior doubles that year, and they ran into these guys. So I had a lot of focus on the juniors that year. And so, yeah, the next year Shapovalov won Junior Wimbledon, and Felix won Junior U.S. Open, beating Kecmanovic in the final. So this is a really nice crop, generational crew. But as I said, Tommy Paul's taken a little longer. Took him a little longer to buckle down, get more serious, and realize how good he is. And I think he realizes it now.
Just 25 years old still, so, you know, that's not young in tennis, as, you know, Obviously, the guy right in front of us is 20. Alcaraz is, what, 19?
Yeah, different generation.
Yeah, so different
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Different tennis generation.
That's right, exactly, exactly.
But still young enough, and he's got his way through to a quarter-final here. So at 30-all, Shelton serves. The backhand's awkward from Paul. Kicked up high, nice serve from Shelton. Tommy Paul couldn't control it, and it's 40-30. Not sure which camp I'm in here for the win. It's a bit of a 50-50,
Paul is the
isn't
favorite.
it?
He's actually, I looked this up, odds making wise, and he's not an overwhelming favorite, but a fairly strong one. That actually surprised me.
This is quite surprising. Little drop shot here from Shelton. Paul gets there, leaves the wing open though. Well covered though, brilliant first volley. And it took Shelton wide into the opposite side of the court, and he couldn't make the forehand back across on the tight angle. That was good net coverage from Tommy Paul.
It was. It showed off his speed, and also Shelton hit quite a nice drop shot there, but he didn't follow it to the net. He hesitated. He stayed back a little bit, and at that point, it was really less than a 50-50 because that was a very good drop shot. He's got some skills, this guy, and he's put on a lot of muscle over the last 6 months, which he's not shy to show off in tank tops and that sort of thing. So he's proud of the work he's put in.
3-all and deuce here, 7th game of the opening set. This men's quarterfinal, looking to decide who's going to meet Rublev or Djokovic in the semi. Forehand from Shelton, nice cross court. Paul knew it was going there, covered it well. Drop shot again, really good touch from Ben Shelton on the forehand. Paul was not in the frame.
Yeah, very, very nice. He's another kid like Korda, whose father was a high level player. Brian Shelton, his dad, has not nearly had that size, nor was he a lefty, but he had him as his coach at the University of Florida as well. And they're both well-taught, well-rounded players, not quite in the USTA surf forehand mode.
Game point here. Oh, that's a really good backhand from Paul. Brilliant pickup from Shelton. Second volley is even better. That's great stuff from Ben Shelton, and he roars his approval on Rod Laver Arena this afternoon.
The Brits must be looking at him and saying, "Oh, I think this chap could win Wimbledon." And you know what? He could. He's exciting to watch. I think his challenge today, the first match I saw him play this year was on court 14, and that was the heat and thunderstorm night. And he was playing Zhizhen Zheng, Chinese player, who was pretty flashy himself.
Yep.
Big crowd of Chinese fans, big crowd of Brian Shelton fans, college boys, and Aussie bros who decided they were college boys for the night. And he turned the place into a college match. And to a certain extent, he did that on John Cain Arena as well. Now, this is probably a tougher arena to do that in, to bring in the people and to get them kind of rowdy and on his side.
But he's aided in the fact that they don't really know Tommy Paul either, so they're going to kind of swing to one player or the other.
Whoever's behind,
the one who kind of generates and draws them more into some maybe more exciting shot making might just become the crowd favorite here.
Yeah, I think so, and I think he can do that. There's a lot of fist pumping. There's a lot of let me hear you, when he makes a good shot. So far, he's been quite reserved. I mean, this is a big occasion for him.
Mind you, any good racket spinners or fans of the racket spin will enjoy Tommy Paul's work.
Yeah.
As we've mentioned before, or possibly it's only me, and maybe I'm the only one obsessed with it.
Well, now I won't be able to unsee it, so.
I do apologise for that. But
no, that's quite all right.
Just love it. It's not quite as flashy, maybe, as what Ben Shelton brings to the court. But anyway, there's nothing between them at the moment. We're on serve 3-4 in this opening set. Steph Miles and Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio, live from Melbourne's Rod Laver Arena. It's the Australian Open quarterfinals, and it's a beautiful, sunny, warm day.
It's a nice day outside.
Serving here is Paul. This is on the backhand, right back at him. And then running on the forehand is Shelton. He's going to make it back here on the backhand. Finds a nice angle, covered off by Paul on the run. Forced to stop and play a sliced forehand. Another sliced forehand from Shelton. Really low over the net, but that's an outstanding angle. Backhand cross-court pass from Tommy Paul.
If Tommy Paul can pass this well today, he is going to keep forcing Shelton to make half volleys and low volleys and all the toughest kinds of volleys. And that's going to be a big challenge. Maybe in the end, that's why he will prove to be the favorite. Plus his speed. Blinder speed Tommy Paul has.
15 love. Paul serves. Big backhand from Shelton, flies wide. I'm never comfortable with people who've got two first names, though. It does make it Just
like,
make
what
it
were his
difficult.
parents thinking?
I don't know if they were considering like they'd be in a quarter-final of the Australian Open 25 years later, and just make it awkward. It doesn't sound right saying Paul serving.
Paul Tommy.
It means you feel like you're being very friendly, but of course Paul is the surname. Just doesn't feel right. It's probably a bit late to change it now.
Yeah, it is a nice sort of marquee name, though, nice and short.
I suppose so. Shelton out here too long with the backhand, and that's good serving from Tommy.
And the initials TP, I mean, you have to think about that too. There's so many things which might not necessarily mean anything to Aussies.
There's a lot going on, isn't there, with that?
You have to think about that as a parent before you're naming. You have to rhyme the name with everything to see if the kid's going to get, busted in the schoolyard.
I now reflect on the naming of our three children. Ooh, that
Which
was
is?
mishit by Ben Shelton into the umpire's chair, but no one's harmed. Carlos Bernard is unmoved in the umpire's chair. I'll come back to that. 40 love here as Tommy Paul serves onto the backhand of Shelton. Got some good depth on that. He's going to slice and come to the net. And Paul flicks the tape heavily, and it flies past him. Shelton's stranded, and it's 4 games all. Well, we named them Lily, Ollie, and Amy, which are good first names. I hope nothing.
I mean, there's no ear there.
No.
There's no nose pierced. There's nothing like that.
But I now look back and I think maybe alliterating the names is quite a cool thing to do. I quite like that, and we could have gone with
Patricia Pierce, Patrick Pierce.
Yeah, they could have been. I quite like that.
Well, is it too late to have any more?
It's too late. Yes, because the youngest is now 16.
Okay, yeah, we're done here. Yeah,
we're done.
Of course, if you're let's say Frank Zappa's children and you change your name from Moon Unit Zappa, I think Zoe Bowie. I see that alliteration, but poor Zoe Bowie changed his name to something else. So there are certain things you can do that will
wasn't
scar
your
your
normal
children for
first
life.
name, though.
No.
It was almost like think up something to rhyme
it was
with
an era. There may have been pharmaceuticals involved, mind-altering pharmaceuticals.
4 all, 15 all here. Ben Shelton, the 20-year-old American, serves the left-hander down the far end of Rod Laver Arena. Played half an hour of this one. Lots of racket spinning going on with Tommy.
225.
Receive
That's that serve in the net.
Second serve lands this onto the forehand of Paul. Paul changes to the backhand, cross court. The pair go from behind the baseline. No great angle on these yet. Who's going to pull the trigger? Probably Shelton, but he puts a bit more into that, but pushes the backhand long. 15 all.
Now, Tommy Paul's backhand is a pretty sturdy shot. As I said, oh, I see the spinning now. Okay. The prototypical American serve and forehand with sort of a bunt backhand prototype that the USTA kind of seems to encourage. But his backhand is pretty solid.
15 all, serving here Shelton, just defensively, just trying to get a racket on that Paul. He got the racket on it, but he couldn't keep it in the court. Floated high and long down the far end.
He's got his left arm is perhaps a little bit too straight and sort of stiffed out technique-wise, but like I said, it's pretty solid, and I mean, it's going to have to be because it has to, on the cross-court patterns, deal with Shelton's forehand. So.
30-15, Shelton serves, finds the net. So it'll be a second ball. Serving here, lands this in, the backhand from Paul into the tram lines. 40-15, so Barbora Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova, I should say, from the Czech Republic, the top seeds, defending champs. 6-2, 6-3 winners in the quarterfinals of the women's doubles against Krauchek and Schurz, the 6th seed, so safely through the top seeds there into the semis, or the semis, I should say, for many people listening. Serving out wide, Shelton into the tram lines at 40-15. We'll get to some of your messages shortly. They're streaming through in front of Steph on the laptop. Shelton serves, kicks up high, comes to the serve volley with the low down forehand volley. Beautiful angle from Ben Shelton. He closes out the game, and it'll be Tommy Paul next in a couple of minutes to serve to stay in this opening set. Coco Gauff and Jessica Pegula are out second seeds for out on
They're
court.
Out? Oh, okay.
Keep doing that, don't I? Gauff and Pegula out on court for their quarterfinal against Chan and Zhang, the 11th seeds from China and Taiwan, that pairing, up against the All-American second seeds. And Kulhoff and Skupski are out on their court for their quarterfinal against Hichikaza and Kubler, the Australian pairing. So plenty of doubles, as we were alluding to, going on, as well as this men's quarterfinal.
All right, I'm not sure where they left off, but Benjamin.
Well, let's red flag them as we read through them, and then we'll keep a track from here on in.
It's very tricky when I go off the basics. I end up in Angus's
We can
emails,
only look forward and red flag as we move. That's all we can do, Steph, I think.
There we go. Okay, so Benjamin from Hawaii says Ben Shelton is now his favorite American player, not just because his name is Benjamin.
Okay.
Second overall male player. He's been here all the way through. Aloha from Hawaii.
Yeah, well, it's great. Thanks for the message. And I think Steph alluded that it's about 5 o'clock-ish in the afternoon over in Hawaii. 4 o'clock in the afternoon here, if that's about right. Something like that.
Yeah, it's 11:57 on the East Coast.
Okay.
8:57 on the West Coast of the U.S. And I think it's another 3 hours.
So 5:57, so near 6 o'clock. Right, okay.
Sigma says, totally agree with the cold Tim Tam. Now they're craving Tim Tams.
Yes, I think the cold Tim Tam
They're sitting right in front of me,
I know,
just
but
so you know. Yeah.
Not cold. Because it's
No.
not cold in here, we'll be honest.
No, we don't want to get Tim Tam chocolate over our fingers
They
while
can be a
I'm
bit sticky when they get...
scrolling the emails.
Here's the backhand from Shelton, sliced on the backhand as Paul serves to stay in this opening set, both low over the net from the baseline at the moment. Change of direction from Paul on the backhand. Then he goes more centrally. Shelton's equal to that with his own off backhand. Comes in, slices, staying back on the baseline. Shelton leaning into this. He just didn't get that backhand right in front of us in the commentary box, put it into the net. Good rally, but 15 love.
Yeah, didn't
to Paul.
quite get his legs. He just gotten. He's been working on it for a while, clearly. Very deliberate technique on that. Good technique. Keeps his head down, a la Federer.
Paul serves down the far end, just blocked back by Shelton. Good depth on this from Paul. Backhand to keep himself in this, Shelton. And forcing Paul, he was coming in, had to backpedal, never got in position to play the forehand. And in the end, it was just awkwardly into the net. 15 all?
Yeah, Shelton defended that beautifully. I mean, he hit it. He was practically turned around. He did sort of a 340, not a 360, a 240, and he got back into position. And the ball that he hit was so deep, Paul was not expecting that good a reply.
15 all, 4-5. Paul ready to serve. Catching the net cord on the way through, but it landed in the box, and very helpfully Ben just flicks that up to the ball kid right in front of us here, who races back to the back of the court with one ball behind his back. And now we're ready to go again. Tommy Paul serving down the middle. That's beautifully done. As the sun goes in on this wonderful Wednesday afternoon in Australia, it's bang on 4 o'clock. We usually get the top temperature at around 5 o'clock. We're looking for a peak of around 27 or thereabouts. Today, 28, something like that. Might be a bit hotter on court, though. It usually is. Serving here, Paul into the box. Nice backhand from Shelton, then forced defensively to try and float this back near the baseline. But Paul saw that coming and opened up with a big off forehand for a clean winner.
He's playing pretty well. And the thing about Shelton is when he has to go to the backhand, you know, the two-hander, he needs a little extra space and a little extra time. And if Paul can hit it hard enough with his cross-court forehand, that's a good dynamic for him. It can force Shelton to go to the one-handed slice. And at that point, Paul is on top of things.
40-15. Tommy Paul serves into the net. Second serve. Lands this deep backhand from Shelton from outside the court on the run. The forehand, he was in position to play it, but just lost his footing as he jumped into that ball and dumped the forehand into the net. 5 games all. Men's quarterfinal action coming to you live on AO Radio.
Nothing to choose from here so far. This first set could very, very well go to a tiebreak. It still feels as though these guys are kind of feeling each other out and trying to ignore the fact that this is the biggest match of their lives.
Well, we've not had a break point yet. Yep. So I think your tiebreak call may well be on the money. But of course, we've got 2 games to get there, and the first of which is Shelton serving here. Inside the court, he opens up on a big forehand. Well defended by Paul, opposite corner. I was going to say Paul didn't get there, but he did. Backpedaling is Shelton. He doesn't have to play this, though. It landed just out. The defensive lob on the forehand from the older American.
Yeah, Shelton with the baseball cap does not do justice to the big furry load of hair he has on top of his head. It gives him a little bit of a wilder look under other normal circumstances. Just adds to his sort of allure.
Shelton serving heavily down the middle. Paul does well on the forehand response and doesn't have to play that as Shelton unloaded on a forehand down the line. Very deep, too deep as it turns out. Not by much, but nevertheless it was out. 15 all.
Paul's getting very good depth right now. He's going to try to go for a break here. Let's see.
Ruining our tie-break prediction. Just blocked into the body there. Paul did well on the first forehand, skidding to play another one, and Shelton came to the net looking to play the volley, but saw the ball from Paul floating wide into the tram lines and just let it go. Pulled his racket back, and it floated wide into the tram lines, which we're looking right down those tram lines, Steph.
And then he pulled a big fist pump over to his camp over the arrow from his opponent. Like I said, there's a fine line there between being excited and then having your opponent think you're trying to show him up a little bit. But I think Paul is in his cloud there. He probably didn't even notice.
30-15, and Shelton serve slams into the speed gun display in the corner, right underneath the Emirates sign. Serving here, forehand from Paul's pretty good. Sliced almost defensively from Shelton. Big forehand from Tommy Paul. Saw his chance to take Shelton wide into that forehand corner for him. And skidding, he couldn't make it. 30-all.
Paul is starting to expose Shelton's movement a little bit. He's an enthusiastic mover, but he's a big kid. He's still not even really grown into himself yet, and is one of the reasons why he needs to be very aggressive at the net when he can. And Paul he's exposing that a little bit now. We'll see if he can take that crack and make a big crevice out of it.
Oh, that's a brilliant serve from Ben Shelton. With the pressure heaped back on him, he absolutely delivers with a swinging ace down the middle. 40-30.
And that's the best response from Shelton. Not having to be moved side to side and just get free points. I don't say cheap points.
Right as
well-earned points on his serve.
Yes, right as the sun came back out on Rod Laver Arena. Right across the entire court at the moment as Shelton serves a fault. Just wide and long. Looking to open up a 6-5 lead in the opening set. Serves here deep. Paul does pretty well on that first backhand reply. Also with a big, strong forehand. Good depth, though, from Shelton. Gets the mistake he wanted to from Paul on the backhand. And Shelton holds to 30. Not without its own troubles, but nevertheless, it's a good hold. And Tommy Paul, again, will have to serve to stay in this opening set and try to force a tiebreaker after 42 minutes on centre court. What have we got?
All right, we're still on the Tim Tams.
Yes, well, why shouldn't we be? Yes,
is on the eastern coast of Honshu, Japan. Currently in Shizuoka Prefecture. Super chilly, but the tennis comments are keeping him going. He says he can't believe those Tim Tams weren't demolished the moment they were opened.
Well, that's a fair point.
Well,
I'm
some of
surprised
us
they
have some self-control, right?
But they do sit there and they do look delicious, and we could easily take a short strategic advert break and munch a couple of them, but...
We could, but we're professionals.
And that would be a terrible thing to do. Terrible to everybody who may be listening, and terrible also for our colleagues who might come down and find an empty box.
Well, that's
and we say, what Tim Tams? What do you talk of?
Now, that's a move your feet, lose your seat kind of thing. So it's a jungle out there. Tim Little is listening to us while watching on television in Seattle, USA.
Good. Thanks, Tim. Lovely to have you along for the ride. Did Tim mention whose bandwagon he was on out of the two Americans?
He did not mention.
Okay.
Perhaps he's just rooting for America.
Yeah, just enjoying the fact that there will be an American in the semi-final.
Win-win.
It is a win-win, really, isn't it? Because you get to see these two on a huge stage, centre court, quarter-final, and one of them is going to be playing back on this same stage on Friday.
2 days' time?
Friday night, in fact, because it'll be in Friday night, because it'll be the second of the men's semis.
Yeah, this match has not quite taken on its character yet. Again, I still feel like we're pretty close to the tiebreak prediction.
Tommy Paul here serving out wide. Is that going to land in from Shelton? No, on the response. It was a backhand from well outside the tram lines. Couldn't land it in. So 3 points for the tiebreak here for Tommy Paul. Right in front of us as we go back into shade. Must be a bit of cloud up there. I just can't see leaning forward. I suppose it must be cloud. What else could it be?
That's what it is.
Must be cloud. Tommy Paul serving onto the forehand of Shelton. He lands this in down the line with his forehand response. On the slice is Paul, flattened out by Shelton with a couple of big forehands, but the second of which looping and putting a bit of topspin on it, couldn't duck it down in time, and it went beyond the baseline. 30 love.
Shelton has a fairly big loop on his forehand, I think. And so that's probably going to mean that he's going to generate a lot of power, but also he's going to be late at times. So it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
I say let's have the tiebreak. It seems appropriate. Paul serves, just finding the net cord.
Paul's a very cool customer out there, isn't he? He's a surfer dude. He's just chill and maybe not on the inside, but he's just going about his business.
Serves here, finds the net. Hopefully we haven't jinxed him. Second serve, Shelton with the backhand. Here comes another one, but he doesn't have to play it. Paul just pushing a little bit long beyond the baseline there, 30-15.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to do much with that. It was sort of very central. Didn't quite have enough court to keep it in, but yeah, that's sort of a free point for Shelton in the sense that really there was no reason really to miss that ball.
Bit of a hush come buzz around Rod Laver Arena as Tommy Paul moves back to the baseline to serve here at 30-15 and 5-6. Lands this first serve just out. Wasn't a long way out, but it was. He pushes the ball back to the ball kid at the net. Now Shelton leaning into his backhand response. Here's another backhand from Shelton, also from Paul, but it was he just came off that one a bit. Dumped it into the net. 30 all.
Move. Yeah, feet didn't move on that one.
Okay, well, there hasn't been a break point in this entire... Oh, sorry, there has been one. Yes, sorry, one. Oh, no, I'm on the wrong match. I didn't think there had been one. What am I doing?
I don't think so.
I was looking down at the stats thinking, where did that break point come from? I'm sure I just looked and there wasn't one, and I don't remember one.
We're 1 point away from having one right now, and it would also be a set point.
Serving here. Tommy Paul just too long. This is just turning into a bit of a rocky service game here. He just needs a good point here to settle the nerves at 30 all, and he gets exactly what he wanted. Lands the serve in out wide, and Shelton has a huge swing at the backhand, and it was miles out. 40-30.
I mean, that first serve was 213. This one was 141, out wide with some kick, and risky because it wasn't that far away from going out, so risk paid off.
Serving here, Shelton with the big forehand on the run. The left-hander goes straight down the middle of the court with his first backhand. There's a second backhand. Tommy Paul happy to just trade blows from the back of the court. Good depth from both players on these. Then a slight change of angle from Paul. Cross-court from Shelton. Back up the line they go with the forehand. Big forehand from Paul. Now he steps inside the court with the backhand, approaches the net. First volley, no, it's perfect from Tommy Paul.
Nice.
Beautifully done on the forehand. A really acute angle.
He set up that whole point very, very well. He was patient, and he kept the ball deep, and eventually he got Shelton out of position just enough that he had to go with a bit of a slice on the forehand, and then he finished the job. He handled a slow kind of short ball, and that volley was premium
Really was.
quality. It really was.
Okay, so it is a tiebreaker to decide this opening set on centre court. Ben Shelton has the balls, so he'll be opening things off from down the far end. We've played 47 minutes to this point.
Your prediction, Steve?
Paul.
Yep. Whoa, that serve was missed by... It almost hit the sideboard, advertising board.
I was going to say, it was closer to the crowd than the court.
Yeah.
All right, it'll be a second serve here. Shelton serves, goes down the middle, and Tommy Paul aims for Carlos Bernardes. Hits him, not with any great pace, but it gives you an indication that that ball was out.
That was a good second serve. That had a lot on it. It was heavy. And that, I think, is one of the things about Shelton's game that is going to really serve him well. Because there are a lot of guys who serve 215, 220. Not a ton, but plenty. But it's about the second serve, and he's very bold with it. And will come in behind it as well.
Okay, at love one, Tommy Paul. Serves in the tiebreaker. This forehand from Shelton lands just in. Big looping one it was too. Then back cross court. Covering it off is Paul. On the run. Doesn't have to play another shot, Tommy Paul. That was long from Ben Shelton on the forehand. 1-1.
Yeah, Shelton's going to have to keep his calm. He's going to have to resist the temptation to fist pump and get the crowd going and whatever, and really hunker down to business in this tiebreak as soon as he can set the tone for the match.
Serves here, Paul, out wide. Shelton backhand defensively up very high. Does not land in. Perfect response to that opening point then, and it's Shelton to serve next at 1-2. Not sure how pivotal this opening set tiebreaker is for these two, both young Americans. No huge fitness issues that we're aware of.
Yeah, but Shelton's 5-set record is probably too small a sample size for us to know if he will have any, right?
Drop shot from Shelton. Paul does really well to get there. Goes for the backhand down the line, just out. Did so well to get there and just pushing the backhand down the line. Nearly perfect, but as so often happens in tennis, an inch will cost you, and it cost him there.
I mean, Shelton has been playing college tennis, which has a lot of match tie breaks to it. I don't even, has he gone a full 5? He's gone a full 5 sets here. He did that super breaker against Zheng. It was late at night and cooler, and not with the same kind of nerves that may kick in here, much to his great surprise, probably. So he's untested in that regard.
Yeah, and he's only played, the US Open, lost in the first round. That's good serving from Shelton.
So,
3-2.
Yeah, rather than brave the unknown, certainly I feel as though, at least on his side, this first set is pretty pivotal. Because if he has to, come from behind, then possibly go 5 sets, and it's warm, and it's humid. And there's some, like I said, he seems impervious because it's also brand new and fun to him. But at some point it kicks in. What is at stake here, right? Probably.
2-3, Tommy Paul ready to go here in the tiebreaker for the opening set. Serve Shelton, nice forehand, lands pretty short though, and Tommy Paul just puts it away with the big off forehand winner, and they'll swap ends at 3-all in the breaker. There's not much between these two right now.
No, it's a contest that's sort of waiting to find an identity and to sort of take off. The clash of styles is fairly visible, but mostly most of the points are being won probably on errors. There have been a few really spectacular points that have been constructed, but we're still sort of waiting. I think the crowd is still sort of waiting as well, as you mentioned, to try to figure out who they're going to back.
I think they're just intrigued at the moment, just getting to know these players who don't have a big profile in world tennis, and let alone in Australia. Good serving here from Paul, taking Shelton out wide. Can't get that one back in the court either. So Tommy Paul does what he needs to do. One from this end, one from the other end, and it's 4-3 on serve in the breaker. Very tight. Very.
I feel tight in here.
Yeah, I feel quite loose.
And there's some racket spinnings. Yeah. Tommy Paul's very loose. Well, you're like your man, Tommy. If you had a racket, you would spin it.
I would. Absolutely, I would. Shelton here serving, then 3-4. Just too long. Or those pesky clouds come back over, so we lose the sunshine for just a moment here as Shelton sets himself ready to serve. There's the left-handed serve to the right-handed response from Tommy Paul. Is that miss it going to earn him the point? No. He had the ball there on the backhand up the line, but missed it. His short return of serve had taken Shelton into the net. The court was wide open, but Tommy Paul kind of fluffed his lines a bit there.
He did, because he had time, and there was almost a hesitation. I mean, that's how much time he had to line up that backhand down the line, and it really wasn't close. I mean, that was
4-all here. Shelton serves. Forehand's just bunted by Paul. Heavy net cord from Shelton, and it's a dead one, and leaves Paul stranded at the baseline, and Shelton's forced to apologise, but in fairness, he won't mind that.
No, and Tommy Paul immediately turned his back because he didn't even want to see that faux apology. That's a tough little sort of change of events there, and basically about 45 seconds for Tommy Paul. However, both those points were on Shelton's serve.
They were.
So?
But at 4-5, the pressure just starting to ratchet up on both players as we move deeper into this tie-break. The serve from Paul is really good, and the backhand goes wide from Shelton. Great depth in the box and good pace at 203 kilometres per hour there from Tommy Paul. 5-all. So it's going to be set points for someone after this point. It's Paul to serve down the far end. Good serving. Shelton gets there with the forehand, reaching but couldn't get the elevation he needed for it to just drop over the net and be awkward. It found the net, and it's a set point to Tommy Paul on Ben Shelton's serve.
That was a very nice response by Paul to a bit of a patch of bad luck in those previous 2 points. So now I think he's going to do everything he can to get this serve in play.
Shelton then serving set point down. Paul just out with the backhand up the line. My word, that was close. Don't think Shelton was out of the frame to play it if it had landed in, but it would have been awkward right in the corner. All right, they'll change ends again at 6-all in the tiebreaker.
That was a very, very good serve by Shelton. I mean, really, the only play that Paul had there with his two-hander was to try to massage it in down the line. It wasn't that close, but I mean, that was really only his shot. He did the best he could with what he was given there, which was not very favorable to him.
So at 6-all down the far end now, Shelton to serve, does so heavily. The backhand from Paul lands in, forehand from the back of the court from Shelton, then switches on to a backhand. Ground strokes from both players now, cross court they go, covered off until Shelton misses into the net with the backhand. And this second set point is different for Tommy Paul because it's on his serve. First big chance then of this first set for Tommy Paul to close it out.
Paul did perfect work on that last point. He allowed Shelton to get nervous. He hit high balls with lots of space, deep, and he let Shelton try for too much, and it worked.
Big deep breath for Tommy Paul as he serves, lands his first ball in. The forehand's okay from Shelton. It's awkward, it's sitting up high, a bit more pace and power put into this by Shelton. Then lower over the net. Tommy Paul meets it perfectly on the run. He makes the forehand back cross court. Heavy backhand from Shelton, but it's into the net. And first blood goes the way of the more experienced Tommy Paul. He stands firm and holds for the first set here. 7-6 in the tiebreak. Tight tiebreak, but it does go the way of Tommy Paul.
I think the experienced word that you used is exactly right there. Those last 2 points, he was consistent. He didn't go for too much. He knows his opponent is younger and, less experienced. And in the end, he let Shelton, not dig his own grave, but dig his own tennis grave, dig his own tiebreak grave, on that particular occasion. And that way he just, Shelton just flinched just enough. And Tommy Paul's general overall chill and cool got the job done.
Time for a Tim Tam.
This AO, we're serving up a brand new Australian Open merchandise collection. Our new range is bold, fun, and we have a style to suit the whole family. AO exclusive performance apparel is made only from recycled polyester and 100% organic cotton. Look your best on and off the court. Visit us at one of our AO shops or explore now at australianopenshop.com.
Hit the high notes on the final 3 days of the Australian Open. Kia Arena transforms into a world-class music venue with an incredible lineup of local and international artists playing at the AO Finals Festival. Headliners include Vanessa Amorosi, Montaigne, Benny, Flight Facilities and Thelma Plum. Tickets are $34 per session, or fans with a ground pass or Rod Laver Arena ticket can upgrade to enter Kia Arena.
Put a spin on your regular court date and come and try Padel at the Melbourne Park Tennis Club. Padel is an off-the-wall spin on squash and tennis. It's a fast-paced racket sport where the walls are part of the game. It's easy to pick up, so grab a few friends and head on down to the tennis club court. Quick and easy to learn, great for all ages and abilities.
Hi, I'm John Millman. You're listening to AO Radio.
Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio. Steph Miles is made the mistake. She succumbed to the Tim Tam, so will be unable to speak for, I'd say, at least 5 minutes. So we'll give her a bit of leeway there. She's gone for the unfridged Tim Tam, which can be the end of you when you're broadcasting. As Tommy Paul gets things away to a pretty solid start for him in this second set. He just won the tiebreaker there by 8 points to 6, a very tight tiebreaker, very little in it. And now he's looking to hold serve at the start of this second set to really see if he can put a bit of authority on this match. We're just ticking up towards the hour mark as Paul serves. Shelton gets that forehand back into play straight down the middle of the court. This is going to sit up for Paul to unleash on a big forehand, which Shelton does get to, but attempting to make the sliced backhand back across the net. It only finds the net. The Shelton cap has gone.
I'm back.
and Steph's back. Post Tim Tam.
First Tim Tam ever in my entire life. I got to share that with Steve Pierce, who got to watch me
And our great,
struggle through that thing.
Our great thanks to Mark and Kim from Florida, who sent that. May well be listening, Mark and Kim, I would imagine, given we've got two Americans playing. There's the big forehand inside out from Tommy Paul from the back of the court. And this opening game is going perfectly for the 25-year-old.
This is exactly why I just got the sense that this first set was important for Shelton, because Tommy Paul's been pretty chill already. He's going to be even more chill now.
Paul serving, just catching the net cord there. It was a serve out wide. So it's sunny conditions. It has clouded over, but the cap has been dispatched by Ben Shelton as he sets to receive serve here with the forehand. Just too much, went for a bit too much on that forehand. And the opening game of the second set goes to Tommy Paul. And the set very much going the way of Goff and Pegula on Margaret Court Arena over Chan and Yang. 5-1 and set points there for the second seeds in that quarterfinal.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll find any solace in winning the doubles title here after disappointments in singles. But hey,
I think they'll find some solace.
I
mean, it's still a big title.
If you come home with hardware,
Yeah.
I think your 2 weeks are well spent in the end.
Yeah. I think you ask anyone who's won the doubles here, and they would say, even if they were more focused on winning the singles, it's still some solace.
Oh, it's big. It's a major. It's a nice big chunk of change as well. And look what Kokkinakis and Kyrgios did last year after that happening. That was a great moment. So, I mean, Coco Gauff and Pegula made the singles and the doubles at the year-end finals last year, and it really didn't go their way at all. So this would be a nice way to just flip the switch on that and get 2023 going.
All right. Another man who needs to get going in the second set is Ben Shelton down the far end. He's a set down to Tommy Paul, and love one. Just ticked over an hour and 1 minute on centre court as Shelton swings into that cross-court forehand, which is a beautiful angle from Paul in response, though, on the backhand, quite tight in the court, and Shelton just couldn't get near it.
Yeah, this is a little bit what I was afraid was going to happen. I mean, Shelton's exuberance was quite tempered in that first set. He was really sort of keeping it down. Now he's starting to show a few signs of discouragement, and he knows that the hill is steeper already.
Shelton serves here too long.
His unadvanced age may start to show here a little bit.
Serve here is just long. Unadvanced age.
Well,
now, many people would have used youth in that circumstance, but I like the way that you found the need to use such a large amount of words to describe that.
Well, I'm paid by the word, didn't you know? It's in my contract. It occurred to me that if he were a teenager, I probably would have used youth. But now that he's crossed the bridge to the grand old age of 20.
His unadvanced age.
His unadvanced age.
Yeah. There's a good serve out wide there from the unadvanced aged Ben Shelton.
The age-impaired Ben Shelton.
Age-impaired. He's ready to go. Tommy Paul's playing to the pace that he wants to play at, unenforced by the umpire, even though Ben Shelton was ready to go. He's forced to wait, and Paul just trying to block, use the pace off that Ben Shelton serve, unable to get it back over the net. And a big fist pump and sense of encouragement from Shelton and towards his player box down the far end.
Yeah, he's a pretty big fist pumper. I mean, that's a couple of years in college will do that for you, too.
30 all then. Shelton serves to the forehand of Tommy Paul. Nicely picked up on the half volley by Ben Shelton, and just wide off the drop shot there by Tommy Paul.
That was sort of a function of Shelton not covering that easier cross-court shot and really kind of covering the down-the-line shot, which was probably the better shot but had less room. He overcooked that.
40-30.
That was a big point to overcook, actually. 30 all, given this game has been a little bit shaky on the Shelton side.
Serving here, Paul with the backhand. Forehand response from Shelton. Sits up for Shelton to have a bit of a swing at this. Paul happy to just meet that on the backhand. There's the returning dead net cord. Again going the way of Shelton, and this time it earns him the game. Although he was at 40-30, just heavily clipping the net cord and dribbling over on Tommy Paul's side. One game all.
The problem with the Shelton net at the moment is that these things do even out, although they do say they even out during your lifetime, so it may not necessarily be this afternoon, but...
He's just
Might
had
come at
2 in
worst
the
time.
last 15 minutes.
Yeah, he's tempting fate a little bit there.
Paul is at the baseline here, ready to serve. And does so, taking Shelton out wide. This is high and defensively and lands in. Paul calmly taking the backhand cross-court, getting the mistake he wanted from the responding backhand from Shelton into the net.
Yeah, Shelton is a very eager fellow out there, and Paul has had good success with softer balls, deeper, higher balls, and Shelton getting too enthusiastic about creating his own pace.
Paul serves the backhand from Shelton, lands again very deep near the baseline. Opposite corner, Shelton comes to the net. Paul tries to pass him, but only finds the tram lines.
Yeah, that was a very good approach shot. Once he hit that, the point was pretty much won. I think Shelton's fate and future in this match will probably rest with coming to the net because Paul is getting the better of him on, I would say, at least the majority of the ground stroke baseline rallies.
And he's having some success by coming to net, forcing the shot from Tommy Paul, and he's not been consistent with the passes to this point either. Backhand there, cross-court, good angles and good depth from Paul. That time he comes to the net, seeing the chance to put away the short ball, and does so, 30-15.
He looks good when he comes into the net, doesn't he,
He does.
Paul? He
Yeah.
he flies. It's not Federer-esque quite, but
No.
everything in it's just very smooth, and he comes in and it seems quite secure, and he usually chooses the right shot. Like, it's sort of underrated in the arsenal of his, evolving all-around game.
Paul serves the backhand, lands just out from Shelton. Floated, 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 just too far. 30-15. Serve and volleys 6 of 8 for Shelton during this match. Have a look at the net points in a minute. 12 of 16 for Shelton coming in, 8 of 11 for Paul. So they're both getting good returns for getting to the net. That's good serving there down the middle from Paul, and just the forehand dumped into the net by Shelton. And that's Tommy Paul getting it done. And he leads 2-1 on serve in the second set, and by 1-0.
All right, Peter from Brooklyn, 35 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, wow.
That would basically be your +2,
That's
roughly.
quite-
Okay for January in New
true,
York. I
true.
heard from home that tonight, being Wednesday night, which is ahead at home, there's going to be a good-sized snowstorm coming through. So
really?
sorry, guys. I mean, Godspeed to all of you. And I hope that your snow plow, your snow services come, when they are supposed to. So Peter says he really loves to see the emergence of Ben Shelton, but hate to see U.S. men win big against the top 12 only to exit with injuries. Brooksby, McDonald, Korda, how does this happen? Are they not preparing adequately? No, Brooksby and Korda are still very, very young players. Brooksby in particular has gotten fairly tall, but he's still pretty spindly. And I'm a little unsure about him on the best of 5 sets, which takes a lot of getting used to. Mackenzie McDonald is a guy who's had a lot of injuries in the past, whose game basically depends on running around like a crazy man for 5 sets.
Yep.
So he's going to have his share of injuries. So, I think that injuries, the players are coming in to January. They're coming into the Aussie summer injured already. I think it's more and more a big part of the game. The number one is not here because of injuries, and he was not able to heal up in the off season. And I think that's just part of what, we're going to have to accept with most players going forward.
Yep.
So don't despair on those guys. They're all going to have their moments.
And the defending champion's injured as well, so and he's not here.
That's right.
He
He's
was here, but he's dealing with an injury. And lots of injuries are part of the sport, and it's a fun. It's a fair point to make, and it's always a fair point to discuss. Is it in the preparation or is it just freak injuries? And Seb Korda was going really well until Shelton here puts the ball into the net at love 15, but. Until something went wrong with the wrist, and he's gone.
Yeah, he said he felt it in Adelaide. Wrist injuries seemed like they were going to be a thing for a while. It's tough. I think they practice too much. In truth, I think that's part of it.
Shelton here serving at love 15, finding the tram lines.
And that's a lot of times that's coaches wanting to justify their salaries as well.
Right.
But there were 11 or 12 protected rankings on the main entry list for the women before they started.
Second serve here. Paul meets this on the backhand, goes back behind him. Paul readjusting to play the backhand, but just found too much on that, pushed it long, 15 all.
I mean, and that means that 11 or 12 players out of the top 100 had been injured and are now coming back on protected rankings. Christian, Patricia Teague, Andreescu, Sophia Kenin, a lot, Karolina Mukova, Marketa Vondrousova, who she might have squeezed in. A lot of players are just getting injured, and there were a lot on the men's side as well. So it's a very tough physical game, and as we're seeing, it used to be a set would be 45 minutes, sometimes less. Now they're all mostly almost an hour or more.
Forehand here from Paul sits up for Shelton to have a bit of a swing at this, and he does have a swing at it on the forehand inside in, but just pushed it beyond the baseline. 15-30.
My solution is just speed up all the hard courts so that they're like skating rinks. They'll have to come to the net to finish points. They'll shorten it up. They'll save their bodies. It'll be fun and flash for the spectators. End of story. Problem solved.
At 15-30, Shelton serves into the net, problem solved. Straight away, just like that.
Yeah, just like that. Just ask me. Yeah, I got answers.
Serves here onto the backhand of Paul. Shelton unleashes on a forehand, and that's going to earn him the points. Paul unable to control the backhand in the court. Again, long. 30 all.
Paul is trying to control the ball in the sense of trying to throw up slower, spinnier balls to annoy Shelton, but sometimes he's just beaten on pace.
Serving out wide here, Shelton, but miles long in the box. He's
coming
considering
in.
A serve volley there.
See how fast that second serve goes. I think it's going to be a biggie.
Lands it in, is quite big. Nice cross-court response,
Didn't
though,
work.
from Paul. Did it beautifully, saw that coming, read it perfectly, and his forehand on a reasonably tight angle Shelton was not ready for. Here's a break point for Tommy Paul for an early break of serve in the second set. Taking his time, Ben Shelton on this occasion to come to the baseline with the orange sweatband on one hand and the black one on the other. Serves into the net. Sun returns on centre court for this one, the second serve. Shelton lands this in deep in the box. Good response from Tommy Paul on the backhand, but Shelton finding some good depth on that approach on the forehand. Saves the break point.
Yeah, very, very well saved. He's bold with that second serve.
Yeah.
I mean, that second serve is going to make him a lot of money.
1 hour and 11 minutes on Rod Laver Arena. Serving here, Shelton down the middle. That's going to land out from Paul. High floating ball lands on the Melbourne side, and a puff of the cheeks from Ben Shelton. Really tricky moments on serve here, but he's got himself to gain point for 2 all in the second set.
He's on the opposite side from his camp, so he turned his back and he fist pumped the tennis ball as it was bouncing in front of him.
Shelton serves. Oh, the backhand's really good from Tommy Paul. Tried to pick this one up on the half volley, advancing for the serve volley, but he didn't get there, couldn't make it. Good return from Paul Juice.
I think it's probably worth noting at this point that most of the times that Shelton's tried to serve and volley, he's had to hit a half volley. So Paul is on it.
That's out, though. The forehand just pulled wide by Paul into the tramlines cross court, and another game point for Shelton. Good heavy serving. He's ready again. Shelton serves, finds the net. Took a bit off that. He was looking for the slider out wide. Second serve onto the forehand of Paul, who's happy to just get this back in play, and that's why, because the forehand from Shelton jumping dumped it into the net using his T-shirt as a towel at the moment. Ben Shelton has a good look at 3 balls, chucks one away, and returns to the baseline at deuce. Serves, forehand just bunted by Paul, unleashing on a big forehand. Shelton covered off by Paul. Here's another forehand from Shelton, good depth. Paul's dealing with all these, but he can't deal with that. That's a better angle, more precise cross court on the off forehand from Ben Shelton.
And I have to think the rhythm on those forehands is also something that really works on the opponent, because there's almost like this indiscernible pause. And then he unleashes, but at that point, his opponent has to decide which way to go, and it just gives him a little extra time.
Serves onto the backhand of Tommy Paul and goes right back at it again. and dipped that forehand just inside the baseline and the sideline. Nicely done. Ben Shelton digs himself out of an awkward position there, saving break point, and gets this to 2-all.
That was a good hold. That was, he needed that one.
Yeah, that's a big moment in the story of this match. He's a set down already, did not need to be a breakdown as well.
He's very subdued, though. He's all business today. I don't know if he's going to try to bring the crowd in if he needs them or not, or if it's just, it's a big moment, so he's treating it appropriately.
Place in the semi-final is on the line as Paul serves out wide. Serve here onto the backhand of Shelton on the run. Shelton would have to do really well to get that because Paul was moving him from side to side, and he's a quickish mover, but he's not that quick, Ben Shelton.
He's okay, and the advantage for him, obviously, is that's his forehand side, so he could take a step or two less to try to cross the court, but no, that was just too good. And Paul took it early, too, robbing him of even more time.
15-love, serving just long, Paul. Couple more bounces down the far end, and he's ready. Serves onto the backhand of Shelton, who leans into this and has to just pick that one up on the half volley, but it was just out from Paul. 15-all, big fist pump there from Shelton. He reckons he's right in this, and he is. Still looking energized. That was a big moment when he held serve a couple of minutes ago. You wonder what it could do for American tennis if we could break through for a men's major winner.
You know, not as much as we would hope or think somehow. And certainly not down here when it's happening in the middle of the night. That's one problem.
Serve here, and that's pulled wide by Tommy Paul on the forehand. So 15-30. So you don't think it would send some shockwaves around the sporting whatever they are of America? Sporting.
It's a tough one.
You know, radar.
It's a tough one because there's so many team sports going on.
Sure.
And the tennis coverage is really quite fractured and all over the place, and a lot of it is online. I feel as though it would take not only a great tennis player, but a huge character, a huge personality with huge charisma.
On 15-30, that could be Ben Shelton and could be Tommy Paul. Let's see. Big forehand here from Paul. Tried to change the direction, and he pushed it long. And it's 15-40, and here's 2 break points for Ben Shelton. He's looked very energized in this game right from the get-go, and he's earned these.
Yeah, I mean, he could be like Francis Tiafoe could be, but I just don't think he's quite good enough. But he's enough to cross out of the tennis realm and into the rest of the sporting realm, if that makes sense.
On break point, Paul finds the net just and falls back on his side. Serve here, Shelton with the backhand. That was loose. Had to make Paul play there, really. And his backhand was long.
Took a big old cut at that sort of kick second serve. Didn't get the timing on it right. Didn't have the presence of mind to at least make Paul play in that situation.
Has to make him play here if he can. So Shelton down low to receive this one. Still break point as Tommy Paul sets himself and serves. Backhand from Shelton. This time he lands it in. It's a miss hit from Paul. Goes up very high. Flattened out by Shelton. Shelton switching on to the backhand. Paul with a big forehand. No depth on that, though, so Shelton can unleash. Well covered off by Tommy Paul. And that's just long off the Shelton forehand racket. Inside out. Cross court. Just long. Juice.
And he's annoyed.
Well, that was a moment. Oh, it's fractionally out.
It's closer than I thought it was.
Two whiskers butted up together. Nothing in that.
2 filaments of a fluffy tennis ball.
Yep. Very little in that. Two all Juice. Paul to serve. Does so. Backhand from Shelton. That's out. And he just bounces his racket off the court surface here, Ben Shelton, as the opportunities slip by. 2 break points and then the loose return on Juice sets up a game point for Tommy Paul. Lots of fan waving in the crowd when you're sitting in the sunshine here on Rod Laver. It is warm. Serves here, Tommy Paul. Forehand from Shelton was good, but the forehand was even better inside in up the line from Tommy Paul. Big hold for him. And we're on serve in the second set at 2-3. Interested to hear your thoughts as well, if you agree with Steph that a men's major winner in American singles wouldn't send some big shockwaves around the American sporting awareness or sporting airwaves?
Well, look, I mean, you can.
I mean, you spent a lot of time over there, albeit just north of America.
I've even lived there, yeah. You know, even Pete Sampras couldn't do it back in the day when the sporting landscape was far less fractured and when tennis took up a much bigger chunk of the national network airwaves. And why is that? Not because he wasn't great, but because his on-court personality was not something that brought you in, on some level. And so this, in this generational era, there are even more options. And I mean, even pickleball is getting, national attention everywhere. So it's fractured even more. And I just don't think that era will ever come back. I think it just takes a huge personality with a huge game. Who knows? Let's see where Ben Shelton is 3 or 4 years from now. It's a little bit like the case of Felix Auger-Aliassime in Canada. He's done great. He's not a rock star in Canada. He just got a car sponsorship. It's a French car. He's huge in France, but everybody wants this kid to make it. He's a good-looking guy. He's funny. He's biracial. He's bilingual. He's got everything you possibly want. And yet again, tennis has to work very hard to break into the consciousness.
Consciousness, that's a good word. Shelton here from the back of the court, forcing Paul into a backhand wide, and he remonstrates with his player box there, right to the left of us, going over to the towel box right in front of them. And it's 15 love for Shelton here, looking to level things up at 3-all. In the second set, Steph Miles and Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio this afternoon. Plenty of spins of the racket from Tommy, and he's ready. Couldn't have done much with that, even if it had been an inch to the right. Would have been an ace. Anyway, it missed from Shelton. Second serve. And that's a double from Shelton. So
I'm now officially mesmerized by Tommy Paul's racket spinning, which I had only had a passing sort of acquaintance with before, and now I cannot unsee it. Too good.
It's pretty quick as well. You've got to watch to really catch it. Spins it well. Shelton missing down the middle, looking for the big ace to hit its spot and skid away down the middle, but missed it. Second serve. And this in backhand from Paul's okay. Big forehand from Shelton, skidding to stay in this point. Was Paul on the run, makes the backhand. He doesn't. Cross-court backhand finds the net from Tommy Paul.
Looks over, has a word with his people. He is coached by Brad Stein, who is an American veteran guy, Jim Courier's coach. And Stein did a lot of television commentary in the weeks leading up to this, and he's a really, really good commentator. Like, he really brings the tactical and technical tea in a way that makes it digestible.
And advancing on the net for the serve volley, Shelton just pushing the forehand long beyond the baseline. 30-all.
So I have to think that he would be imparting that same wisdom to Tommy Paul. And it's certainly visible, and that's a very good hire by Paul. That's a hire that tells everybody I'm serious about this.
At 30-all, Shelton down the far end serves. Forehand from Paul's pretty good on a tight angle. Low down slice, almost an attempted drop shot there from Ben Shelton. Finds the net, and it's a break point for Tommy Paul for a 4-2 lead in the second set. This would be a critical time to break.
It was an awkward shot for Shelton to handle, and he made the wrong
It was all
decision.
in the return, though. The return was spectacular from Paul, really.
Another big moment right here.
Oh, yes, there's more racket spinning going on. This is to settle himself. On the bigger points, you get more of a spin and a twirl. Ready here, Shelton serving on break point down. Just
220
missing.
just wide.
Just
Wide long.
missing. Down the middle. So it'll be a second serve. Paul's looking more interested, moving closer to the baseline to receive this one. Jumping into the backhand. He missed the court entirely. Good serve, kicked up high, but Paul will be frustrated.
You know, he took a chance there. He decided he was going to go super aggressive on that second serve. Shelton has a very good second serve, and that was a pretty good second serve in the arsenal of Shelton's second serve, so too good.
Shelton finds the net at deuce. 2-3. Second serve. Forehand from Paul's quite aggressive. Landed quite short, though. Backhand kisses the tape on the way through from Paul. The slice lands just long from Shelton. Just long. And he looks frustrated with that. Striding to the towel box. Facing break point again.
He's having a word with his people over there. He's taking a little more time between the points. Now that he's been in trouble, he's taking basically everything that he's allotted. Standing in the shade. Maybe he's getting a little warm.
But he's pretty warm out there.
Yep.
All right, break point here, Tommy Paul, again, for a 4-2 lead. Shelton serves, well, I mean, you heard that, didn't you?
221.
Did find the net.
Unsuccessful.
Second serve. Lands this in. The backhand from Paul this time. It's in the court, and that's out from Shelton. Sprayed it. Had the 1-2 punch available to him and unloaded on the forehand, but it was out. And Tommy Paul gets the first break of serve in this men's quarterfinal. Having won the first set in a tiebreak, he can now serve at 4-2 in the second. And by holding serve here to consolidate, that would almost qualify as a stranglehold.
Ben is having some words with his peeps over there. He's not pleased.
Well, that was
to take it out somewhere.
That was a loose forehand from him.
And lack of first serves, mostly in those last couple of points.
Serving out wide. Is this going to land in from Shelton? It is. Can Tommy Paul put this away? He can, actually, with ease. Just lent into that overhead in between the service box and the baseline. Made it look very easy.
His basic demeanor and composure, as I call a surfer dude, kind of tude, is really serving him very, very well in this match and will continue to as long as he's got the lead.
At 15 love, he serves, but it's just catching the net cord. A few shushes flying around Rod Laver Arena. It's not that noisy as Tommy Paul serves, finds the net cord again. It'll be another serve, number 3. At 15 love and 4-2. This time he finds the net. And it comes back on his side. Number 4. Serves here onto the backhand of Shelton. That was long, though, from Shelton. And the shoulders have just slumped a little bit on the 20-year-old American down the far end at the moment. In the heat, the sunshine here. Played an hour and a half on centre court. It's not a long time, but it is warm out there. And it's not quite going his way at the moment.
Yeah, this is sometimes a situation where a break could be worth 2 games, just with the hangover.
Slicing here into the net. And if this set does go away, he might be wise to take a small breather here. Ben Shelton into his first major quarterfinal. Well, it's going the way of Tommy Paul at the moment. He's got game points here at 40 love for a 5-2 lead in the second set. First ball is into the net. He was going out wide with that one. Chooses to go onto the backhand this time and at the body of Shelton, who finds the net in a tired-looking backhand.
Tired-looking game.
Or tired might be the wrong word. Slightly disconnected with his game and his position in this match at the moment. Ben Shelton having been broken with a bit of a sloppy service game himself. There's an easy hold for Tommy Paul. And it's a tie-break lead for Tommy Paul and 5-2 in the second set.
Looking a little discouraged. We'll see if our American listeners are equally discouraged.
Yes, we will. I can tell you while you're searching for that, the Coco Gauff and Jess Pegula are through the second seeds in the women's doubles. They're into the semi-finals. They've beaten Chan and Yang easily for the loss of just 2 games.
All right, now Rose Maitland from the south coast of Jamaica.
Hey, Rose.
Cool winter temp of 24.
Oh, that sounds pleasant.
She says, loving the coverage. I need a drama-filled match. Missing the Murray saga. We hear her. First heard about Shelton through Black Spin Tennis tweet. Chris Eubanks saying that Shelton was crazy good and one to watch in the summer of 2022. Chris Eubanks is this absolutely spectacular fellow. He's like a 6'8" beanpole American guy. And he's everybody's favorite. Coco Gauff's best friend. He and Brian Shelton played doubles together at the U.S. Open last year, and they had. I was watching most of that match. They had so much fun; it was ridiculous. and he's also ran into him a few times at the end of the Challenger season when they were trying to get either the U.S. Open reciprocal wild card with Tennis Australia, or as it turned out, Ben Shelton got into the top 100. I think he got in on his own, and Shelton ended up getting the wild card. And so, and they had some battles at that end and are, very good friends, generational different, two tennis generations apart.
I mean, that's the thing about Ben Shelton, right? Is like people see him now as the 20-year-old in the quarterfinal, 15 love, good serving there. But, Up until November last year, he was outside the top 100.
Yeah, well, he was playing college tennis. He played in the summer.
Extraordinary, isn't it?
But that's how good he is. I think he left at the right time.
Yeah. He's still doing some schoolwork while he's here.
Yeah, he was talking about that. I said, just a few assignments and stuff, no biggies. But you know what? I think he probably has parents who are telling him, well, fine, we're going to go out here on the Pro Tour, but you're not going to just slack off. You're going to get your degree some point.
30 love here. Shelton serves an ace out wide. This is a much better service game from the man we're talking about, Ben Shelton. He's just gone through a bit of a dip as he reset here.
Tommy Paul's making him walk a little bit. He's annoyed. There's a lot of venom in that serve, but Tommy Paul's like, fine, do that. I'm going to serve for the man.
40 love. He serves an ace out wide. That was literally 42 seconds to hold serve. Even Nick Kyrgios would take his hat off to that. That's great stuff from Ben Shelton. He comes back into the shade at the back of the court just to lean over. He is definitely feeling this. It's his first trip outside America. He's 20. His first big set of results at a major.
It's a lot.
And he's in a quarterfinal here, and he's up to it in his neck, up to his neck. Tommy Paul, though, serving for the set at 5-3. Finds the net.
To be fair, Tommy Paul did not leave the shade during that service game. He was like, you can have that one. I'm going to take this one.
Bang, 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 bang. Well, let's see if he can. Shelton onto this with the backhand, and it was back deep enough that Tommy Paul made a meal of that backhand. It was a good return. Not sure it was that good for the quality of the Paul backhand, which was low into the net.
He made a room temperature tam-tam out of that shot. I kid, but that thing was extremely sweet and very good, but very sweet.
I think really there should be a fridge in the commentary box because the Tim Tams will be much happier in there.
Right, let's get on that. How much pull do we have? Almost none.
There must be a fridge we could get down here. Tommy Paul serving. The backhand nicely done by Shelton. There's another backhand low over the net. Also from Paul on the run. Shelton has a big swing at this forehand. Probably needed less of a swing. 15 all, long.
Yeah, needed a little more in the legs there. He tried to make up for perhaps the encroaching fatigue by taking a couple of big lungy steps to it and just was not in position to hit that ball.
15 all trying to serve this out. Tommy Paul finds the net and it comes back on his side. Second serve. Backhand there from Shelton cross court. Here comes another backhand, but that was the wrong play. Tried to make too much of that and just got the downward trajectory into the net.
Yeah, he's trying to swallow down this slow simmering sense of panic that I think is entering his game at this point and for the first time, in a fortnight.
And a bit of tiredness. 30-15 here, mentally as well as probably physically. Good from Paul from the back of the court, picking this one up on the half volley, stepping in as Shelton with his own backhand, covered off by Paul, and again exactly the same shot on the backhand from Ben Shelton, low off the racket, straight into the net cross court. 2 set points for Tommy Paul. That's tight and tired, isn't it, that backhand?
Yeah, all those things, yeah. Little discouragement.
Which is encouragement for Tommy Paul, who finds the ace down the middle on set points. And he's looking the business this afternoon. The older of the Americans, the 25-year-old, has a foot in the semi-finals. 7-6 and 6-3 over Ben Shelton.
Ben, it looks like he's packing some things to maybe go to what we call in my house the situation room and to have a look in the mirror and perhaps get a little inspiration. He's grabbed a towel, he's grabbed some water. He has not grabbed necessarily a new shirt. Oh, no. Does he have a shirt with him?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's
just having a quick word with Carlos at the chair. Is he going to leave the court? It would be a good idea, I think, if he is.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, Ben Shelton's going to leave the court. We're going to, well, actually, we're not going to leave the court, but we'll let you leave the radio maybe for 2 minutes, if you like, and we'll have the third set of this intriguing men's quarterfinal coming up for you shortly on AO Radio.
This year, soar into summer with exclusive new AO apparel featuring our most vibrant and designer performance range yet. Hit the court like a pro with your favourite Looney Tunes characters or serve in more ways than one with bold new designs from the iconic AO and Ralph Lauren co-branded collection. Visit us at one of our AO shops or explore now at AustralianOpenShop.com.
Your AO tennis journey begins with the Australian Open official program, shining the spotlight on the world's best players with comprehensive profiles on the top 50 ranked men and women. Stay stunning pictorials will take you through recent tennis history over 156 pages. It's a must-have for every tennis fan. Purchase your copy at an AO shop on site, Australian newsagents, or online at australianopenshop.com. Delivering worldwide.
At play.tennis.com.au, it's never been easier to rally up a match. Grab your mates, book a tennis court online and play your way today. Find the curios to your Kokonakis and hire a tennis court at play.tennis.com.au. Tennis court hire. No membership, no worries.
Thinking of getting the kids on court? With Tennis Hot Shots, kids can swing into the action. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. With Tennis Hot Shots, kids gain confidence, learn sports skills, and make friends. Learn tennis for life and find your nearest club at play.tennis.com.au.
Hi, I'm Storm Sanders and you're listening to AO Radio.
We're on centre court. Steph Miles and Steve Pearce. We're going to have a change in commentary shortly. And it might be very shortly because still off the court are the two protagonists in this match, Ben Shelton and Tommy Paul, the all-American affair. And I know we've got a lot of people listening in America. Thanks for all your messages, all the way from Hawaii to New York. That pretty much spans the whole country, I would say. It's going the way of the older American, the 25-year-old Tommy Paul, the more experienced of the two players, the man who's part of that older tennis generation, the TFOs and co. Taylor Fritz's and co. 7-6-6-3. Tommy Paul is getting it done and is looking very likely to move through to a semi-final against Novak Djokovic or Andrei Rublev. They will decide that contest tonight on AO Radio from 7:30, the Twilight Show from 7 o'clock local time. If you're wondering what on earth time it is, trying to do the maths, well, it's 5 o'clock local time in Melbourne right now. So the Twilight Show in 2 hours, and then in 2.5 hours, Djokovic and Rublev to walk out on court. Tommy Paul and Ben Shelton have returned to centre court to get ready, as Carlos Bernardes says, for the third set of this one. Is there a way back for Ben?
No.
Steph?
No.
Okay.
Don't think so.
If you're listening, there's no way back for Ben.
There is not much of a window. We've got quite a few Ben Shelton opinions here. We might not be able to get to them before J&J hit.
We can get to one.
All right. Well, Whit from New York City says, my biggest take of any young generation is that they can all ball, but only one or two within the group are exceptionally good at striking when the iron is hot and turning it into habit, i.e. Nadal's 2005 season. The season's only begun, but Shelton might have that quality.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Today accepted.
Yeah. We'll find out over the next couple of years, probably, what Ben Shelton is like and whether he can maintain a consistency and well, firstly, get to the top of the men's game and then stay there, which is still a bit of a ask. Tommy Paul is much further up the men's game and 5 years further on, but even he has to deliver some more consistency over the coming years if he's going to be considered one of the top men's players as well.
Yeah, they're both on the come up in different ways.
Yeah, much work to do. Shelton, good serve here and should put this away for the 1-2 punch with the off forehand winner advancing on the net. So I will say that there is a way back for Ben Shelton here, but I don't want to tell you that the door is wide open. It's been half shut by Tommy Paul, but really important for Ben Shelton to get away to a good start in this third set if he's to try and change the momentum of this match. And he's doing it well with these last couple of serves here. There's an ace down the middle for 30-15, but Tommy Paul well in control of this one.
The first thing he's going to have to do is just serve bombs and hold his serve in about 2 seconds, and then try to put that pressure on. And I think that it goes through the net for him.
Yeah, and
not just on the serve, but on the return as well.
And Tommy Paul's never been to a semi-final at a major, so he's going to get nervous, and it just depends whether Ben Shelton can try and use that. I was going to say a really nice 1-2 with the backhand that time from Shelton. It landed very near the line.
Is he going to get nervous?
It's called a close call. It's just out. I think he'll have to get nervous, but
maybe
surely
he just seems so.
Maybe there'll be more 12s.
Chill. Maybe more 12. He just seems to kind of take everything with kind of equanimity, you know?
Yep.
Well, it's jammed there.
Yeah, that has jammed him right up. That's good serving right at the body from Shelton. That was a good choice, and he delivered it perfectly deep in the box. 40-30 here for the opening game. Serving first in the third set, which is important if he can hold his serve. It's wide with the first ball there. On the second serve, Shelton lands this deep in the box. Nice backhand from Paul. Here's another one cross court. On the run, Shelton makes this forehand. He's back in position to play the slice. Lands that nice and deep, just dug out by Paul. Then onto the backhand cross court. Shelton on the run with the forehand. Here's the backhand from Shelton. Good depth on that. Picked up by Paul. Shelton didn't come in, stayed at the back though. He tries the drop shot. Paul saw that coming, gets there with a brilliant backhand put away from Tommy Paul. Great stuff, point of the match.
It really was, and that was probably one of the best points from the baseline that Shelton played, but still,
I think
he bailed out. Well, he bailed out, and then when he did hit that drop shot, he didn't follow it in. So that was a okay, I'm kind of gassed in this exchange, and I'm going to do this, and well, if it works, it works. If you get there, okay, well, it's over anyways. And that, I'm not, that's doesn't say much about his mindset at the moment.
At deuce, down the far end, Shelton serves, misses the first ball. If there is a way back into this, it's a must-hold here, really. He's got to stand firm and keep his nose ahead in the third set. Serves. Tommy Paul unloads on a forehand up the line, but missed it wide.
That was an opportunity. Without a doubt, I mean, 169 in the second serve is one of the slower second serves that Ben Shelton has hit. He lined up that forehand down the line. He just didn't quite have enough intention on it, I guess would be the right way to put it.
Shelton serves here heavily down the middle. That's good stuff from Ben Shelton. Faced with a tricky moment, he stands firm and holds in the opening game of the third for 1-0.
All right, we've got Aaron Riegel from Corning, California. There's lots of big challengers in California. And Aaron says he was been watching Ben Shelton through the Challenger Series. He once watched him serve and volley every first serve for an entire first-round match. He won that match, if you were wondering. Rooting for Ben. Well, he can do it. I saw him do it earlier in the tournament. It gets tougher as the pyramid gets narrower.
And thanks for your message, Aaron. And Shelton won 3 titles at Challenger level last year at Charlottesville.
Champaign, Illinois, with the University of Illinois, where Kevin Anderson went to school.
Yeah, and Knoxville.
That was in Knoxville. That was in the Chris Eubanks
beating
period where they were
Mr. Eubanks twice.
They were battling it out for that USTA wild card around those late season challenges. Those are fun, actually. Ask Mike Cation about those.
Yeah. Mike, who's been a valued member of the AO Radio commentary team over this fortnight. It's been terrific to have Mike part of the broadcast team this year.
The voice of America.
Beautifully said. Nice serving there from Paul. Got the looping return that he wanted. Really big forehand from Paul. Well defended by Shelton, but he can't get near that as Tommy Paul inside out for the forehand winner there. 30-love.
Yeah, we've got Adnan Ashtar from Austin, Texas. We're starting to get a little bit late, debating on if I should take a nap before the Novak versus Rublev match or just follow this match. Well, I think you should just keep listening to us is what I think you should do. So, lie on the couch, listen to us. If you nod off a little bit, that's okay.
I don't think you can fall asleep listening to us,
well,
though, Steph.
that's the
thing.
point.
Onto the backhand of Shelton there, but that's way too long. I mean, trying to fall asleep when AO Radio commentary is on in the background. How can you do that?
And Steph, I mean, it's compelling stuff, but we're almost at our end.
Yeah,
J and J are
probably
equally compelling.
Johnson and Jill, although that might depend somewhat on the... Oh, no, the golf doubles match has finished. So, yeah, that should be what's coming your way. Anyway, there'll be great tennis and there'll be men's quarterfinal action all the way through. Nicely done by Tommy Paul. He holds for 1 game all. So this match, this quarterfinal, whenever it concludes, but we'll be staying on air right through Twilight Show at 7 o'clock and then into the big one tonight between Djokovic and Rublev.
Thomas King from Tennessee, TK, just switched over to listening to matches on the radio. We rock. He's excited about all the All-American matches. What a fantastic birthday present for him on the 23rd. And since they're named twins, go Tommy.
Great stuff. Thanks for your message there. Oh, it was an attempted drop shot from Shelton, but it bounced twice before it made it to the net. Thanks for your message, TK. Thanks for all your messages from all our everyone listening right across the United States. It's great to hear from you as we bring you this All-American men's quarterfinal.
Yeah, we're glad you're all still up.
Yeah.
And rocking with us.
Well, in fact, if you're in Hawaii, you must still be up, really. It's only, what, 6:30, 7 o'clock at night?
No, that's past the early bird special.
Suppose so. Great cross-court backhand there from Paul. Shelton doing really well here. Rips into a forehand. So does Paul from the baseline. Good rally here on the run. The slice from Shelton lands pretty deep. Picked up by Paul. Opposite corner, just taking too much there. Ben Shelton straying into the tram lines on the cross-court backhand.
Yeah, and he's going to hit the towel, and he's gotten much noisier when he's hitting his ground strokes now than he was earlier in the match. And again, those long rallies are all in Tommy Paul's favor, who's just gliding around, spinning his racket, stroking, saying, dude,
cool as the cucumber.
Yeah, cool hand, Tommy, and you just keep running, Ben. I'm good with this.
Love 30, big moment here for Shelton as... early stages of the third set, but serving first and 2 sets down. Again, it's must hold, must hold, must hold. Love 30. Serves here onto the backhand of Paul, forced backwards to play a forehand, then switching onto the backhand. Really tight angle from Shelton. Wow, that was a tremendous shot.
Well, he got that one just right. He has missed some of those those high backhands into the net a fair bit, but he measured that one just right. You could see what a weapon it is on a two-hander. He's got nice clearance on that because he's quite tall and he hits it. You know, he likes that higher ball, obviously, when he gets it right.
15:30 here. Shelton serves. Paul with the backhand, but it was out. You can see Tommy Paul, and it's a number of times he's done this today. He's really made his younger compatriot wait to serve. It's all at the pace that Tommy wants to play at, not that Ben wants to play at. Shelton here with the forehand. Tommy Paul covering it off at the moment with a couple of backhands cross-court. Shelton leans into the forehand, down the line again, defended well by Paul. Sliced approach from Shelton. Cross-court attempted pass from Paul, but it goes wide. Well left by Ben Shelton, and he digs himself out of the mini hole at love 30, back to 30 all.
There was not a lot of room for Paul to pass there, in fairness. And that approach shot, it was like the lefty Andy Roddick, you know, like the suicide cross-court backhand approach, but it worked well. He covered the right angles, and it was a very good approach. And he sort of abandoned the net. Maybe he just doesn't have the energy to go forward, but he tries to get back to it if he can.
Serving here, Shelton onto the forehand, nicely done. Oh, that's a lot of weight put into that from Tommy Paul. Big ground strokes from the back of the court. Gets the mistake he wanted. Gets the break point that he wants as Shelton strays wide with the forehand. And Tommy Paul with the first 2 sets in the bag, looking to get the break of serve here early in the third set.
I think that Paul has taken Shelton's legs out from under him. That is my assessment of what's happening
at break
now.
point here. Shelton serves into the net.
There's not much spring left in those.
Shelton finds a big second serve, and that lands just in from Paul. Great return from him, looped and landed in deep. Huge forehand from Shelton. He's really leaning into these. Paul happy to just defend at the moment on the run. Slices the forehand, running around onto another big forehand. Shelton, opposite corner from Paul, just out. Going cross-court on the backhand. And by the minutest of margins, Shelton saves that break point. Big hitting from both players.
You know, like the dynamic's getting a little bit interesting now, isn't it? Because Shelton is basically kind of having an adolescent approach to this situation he finds himself in. He's just going full tilt balls to the wall. Tommy Paul is just like, I'm just going to let you wear yourself out, young man. No problem.
At deuce, Paul just bunts this back. Shelton goes with the drop shot. Paul saw that coming and puts it away with a measured forehand into the open court down the line.
Yeah, the 25-year-old is definitely the grown-up in this room right now. Yeah. It's almost like letting your young child have his tantrum and wear himself out until he falls asleep. And Paul is just kind of facilitating that right now. It's working.
Just showing his experience here. Shelton trying to hang on, facing break point again. Serves huge down the middle for a clean ace.
It's about all he's got right now. He needs about 10, 15 more of those, I think.
Because, or 2, anyway.
Or at least 2 right now in the short term, of our experience.
Right now. Serves here just clipping the net cord on the way through. Otherwise, it would have been another ace. And he was considering the serve volley there as well.
Yeah, he's
mixing it up.
Going full out here.
Yep. Redlining, you might say. Serves down the middle. Slice back from Paul. And there's the volley at the net. Just made it on the line. The serve volley. Beautifully done from Shelton. It was close, though. Surely that was plumb on the line.
It was.
Yeah. Looked it, didn't it?
And it's one of the first serve volleys where you actually got to hit a proper volley as opposed to a half volley. But that's due to the quality of that first serve. Paul's face is like, oh, yeah, I thought it was, closer than that.
So on game point, Shelton finds the net. It really was close. It was a nice-looking volley, though.
Yeah.
Nice technique. Second serve from Shelton. Lands this deep in the box, cross-court, backhand from Paul. Here's another one, but he changes it, goes centrally, slice from Shelton. Big forehand, inside out from Paul, defended by Shelton. Inside in, up the line that time from Paul. Gets the mistake off the backhand racket of Ben Shelton. And we return to deuce.
Now, I would say that every time Paul in the rally gets Shelton out wide where he has to slice, he probably wins 90% of the points. I mean, a huge majority of them. And he's willing to do that all day. Spin his racket, go side to side, let this kid wear himself out.
At Juice, Shelton serves. Forehand again, just bunted by Tommy Paul. Gets the opportunity to put up the defensive lob, but on the forehand side, he didn't get that right, and it was a couple of feet long. Plenty of fist bumps from Ben Shelton as he moves back to pick up a couple of balls to serve here and has game point for a 2-1 lead in the third. I mean, he's definitely struggling, Ben Shelton, with the situation, but he hasn't checked out.
No, he hasn't. And the thing is, this would be a good hold for him. It was also an energy expending hold.
Sure.
Of whatever he has left in the tank.
But he's young. Backhand from Paul goes right back at it to Shelton and taking it early. Tommy Paul does the same again, leaning into a backhand. Slice from Shelton, finds that quite deep. Nice cross-court from Paul. Big forehands from both players. Then slicing a backhand to stay in this Shelton opposite corner. He can't get there. That's too good from Tommy Paul.
Too good. Yeah, he's younger than he once was. And older than he'll be. Older than he once was, younger than he'll be. Pardon me, with my Simon and Garfunkel lyrics all buggered up.
I can't keep up.
Yeah, he's older than he once was, and he's a lot older than he was when he got here 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
And younger than he will be. That's not unusual. No, it isn't strange. No, never mind, sorry.
It's not unusual. Sorry. It's a different one altogether.
It's not even midnight yet. Here we go.
Not even close. At Juice, 1 game all in the third here. Shelton desperately trying to hang on, missing his mark down the middle. It's a pivotal game, you kind of think here. Must hold. He's serving in front in the third set, 2 sets down. He's just got to hang on here and prove a point, stand firm. Backhand response from Paul. And then the loose forehand from Shelton's going to give up a break point again for the third time in this game alone, the third game of this third set.
And Tommy Paul is looking cool and composed.
The old cucumber down the far end, spins his racket ready on break point, but he's not going to get a look at that. Boom, boom, boom. Straight down the middle for the ace from Ben Shelton as he finds another answer. 215 kilometers per hour.
That's an awfully good weapon to have, but when that's the thing that's constantly getting you out of trouble, you're not in great shape.
At Juice, serving out wide, just too wide. Second serve here. It's the 5th Juice in this game. Played nearly 9 minutes to decide this game. Backhand going back behind Paul there. And then coming into the net, looking for a good first volley. Low down forehand. Tommy Paul does brilliantly to make this cross court. Somehow, Paul found the angle and earns himself a 4th break point.
I mean, it starts with his foot speed. He saw what was happening, he recognized it, he ran, and then he realized there wasn't any room down the line and he was too stretched out. So he pulls out some nice touch there. Short cross-court, one-handed pass right on the line.
Is that the moment of brilliance that's going to prove pivotal here in this third game? It's a fault off the first serve here. For the 4th time, it's break point. Shelton serves. Tommy Paul can't get that one back. Lands it long. And we go back to Juice in the never-ending game.
Big second serve, and Tommy Paul, as he spins his racket, is nodding. Well, yeah, that was, too good. I asked that question. He had that answer.
Wasn't a good forehand from Paul, though. Serving here, this forehand from Tommy Paul does land wide. And Shelton's his turn to look a little bit more energized here at the situation. 10 minutes in this game, and Ben Shelton has an opportunity to close it out and somehow hold.
Paul taking his time, goes to the towel, which, as Nadal pointed out, is quite a fair distance away. Just taking a few more seconds.
Here he is, Shelton, ready to serve. And serves an ace out wide. That's a huge hold for Ben Shelton, and he tells the crowd around Rod Laver Arena, I'm not going anywhere just yet.
I can't hear you.
2 sets to love to Tommy Paul, but Ben Shelton hanging on and leads 2-1 on serve in the third. We're going to start our staggered change of commentary. Steph, a few thoughts from you, if you can keep yourself away from the Tim Tams at this point. And
One was all I could handle.
I'll get out of the way for Abigail, who's going to come in and join you.
All right, we'll see what happens. Right now, Tommy Paul has sent off a racket for a restring, so he is not taking for granted in the least that he's going to get this done in 3. And Ben Shelton held serve there. At the same time, he wasted a lot of energy doing it. And I don't know how much he has in the tank. I think ultimately he was dependent on his big, massive serve to try to get himself out of that, and he did. But I think it's really just a matter of time at this point. But, you know, only because if he does happen to somehow pull off this third set, maybe in a tiebreak, then he's got like 4 and 5 to try to deal with there. And for a kid who has so little experience after such a long period of time, as Abigail is absolutely just trying to deal with all her stuff and trying to get set up.
I
there
don't
she
know
is.
why I always bring what feels like my whole room into this room with me. Steph, nothing for a fortnight and then twice in 24
Well,
hours.
no,
Put it there.
fist
There we
bump.
go. Let's
Okay.
go. But
It's been a slice for the 3 seconds we've been sharing this room.
it's been a phenomenal few seconds, but Steph has
The best few seconds of our lives, really.
The peak of my day. Steph will be heading out. Will you be going courtside, Steph, or do you have other things to do with your? I'm sure you have plenty to keep you occupied. You'll be keeping an eye on this, I'm sure.
I haven't thought that far ahead in my day.
Locked into this match.
Yeah, locked into it. Hope I get the stairs without falling. After that, we'll see.
All the best with that. It seems like Ben Shelton's still locked into this match as well. We love to see it. Down 2 sets to love in the toughest position he's found himself in all tournament, but still fighting. Stern task, though, in Tommy Paul, who just fired an unreturned serve out wide to make it 30 love. 1-2 and serving. Is the higher-ranked American as I drop my water bottle. Steph's on hand to pick it up. Thanks, Steph. What would I do without you? Unreturned serve down the tee for Tommy Paul, so that is triple game point. He's unmoved by the sheer length of the previous game that went against him. Just keeping up with business is the American down the tee, unreturned, swipes the ball from his pocket away, and Tommy Paul makes it 2 games all. Cap on forwards, heads down, expression unreadable. He looks pretty relaxed, Tommy Paul, as you would expect. He spins the racket around his forefinger. He edged the opening set. There were no breaks of serve, and that is not the first time recently that Ben Shelton has lost a set without having his serve broken. In his 5-setter against J.J. Wolf, his serve was never broken, but he dropped 2 tie breaks. He did not drop the first 2 sets. That's something that has happened on this occasion and piled the pressure on. Let's see if he can stay with it. Serving at 2-all is Shelton, the 20-year-old on top of the baseline. Backhand into the backhand of Paul, and then the forehand down the line. The forehand slice back from Paul. Off forehand approach from Shelton, and it's blasted down the line long from Tommy Paul. Strong start to the game for Ben Shelton. Abigail Johnson with you, joined by Candy Reid. Candy, we want a little bit more from this match, am I correct?
Yeah. Well, I think
in terms of match time.
Certainly the fans in the Rod Laver want it, and I think there is more to come. Ben Shelton's not done. He's very much stepping up to the plate here in set 3. Needs to keep hold of the serve, of course.
Something that he's not been struggling with throughout the fortnight as a whole. Strong numbers on the serve across his last few matches, but Tommy Paul can just take those rallies beyond the point where the first shots become significant. On the majority of occasions, big 1-2 punch spread the court there from Shelton to make it 30 love on serve.
Yeah, the problem for Ben Shelton today has been the backhand side in particular. Tommy Paul has come out with a clear game plan to go into the Shelton backhand as much as possible, and he's broken it down.
Well, you want to avoid that kicking forehand at all costs. Can't avoid the serve, though. And that's going to come raining down time and time again. Ace down the tee for Shelton. And he is replicating what Paul produced in the previous game. Triple game point. He doesn't hang about Shelton. The return comes back. The forehand back behind to the backhand of Paul. Cross-court backhand from Shelton. Looped forehand is long from Paul. And good to hear that positive reaction from Ben Shelton to holding serve for 3-2. Just 2 minutes off the 2-hour mark as these two head to the change of ends. And it is 3-2. in the third set. What's your biggest takeaway from this match so far, Candy?
Just that it looks like Tommy Paul is a little bit more accustomed to this occasion. He's got some really big wins, doesn't he? And is playing very well. Just recently, of course, Ben Shelton, it's been well documented, making his first trip outside the US. I think that's so interesting. His dad, Brian, a very good player himself, played multiple slams, top 60 player. And he said to his son, well, why do you need to go and play abroad? You're not the best player in the United States. And Shelton said, well, that's a good point. So a couple of years at university and making his first trip outside the US. But I think he's just been ground down. Tommy Paul is a very smart player. He's got a great tennis IQ. Jim Courier said he tests almost the best out of all the US players ever when they do their fitness testing. And Jim Courier ought to know, because I think he was the #1 in that department. But Tommy Paul not far behind. So he's fit, he's smart, and he's experienced, and he's been really finding the weakness in the Ben Shelton game today. And we'll see if that continues. It'll be up to Shelton to try and secure up that backhand. No winners off that side from him so far.
It's been rare in recent years on the men's tour to say that a player is by far the more experienced and mature of the two competitors at the age of 25. They've been peaking so near towards the 30s, a lot of the ATP stars in recent times, but there is fresh blood coming through thick and fast. And Tommy Paul, even as the more experienced player out here, is one of that up-and-coming crop. He would say himself that he wasn't all in at the beginning of his career, but he's fully locked in now and on the brink of something special, of maiden Grand Slam semi-final. 30 love in this game. He is serving second in the third set, which is a bit of light relief for Shelton. You would not want to be serving second at 2 sets to love down, feeling like you're constantly at the bottom of the mountain. He serve unreturns.
Problem for Ben, though, he hasn't won many points off the Tommy Paul serve throughout. So even though Ben Shelton is serving first in the set and Tommy Paul second, Paul has lost, just 5 points throughout the entire match behind his first serve. That's incredible. And the second serve, points won, is excellent as well. Just lost 6 in that regard. So that is pretty en fuego.
Serves out wide, does Paul on the second delivery. The backhand up the line is long. Shelton just spun that return deep into play. And he's on the border at 40-15. The most significant moment for me came fairly early in the second set of this one at 2-all. Paul serving, and Shelton did have double break point at 15-40. He was just getting more forehands and kicking them deep into Paul so that his opponent was having to lean out of the shot, didn't have adjustment time, but he cottoned onto it pretty quickly. Paul was able to make the necessary adjustments with the serve and with the positioning, and he sends another big one out wide to force the return error and make it 3-all. It's just coming a little too easily for Tommy Paul on the serve right now. And Ben Shelton has to completely lock in and take it point by point on his own serve to stay with it in this match, to keep the confidence. Cannot afford to look at that overall scoreboard and the overall picture of this match.
Well, that's absolutely true. And I think Ben Shelton needs to play really for a tie-break, because he's just not having any impact on the Paul delivery.
Launches up into the serve down the tee, keeps his feet moving to get around the response, but it doesn't land from Paul. So Ben Shelton, in the baggy white shirt and the black shorts, shakes his racket heading to the baseline. What do you make of his demeanor, Candy? Because to me, he still looks pretty upbeat for a player that's down 2 sets to love.
Yeah, very positive indeed. I think he's got that little racket shake towards his team. We're hearing rumours that Dad Brian will soon be taking over, perhaps in conjunction with somebody else. So I suspect that will happen as well. But no, he looks really positive. But again, Tommy Paul finds the weakness on the Ben Shelton backhand. Shelton just tried to slice that back, but didn't go even halfway up the net. And that has been the big hole in the game today. And it's been exposed. And I think the opponents of Ben Shelton in the future will be watching this.
A great depth of shot from Paul. It was very tough for me to judge how he would play coming into this match based on his most recent meeting with Roberto Bautista Agut, because I didn't know how much the Spaniard had left in the tank after the mental and physical toll the Murray match had taken on him. So it was difficult to tell whether Paul was suffocating him from the back of the court or whether Bautista Agut was just lacking the energy to stay with him. But I think it's becoming quite apparent in this match that Paul's baseline strength is quite something right now in terms of his ability to stay balanced, to keep his positioning up, to keep offering the extra balls with interest. And Shelton's feeling it again, 3-all, 15-30 here for the young American. So the chains hang off his neck as he bends over to serve. It's into the backhand of Paul. He takes the backhand cross-court to spread. It's a net court. He gets up on top of the court. Shelton drives through the forehand. The high ball looped from Paul. Will it land? No, it won't. It's just gone long. And that's a cheer from Shelton as he makes it 30-all.
Yeah, got to stay on the front foot, young Shelton. And he's moving the ball around nicely because Tommy Paul is the more secure from the baseline. There's no doubt about that. But that is the way that Tommy Paul breaks players down. He doesn't have the hugest power, but he's so clever. He can move the ball side to side, make you feel very uncomfortable.
3-all, 30-all. Deep return is too deep. And Shelton will bounce and pump his fist again because it is game points as opposed to break point.
He's working really hard, isn't he, Shelton? Hit 14 aces to 7's Paul. So he's getting a few free points. They're coming few and far between, though, unfortunately for him. He's having to work harder than his opponent today. He's finding him in comfortable positions.
Serve down the tee netted from Shelton, so it's the second delivery that Paul responds with the backhand to. The cross-court forehand is deep into the backhand from Shelton, directed up the line by Paul seamlessly. He's up the court with the backhand cross-court, and into the net goes Shelton. We're to deuce on the Shelton serve, and I just have a feeling at 2 hours, 5 minutes on the match clock that we might be in for another of those seesaw games that myself and Candy were waiting to swap into the commentary booth during previously. I'm not sure what the time was on that game, but it was a lengthy one. Definitely over the 7 or 8 minute mark. So Shelton 3-all and deuce. Serve goes down the tee to the backhand. He just keeps the feet moving to get around the off forehand. That forces a high ball from his opponent. He will take the overhead long, so far long from Shelton. Now, was he looking into the sun there, or was that just completely mistimed?
That was completely mistimed, but good work from Tommy Paul. Under fire there from the baseline. Paul just puts the ball up very, very high indeed and asked Shelton to hit it as a smash, and he never actually looked comfortable with his feet. Took his eye completely off the ball, a big shank, and Brad Stein just gives his player Tommy Paul a little pump of the fist there.
Break point, big serve down the tee. Shelton backs up for the off forehand into the forehand of Paul, who loops that deep into the net from Shelton. He has been so steely on break points for the majority of this tournament, but Tommy Paul is just starting to break him down quicker than expected from the 25-year-old American, and he is on the brink of something truly special. 4-3 and serving within minutes after this changeover. He could be taking himself one game away from a Grand Slam semi-final.
Yeah, big moment for Tommy Paul. He's played beautifully. He's just known where the weaknesses are, the holes in the Shelton game. And Paul just looking up at his coach, Brad Stein. Brad Stein, a very, very experienced man. He knows how to play opponents, and he's told Paul exactly what to do here together. They've hatched a plan, and it is working perfectly. It's just go into the backhand, go into the backhand, go into the backhand, and you'll get your chances. And that was Shelton with a missed backhand in the net. Didn't get the racket drop he would have wanted on the previous point. Tommy Paul went into that backhand side and then went wide to the forehand, and he was on the run, Shelton, but couldn't make the miraculous forehand up the pass. So the time is very much running out for the younger American in this clash.
When is Tommy Paul going to feel it? He cuts such a relaxed figure on court. You would not be able to read the match position or tell what kind of stage this is for him just by looking at him, as he bounces on the balls of his feet here, and then bounces the ball with the non-playing hand, then throws up the toss and then serves into the body. Shelton can only block it back. It just creeps over the net. The off forehand casually put away by Paul for the winner, and that just tells you everything about how loose he's feeling right now.
Yeah, he's got nothing to worry about at this point because he's winning his service game so easily. Shelton isn't able to apply any scoreboard pressure. So Paul very, very relaxed figure. I don't think he's going to get nervous at all. Just keep going with what he's doing.
He hasn't lost a first serve point in this set, Paul, and that will continue as he blasts a wide serve into the Shelton forehand, and that doesn't come back. 30 love for the 25-year-old.
He is almost vertical, isn't he? spent some time with him and Brad Stein at Eastbourne. And Tommy Paul, when he's not playing, he's just relaxing on the sofas. He's chatting with his girlfriend. He and Brad Stein talk tennis an awful lot.
Serve out wide, short return, forehand up the line is just long. The Shelton return, I think, clipping the net cord. They must have talked a lot about this match because it seemed to have been clear-cut for Paul from the offset.
Well, Brad Stein said he wouldn't really come back to full travelling on tour. He didn't really want to do it, but then the opportunity came up with Tommy Paul and he liked him so much. They got on so well. They also play a little golf together and just relax, and they just love to talk about tennis, and that is very, very important at this high level. You've got to be addicted, really.
4-3, 30-15. Shelton will chop the return back off forehand from Paul into the forehand of Shelton. That catches the baseline into the net from Paul, who shakes his head. His legs just started to slow there. He thought the point was done. Did not expect the ball to catch the line, was not ready for it, and that does leave the window open in this game. He was in cruise control. It is 30-all. Shelton with a half chance.
Well, on the previous shot, Tommy Paul had a chance to go into the net and he decided against it, moved back, only to see the ball bounce on the line.
Serve out wide is missed. It's a second serve. Now, Shelton's spoken about being free of pressure. The pressure mounts here. This is an opportunity that must be capitalised on, and he's helped. It's a double fault from Tommy Paul, and maybe the tension creeps in at this point.
Well, 30 love, and now facing a break point. And perhaps this is just that arm getting a little bit tight. You can totally understand it. It would be new territory, wouldn't it, for Tommy Paul, who's worked so hard in previous years. And what an opportunity both these men have. Final four place, the Australian Open 2023. Is he about to crack?
Serve out wide, forehand deep from Shelton, forehand cross court. It's wide from Paul. Ben Shelton breaks back, and that kind of came from nowhere.
That totally came from nowhere. There's no kind of about it. You said it, Abigail. I mean, he'd only lost a few points behind serve, none behind his first serve in this set, and that was an absolute giveaway from Tommy Paul. He hits the double fault, makes the mistake when the ball hits the line, just a little bit in two minds as to what to do, and then a forehand that should have been pretty easy is out.
My word, Ben Shelton could feed off that as the backhand return comes back and the slice comes down the line from Shelton. Paul up behind it. It's a lob from Shelton, and he will just miss that. Very key moments here for the American. This is the younger American, I should say. This is the first time that he's really seen Paul crack in this match. It's been virtually faultless from his opponent's side of the net in terms of producing when necessary. Shelton's serve down the tee is netted. He plays quick. He plays quick, Shelton. He could afford to take a little bit more time here just to steady himself. So a serve, yeah, double fault. Double fault on the second serve, and he will whip that forehand away in frustration. This has happened a little too fast.
So the first double fault, isn't it, in the third set? And he knows he's got to go for it because he can't allow Tommy Paul to have an easy return. So you can understand it, but he's got to keep that eye loose and the right arm up. That's the non-racket hand. Stay up, add enough spin on the ball so that Tommy Paul doesn't able to ricochet the return too hard.
Serve out wide to the forehand, cross-court approach. Paul was ready, but the backhand flies wide. And I think prior to that point, which makes it 15-30, a wise idea from Shelton just to take a stroll across to the towel, not just because the curly hair is dripping with sweat, but because he did rush on through those opening 2 points a little, just taking time to gather himself. 15-30, still down on the scoreboard in this game, and still with his back against the wall as he nets the first serve. Paul bounces from foot to foot. Shelton serves the second, kick into the backhand, the forehand up the line. Paul on the run, scoops up the forehand, inside in from Shelton, backhand cross-court from Paul. Shelton central, Paul central as well with the backhand, and into the net is Shelton with the forehand. There's a certain tightness about that arm that we have not seen a lot of during his stay in Melbourne, and that is just the moment telling for Ben Shelton, who again goes to the towel, trying not to give too much away, but he knows that this is it. He's on the brink.
Well, it's a shame, isn't it? He's just broken, and now he looks like he's going to get broken back once more.
15-40, kicks over out wide, unreturned, and he punches the air, Ben Shelton. One break point saved, one still to come. Paul tosses a frustrated look across the net, but then Gets on with it, jogs to the towel, which is...
That's quite clever, isn't it? Because his coach,
Exactly.
Brad Stein, is right there. So you could just have a few words with him, just remind him what to do.
First
Keep it
serve
simple.
down the tee is netted. Tommy Paul twirls the racket again, looking to keep relaxed. Second serve down the tee, chops back by Paul, too long. Now he took the racket for a moment there, Paul. I think he was going to shadow swing. He could have been about to crash it to the floor. I don't think that's quite his style right now. But to deuce we go. 2 break points have come and gone. There's a long look over at the coaching box there.
He needs to stay relaxed here, Tommy Paul, because he's getting lots and lots of chances. And Shelton serving well.
Shelton with the first delivery into the net. Second serve to come. Again, Paul will spin that racket around his forefinger on the left hand. Staying in his zone. Oh, it's a double fault, and I'll tell you why it's a double fault. Tommy Paul took 2 huge strides towards the baseline as Shelton went to deliver that, just showing that he was ready to attack. I think that might have gotten his opponent's eye line. So it's breakpoint number 3.
And Shelton really needs the first serve here.
Will he land it? Yes, he will. Ace out wide. Ice cool from the 20-year-old.
Goes with the typical pattern for the left-hander, the slider out wide from the ad side. And that is the go-to serve for most southpaws.
Career high world number 89. Not the norm to be in a Grand Slam quarter-final in that situation. The forehand is loose and wide from Tommy Paul, and the reaction is big again from Ben Shelton.
Yeah, we were right. Tommy Paul is certainly feeling it, Abigail. He looked calm, as cool as a cucumber, didn't he, as Steve and Stephanie were talking about earlier. But he made a little jump on that forehand, and that's always a sign that the nerves are fitting in. He should be nice and stable with the feet.
Game point. Ace down the tee from Ben Shelton, who roars to the crowd like a lion. And that was a lion-hearted effort from the 20-year-old. He was on the brink of his opponent serving for the match, and he found the spots when he needed to. Shelton, 1 game away from extending this contest.
That was a massive game for Ben Shelton. But again, it's Tommy Paul just letting him off the hook a little bit. Had 3 break points in that game. I wasn't really able to touch Shelton on a couple of them, but he did have 1 chance, and he'll be a little frustrated. He's going to need to take a few really deep breaths and just try and stay in the present. All these players now work with sports psychologists, and that's where the work from that comes in. Just staying very, very cool, trying to go through the motions. Okay, first point, second point, third point. Don't get ahead of yourself, because that will never work very well. Let's have a look at your emails.
Yes, indeed.
From David, afternoon, everyone. I heard the Tim Tams have made it to the commentary bunker.
I heard that too, but I've not tasted any. I need to get across there.
Who's eaten the most? We need the names of both commentators and text. Well, there they are, Abigail. All yours?
Well, let's see how many are gone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Counts. 9 are gone.
Who's been in the booth? I'm going to say roughly 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe
Steve and Steph?
6, 7 different people.
Stephanie said she just had 1.
Okay.
So
Well,
we
she's
can
cleared.
eliminate.
I'm going to put money on Mercato.
Jay
Michael.
from Perth, Western Australia says, do you think late night matches have affected players' performances, particularly how many seats have lost early?
Well, if it has, the answer to that problem is to win more quickly.
There we go, short and sweet.
They do have that opportunity. Cross-court backhand return from Ben Shelton. Returning for the set. Off forehand from Paul. Is into the corner. Shelton will scramble it back. Forecourt and put away by Tommy Paul with the cross-court forehand. Brief frustration for Shelton, but he's got to acknowledge that it was great front foot play from Tommy Paul, who does take the opening point in the service game to stay in the set.
Yeah, Tommy Paul just needs to go back to basics now, not get ahead of himself, and certainly keep his head down. That's so easy. When you get nervous, a little bit tight, that head starts coming up, and the contact point on the racket is wrong.
15 love. First serve missed. Second delivery to come. Towards the back end of this set, Paul had not lost a first serve point. That number is starting to decrease. Backhand up the line from Ben Shelton. Gets him on top of the baseline. The forehand has loop and just catches the baseline. Forehand deep to the body. Off forehand from Paul. Catches the corner. Shelton will loop another. Cross-court forehand from Paul. Backhand slice up the line from Shelton. Has side spin. He goes for the drop shot and nets. It was ambitious. You can see why he did it, because Paul was a distance behind the baseline, but it was staring for that moment in the match, Candy.
Ben Shelton is breathing very, very, very heavily right now. Paul is winding him down, grounding him out. That was a good slice hit across the ball. And Ben Shelton, I think, a little surprised to see it actually land in and a little bit undercooked on that forehand drop shot attempt.
15-all, first serve, no, sorry, 30-love, first serve netted. Did you feel like that drop shot was a little bit of a cop-out from Shelton?
Totally.
Didn't want to hang with the rally.
Yeah.
Cross-court return to the feet, pick up from Paul. Up the line from Shelton is wide. He went for the glory shot and he didn't quite make it.
Yeah, he is really tired. We can see him. He's right next to our commentary box, Abigail, and he's breathing very, very heavily. He's trying to gasp as much as he possibly can and shorten the points as well. Hence that big forehand up the line, which missed by a couple of inches too wide.
Well, this is why the Grand Slams have always been such a challenge for the younger players, the physicality of so many best-of-5 set matches. And Shelton's gone the distance on multiple occasions in the 4 matches that he has played. 5 sets against JJ Wolf in the most recent round. 5 sets in his opening match against Zhang Zhizhen. All those days ago out on court 14, won in a final set tiebreak, return to the feet with the forehand from Shelton, winds up, goes cross court, misses wide, and Tommy Paul will hold to love in that high pressure situation. That makes a statement from the 25-year-old, back in touch, back level at 5-all in this third set, and the possibility of that straight sets win for Tommy Paul still very much alive.
Well, it is very much alive at this point because he must be able to see what we can see, that Ben Shelton is running empty. If you think about the petrol tank, he's probably about 15-20%, so it's all or nothing right now for the younger American. He's just got to go for it.
Got a draw on the college background here. The intensity, the energy. Candy Reid knows all about that, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a lot to do with the fact that he's really enjoyed playing in front of a big crowd and not afraid to go for it, but you don't play 5 sets in college.
It's a very good point.
Yeah, this is a lot more than he's expecting. And for my mind, he is really running on fumes right now. Ben Shelton, he's got to serve big. He's got to just go for his ground strokes. So it's a matter of Tommy Paul making him play one more ball. And Tommy Paul is good at that. But we saw there, Abigail, didn't we, that Tommy Paul at 30-love was broken for the first time in this set. Just got a little nervous and let those nerves get the better of him. Understandably so.
Ben Shelton going huge on the first serve, 216 kilometers an hour on that most recent one long. He'll go big on the second, though, as well, and Tommy Paul will send the forehand long. Will the world number 35, meaning that it is triple game point for Shelton.
Yeah, it's been a good service game from him, hasn't it? But Tommy Paul kicking himself again. He hasn't made Ben Shelton play enough balls. Doesn't need to play that many either.
It's an ace down the tee for Ben Shelton, his second ace of the game. And that one does clock 216 kilometers an hour. Once again, he's one game away from going further in this match. Whether he has the resources and the energy to do that remains to be seen, but he can't look that far ahead. It's point by point now for the 20-year-old who slings the towel across his net and heads to his seat courtside.
Well, he's earned himself at least a tie-break, so he can absolutely go for broke. Expect him to tee off on a few Tommy Paul serves in just a minute. Okay, so let's go. Jay from Perth again. Another question. Why are so many American players up and coming now into the top 100? And when will the women start playing best of 5 like the men in the main draws? Well, we're actually going to discuss that with Kate Kearns on the Twilight show. It's with Chanda Rubin, the legendary American player, top 10 in the world. And she'll be on to talk about why there are many American players coming up. And there are actually a lot of females. You've got to think, well, Jessie Pegula and Coco Gauff, for instance, here, but more and more are coming up. But all this was really set in place about 10 years ago when Tommy Paul et al. Were 24 and 25, Taylor Fritz, Francis Tiafoe, and a host of other Americans. Diego Moyano, the coach of Coco Gauff, was in charge of the USTA National Academy, along with Patrick McEnroe. Brad Stein was very much included in that. Jose Higueras, the former coach of Jim Courier. And they have put in place some excellent things, but it does take about 10 years to really get something very special started.
For the second time, Tommy Paul serving to stay in this set. He'll have to unwind on the forehand down the line. He releases a winner off that deep Ben Shelton return. Good start to the game for the world number 35. Career high 28 achieved at the back end of last year. Again, it is a rarity for a draw to be this Open, where someone with that career high ranking is on the brink of a Grand Slam semi-final, and with that considered, with Tommy Paul being a higher ranked player here, he's done so well so far to take that in stride. Picks up the forehand cross court. Shelton can't defend that. The ball will sail up and it will land on his own side of the court. 30 love, Tommy Paul.
I love Tommy Paul's forehand. It's just a very relaxed stroke. He's got a nice loose arm. When he keeps his head down and just concentrates on the task in hand, he's playing very well indeed. This is good stuff.
So Paul will serve down the tee, misses the first delivery.
First serve percentage from Tommy Paul, 76 right now in this set.
Second serve kick to the backhand. Shelton returns deep to the feet, and that's long from Paul. And you said it, Candy, about that number. Shelton knows the absolute vitality of taking hold of those second serves, of taking them on, and that's a really smart option, deep to the body, piling the pressure on but giving himself margin as well. We've seen that he's had less success in recent minutes when he's fired up the line, just not quite the energy and the legs and the control and the footwork that we've seen from him earlier in this match and earlier in the event. So 30-15 for Paul. Down the tee into the backhand. The backhand central behind that, and Shelton's on top of the court to take the forehand up the line. Paul is on the skid and the ball is returned back to him by the Shelton backhand. Cross court from Shelton. Cross court forehand from Paul. Backhand deep from Shelton. Backhand in response from Tommy Paul. Shelton's the first to shape the ball using that forehand and then backing up with the backhand slice, and Paul will go long off the back of it. So, for the second straight return game, Ben Shelton makes it 30 all.
Well, that is a surprising point because Ben Shelton hung in the rally there, adding shape, adding width, adding spin. Does like to throw that slice backhand in, and it was a longer point. And perhaps you have the numbers in front of you, Abigail, about the length of the rallies when they get to over 9 or between the 5 and 8. How many is Tommy Paul winning? How many is Ben Shelton winning? Because Shelton, up to that point, was relying on short points, wasn't he?
Rallies of 9+ shots won for Tommy Paul. It's 10 on the match, and for Ben Shelton, only 5.
So about twice as much. Or right on twice as much.
Second serve from Paul into the backhand of Shelton. The forehand up the line. Shelton's got it covered. Back down the line. Skid from Paul. Cross court with the forehand. Got height on the ball. Ben Shelton with the backhand up the line. And Tommy Paul will respond, hitting central. Then the off forehand into the forehand of Shelton. The off forehand again from Paul is flattened out. Shelton will go up the line, get the depth of shot. Paul with his balance back at the baseline, backhand cross court into the forehand of Shelton, who goes back behind. Up the line from Paul, catches the corner, backhand slice from Shelton, forehand back behind from Paul. He's got a slower ball, he will take the forehand back behind. Shelton will slice the backhand, buying himself time. Up the line from Paul, long from Shelton. Wow. Stretched on the forehand side, and my goodness, did Paul hold firm there.
That was an incredible rally. Both hitting the ball with heart and spin and power and accuracy and more spin. And it's eventually Tommy Paul gets a little bit more time on the forehand, rockets one down the line, and it's a forced error from Ben Shelton. What a point. Tommy Paul with a chance here to force a tiebreak.
25 shots in that rally. The 25-year-old coming out on top. He serves into the body. He launches the forehand deep. Shelton gets on top of the ball, catches at the height of the bounce, and Paul goes long. That's good intensity from Shelton, and what he might be lacking in terms of his own resources, adrenaline might give him some of that back. Well, it is deuce.
This is incredible stuff from Ben Shelton. He's found another gear just suddenly after looking absolutely wiped out, and he's really fighting Tommy Paul fire for fire from the baseline. That's now 6 from those 9+ rallies that he's won, and a real indication he's got energy.
So about wide is wide from Tommy Paul, so he's down to the second serve. He's still winning about 73% of his second serve points as Paul, as the return comes deep to the feet. The off forehand goes deep into the Shelton forehand, but Shelton will catch the baseline. He's in the forecourt. He'll take the forehand cross court. Paul's anticipated it, but will the ball come back? No, it won't. Break point is set point for Ben Shelton.
Oh, that is another exceptional point. I think he's just decided, I'm going to go for it now. It's all or nothing. I've got the chance to have a tiebreak regardless, so let's break once more.
Second serve points
game.
Won in this set, down to 56% for Paul. That tells the more accurate story deep in the third set of this encounter. back against the wall. Tommy Paul will serve into the forehand of Shelton. He blocks it back. The off forehand to the forehand from Tommy Paul. Then the backhand cross-court is long! Ben Shelton puts a finger to his ear as he stares round at the crowd who got behind him. But most importantly, he backs himself. 7-5, he takes the third, and the 20-year-old is not done on Rod Laver Arena. We're going to 4 sets.
Extraordinary stuff. Dean Dolphine et al. In the camp are on their feet. They are so pleased with what they've just seen, because he could have just fallen apart, couldn't he, after losing those first 2 sets? And it looked like Tommy Paul was in the ascendancy in set 3, but he's just turned it around late on there. A remarkable last 4 games or so. He breaks Tommy Paul twice, and we now have a serious match on our hands. Fantastic stuff on Rod Laver Arena.
Fantastic stuff on AO Radio. It's great to have you with us. If you have thoughts on this match and what could potentially go down from here, please email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au, or you can go to ausopen.com/AORadio and fill out the Ask the Booth form. Now, I watched a fair bit more of Tommy Paul, kind of earlier stages of his career, Candy, and to me, it felt like he could sometimes just be a little bit passive at the back of the court. I think for the majority of this match, he was dialed in and focused and doing what he needed to do. The point that stands out to me is when he was serving to come a game away from the match. It was 4-3, it was 30-love. He left that Ben Shelton ball. He was kind of flat-footed, thinking that Shelton was going long. It caught the baseline at his feet, and he didn't have reaction time, and it just fell, and I think there was a double fault after that. A little complacent from Paul when he was coming up to the finish line. He didn't quite have the same fire to cross it, and Shelton, I didn't write him off there. What a fighter. And let's see if he gets an extra kick of adrenaline here to drive him on and make a good start to the 4th set, because as much as that was a big victory for him, we all know that there is a danger of a hangover effect as much as you can ride the adrenaline as well.
I'm not sure it was complacency for Tommy Paul. I think really he just got a little nervous. He had a chance to move in on that 30-love point, didn't he? And then step backwards. And then he saw the ball land on the line. And it's just when you're in this big situation, which he is, this is a first, a big moment to get into the major semi-final here at the Australian Open, and he just second-guessed himself, and that is always lethal. And then you get just a fraction tight, and that's what happened. Ben Shelton able to loose as a goose and go for it, and he's got his rewards.
Serving first in the 4th set. Tommy Paul blocks the return deep, and then he gets up for the backhand back behind to force the error. That's a great start from Paul. And make no mistake, it's completely understandable, the nerves at the back end of the set. In fact, I was kind of shocked at how well he was carrying himself up to that point, given the enormity of the situation for him. I think because it's the world number 89 career high across the net, it's easy to overlook how massive a moment this is for Tommy Paul. It's huge. It'll be the biggest thing he's ever done, as much as he's upped his form and his progress over the last few months.
There's no doubt about that. He's just trying to keep himself calm under pressure, but you're right. There's that balance between being a little passive and dominating from the baseline.
Shelton down the tee, misses.
And of course, the majority of the fans here at Rod Laver Arena are with the youngster. You can understand that. It's a great story, isn't it? He's got great charisma. And he's got such an exciting game as well. He's sort of in the Nick Kyrgios in that regard. Slightly different personalities, or very different personalities. But I think the Aussie crowd have really taken Ben Shelton to their hearts. You can understand why he's a very likeable figure with that kilowatt, megawatt grin.
Double fault just previously for Shelton, though, 15-30, and on the brink a little, having to rely on the second serve here. Oh, it's a second double fault. Now, Paul was bouncing from foot to foot. He was very upbeat with his body language, and Shelton felt the pressure there. Less than ideal.
Well, this is where all the hard work and the fitness from the off-season comes into play, because players have to know, they have to believe that they're physically going to hold up, and I think there's no doubt that Tommy Paul believes that. It's whether Ben Shelton does as well, because that's always going to be in the back of your mind.
Double break point. Shelton nets the first serve, so that is 5 serves missed in a row. Paul, again, bouncing on his toes. Into the backhand is the second serve from Shelton. Paul is steady for the off backhand back behind. Shelton will slice deep to Paul, who will go with height on the ball with the forehand into the corner from Shelton. Then he takes the forehand cross-court into the backhand of Paul, who goes up the line into the net from Shelton. Didn't have the drive through or the lift up on the backhand, and it is the immediate break for Paul. You've got to admire, as much as he had a helping hand there, how he kept his head. Very easy it would have been for him to let it dip after the disappointment of being so close and having to start over in this fourth set. But it's all about the mentality at this point for Tommy Paul. Can he stay in there? He's made a good start to this set number 4.
Yeah, really good from Tommy Paul. Just going on, overcoming the disappointment of that third set where he definitely had chances. And for Ben Shelton, a bit of a letdown. He's been broken for the third time in this match. Remember, he hadn't been broken. As Rose tells us, Maitland, she's written in, Shelton not lost serve since the second round. Well, he's been broken 3 times today. And Rose says she's Team Shelton, as many people out there are.
So Tommy Paul with the umpire's chair to his left, serving to back up the break. 1-2 into the backhand of Shelton. He'll come up and punch away the volley. Good start to this game. 15 love.
Peter Marks says, back from Brooklyn, I love tennis, but this time of year it's all about US football. You have to search for the tennis headlines, even in the New York Times, he says. It'll take the US Open to get a US player noticed beyond the tennis fans, and they need a personality like Stephanie Miles said. If they're boring, no one will care. Maybe Korda, but Shelton could break through. Shelton certainly has that megawatt, doesn't he? Personality, that Hollywood looks, and the whole package. And he could be the man that US tennis is really, really looking for. They've got, of course, some fabulous players in Taylor Fritz and TFO, who really made a mark, didn't he, at the US Open, getting to the semi-finals last year. He's quite the character, but perhaps Ben Shelton, Abigail, is the next major star in the US.
Well, he's got major weapons, hasn't he? At a young age, he's got a lot of tools to work with, a lot of the qualities already that are required to succeed. The serve out wide forces the error by Tommy Paul. Shelton's backhand going long, and he edges in front here at 30-15, recovering from the double fault.
I think there's a huge upside to Ben as well, and there are a few cracks in the game that need to be filled up. That will happen in time.
Forehand cross-court from Tommy Paul into the backhand of Shelton, who's on the skid and can only watch in despair as that ball goes long.
Well, that's where he's not particularly comfortable, where if you put a Djokovic in there, or even a Stefanos Tsitsipas, when they're stretched out fully wide, they're hitting off their outside foot, and they're able to drive through the ball and get back in points.
Serve out wide from Paul. The response cross-court from Shelton is wide. So pretty comprehensively, Tommy Paul backs up his break of serve. 2-love he leads.
Now this is a huge game for both players, really, because Tommy Paul in really good shape here, so Shelton must hold. He cannot afford to go a second breakdown. You'd have to think that would be curtains. Even though Paul might have a few nerves closing this out, he's got 2 breaks and some breathing room.
Hand signals from Brad Stein to Tommy Paul just there, who's at the opposite end of the court, but was looking over. I don't know what their signals are. It looked to me like something to do with positioning on the second serve. And Paul does take a late step in to close that second serve. The 1-2 up the line from Shelton. He's stretched on the volley and he'll miss it wide. So Paul with the upper hand in this return game. It is love 2 and love 15.
Paul did a brilliant job there. He's very hard to come in on because he tends to keep the ball pretty low and flat on both sides. He'll make you play a difficult volley. Ben Shelton not up to it on that occasion.
Shelton, ace down the tee. Some response.
Well, he's always got that, hasn't he, in the back pocket, which is just something lovely to have. He's got a lot of action on the ball and serve. Really nice motion.
As he delivers out wide, just misses.
It's actually very like the Andy Roddick. He's just the left-handed Andy Roddick when it comes to serve. It's very explosive, uses a lot of the leg muscles.
Down the tee into the backhand. Paul takes it at the height of the bounce and then whips the forehand cross-court. It's short, and Shelton will use the backhand slice to approach. Tommy Paul into the net. Holds his racket out there.
That was a brilliant point from Ben Shelton. This time, Tommy Paul unable to make his opponent hit a volley. Went over the higher part of the net with the forehand down the line attempted pass, and knows he should have gone right at Shelton, made him play a tricky volley before trying the pass.
So Shelton able to edge out in front at 30-15. He'll miss the first serve, though.
Do love the serve. It's very, very good. All serves can be different, and he just gets the most out of his, especially with that left-handed ability.
Second serve into the forehand of Paul. Back behind with the forehand. Tommy Paul with a deep backhand, and then a deeper backhand is wide. So Shelton with the double game point. That'll help his second serve win percentage a little bit. That was a number that stood out to me, Candy, as I took a look at the stats coming into this one. Ben Shelton's second serve win percentage has been incredible across the tournament. Prior to this match, it had not dipped below 69% in any one of his meetings. It was around the 70-80% mark in the majority. In this particular match, he serves an ace down the tee and avoids having to land a second serve, holding for 1-2. In this match, that second serve win percentage is down at 50%. So that's a marked difference on his previous outings, but you would expect as much against a player like Tommy Paul, who's reading the ball well, who's extending the rallies, and who knows about putting opponents through their paces. Ben Shelton just about in touch at this sit-down.
Well, Tommy Paul, one of the best returners in the game, isn't he? So if he's offered up some second serves, he's going to surely take advantage. He'll make his opponents play more than most people. Right, let's get to the emails. HC, Steph and Chris, Utah is 15 degrees Fahrenheit, and he's talking to Stephanie Miles and Chris, who were on earlier today. I hope you guys are not bathing in sunshine. It is an absolutely beautiful day, a hot one, very hot, and about 29 degrees tops today, 22 tomorrow. It's going to be a little cooler. Deborah? Not spelled wrong in Brooklyn, New York. So it's Debrah. Thank you for the commentary. Courts, they all should. Would love to hear commentary of the Coco Gauff Jess Pegula doubles match win. Go USA!
Well, we do have sometimes updates from the other courts, but who knows? Who knows what the future holds? Obviously, the biggest showpiece match is scheduled on Rod Laver Arena, as we're seeing from the one currently, extending to 4 sets, and Tommy Paul at the near baseline, preparing to continue with the lead. 2-1 and serving is Paul. First serve down the tee is long. So second delivery to come. Keep your messages coming. We'll be here for a while with them as Paul serves wide into the backhand and Shelton responds wide. So first point of the service game goes to the world number 35.
Glenn says, love your commentary on AO Radio. Glenn Brewster listening from Tokyo. Weird questions. When the players stand the camera after the match, why don't they simply mirror flip the camera view so we can see what they're writing?
Well, maybe you should get in touch with the... Well, we can get you the contacts for the right people and you can put that question to them off forehand.
But they do always sign
winner.
it, don't they? And then the other camera comes from behind to see what they've written. So it's sort of a little bit of a tease. What have they written this time? It's exciting, isn't it?
It's not something I've really thought about, but clearly other people have, so that's interesting.
You don't spend nights contemplating that,
I did wake up 1-3 a.m. just thinking about it the one time, but not since then.
Okay.
The chops backhand return from Shelton, the forehand approach from Tommy Paul. He will punch the volley onto the baseline. That ball comes back again, but cleanly closed by the 25-year-olds, and he's got triple game point.
Moving really well, Tommy Paul. Approach to the forehand, which is always dangerous, but of course, again, Ben Shelton is the lefty, so most right-handers will go into that corner. He does. It's a nice first volley and then an easy second volley put away.
So 40 love. Big serve out wide. Forehand stretch long from Shelton. Struggling with that wide serve. And Tommy Paul this time around not struggling to stay settled. Keeping that comprehensive. Keeping the breathing room on the board at 3-1.
Lizzie in Utah, as much as I love the really close contests, I want Tommy Paul to win quickly, conserve his energy for the next match so he has a chance. Do you think either of them could actually make it to the final?
Well, who else is in this side of the draw, Candy? Andre Rublev. And a Mr. Novak Djokovic.
Andre.
9-time champion. Look, I think the more we talk about how well Djokovic is doing, the better it is for Andre Rublev, because all the external pressure is being removed. I think the only expectations will come from himself and his team as Shelton goes long as he targets the forehand up the line and offers up the first point of this game to Tommy Paul. So it's 1-3, love 15.
Trevor says, I love the drama of 5-set matches at Grand Slams. Is there any discussion on the women's tour to introduce best of 5 for the women's matches at majors?
We keep getting this question, don't we? Ace out wide from Shelton. I think it's a good question. My viewpoint would be I'd actually love to see best of 5 in the women's competition, because I think in times gone by, you've seen more upsets at the women's Grand Slams, because in the best of 3 format, it can happen more quickly. There's depth of talent. Someone could come out and win 6-2, 6-2 in about an hour, and there's no time for the mentality to be tested, no time to really think things through, as Shelton on the stretch sends a volley into the net. And we see so many times these days, top players, the most elite, coming back from 2 sets to love down because they never write themselves out strategically and mentally and physically. They're able to find a way with the best of 5-set format. The women haven't had the opportunity to prove themselves like that. As Shelton gets in the forecourt, comes with the drop volley. Paul, though, measures the backhand just long. He lifted it, he didn't go for the full power, tried to get the arc on that ball, and it didn't land quickly enough. So 30 all, and my thanks to lineswoman Candy Reid, who just raised the forefinger to confirm that that one was long.
Just a little bunt up the line. Unfortunate for Tommy Paul, who knew what he wanted to do, but it was a good volley. Ben Shelton holding his nerve at the net, doing enough.
And Shelton's still under pressure here. 30 all, second serve. Again, Paul takes the last-minute step forwards. The return goes deep to the feet on the forehand side. The forehand with shape to the feet of Shelton, who gets around it with the backhand deep into Paul. Paul going blow for blow in this body exchange. The forehand up the line now from Shelton. Cross-court from Paul. Backhand down the line from Shelton. Paul will absorb and get that ball back. It's the cross-court forehand wide from Shelton. Well, he was up against it in the 3rd set when he was a breakdown, but if he were to go a double breakdown here, it would be Everest to climb.
Well, Tommy Paul's just having a quick word with Brad Stein, because the obvious, here we go, we know where he's going, but we know the obvious tactic is Paul going forehand into the Ben Shelton backhand. He perhaps changed direction a little early, but he got away with it. Big point here.
Break point for the double break. Shelton aces out wide. Oh, that's phenomenal from Tommy Paul.
Well, I'll tell you why, because I could just see Brad Stein in my commentary box, and Brad Stein gave Tommy Paul the T sign. The T sign, so...
Ben's laughing at him. Ben Shelton is laughing at Brad Stein and Tommy Paul.
And now they're still having an exchange, because Brad Stein was actually wrong. Ben Shelton saw it and went wide.
Fantastic. But will it remain so for Shelton? The forehand cross-court into the backhand of Paul, who goes deep to the feet with the backhand. Backhand down the line. He's just caught that. He's got a ball inside the baseline. He'll go forehand into the Shelton backhand. Shelton still holding up here. Backhand deep, forehand deep from Paul. Backhand line from Shelton. Backhand cross-court from Paul. Forehand line from Shelton. Gets the chopped forehand from Paul. Shelton's closing with the winner. What a ripper from the 20-year-old.
Oh, such a lovely exchange before that. Absolutely brilliant. Ben Shelton still keeping his sense of humour despite 2 hours and 46 minutes on the match clock. It's been a tremendous encounter and actually getting better, isn't it? The 3rd set, the most competitive, and now the 4th set. Tommy Paul's saying, right, Brad Stein, shall I cover the tee? He's making absolute clear signs. Let's see what happens.
Shelton serves out wide again. Paul will block this one back. It's the off forehand from Shelton. Catches the net cord but continues in play. Tommy Paul just touches it back but can't reach the next forehand. It lands behind the umpire, rolls onto the court, and Ben Shelton survives the game. He holds for 2-3. Tommy Paul misses the opportunity for the double break, and that could make this a very interesting upcoming game. 3-2. Tommy Paul up on the scoreboard.
Well, he couldn't do anything about the break point, could he? Because Ben Shelton hit an ace. Tommy Paul is just trying to get into the head of Ben Shelton. It didn't work by making the hand gestures, showing him where to serve or where he was going to move to. But Shelton just kept his head down and blasted some really accurate deliveries. Good work from the youngster. All right, we've got HC again. Utah, 13 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 11 Celsius. The question is, how much Shelton has in the tank, how much does his legs have? He played a few 5-setters, he knows it is. Here we go, let's see how much this kid has. Well, actually, he's sort of found another gear, hasn't he? Because we thought at the end of the 3rd there that he was sort of running out of steam, but he proved absolutely the opposite, and he came up with something very energetic, so impressive stuff. Sheila says, celebrating birthday today, watching 2 US players in the AO quarterfinals with New Zealand friends. Thanks for fun commentary. It's 2 a.m., she says, in Michigan, now 2:10. I think, so we're about 10 minutes behind on emails.
Much respect for all those staying up into the early hours. And you've not stayed up for nothing. Ben Shelton is fighting, but it is on the racket of Tommy Paul, serving now with the umpire to his left and the single break advantage. Ben Shelton has to do his best to capitalise on that Houdini act of the previous game. Paul serves out wide. Shelton could barely reach it with the backhand and it won't find the court. 15 love. But Candy, I think that exchange, which was one of the highlights of the fortnight for me, you don't see that in a high-pressure situation. And I think it says a lot about Shelton as a competitor that at 2-1 down, at a breakdown, facing break points that could well be decisive, he's able to have a laugh about that. Just that ability to be relaxed in one of the most high-pressure situations you will come up against as he sends the backhand down the line. Yeah, I think that speaks volumes as to his ability to still be a force to be reckoned with in this match.
And show some personalities. That's what you want to do. You don't want to become a different player when you go on court. You want to be yourself. And he certainly did that.
30 love, big serve down the tee. So Shelton chops the forehand onto the baseline. Then he slides the backhand deep to the Tommy Paul forehand. Paul now on the stretch with the backhand. Shelton will take the forehand deep. It bounced off the net cord. He's on the skid with the slice backhand off. Forehand winner from Paul. There were a couple of interruptions there. A little bounce or two that didn't go as he would have anticipated, and he adjusted each and every time for the 40 love advantage.
Great points. Paul absolutely going corner to corner to corner to corner rather than just going into the bend backhand, which he has done for most of the match. So it's good from him, just moving it and switching it up.
Into the body from Paul and the backhand wide from Shelton, who stood still. Didn't get the movement with the feet, didn't get the positioning. Little shake of the head there, but a deeper breath as he heads to take the towel. Tommy Paul has been in this position before. 4-2 up, 2 games away from the set. Boy, would he like the insurance break now. His team, looking at that tablet full of information in the coaching box and just trying to work a few things out. They've been engaging with him, even when he's been at the far end of the court. They've been in pretty constant communication.
Well, from that side, you're allowed to do non-verbal cues. That's absolutely allowed in this little trial period we're having.
Shelton.
If they're the same side, then the coach can actually talk to the player.
Serves out wide and misses.
A lot of it is encouragement rather than anything else.
Second serve into the body. The backhand return deep up the line. The forehand from Shelton bounces in again, and it's a winner off the back of it, up the line from Paul. As Shelton dips his head and is just taking a scratch at his right hand. I don't know what's quite concerned him there. Maybe it's just something to distract him.
Well, that was really unfortunate because he's had a couple of points now where net cords have worked against him. Tommy Paul with so much time to rifle that forehand. 5 winners now for Tommy Paul in this set. 1 behind Ben Shelton, who has 6.
Second delivery from Shelton, serves down the tee. Paul blocks that back wide with the forehand, wide even of the tram line. So Shelton levels up again at 15 all.
Just looking at the top of his hand, he may have just done a little scratch. It's so easy if your nails are a little bit long just to catch yourself on the very top of the hand. It is annoying, but it won't affect him in the slightest.
Shelton 15 all, serve out wide. Paul will just slip that return over. Shelton with the backhand slice approach forces the error in that he was in the forecourt and Paul had to put some more work on that ball to try and get it across the net. Couldn't get the height.
Well, that's a brilliant approach from Ben Shelton. He just skims the slice approach over the net into the Tommy Paul backhand for once again. Tommy Paul can't make him hit a volley.
30-15, Shelton serves out wide and Paul will slice the backhand wide. More of a block there from the 25-year-old who was purely reacting to the fierce delivery. Double game point for Ben Shelton. Serves out wide, misses.
Tommy Paul just doing a good job trying to block the ball back on the first serve of Ben Shelton. You can't really swing at it. You don't have time. It's got so much movement on it. Think about a good spin bowler with pace.
Who's looking to serve and volley before Shelton, but stays at the baseline for the second serve and nets the forehand. So drums the heel of his right hand off his racket strings. Another sharp outtake of breath as he looks to stay free of tension. still a game point on the board for the younger American.
First serve, absolutely crucial here. He's only won 27% behind the second. That's 3 of 11.
Shelton, big ace down the tee. How many times have we seen that in a big moment? Big things to come for Ben Shelton. Maybe today, may not. But Tommy Paul still leads by a break of serve in this fourth set. 25 minutes on the clock in this particular set.
22 aces now for, 23 aces now for Shelton. And every time he needs something special, he comes up with it, doesn't it? Because he's very much relying on the serve. Excellent play. And this is getting very interesting now. We'll see what Paul has got left. Can he close it out? Okay, let's get to a few more of your emails, and they can email us because we're running out of emails to talk about. Ask the booth, ozopen.com/AO radio, and we'd love to hear from you. We had a brief discussion, Abigail, about if players weren't players, tennis players, what would they do? So if Tommy Paul, for instance, wasn't a tennis player, what could you see him doing profession-wise?
Surfer dude.
Surfer dude, says Abigail.
He looks like a surfer dude.
He's got that cool demeanour, hasn't he?
You give him like a cork necklace or whatever it is they wear, and a pair of jazzy swim shorts and a board, and if he's got, and he looks like he's got good balance at the baseline all the time, I reckon he could ride some waves.
Yep, could be a surfer, could be, yep, professional skier. He's got that kind of balance, doesn't he? What about Ben Shelton? What do you think he would do if he wasn't a tennis player?
Ah, no, that one's...
Something fun.
Yeah.
It's got to be something fun, hasn't it?
I don't know.
Have a think about it.
I reckon he could do kids' birthday parties, Ben Shelton. I don't know. That kind of lively entertainer.
He'd be very good at that. Very good at working
He's laughing.
with kids.
He heard me say that. He's smirking.
I'm not sure he did, Abigail. I think he's talking to his camp, but maybe he did. Maybe they're passing that one on.
First serve missed at the tee. Second serve.
You think the Ben Shelton camp is listening to AO Radio as...
Oh, 100%. One of them's got it streaming right now. Backhand cross-court deep to the feet. Tommy Paul picks it up, gets the forehand deep, then chops the next forehand, and the backhand slice from Shelton is netted. I don't think he even reached the net. He just misjudged the spin on that ball from Paul. So first point to the world number 35.
That was a strange slice, wasn't it? Good low ball from Tommy Paul to the backhand. Short to Shelton, and rather than stepping through the ball and coming into the net, he kind of tried to hit across it, tried to hit a miraculous attempted drop shot, which was never going to work. A little look to his team in frustration.
Tommy Paul serves down the tee, misses. Now, this is the juncture in the previous set where he was broken back, I believe, where he led 4-3, 30 love.
Yep.
So let's see where this goes. Cross-court backhand into the Shelton forehand with the angle. Shelton goes for the angle again, but he misses. So this is it, deja vu. A chance to rewrite the script for Paul. This is where it all went wrong previously. 4-3, 30 love.
Yeah, he sort of doubted himself, didn't he, a set to go at this point. So now, hopefully, or not, as the case may be, and depending on, of course, who you're supporting, Tommy Paul won't make the same mistake again.
Paul serves down the tee. This time forces the error from the forehand. Much more loose on this occasion. And there was a little bit of chat after that from Paul. I'm sure he's locked into the moment and probably doesn't remember the turning point of the previous
I'm sure
set.
he does.
But no, Candy's doubtful. Okay, first serve down the tee. Either way,
Tennis
impressive.
players, don't forget, they're like elephants.
To make it triple game point. It's a double fault, though. Leaves the door open.
Went for some extra kick on that second serve, and he didn't really need to. The numbers are fantastic behind his serve. Hasn't lost a point behind the first serve, 12 from 12 in this set, and 3 from 4 behind the second. That's his first double fault. Still looking for his first ace. Just needs, again, just to keep it simple. It's easy for us to say, and not easy for him to do. Take a deep breath. Keep that arm nice and loose, and just one point at a time, the old cliche.
Double game point still in hand, serve out wide from Paul, and the response long from Shelton. So he's done it. Tommy Paul has moved one game away from the semi-finals. Shelton will serve to stay in the contest.
We've got Abigail and Candy. Abigail, it's not just any clock, it is the Rolex clock. That's from HC. I don't know.
Oh, was I not respectful enough?
Of the Rolex.
Every time I refer to the match clock now, it will be the Rolex match clock.
Just for HC. Maybe
just for HC.
Maybe he's got stock in Rolex, do you think?
Potentially. Shelton with the serve out wide. The forehand back behind is driven, and he's in the forecourt, bouncing on his toes. Overhead winner. Great start to this game from the 20-year-old. And you can bet that whichever way this match goes, he will back himself to the finish line.
Well, he's serving to stay in the match. It's a big moment. But he knows, having seen Tommy Paul just right at the end of set 3, that older American may have a few nerves here.
Wide serve.
Oof,
a return winner, though, catches the outside edge of the sideline. No reaction from Paul, just bends to look at his racket strings, but that's got to feel good at this position in the match. 50-0.
That's got to feel very good. That was right out of the centre strings and just pinged the ball cross-court off a 193-kilometre serve.
Shelton out wide with the serve, and Paul touches it back wide of the sideline. 30-15. Shelton with the persistent fist pumps now after every point won. Paul will run to the sideline. Will he get a word or two from the coaching box? Not this time, I don't think. Just watching him carefully.
Just a little nod and come on, Tommy, you've got this. Come on. Brad Stein is, well, he likes the media, doesn't he? Does a bit of commentary. Doesn't mind being mic'd when he's the coach.
Shelton ace down the tee. Did you expect anything less? Double game point for the world number 89.
Dan from San Antonio, 43 degrees Fahrenheit there, says, I predict a Rublev upset tonight. Thanks for the commentary. You may be in the minority, Dan.
I like a bit of something different, though. It's been too heavily weighted on one side. We need some daring people. Sadly, I myself not that daring. The return cross-court with the forehand from Paul. The backhand up the line into the backhand of Shelton. Forehand cross-court from Paul. He was surprised that landed, and the backhand is wide from Shelton off the back of that kick. So the gap grows smaller. Still a game point, but just the one at 40-30 on the Ben Shelton serve.
Tommy Paul really working the ball there. A lot of spin. That forehand is hard. It bounces and away from the opponent. Ben Shelton struggling there.
Shelton serves down the tee, misses.
Now this is an opportunity for Tommy Paul. He's been doing well behind the second serve of Ben Shelton, not the first.
As the Rolex match clock strikes 3 hours. Shelton with the cross-court forehand low into the net. Okay, he was 2 games away just minutes ago. Now Tommy Paul is 2 points away from the semis, and there's a bit of shifting going on in the coaching box. They're going to have to work hard, I think, to hide their emotions at this point. It's huge for all concerned.
Well, what is huge is Ben Shelton makes a couple of first serves here. He's winning 82% behind his first serve, 23% behind his second serve. So you know what he's got to do.
How much does he have left in the legs? He serves down the tee, Shelton. He hesitates and then goes for the drop shot. Paul is up to it, but the angle cross-court. Shelton tries to go back behind and misses. He just overthought it there, Shelton. Tommy Paul was covering the line. He shakes his head, Shelton, and he heads back to the baseline, but he knows the enormity of that miss. Everyone knows the enormity of that miss. It is match point for Tommy Paul.
That was a good drop shot cross-court, wasn't it, from Paul? Ben Shelton went behind him, but went too much. Big moment.
Paul with the return into the net. It was a wide serve from Shelton, and he punches the air as that one lands.
You knew he was going to go there. That is the safety serve, the wide one. He just needed a first serve. It didn't matter that Tommy Paul knew where it was going, and Paul can't make the backhand return.
So back to deuce. Out wide from Shelton into the net from Paul. A little soft on that return. And it is game point to extend this clash.
Is he going to go wide again? Go with the safety.
Shelton with the delivery out wide. Paul goes down the line. He anticipated it and forces the error. Shelton goes spinning as he looks to cover the backhand.
Well, it's the only thing when you get a little predictable, because Tommy Paul was waiting for it. He was prepared to give the line up completely. It's a fantastic return right out of the middle. Ben Shelton trying to serve and volley, can't get the volley back.
So deuce number 3, Shelton down the tee, long. Paul watches that ball go, looks to the ground, steadies himself to go again. Shelton with this delivery to the body, the forehand taken to the feet, the forehand up the line from Shelton, the backhand recovery from Paul. Down the line from Shelton, he's on top of the court, and the ball goes long from Tommy Paul.
That's a big fist pump from Ben Shelton, because he went into the forehand corner of Paul. Paul had left another big gap, and this time Shelton rips it into that spot and forces the error. He's really pumped right now, serving to stay in it, and he's got a chance to do so and force Paul to try and serve it out.
Massive game to hold here. Shelton forces the error. Tommy Paul down on his knees as he looked to defend his body from that blow. But the blow has been landed on the board. Ben Shelton has done his bit. He's held serve. He's saved a match point to do so. And that might make things incredibly dangerous for Paul, who will step up to serve for the biggest victory of his career.
Mark has emailed in. Hi, ladies. Thanks for your great game call. What's your favourite Australian foods to eat when you're here in Australia?
Does Tim Tams count?
They can count, of course. I think they've got to be up there, haven't they? They're absolutely delicious. I'm a big fan of violet crumbles.
Someone mentioned them to me the other day. I have not had them
like
yet.
A crunchy, but slightly better. And of course, there's Vegemite, which I also like. What about you? Do you like Vegemite?
I think I tried some as I was on my way to the airport last year, because we got to the last day and my friend Alicia, who I stay with, she realised that I hadn't tried any yet, and I think I tried it so quickly that I actually can't remember what it tasted like, so I might need to get across that again before I leave. Do you have it on something, the Vegemite?
Oh, yes.
What would you put it on?
Like Marmite, and you don't want too much. It's sort of a vegetable extract. Well, I know Marmite is. I'm not sure if Vegemite's similar, but I think so. Vegemite would indicate that it's vegetables, wouldn't it?
You're putting it on bread?
You could put it on. It'd be better on toast with butter.
Okay. So as we're thinking about Vegemite, Tommy Paul is thinking about the biggest moment of his career to date as he takes his position up at the baseline, match point having come and gone. He's serving for a spot in the last four at the 2023 Australian Open. The hush feels different on Rod Laver Arena this time around. Paul serves into the body. Shelton can only block it. A mirror image of the serve that passed Paul by at the back end of the previous game. He knows that he's walking a tightrope now, Shelton. 15 love.
So now it all comes down to nerves. Tommy Paul should be able to serve this out, but this is a huge occasion.
Into the body, it's long. It's the first delivery, so second serve to come.
He's had 2 double faults in this set, Tommy Paul.
Second serve goes to the backhand. It kicks, and Shelton manages to place that one at the feet. He then slices the backhand deep, and Paul gets around it with the forehand. Backhand cross-court from Shelton. Forehand long from Paul. And he saved up some energy, Shelton, because there is a huge fist pump, full arm with the left hand every time he wins a point right now. 15 all.
That was very passive from Tommy Paul. He's been doing really well behind his second serve. But in the rally, you could just see the feet go dead, and that does happen in nervous times. Your legs just feel like concrete posts, and you stop moving. He's got to work the feet. He's got to keep it simple.
Serve out wide from Paul, and the slice is almost caught by the chair umpire there. Very close from Carlos Bernardes.
Well, actually, it hit Carlos Bernardes' C. He's in a C shape, and it hit the top of it and actually went in the court. Now, the rule is that the umpire's chair is not a permanent structure, so that does not count. But there were a few sort of ah and oohs from the crowd because they weren't sure what the rule was there.
30-15, Paul down the tee. Shelton blocks it back. It lands at the baseline off forehand from Paul. It's the forehand stretch from Shelton. Cross-court forehand winner from Tommy Paul. Handled pristinely by the 25-year-old, and that does something huge on the board. It generates 2 match points.
Well, that was an unbelievable point. It was a slow forehand that Tommy Paul had to hit, and he did it beautifully. Going to inside out, racket speed was excellent, and then he puts the forehand into the open court for the winner.
A second match point for Tommy Paul's kick serve out wide. It's long from Ben Shelton. And in his 4th Australian Open appearance, Tommy Paul has reached the last 4. What an effort from the world's number 35, who warmly embraces his fellow American, who himself had a breakout run. You will hear much more about 20-year-old Ben Shelton, but the afternoon belongs to Tommy Paul.
Well, that is an exceptional performance from Tommy Paul. He was nervous, there's no doubt about that. He might have got it done in 3, but as it was, he gets it done in 4, an enormous roar. He drops his racket. He's using a new racket in 2023. Everything seems to be working very well indeed. That required huge guts, and he's got himself over the line. A lovely exchange, though. Ben Shelton has had a terrific tournament. As you said, Abigail, there's lots more to come from him. Such an exciting prospect. And perhaps in the long run of things, it's almost better that it didn't get too much further, because then the pressure may build up too much. We've seen players, haven't we, like the Raducanus, win a major very young and early in their careers and struggle to live up to the hype after that. We're going to hear from Ben Shelton. He loved every second of this. A huge personality, a great player, and very, very popular here at the Australian Open.
It's lovely to see a big smile from Shelton. He makes the heart sign with his hands. He throws the peace sign to the crowd. Good for him, embracing the moment, and it's a stage that he'll see a lot more of. But I loved the few moments just then, Candy, watching Tommy Paul just sat on his chair, shaking his head, smile on his face, in disbelief, but also satisfaction at what he's just accomplished.
Well, they're hunting in
effort.
packs, aren't they? They're hunting in packs. Francis Tiafoe doing so well at the US Open, and before that, Fritz at Indian Wells. It's all going well. Going to hear from Tommy Paul now.
Tommy, I get the feeling you've been waiting for this moment for a long time, eh?
Yeah, man. This is my first time on this court. Obviously, my first time in the quarterfinals of a slam. It's actually Ben Shelton's first time leaving the States, so I think he had a pretty good trip as well.
I think you're underselling yourself. You're not just in a quarterfinal. You're a bit further than that now.
Yeah, man. Yesterday I was doing a couple interviews and they were asking how it felt to be in the quarterfinals. I was like, semifinals sounds a little better, so pumped to be there. And obviously really excited for whoever I play on Friday. I mean, making it to the second weekend of a slam, that's everyone's dream when they start playing tennis, so I can't believe I'm here right now.
Well done. I know this is your moment. Can I just dwell for a second on Ben, just for a second, and because this is your moment. But this crop of young Americans coming through, the world of tennis needs very good Americans in this game, mate. So it's great to see a new crop coming.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just exciting for the American fans. I think it's exciting for fans all around the world, and for us too. I mean, I'm really excited for Ben. I'm excited for all the players that are coming up. I know Foe made semifinals of the US Open, and now semifinals here. So we definitely have a good crop coming up, and I'm really excited for all of us.
Yeah, I can see the excitement in your eyes. There was a moment there earlier in the fourth set when you had a break point to go up 2 breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you might have looked over at the coach, someone we know really well, Brad Stein. He used to coach Jim Curry. He jumped in the Yarra a couple of times, maybe before you were born, actually.
Probably.
He told you to cover the tee, didn't he? But
yeah, well, I asked him. I had trouble all day on break points, big points with Ben. He was serving really well. I didn't know where to lean, so I finally went to my coach, and I was like, where am I going? He was like, what? I was like, where am I going? And then I think when I said it with a little bit louder tone, Ben heard it. He screamed T, and then I covered T, and then he went wide ace, so.
I think what you don't know is that it was up on the screen and your coach was going like this. He's going to have to do his cover a little better.
Oh, man, yeah, definitely wasn't expecting that, but really happy to get through that match, man. It wasn't too much rhythm in the match, but Ben's a very tough player to play against, and he's going to be in many more matches like this. So I think everyone should be really excited for that kid.
Well, Tommy, you were exceptionally good today, exceptionally good. And this is a great combination. I know this means a lot to you and your coach, Brad Stein. We're delighted. You will bring a lot of smiles to our faces too. Good luck in the semi-final. You know he's in your half, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just really excited right now because my mom, after I won in the round of 16, she hopped on a plane yesterday, and
she's here.
Yeah, she's right out there. She got here this morning. She flew. She went straight from work to the airport to get here and watch my match today. And then also, I can't leave out, it's also my girlfriend Paige's birthday tomorrow. So if you guys see her, make sure you wish her happy birthday.
Tommy, they look like sisters up there. Well done, Tommy. Congratulations. Enjoy the moment, mate, and good luck in the semi-finals. Well done.
Guys, thank you.
Tommy Paul there speaking to John Fitzgerald, and there's been some great content in these on-court interviews. How nice is that about his mum? I dread to think the jet lag that she's feeling right now.
I don't think she's feeling anything apart from absolute elation right now, because I don't think there'll be anything worse with than making that long flight from the USA here and then seeing her son lose. So she'd be really worried that she brought him some bad vibes. But as it happens, it's Tommy Paul moving on to his first major semi-final. As he said, Francis Tiafoe managed it at the US Open last year, and I think that gave all his contemporaries a lot of belief that they could do that too. It is American men particularly hunting in packs right now, and we know that Brad Stein was the coach of Jim Courier between 1990 and 1994, and that's when Courier had the majority of his success. There was a final at the US Open in 91, a final at Wimbledon in 93. He won the French Open twice under Brad Stein's guidance, and also here in the Australian Open twice in 1992 and 1993. That's when Brad Stein and Jim Courier threw themselves into the Yarra, and perhaps Brad Stein and Tommy Paul will be throwing themselves into the Yarra in 2023.
Maybe they will. What made the difference for you, Candy, in that clash between Tommy Paul and Ben Shelton today?
More solid, absolutely. He was winning the majority of the baseline points. I think there's a little bit of a movement improvement that Shelton can make. I mean, he is so young, as Tommy Paul said, making his first trip outside Australia. Tommy Paul has been doing this for quite some time. This is not his first rodeo, and he's got over the hurdle. But the big serve from Ben Shelton kept him in it. Apart from that, I think everything was better in Tommy Paul's favour, particularly the return of serve. Ben Shelton just not able really to make any impact on the Tommy Paul serve. The only time he broke was that nervous moment for Paul. Other than that, it was all Paul, and I think the better player won today. Perhaps the more exciting player, though, will win in previous years to come, or future years, I should say.
Yeah, we'll be watching Ben Shelton with interest. So 3 matches down today on Rod Laver Arena. The win for Tommy Paul just now, and the win for an arena on this arena prior to that. Arena Sabalenka against Donna Vekić. What did you think, Candy, of how she was looking?
She looks really good to me, Sabalenka. We talked about her double faults. She'd hit 11 through 4 matches. That was before the Donna Vekić quarterfinal. This time last year, she'd hit over 50. And she's backing it up very well indeed. Like she was last year, the ground strokes weren't a problem last year, it was the serve. But that seems to have fixed itself. There were double faults today, but she also serves very big indeed. She's brought in the margins. She hits the ball bigger perhaps than anybody off the ground off both sides. She also volleys very well. She slices nicely, she can pick things up. But I think she now has moved into the person to beat after the Jessie Pegula exit late last night.
And then, of course, the win at the beginning of the afternoon for Magda Linette over Karolina Pliskova. Pliskova, the seeded player, but Linette able to come through and beat her 4th straight seed to make it through. So one of the semi-finals in this half of the draw set on the women's side, Magda Linette to take on Arena Sabalenka. But Tommy Paul will await his opponent, because coming up later tonight, the match between Novak Djokovic and Andrei Rublev. And everybody knows that Djokovic is the heavy favourite, but Rublev did get a win over him last year and did get one of the biggest wins of his career in his most recent match against Holger Rune. So he's got everything to play for, Rublev, in that match that will be coming up at 7:30. In just over 20 minutes, we'll have the Twilight Show with Kate Kearns and company. So we'll be looking back at the tennis that has been and ahead at the tennis to come. The second lot
just
of the
quickly, Chandler
yes,
Rubin's going to be on that, the former top 10 US women's player, so it'll be really interesting to hear what she says about Tommy Paul's miraculous win today and the US players in general at the Australian Open in 2023.
Yeah, they're definitely thriving off each other, doing well, and not just on the men's side either, Candy, but across the board with the women coming through as well. There's a really strong contingent there, and they've just been proving themselves at the first Grand Slam of the season. Always great to get that new year off on the front foot. So a little bit more chat to come on AO Radio, the Twilight Show to come up in around about 20 minutes time. Stay with us for that and for Djokovic and Rublev to come. Remember, you can always get in touch with us to give us your opinions and your observations from the tournament and start that discussion. You can email us directly at aoradio@tennis.com.au and you can fill out the Ask the Booth form at ausopen.com/AO Radio. Big win just now for Tommy Paul into his first semi-final and much more still to come here on AO Radio. Stay with us for the continuation of coverage this evening.
Always a buzz with excitement, Garden Square is the heart of Melbourne Park. It's where the fans gather to watch the big screen action, shop for souvenirs and enjoy delicious food and beverages. Centrepiece at Garden Square is home to 3 stylish and exclusive dining experiences. Supernormal, Rock Pool Bar and Grill plus Penfolds Restaurant. Head to Garden Square and take in world-class hospitality as you take in the tennis.
Thinking of getting the kids on court? With Tennis Hot Shots, kids can swing into the action. Perfect for kids aged 3 through to 12. With Tennis Hot Shots, kids gain confidence, learn sports skills and make friends. Learn tennis for life and find your nearest club at play.tennis.com.au.
Want to take your Grand Slam tennis experience to the next level? Upgrade your ground pass to Rod Laver or Margaret Court seating and see all the biggest names battle it out on the world's biggest stage. Your year of tennis starts here at the AO. Go to ticketmaster.com.au/AO upgrades.
Fit as a fiddle or looking to step it up? Either way, cardio tennis is a great way to get active. Run by Tennis Australia accredited coaches, you can enjoy high-energy tennis drills, activities and challenges, and they're all set to a pumping soundtrack. Cardio tennis, the perfect program for beginner or intermediate players who are keen to work up a sweat.
Hello, I'm Svetlana Kuznetsova and you're listening to AO Radio.
You are listening to AO Radio, and currently you are in the company of Abigail Johnson and Candy Reid. Rod Laver Arena has been cleared, and the lights have come on in preparation for the night session, which will kick off at 7:30 at 7:30. That's the clash between Novak Djokovic and Andrei Rublev. And the Twilight Show will be covering everything you need to know in the lead up to that at 7 p.m. But we've got a little bit of time before that, Candy. Should we throw a little bit of attention to the doubles events that have been going on around the ground? Someone mentioned in our emails earlier that the doubles and the interest in that competition. We've got the men's doubles, the women's doubles, and the mixed doubles, which will be the first final to be played, I believe, will be the mixed doubles. That's usually on the Friday of the event. So they're in the semi-final stage now with the number 3 seeds still going, Neil Skupski and Desiree Kravchuk against Sanya Mirza and Rohan Bopanna. My goodness, the doubles caliber there. The Grand Slam titles in tow.
And Sanya Mirza is due to retire. She's got a child married to Shoaib Malik, the cricketer. He's always travelling, so I spoke a little bit to her coach earlier today. She's due to retire next month after a fantastic career, which started with the good singles and then moved into doubles. And she's teaming up with her good friend Rohan Bopanna. And we'll see if they can get the better of Des Krawczyk and Neil Skupski, who's trying to recover from a very disappointing men's doubles match earlier. Neil plays doubles, of course, with Wesley Koolhof. They're the number 1 seeds, and they were beaten by the 2 Australians, Jason Kubler and Rinky Hijikata, a little earlier today. Lost just 4 games in that one, the all-Australian duo. So it'll be interesting to see if Neil can come back or if he'll let the disappointment of that earlier men's match actually bring him down in the mix. I doubt he will. He's a very good professional.
He truly is. And it's always so dangerous to go up against the Aussies at this tournament in this environment, which means that the other semi-final will be interesting. The wildcards, Olivia Gadecki and Mark Polmans, up against the Brazilians, Rafael Matos and Luisa Stefani. Now, I commentated on their match yesterday, Candy, Stefani and Matos against JP Smith and Lizette Cabrera. I was really impressed. The fluidity, the rhythm of the way they move together. But again, as it gets deeper into the draw, there's going to be more noise for the Australian pairings. And Olivia and Mark they're going into that with a lot of freedom. They're 2 players that have, I believe, teamed up for the first time, and a real shot at making it through to the final, going up against a team of non-seeders.
Oh, well, Australia loves a little bit of a story, don't they? And we saw it with the Special Ks. Did so well last year, and Matt Purcell, etc., won the Wimbledon title as well. So they had great success in doubles in 2022, looking to do more of that with Rinky Hijikata and Jason Cooper in the men's doubles, and then Olivia Gadecki, who's, of course, being mentored by Ash Barty and Mark Polman's teaming up. So that could be a really good one, and I think it's going to be tough for Stefani and Matos to come through it just because of the Australian crowd support.
Yeah, Olivia well, shall I try that again, Candy? Olivia Gadecki, who I was impressed with her. I saw her. She came to the UK over the summer months, as far as the UK summer months go, last year. And a big game, a bright character, a good player to watch. And she is one of a pair of tennis-playing siblings. We see quite a few of those. We've got, obviously, Jamie and Andy Murray. We had the Williams sisters, the Pliskova twins, lest we forget. Carolina has her twin sister, Christina. And the newest siblings on the block are Olivia, who is in that semi-final, and her brother, Thomas. And actually, Angus Delaney on our team caught up with Thomas about attending his first Australian Open, competing in the junior draw, and watching his sister win her debut major match. So here's Thomas.
Tom, being at the Australian Open, being able to play in the junior draw in some singles and doubles, it still must be a rewarding experience.
Yeah, it's super special knowing that like heaps of top players have gone through this, and being here playing the Australian Open is definitely a really special feeling.
And I spoke to your sister Olivia a few days ago. What's it like coming from a sporting family? Is it a bit crazy?
It's pretty full on, like trying to keep up, and I guess you try and live up to what she's achieving. I mean, she's doing so well, so kind of feel like I got to back it up as well.
Is it pressure, or is it usually some friendly competition there?
It's a bit of friendly competition, but I mean, it keeps us going, keeps us striving for more.
Do you guys ever play much, like when you're not, competing, like just around home? Yeah.
Here and there, but not so much. I mean, she's kind of overseas quite a bit, so don't get to train with her too much.
And I heard that you're planning on going overseas. Is that right?
Yeah, we're trying to go overseas to like Cairo, Thailand and Malaysia, get some more experience against the high-level juniors, and hopefully pick up some points to play some more junior Grand Slams next year or end of this year.
Nice. Have you travelled much?
No, actually, last year was my first overseas trip for tennis, so it's pretty full on starting out, but I think I'm getting used to it.
Awesome. And I have to ask, did you manage to come down and watch Olivia play in her first match? Because she did have a great win.
Yeah, I was able to watch that. It was honestly the most perfect day, and nothing could have gone wrong. It was amazing.
And I guess you also, when you were playing, she was also playing, and your mum had to make the tough decision between watching one of you.
Yeah, I mean, I think she chose me because it was my first Grand Slam match, so I guess I'm pretty lucky.
Wonderful. And I guess just looking for an experience to learn from. What are your kind of tennis goals? Because I know when I spoke with Liv, she was saying she wanted to get seeded, to compete more without needing to qualify or be a wild card. Do you have your own set of goals?
Definitely to play all 4 Grand Slams next year. That's definitely the goal that I'm striving for, and my motivation for training and to keep going every day.
Liv also talked about having kind of a mentor in Ash Barty. Do you have any kind of one off the court that you've managed to put in some work with?
Not really, but I look up to my mum. I mean, she's worked so hard over the years and dedicated a lot to me and Olivia to get our tennis career going, and I mean, I wouldn't be here without her.
It sounds like you have a very special relationship with your family. Is that something that you think keep in mind when you're, putting in the hours of work?
Yeah, especially all our brothers and Liv. We keep pushing each other and just try and achieve the unexpected.
And other than tennis, did you guys play a lot of sports together growing up in a family like that?
Not so much. We would go, all of us as brothers would go surfing together, but other than that, just tennis.
Great. Well, Tom, thank you so much for joining us on AO Radio.
So that was Thomas Gadecki, a name to look out for in the future, and his sister Olivia still going in the mixed doubles. But as far as the men's doubles goes, and Candy mentions that in the third round, Wesley Koolhoff and Neil Skupski, the top seeds, were upset by the Australian wildcards, Rinky Hijikata and Jason Kubler. So they move on, and in the semi-finals, they'll take on the number 8 seeds, Marcel Granollers and Horacio Zeballos. Now, Candy, when you come off a win like that over the top seeds, what's it going to do? Is it going to be the confidence, oh, we've beaten the top seeds so we can beat these guys as well? Or is there going to be a little bit of a drop-off, a bit of a hangover after getting such a monumental triumph?
No, I think that just conjures up a little bit more belief that they can do it. We know doubles, the fine margins are ever exacerbated, aren't they? Even more than singles. It's making those few returns, making the serves, buoyed by the crowd, just doing the simple things very well. You've got to keep your discipline in doubles, and I think that's what happened. So the top seeds, Koolhof and Skupski, are out, as are the second seeds. Ram and Salisbury were beaten yesterday, so it's a real opportunity for the other teams left in the draw, of which there are now just 4. So it could be very interesting, but you'd have to give the advantage now to perhaps Hijikata and Kubler. They're going to have the majority of the fan support. Granollers and Zeballos, though, are the experienced team amongst the 4 teams left.
That really is quite something, because there have been some steady partnerships now over the last couple of years or so in the men's doubles, and you've seen consistently the same teams going deep. So it really is open. Granollers and Zeballos, they're the only seeded team left in the competition. The other semi-final is a clash of the Frenchmen, Jeremy Chardy and Fabrice Martin, up against Hugo Nice and Jan Zielinski. So very much an open field in the men's doubles. But as far as the women's doubles goes, the top seeds still alive, Barbora Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova. They'll be taking on Marta Kostyuk and Elena Gabriela Rusa in the semi-finals. Now, Krejcikova and Siniakova hadn't actually played together this year prior to coming into the Australian Open. They each shared Storm Hunter in Adelaide, so one played with her 1 week and one played with her the next. So pretty impressive, really, that they can join forces again and just slide into the semi-finals the way they have done.
Well, they've been playing together actually since juniors, won junior majors together, won 3 majors last year together, and they know exactly what each one's thinking, how each one's going to play. They've got fantastic chemistry, and they are massively the team to beat as they take on Kostyuk and Rusa next. And at the bottom, it's an all-seeded battle. Abigail, we've got Coco Gauff and Jessie Pegula still going strong there.
Up against the number 10 seed, Shuko Aoyama and Ina Shibahara. Now, I am not surprised to see those number 10 seeds there. I watched them and I commentated on them as they beat Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova and Elena Rybakina, who I thought were outside title contenders, maybe dark horses in the doubles draw. I'd commentated their previous match. They won it for the loss of 1 game. They were seamless. They'd reached the Roland Garros quarterfinals together previously. Shuko Aoyama, for a player who is 5'1", is very difficult to break. She has such energy and she has such passion and such spirit. And Shibahara is just a dream in the forecourt. She's absolutely committed. She knows the right moments to chip in. She's still pretty young at 24. She went the college tennis route, so she's a little bit more fresh onto the circuit as Shibahara. And the two of them are really a tough team. So I think Gauff and Pegula are going to have their work cut out there.
Yeah, I think Gauff and Pegula can overpower Aoyama and Shibahara. As you said, Shibahara has enormous experience playing in California in the US during college, and Aoyama makes up for her slight height by being very, very clever around the court. She reads the game perhaps better than anyone, but you've got to say that Krejcikova and Siniakova are the big, big favourites in the women's doubles. That's going to be quite an upset if they don't win this year and defend their title.
What do you think makes them such a strong team? Is it just the amount of time they've spent playing together?
Very much so. I think the chemistry is there, isn't it? They just know which each person's doing before they're actually doing it. They've got a huge amount of confidence in themselves. I think it's Siniakova actually who reads the game so well indeed. Krejcikova largely plays from the baseline and sets up Siniakova at the net, and she just knows where the ball's going before it's going. Unbelievable reader and very, very sharp volleys.
Well, Krejcikova is a name you will have heard of a lot more in recent times, after she also had singles triumph at Roland Garros in 2021. But she's a very, very accomplished doubles player, which I think helped to deal with that situation when she went deep in the singles in Roland Garros. Has had a lot of success here at the Australian Open, and earlier in the fortnight, Angus was able to catch up with her to discuss her doubles success.
Thanks for joining me on AO Radio, Barbora, and welcome back to Melbourne. How does it feel to be at the Australian Open again this year?
Well, thank you for having me, first of all, and I mean, it feels great. I'm really happy to be back in Melbourne, and I'm really looking forward for the Australian Open. I wanna play as the best way I can, and get as far as I can, but I don't want to predict anything because then it usually doesn't happen. So I just want to do the best, and I would be really happy to get as far as I can.
After your doubles title at the US Open last year, you now have won a doubles title at every Grand Slam. What was that achievement like to you personally?
I mean, it was really difficult to actually achieve it. It took us a lot of years to actually do that, and also a lot of time just practicing and playing tennis. But it's definitely a big achievement and a big accomplishment, and I'm really proud how we did. And I mean, I still think we can add more, and I'm looking forward for playing some more doubles again.
And do you have a preference, doubles or singles?
I have to say doubles is more fun for me. Like, I enjoy that we are two there and we can, ease up the things when things are not going, our way. But I mean, on the other side, I like to play singles as well. And I mean, it's nice to, to see the fans supporting and to, have some good time on the court. What's
a better feeling, winning a Grand Slam in doubles or singles?
Definitely in singles.
Yeah, not many people can say they've done both.
Definitely in singles, but doubles is nice as well.
And do you ever worry, especially to Grand Slam, when you're playing every other day, doubles and singles, what kind of toll that could take on your body physically?
Well, I actually love that. Because I'm not really, like, during the 2 weeks, I don't really like any days off. I like to go and play every day because I like to play matches more than practice. So for me, it's better, and I like it. I like it like that, and I mean, I also like to be on court and just play matches because I really enjoy that. That's what I love to do.
And what about mentally? Is it also nice having games every day, not having that kind of day off?
I mean, I think it really depends on the player and on the approach. But I mean, like, if you have days off, you can think about stuff more. Then if you play, you still have to focus on the next match. So for me, I prefer just to play and just to keep going into categories. Sometimes I did in free, so it was. I mean, I liked it, but it's not possible anymore.
And I wanted to ask you about your relationship with Jana Novotná and how important do you think that's been to the success that you've had over the last couple of years in your career?
I think it was really important, and I really like to think about the connection that we had and the way what she was telling me when she was coaching me when she was here. So for me, I have to say, it was really a key in my career, especially at the beginning. And I'm really happy that I had such an opportunity to be with to practice with a slam champion and just to get a little bit more from, like, behind the scenes. And I think it just helped me. Actually, by accident, we actually got together, and I wouldn't change a thing. I'm really happy that it happened and that we worked.
I wouldn't change a thing, says Barbora Krejcikova. They are great words to be able to say. So herself and Katerina Siniakova, still going as the top seeds in the women's doubles, never fails to impress how they can carry the target the way that they do. But that's one of the benefits of having competed together since their junior days. Abigail Johnson with you. I am sat in front of a darkened Rod Laver Arena. I always love to observe this calm before the storm, the bluish-purple spotlights pouring down onto the court, and the stands empty now, but soon to be packed, because in just over half an hour's time, Novak Djokovic will be taking on Andrei Rublev in the final match. So much has already been decided. The women's singles semi-finals lineup is confirmed. Number 22 seed Elena Rybakina to go head-to-head with number 24 seed Victoria Azarenka. They're the only two Grand Slam champions left in that draw. Unseeded Magda Linette is tasked with in-form Aryna Sabalenka. She's the highest-ranked player remaining, Aryna Sabalenka, ranked inside that top 5. But on the men's side, one spot still to be filled. Karen Khachanov and Stefanos Tsitsipas booked their spots yesterday. Impressive from Tsitsipas to hold off the efforts of Yuri Leheshka, and Khachanov ending the run of Sebastian Korda. But Tommy Paul, after impressing today against Ben Shelton, still awaits an opponent. Well, you can hear the music and you know what that means. Very soon it will be time for the Twilight Show, an opportunity to look back at the tennis that has been played and to look ahead to the tennis that will be coming. Novak Djokovic is the 9-time Australian Open champion. His record here is just silly levels of phenomenal, really, and that's what Andrei Rublev will be up against later. The two of them will be going through their final warm-ups now, making sure that everything is in place as they prepare to come out onto the biggest show court at the Australian Open, the final match of the quarterfinals at the 2023 edition of the event. That and much more will be discussed very shortly on The Twilight Show. Kate Kearns in the company of Shanda Rubin and Candy Reid, they will be with you very, very shortly.
Good evening and welcome to The Twilight Show. It's day 10 of the Australian Open. My name's Kate Kearns, I'm your host tonight. And this evening I'm joined by Shanda Rubin, former top 10 player, Australian Open doubles champion, semi-finalist at the Australian Open in 1996, Olympian, broadcaster, MC. What have I missed, Shanda? Welcome.
Thank you. You make me sound so grand. And
you know what I have missed? Well, you are grand, but you know what I have missed there?
I can't imagine.
Well, former AO radio commentator.
Oh, that's the one right there.
That's right at the top.
And of course, Candy Reid, former WTA player, tennis coach, and current AO radio commentator. Welcome, Candy. And
thanks, Kate.
Candy, there's something about having you on the show and having you do the last call of the day as well. We like just to put a little pressure on you, make you run.
Well, I like to wear roller skates at all times, so it's perfect. I just skid around the corner. Can't miss Kate and Shanda. It's an extraordinary moment.
Well, it was the last of the main draw quarterfinals today, so let's hear today's highlights as called by AO Radio.
Serves out wide to the backhand, blocks back deep by Pliskova. Forehand winner from Linette, just brushed nicely up the back to guide that into the far corner. And she's holding her own out here, the 30-year-old. Forehand cross-court deep into the corner, backhand cross-court into the backhand of Pliskova, who scrambles that long. And she just turns and raises the left hand in question at her coaching box. Sasha Bayan looking quite intense, leaning forwards, but that game has passed Karolina Pliskova by. Serves into the backhand of Pliskova. That comes cross-court. Linette gets down to meet it. Cross-court backhand again is long from Pliskova. Magda Linette is one set away from the semi-finals.
And I'm just noticing that Pliskova is just leaving the court.
Do you know what she's doing? She's gone looking for her first serve, because I just saw her first serve percentage.
She'll find it out
Yeah,
there?
I think she might have left it in the tunnel on the way in. Goes into the hip of Linette, taken on the backhand. It's into the net from Pliskova. That is tame from the former world number one. And for Magda Linette, this could be the biggest day of her life so far. Tosses up a high ball. Linette steadies with the feet. Cross-court backhand into the backhand of Pliskova. Deep to the baseline. Cross-court forehand from the net. Into the net from Karolina Pliskova. The racket drops. The look of delight and shock. An overwhelmed emotion from Magda Linette. Unseeded at the age of 30. The pole has made it to her first major semi-final here in Melbourne.
Big forehand from Sabalenka, dug out by Vekić, a short ball. Sabalenka goes up the line, but Vekić reads it, goes back up that line. It's a low backhand volley, and Sabalenka can't handle it. And she gets through under all sorts of pressure, Donna Vekić, and we're at 3-all in the opening sets.
Goes to the forehand of Sabalenka as a clean winner. Just watching Vekić now. She's wandering to her chair. No, there's no hint of pulling out, but she looks a little bit like somebody who's had about 3 hours sleep. Sabalenka serves into the body, pushed back by Vekić. It's gone in. Now Vekić can go up the line, and she's made it. And she's sort of smiling, because basically she struck up a racket to stop herself getting knocked over by the serve, and it went in at a phenomenal angle. She serves down the middle, forehand at full stretch. Sabalenka should put this away. No, Vekić is ready, but her lob is going long, and Sabalenka is through. She's made it to the semi-finals. It'll be Sabalenka against Magda Linette for a place in the Australian Open final.
Forehand from Shelton, nice cross court. Paul knew it was going there, covered it well. Drop shot again, really good touch from Ben Shelton. On the forehand, Paul was not in the frame. Game point here. Oh, that's a really good backhand from Paul. Brilliant pickup from Shelton. Second volley is even better. That's great stuff from Ben Shelton, and he roars his approval. Big forehand from Paul. Now he steps inside the court with the backhand, approaches the net. First volley, no, it's perfect from Tommy Paul.
Very nice.
Beautifully done on the forehand, a really acute angle. And then coming into the net, looking for a good first volley, low down forehand. Tommy Paul does brilliantly to make this cross court. Somehow, Paul found the angle.
Paul, he's got a slower ball. He will take the forehand back behind. Shelton will slice the backhand, buying himself time. Up the line from Paul. Long from Shelton. Stretched on the forehand side. And my goodness, did Paul hold firm there. Back against the wall, Tommy Paul will serve into the forehand of Shelton. He blocks it back. The off forehand to the forehand from Tommy Paul. Then the backhand cross court is long. Ben Shelton puts a finger to his ear as he stares round at the crowd who got behind him. He serves down the tee, Shelton. He hesitates and then goes for the drop shot. Paul is up to it with the angle cross court. Shelton tries to go back behind and misses. He just overthought it there, Shelton. Tommy Paul was covering the line. He shakes his head, Shelton, and he heads back to the baseline, but he knows the enormity of that miss. Everyone knows the enormity of that miss. It is match point for Tommy Paul. Second match point for Tommy Paul's kick serve out wide. It's long from Ben Shelton. And in his fourth Australian Open appearance, Tommy Paul has reached the last four. What an effort from the world's number 35.
Well, let's start at the very beginning of the day, and it was Magda Linette, the unseeded player from Poland, defeating Karolina Pliskova 6-3, 7-5. Chanda?
It was an impressive performance from Linette, who has a terrific backhand. And we thought, okay, can she go toe-to-toe with Pliskova, who also dominates in that department? But it was Linette who had the superior movement. She got beautifully behind the ball time and time again. And it was almost as if she knew what to expect from Pliskova, and she was ready to deal with it. She got broken early in that match, Linette did, and really didn't look back. And I think for me, that was the first signs of how impressive her performance was going to be on the day.
Yeah, big, moment for Magda Linette, her first semi-final in a major. In fact, it's her first second week in a major. But I agree with you, Chandra. I think her movement in particular has been highly impressive. She took out Caroline Garcia in the previous round and said she didn't feel nervous at all serving that out. And she held her nerve once again today. Her movement was superior. She had a game plan, which was pretty obvious against Pliskova, and that's to move the Czech, because that is the one weakness in the Czech's game. Plus, Karolina can get a little bit down on herself from time to time, but I thought Magda was just the better player overall. She won 75% of first serve points, 67% of second serve points, 18 winners, 16 unforced errors, and she broke the Czech 3 times from 9 opportunities. Everything was going so well today.
Yeah, I think that was one of the other surprises of that match. Karolina Pliskova's serve was almost non-existent. Really couldn't get it going. A lot of second serves, low first serve percentage. And Linette stepped in and took advantage, put more pressure on Pliskova, and actually outserved the Czech player. So that, for me, was also most impressive.
Yeah, well, Pliskova actually spoke about how Linette was able to pressure her serve and create errors.
I suppose you can have days like this. I've been serving really well for all my matches and pretty much for the last 2-3 weeks. So I suppose you can have a day like that. Maybe also the opponent makes you feel like that, so because even if I hit some really good serves, then she still puts many balls back. So that's the pressure where you want to go for more and then you miss. So I think she really made it difficult for me, not missing many balls, not giving anything for free, any mistakes. And I just didn't play a great match. I don't think that bad, but definitely I can play better.
Well, she can, but, Linette really camped out on that baseline, didn't she? She refused to move from there, and I think really was very proactive in terms of her game plan. And really, like you said, Chanda moved her opponent around. And as we know, Pliskova, if the big first serve is not working, the rest of the game plan can tend to fall apart.
You could see really from almost the start of that match, Linette was looking to get Pliskova stretched out on the edges of the court. And that's the game plan if you can manage it. You do not want Pliskova hitting on balance. She's one of the cleanest ball strikers in the game. And when she gets ahead in rallies, it's difficult to turn things around. So Linette from the start was actually the more aggressive player in terms of her court positioning and her shot placement. And I thought also, I mean, she's got a wicked backhand, and that shot really came through. She took on the challenge of going up the line, of hitting it into the open court. And time again, you saw Pliskova look up in shock because Linette made another incredible backhand up the line. And I think over the course of that match, it started to wear on Pliskova.
We've been talking a lot about the servers in the last couple of weeks, but we haven't been talking so much about the returners. And for me, we've just seen Tommy Paul return beautifully today, but Magda Linette returned fantastically well, particularly striking against the Karolina Pliskova second serve, where Pliskova won just 29% of points behind her second serve. Six throughout the entire match. That's it. She was under enormous pressure, and you have to give all credit to the Polish player who, of course, played in the United Cup along with Iga Swiatek a little earlier this year.
But I think one of the surprising things about Linette's game, she doesn't have a big serve, but what she does with it causes a lot of trouble for players. And Pliskova wasn't picking that serve today, and she was able to really craft, she was liking the sharp angles, taking her opponent out wide, short angles in the service box. But she has a good first serve, she has a solid second serve, and the change-up, I think, is a real weapon for her.
It was the placement of the Linette serve time and time again. And at one point in the match, we were looking at graphics of where she was serving. And a lot of times it was 1 or 2 feet from the service line. And she was just hitting those targets beautifully, especially on the ad side when she really needed a point or when a game was at hand. She was so specific with her spot placement on those serves. It kept Pliskova guessing. And I think surprised Pliskova a little bit at how well Linette did serve throughout that match.
It seemed like it was a really good game plan. Magda Linette is in her second stint with coach Mark Gellard, who I must mention, a fellow Brit. We've got a really nice piece with him. He talks a little bit about the finances and everything that will be coming on AO Radio soon. She's also brought in consultant Ian Hughes, who I think's added an extra dimension to her game because he's worked with Belinda Bencic and Alina Svitolina amongst a host of others. But he actually has the experience at this level. He knows what it takes. And I think that has got Magda Linette over the line. He's the calmness in that camp. And she is looking very calm on the big points. And as Chanda says, that's sometimes what it comes down to.
Yeah, well, we heard from Linette after the match today, and she spoke about the satisfaction of the body of work that she's amassed coming in to this quarterfinal.
Honestly, that all the work that we've done, we had like so many tough times. We went for 125s last year, and we had some tough losses. We knew that we were on a really good path. We saw that I was improving and playing so much better. But obviously, when you still go on 125s and you sometimes lose still there, it's still difficult. And we knew we were doing really good. So I think this is huge reward for not only me, but also for them, that they see that they're doing really amazing job. And, it was really worth it going through those tough moments. It kind of boosts all of us because they also need the reward.
Well, she had a couple of tough moments today because there were times on her serve where it was 30-all. And you could tell that Pliskova was wanting to just tee off on, a first serve or a second serve or anything that came down. And she held her nerve. And, she's talking about that just then around being, remaining calm and working her way through it.
I think we don't think about all of the toil that players go through, all of the matches, they play to get to a certain ranking, to get to a certain level, to be able to compete at these big tournaments. They get here and it just seems like, it's the cream of the crop and everything is great. And, you don't really think about all of, those matches they have to get at lower levels sometimes, or grinding it out, playing week after week because you haven't quite found your form. You haven't gotten enough matches. You haven't found your rhythm. And I think these types of results for a player like Magda Linette, it just validates all of, the work that she's done in those weeks where there weren't cameras, where we couldn't see what she was putting in. And only she knows. It was nice for her to talk about that and to share a little bit of that. But that's really what it's all about. And it's so great when you can see a player get this kind of result, such a big result in their career, especially for somewhat of a veteran player. Yeah. It's been really fantastic to see.
And we see the prize money, don't we, next to the name, Magda Linette, $4.5 million, and you think, wow, well, she's done well. But what you don't see is the fact that Mark Gellard told me yesterday that in Auckland, she'd probably lost about $5,000 because she lost in the first round. She's having to pay for her coach's rooms and transport and all the things that go with it, the racket stringing. So many, many weeks for players outside the top 50. They're actually losing money. But now Magda's inside the top 30. That will be the live ranking coming on Monday. And now she's got a big check, regardless of what happens from now on in. And that means that the rest of the weeks throughout 2023, she can really hit freely. She can pick and choose her tournaments a little bit more. She can stay in nicer places. She can have a physio. She can have strength and conditioning. And the whole world now changes for Magda Linette.
Well, she'll be shouting dinner this evening for sure. Rina Sabalenka and Donna Vekić with a second match out on Rod Laver Arena. And it was Sabalenka 6-3, 6-2. Looked very impressive. Although, first 3 games took 22 minutes to complete.
I think, for me, Aryna Sabalenka has been pretty impressive. The way she's been able to control the power. I mean, she's got big weapons. She hits big and bigger, and it seems at times like she's just going full throttle all the time. But I think she started to measure some of her game. And certainly the start of that match, she understood how important it was to get off to a good start, to try to take advantage, to try to establish herself against a player in Vekić who is so good handling pace, who is so good in terms of understanding how to develop her points, how to get into an offensive position from the ground. And I think the fact that she had to contend with someone she respected from that level, I think that helped focus Sabalenka even more. So for me, she's been one of the most impressive stories at this year's AO.
Well, you look at the head-to-head going in as well, with Sabalenka having won just 1 out of their 6 previous matchups. And it was Donna Vekić who beat Sabalenka in last year's San Diego. That was when Donna and Pam Shriver started sort of collaborating a little bit, which will happen more this year. So it was a little bit of a test for Sabalenka with that head-to-head record. But I think she's been so solid behind not only her serve, but also her gameplay. She's brought in the margins, even though she hasn't stopped hitting the ball as hard as possible. And she's being a bit nicer to herself. You could see sometimes when she gets herself into a bit of a hole, rather than castrating herself and being upset and then letting the game go, she's actually coming back and using that frustration for positive effects. So I think it's all looking very rosy for Sabalenka. And to my mind anyway, on paper anyway, she's got to look like the favourite to come through with 4 left.
Well, we did hear from Sabalenka after the match on staying calm in the big moments.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at the situation from the top, to see that, like, for example, I'm up with a break, and even if she's going to break me back, it's nothing, like, bad going to happen. You're just going to keep serving well, and I'm just trying to stay, to look at the situation from the top and try to relax myself, try to think like what I have to do, and yeah, basically that's it.
She does have more variety in the game than just the big serve and big ground strokes now.
She can occasionally throw in the slice, the drop shot, and when you have such devastating power and depth, it's almost impossible for opponents to also cover that ball that lands a little bit shorter. She's also very comfortable around the net, so that may be a play to draw her in on an opponent's terms, but it's not going to get you an easy point. So I think, there are plenty of places Sabalenka can go to if plan A isn't working. We maybe don't always see that, but I think right now we're seeing a little more of that thought process, and her mentioning, about, just not getting so upset about things that happen, not panicking out there. You don't have to then go bigger. And I think she's realizing that. And this was a huge step against a player that she was expected to win against on paper, but had a losing record against. This was a big step for her on this kind of a stage to get through a match like that fairly routinely.
Yeah, she's holding her nerve, isn't she? Now 9-0 on the season. She's won every match in straight sets. It's all going very nicely for her. And now I think it's just going to be a test of nerves. Is she going to be able to stay calm? Because the way she plays, you have to have that nice loose arm. As soon as that slightly tightens up, things are going to go horribly wrong.
Yeah, and
so far it's looking good.
Sorry, Kenny, we all start looking at the serve.
We certainly do. That second serve.
It's that moment. She has clearly, and what I really like is the fact that she's talking about it, about what she's done to ensure that it doesn't break down, and working with a biomechanic. And I think that's really important. But we are still holding our breath, aren't we?
Yes. Well, I mean, I think, when you think about how badly things went for Sabalenka so quickly from the end of one year to the beginning of, last season and the double faults out of nowhere. I mean, that's about the worst thing that you can deal with as a player, technically, to get the yips on your serve when your serve is your big weapon.
In front of the world.
In front of everybody. I mean, you can't hide. And so maybe going through that as well. And look, here she is still standing. I mean, the end of the year she had going into the tour finals, how she kind of wrestled a position in one of the top 8 players there. I think there are a lot of positives, and she's got to be feeling a little more relaxed because of it.
I think so. There's going to be a lot of pressure. She's now the highest seeded player left in the draw, and everyone is talking about her. Another match this afternoon was the Tommy Paul up against Ben Shelton, the two Americans, and it was Tommy Paul who came through in 7-6, 6-3, 5-7, 6-4. Chanda, how did you see that match?
I think Tommy Paul sort of had the advantage in terms of experience. Now, we look at Ben Shelton. That hasn't mattered when he's gone up against all these different opponents. He's coming into his first Australian Open, his first trip overseas. I mean, who can believe that of any player nowadays? But he's such a refreshing story, and he just plays fearless tennis. He plays aggressive tennis. The lefty spin is exciting to watch. He can serve and volley. But I think Tommy Paul just showed his class. Tommy Paul has been quietly turning into a fantastic player. He's done a lot of work. He and his coach, Brad Stein, working on the mental side, physically working on his ability to not just defend. He's super fast out there, but not just defend, but also turn defense into offense when he can. And I think that's been a really big improvement in his game. He's willing to come in and volley, finish points at the net, and that was huge, along with his returns against Ben Shelton.
Yeah, the only numbers that Tommy Paul didn't manage to have better than Ben Shelton today was the ace count, which we were expecting. But other than that, to me, he was better in all departments. He's just so rock solid from the baseline. His movement is incredible. Jim Courier, a twice champion here under Brad Stein, has talked about the prowess of the athleticism that Tommy Paul possesses. And that's clear for everyone to see. He's got that very relaxed demeanour, had a little bit of a shaky moment in set 3, but got through it in set 4 with that early break. And he just was the front runner from there. There's no holes in the Tommy Paul game. And it'll be interesting to see how much further he gets. He's an excellent player.
And Candy, you mentioned during that match that you thought that Paul was able to really target the Shelton backhand, and he broke down and he kept going after it.
Yeah, that was the side that Ben Shelton, through at least 3 sets anyway, hadn't hit a winner off, and plenty of unforced errors. And he was just pulling Shelton wider and wider to make Shelton slice or try and go for broke, and then opening up the forehand corner. He's a very clever man. But I think Brad Stein, as Chanda said, has an awful lot to do with that. He's won 4 titles with Jim Courier, 2 at this very tournament. They've had a couple of dips into the Yarra River, and perhaps there's one more on the way.
Well, certainly Brad Stein, he has that experience, as a player, as a coach, and coaching at the highest of levels. And, at this point, it's about the trust that, they have in each other, that Tommy has in him. And I think that is huge. And then, one other factor, Tommy Paul's mom came in. You got to win when mom flies in to see you play. You got to bring it. And he definitely brought it when he needed it most.
One of the big talking points at this year's Australian Open has been how well the Americans are playing. I mean, how well are you travelling at the moment, Chanda? Because you've had 8 men into the 3rd round and then 4 into the 4th round. You've got 1 now into the semi-final. 6 of the women got through to the 3rd round. It's looking very bright.
Yeah, I think for a period of time, it was the women, and of course, led by Venus Williams at one point, and then Serena, just taking on the mantle for so many years. And, sometimes it can be tough to feel like you can break through and get to the top when you have such a dominant player from your own country. But I think it also motivated, some of these younger players. And we're seeing, this generation now with, Taylor Fritz and Frances Tiafoe. They've been sort of leading the charge now on the men's side. Tommy Paul now, he is one of those major semifinalists that are active players that we can point to and, with a chance to go further. So I think once you have a bit of a group of players pushing and motivating each other, these guys have grown up together. They've been playing since juniors. And when you see one of your compatriots doing well, you feel like, okay, maybe I can take that step as well. I feel like I belong. And I think it's similar for the women. We've always had a few more women, doing well and pushing each other, certainly with Madison Keys and Sloane Stephens in recent years. And what a revelation that Jessie Pegula has been a little bit later in her career, finding this kind of form. She's actually kind of helping, I think, mentor Coco Gauff, who is such a huge prospect. So the future is bright. And, hopefully we can continue to see these players stay relaxed. I mean, it's the hardest thing when you have so much pressure and you feel like you're the only one. So I do think it is helpful to have a small group around you and everybody's kind of pushing each other.
Well, of course, the Americans did so well at the United Cup, didn't they? And there was something I was watching them and thinking, they're just having fun. They are loving this moment, and that helps, doesn't it? I mean, winning helps, but just there's a lot of love there, and you could really tell that they mean a lot to one another.
I think team sports, Chanda, and you'll be better to tell than I, but I lived in the US for 22 years. Team sports are a massive factor. And the college system is a big one as well, which I played in. And you've got 5 other people playing singles and everyone's cheering for you. And even though the people mostly, Fritz, etc., Paul, did not go to US college, they love US team sports. They all have another team they support. And I think the United Cup brought the best in them. And what we've seen is Frances Tiafoe and Jessie Pegula now become hitting partners. So they get on really well. Diego Moyano, the coach of Coco Gauff, has spoken about 10 years ago starting in the USTA along with Patrick McEnroe and Jose Higueras and many other legends of US sport. And they were really responsible for this core group of men, particularly coming through. Now, 10 years later, they're starting to see a lot of success. And I just hope that the US public capture the imagination of such great personalities they've got in store.
May have been the wrong button pushed then, but we'll push on, shall we? We've got, of course, an exciting match on Rod Laver Arena tonight. Novak Djokovic taking on Andrei Rublev. On paper, it looks pretty even because it's number 4 seed taking on the number 5 seed. How do we feel about this match?
Often paper means nothing. We have learned that over and over again, especially when you consider it's Novak Djokovic. I mean, earlier in the tournament, we were wondering if the hamstring, physically, he was going to have enough and if he'd be able to handle all of these matches after match. And he has shown that he's gotten even better. And I think he knows so much of what it takes to win here. I mean, this is his most successful major in terms of titles. I mean, it's a ridiculous 9 Australian Opens. That is crazy. It's mind-boggling. And the fact that he is still at this stage of his career, still the contender, from the start, the player most likely, to win the title again. I think it's going to be a tough task for Rublev getting to this stage and never having moved beyond it in his career. I mean, it's an entirely difficult task to make it against Djokovic. But I think with the way he hits the ball, how big he's been hitting it, and a bit of the confidence he has, I mean, certainly if he can keep it close early, maybe that gives him the best chance. I mean, this is the toughest of the toughest matches on this surface. And I think certainly for somebody who hits the ball big, it's hard to hit through Novak Djokovic. But maybe Rublev's got something special, something, similar to what he pulled out in his last match.
I think Chanda's middle name is Optimist.
I try to be. But
you've got to look at the numbers. And the other thing that is not going to help Rublev is he's been involved in a massive 5-setter with Holger Rune in the previous round, where he hit that net cord to win it. And then Djokovic lost, just 5 games to Alex de Minaur. So Novak Djokovic said his hamstring, he wasn't feeling it at all. And he'll be fresh as a daisy and chomping at the bit against Rublev.
And I'm pretty sure that Rublev actually had another 5-set match before that where he came from 2 sets to love down. So he's been doing a lot of work out there on court. Djokovic, not so much. But, I think it's going to be one of those matches where if Rublev can get a set, things might get a little tight out there.
I think he's got to start good and he's got to start early, Rublev, and we'll see from there. That's about the best shot I think he has.
Well, we've heard from Rublev before this evening's match, and he was talking about how he's really, changed his mindset about going deep into slams.
It's easy, and I think it's obvious. It's mental part. That's it. Because the game-wise, I think I have a good game. to fight against top players, to play and compete, but the mental part most of the times is stopping me. Sometimes I want it too badly, and then I cannot control myself, and in the end, at this level, it's all about mental. And the top players, they are better at the moment in this thing.
Well, Chanda and Chanda, who are we calling for tonight's match? Who do we think will win?
I think Djokovic. I mean, I'm trying to be optimistic because we're looking at on paper, but I think Djokovic has just got too much game, and the strengths of Rublev don't necessarily match up well.
The Joker.
Okay.
All the way.
Thanks, Chanda. Thanks, Candy. Let's go across to Rod Laver Arena for the evening session here on AO Radio.
Live around the grounds on 99.7 FM. Coming to you via the internet at ausopen.com. And in the palm of your hand with the official Australian Open smartphone app. Here's all the action from Centre Court.
A beautiful night in Melbourne, and we have some great action for you. It is a men's singles quarterfinal between Novak Djokovic and Andrei Rublev. Djokovic leading the head-to-head 2-1. They've played a couple of times at the ATP finals, including last year, which Djokovic won in straight sets. In fact, Rublev's win was in Belgrade last year, and that was in 3 sets. The other 2 wins for Djokovic have been on a hard court. So a big night in store, a beautiful evening in Melbourne. We've already seen some great action today as we play the last of our singles quarterfinals and get ready for semi-finals. Tomorrow evening it'll be the women's singles semi-finals, and then on Friday it will be the men's singles semi-finals, one in the afternoon and one in the evening, and then we move into the finals over the weekend. It's going to warm up as well, but fine conditions for the players. Barely any breeze, so they won't have any trouble out there, and we're looking forward to what will be an interesting match. I'm Peter Mercado. I'm going to be joined by Candy Reid very, very soon. But in the meantime, we're going to set up what's going to be a very, very interesting evening ahead. Novak Djokovic, well, the injury certainly hasn't hampered him as he's made his way through the draw. He's only dropped the 1 set. He's been on court for 10 hours and 19 minutes. His opponent has been on court for 10 hours and 38 minutes. That match against Holger Rune, he was in trouble. He was down 5-0 in the final set tiebreak, but he came back to win that one. I wonder what effect we'll have on his legs tonight. But we will wait and see. If you want to get in touch with us tonight, aoradio@tennis.com.au, aoradio@tennis.com.au, and then ausopen.com/AO Radio. If you want to go that way, you can fill out the Ask the Booth form, the feedback form. Just scroll down to the bottom of the page. Wherever you are in the world, make sure you let us know where you are. Tell us where you're listening from and also the country that you're listening in. Confirming the results from earlier today, a win for Magda Linette over Karolina Pliskova in straight sets, and Aryna Sabalenka getting the job done over Donna Vekić, that also in straight sets, and Tommy Paul winning in 4 sets in the All-American battle with Ben Shelton. Tommy Paul to play the winner of the match this evening. In terms of what's happening up ahead tomorrow, we will be live tomorrow from 6:30 with the Twilight Show. In fact, from 7 for the Twilight Show. And then 7:30 we will have the women's singles semi-finals. Elena Rybakina taking on Victoria Azarenka. And then Aryna Sabalenka will take on Magda Linette. So confirming they'll be on air at 7 p.m. local time tomorrow evening. No play for us during the day, even though there are some legends and men's doubles semi-finals to be played in the afternoon. And some girls and wheelchairs and all sorts of different things going on around the grounds. But our main focus will be on the women's singles semi-finals tomorrow. So big night tomorrow night, big night coming up tonight. Andrei Rublev is preparing for his match. The players won't be too far away, about 7 minutes from them walking out on court. Candy Reid is doing absolutely everything, it seems, on AO Radio this afternoon.
Did you know I had triplets? I'm one of one of 3.
Are you? Well, I'm sure one of the other 2 is pushing the buttons upstairs, and the other one's cutting up the highlights.
One of them's always pushing the buttons, Mercato.
Yes.
You know that.
Well, it's nice to have you here. You've been in 3 different places all at once, and it's lovely to have you, well, at least part of you here,
I'm
it
just
seems.
very, very fit. I do marathon running in my spare time, so you know how it is.
No. We sorted out that confusion with Kate Kearns yesterday, didn't we?
We did.
Kate's the marathon runner.
Yeah, I'm just the half marathon.
Exactly.
I do the ultra marathons. You know how that is, as do you.
I did say at the start
To your physique.
that it's a beautiful night in Melbourne, but Steve Pearce of AO Radio fame, who's coming up after us, of losing his sunglasses in the booth fame, by the way, tells me it's quite breezy on RLA. I went for a walk a little bit earlier, and I thought it was actually okay, but the breeze getting up a little bit, but it won't affect the players, I don't think, too much out there this evening, as the crowd is slowly making its way in. We're not too far away from an appearance by the players out here.
There is a bit of a buzz, and also we can see a few flags. There's a few Serbian flags being hung up, and the wind definitely is affecting them. So I think Steve-O, for once in his life, is correct.
Well, all right, remembering he gets the right of reply, so you might as well land your blows early. How are you seeing this one playing out? For me, it hinges on the first 20 minutes with Djokovic. Sort of the way he played against Alex de Minaur, 6-1, 6-2, 6-1, 6-2, 2 hours and 6 minutes on court. If he has that sort of mentality tonight, I am predicting that he is going to win quite comfortably, and I don't think Rublev will be able to lay a glove on him. However, if that level is slightly down and Rublev plays at his optimum, the big question mark is whether that optimum is able to be maintained across potentially 5 sets and 4 hours. Big question mark for me.
Wow.
He gives himself a chance. But for me, I'm leaning Djokovic here.
I think I'm leaning very much Djokovic, but maybe we'll get a 4th set. Maybe Andrei Rublev will be able to cause the Serb a little bit of trouble, but it's absolutely Djokovic, isn't it, to win? They have met 3 times before. 2-1 Djokovic. The only time he lost was on clay, funnily enough, in Belgrade. The 2 times he won, both on hard courts. And he's just got the better game. He does everything well. You can't hit through him. Andrei Rublev has perhaps the hardest forehand in the ATP Tour, but that's not going to affect Djokovic because he can absorb pace so well. He moves so beautifully, even though he was struggling with a hamstring injury a little bit at the beginning of the week. Perhaps let's call it a hamstring tweak, not an injury, because an injury would have ruled him out. You'd have to say. So he got through it, but he was still moving really, really well.
Yeah.
Had a fabulous win, didn't he, over Dimitrov, which I thought was exceptional.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. I mean, that was the one that I thought was going to be the dangerous one because of the way that Dimitrov was playing, but just dismantled him and, you know, rise to the occasion. He's the one with the most experience out of these 2 on this court as Rod Laver makes his way to Court Central, the court that bears his name. And he'll be settling in for some Novak and Andre action. One match that we're following this evening, which is a mixed doubles semi-final. We're up to that semi-final stage already. Kravchuk and Skupski are down, actually, against the Mirza-Bopana combination. 7-6 and 2-love. Wouldn't that be something if Sanya Mirza in her final major event, she's going to retire next month, happens to win the mixed doubles here at the Australian Open?
Oh, it'll be such a great story. She's playing with a really good friend, Rohan Bapama. Mirza married to Shoaib Malik, the cricketer, so he's been travelling and they've got a child. So she, I think, has decided, even though she's still playing a good game, that it's time to knock it on the head for now. She's had a great singles career, now a great doubles career, and it'll be wonderful to go out on top. And Neil Skupski has already suffered a huge amount of disappointment today because he and Wesley Koolhof, the top seeds in the men's doubles, won just 4 games against Rinky Hijikata and Jason Kubler in the men's dubs. That's a massive shock.
The self-proclaimed, we don't know what we're doing, we don't have a plan, we're just going out there and hitting, and it is so dangerous, as we saw with the winners last year.
Yeah, the Special Ks, Kokonakis and Kyrgios, and perhaps Kubler and Hijikata are going to be the new Special Ks. They're going to be the new K and the new H. Rinky and Jason doing the biz.
Well, gosh, there are some big names in the President's Reserve. Rod Laver's there. Ken Rosewell, of course, he's on one side of the coin this year, being honoured. As we're seeing backstage pictures of Novak just fist-pumping his team. And Andrei Rublev has been waiting for a little while now. Is that Ben Shelton at the back? No. I was about to say, he's still hanging around. Anyway, they come straight through the tunnel and they'll be out on court momentarily. through the Walk of Champions, and one thing intimidating, no matter who's playing Novak Djokovic, when you get to that last little section, you see, oh, there's Novak. So, well,
and how many times has he won it?
That's a lot of years on that board.
We've seen Vika Azarenka, haven't we, tap her name. She's won it twice before. And then we know with Sebi Korda, he was touching his dad's name, Peter Korda. I wonder if Novak will tap it 9 times.
I don't think so. I think he's all business tonight. I think that the more this goes up, the more point he's looking to prove here, Novak Djokovic. We'll get to your messages in just a moment too. Plenty of those coming in. Please keep them coming in throughout the evening, because we certainly love having the interaction that we have on AO Radio. aoradio@tennis.com.au on the email, or ask the booth via ausopen.com/AO Radio. Let's get the players onto court.
On Rod Laver Arena, please welcome the tournament 5th seed, Andrei Rublev. And their opponent, tournament 4th seed, Novak Djokovic.
Huge ovation for Novak Djokovic as he arrives on Rod Laver Arena. And gets ready for this one. We're going to have a full house pretty much right from the very first ball. If you're outside and you've got a ticket, get in here quick, because it's going to be interesting these opening 20 minutes, you feel. Conditions, as I said, pretty good at the moment. The other semi-final will be Karen Khachanov taking on Stefanos Tsitsipas. That will be on Friday, I suspect Friday afternoon. And then the Friday evening match will be Tommy Paul, who had the win over Ben Shelton today, taking on the winner of this match. So some different names in the semi-finals here at the Australian Open.
And what an occasion it is for Andrei Rublev. He must be pretty nervous at this moment.
I think he's calling for a drink. I'm assuming it's water he's looking for.
Let's hope he's brought a drink, at least one
Otherwise,
drink.
it'd be something stronger. I don't think that's the time to have it, I'll be honest with you, Andre. I mean, look, it's a beautiful Wednesday evening here in Melbourne. I'd probably just wait a little while, to be honest.
A little early for vodka, I suspect.
Anyway, Novak's out there too. Where's Andre gone? Oh, he's got the ball kid. Oh, okay. He's just got to, he's talking to his team, saying to the ball kid, go to my team. They've got drinks for me.
Gentlemen, before we start,
Here's
can we
James
have a photo
Gothamon,
with Preston,
the
please?
umpire.
Facing the cameras. There we go. Okay, Preston, you come out, and just the two players. You come here, Press. Well done, mate. Okay. Yeah. So, gentlemen, the same format as your last matches. Any questions? Nope. So, what we got, Preston? Ken Rosewell or AO? AO. Okay.
That's the toss. Oh, not much elevation.
Serve. Okay.
Djokovic to serve. Rublev taking an eternity to pick our commentary side. Not sure why, but anyway, it is what it is. And yeah, it's weird because, you know, Ken Rosewell's on the coin, and I guess they get a bit confused and they say, we're going to, you know, we're going to flip Ken Rosewell. I mean, that's just a bit weird all of a sudden. The monitor
suddenly.
just flashes to his face. Like, wow,
We
okay.
can't, nobody can flip Ken Rosewell.
No.
It's too much of a legend. Keep him upright, says his fans.
Absolutely. So anyway, we get into this one, and
What did you think, by the way, of Preston's coin toss? Because you like to
yeah,
judge.
look, there was a little more elevation, to be honest. It was just a sort of, you know, your little flick up
Little
and then just
flaccid.
crash down. And
Oh, he's nervous.
you need to feel that you need to get the proper elevation. You need to get the hand up.
That was good for radio. I like that.
I know that.
Yeah.
That
Everyone
helped our
listening at
audience
home
around the
will
world.
know-
Just
imagine what Peter
well, you're
McCarthy's
getting a
doing
nice
right
bit
now.
of elevation. You're moonballing it a little bit, so then it falls, and then if you can get some sort of spin as it lands on the court and it just spins around a little bit, then I think you've got an ideal coin toss there.
What you don't want to do, though, is hit one of the players in the eye and cause an eye injury.
Well, no, you need a bit of room to do that. We've seen the ones where they actually get the coin toss so right it lands on its side and just rolls across the net. That's often interesting.
And it rolls onto the other side, so much so that the umpire has to chase it down. That's quite fun, actually.
Exactly.
Quite
So,
amusing.
Anyway,
Amusant.
They're 3 minutes from getting this one underway. Have we got any messages coming through?
We've got loads of messages.
Please keep them coming in.
All right, we've got listening to excellent coverage from Montreal, Stephanie Miles's hometown. This is from King Solomon. To what extent is Aryna Sabalenka's dominance a result of mechanical fixes to her game, as opposed to getting over some necessary mental hurdles?
That's an interesting one. I'm sure there's been tweaks to the serve, just to...
Well, they brought a biomechanist in, haven't they?
Yeah.
Before, but to me, it was just keeping that left side up and just going with it, swinging, keeping your eye on the ball. But it is such a mental game, this. And once you get the yips, we've seen in golf, for instance, Sergio Garcia having yips on the putting green. It happens to everybody at one point or another. It's just how quick it goes away. And she still made the WTA Tour finale, didn't she, last year with the serving yips? That shows what a great player she is from the baseline. Any comments?
Well, I'm thinking too, it's probably a bit of both. She has said too that she's worked on the mental side to not outwardly show the emotion that she has in the past, to keep it all positive out there. So she's a bit more calm out on court, and I think that's had an impact as well.
Try to enjoy it. She's hitting the ball as hard as ever. She's playing with more margin. And once the chips are down, she can get herself back up again, can't she? Rather than letting the next 2 or 3 points go and losing the game as a result, and then getting down. As a ball boy almost got smacked by an Andre Rublev serve. That would have been painful.
Unintentional, of course. The ball could just running across, not watching what was going on.
Yeah, very unintentional.
I'll see that now. I'm seeing a shot on the monitor of that coin toss. Yeah, it was an elevation issue.
Yeah,
that was all.
Didn't quite get it head height. I would just like to hear your thoughts on the Eastern European dominance in women's singles. This is from Henrik. All 4 semi-finalists are Eastern European, and 7 of 8 quarter-finalists were from Eastern Europe, with the exception of Jessie Pegula.
Yeah.
Well, Eastern Europeans always done very well, haven't they, in this game? And there's a lot of benefits to be made. A lot of them leave early, leave the home. For example, Anastasia Potapova left with her coach at the age of 13 to move to Spain and train there. And she's got an agent, a sponsor, a backer. And he is pretty much paying for the family home and all the training she's doing. And for the likes of Potapova and amongst many, many others, including Andre Rublev, who's had financial help from sponsors, and Daniil Medvedev, you know, there's a lot of incentive, isn't there, to do well? They're really providing for their entire families.
Certainly. Well, absolutely. But I think, too, it's the systems that are in place, the fact that there are lots of tournaments in that part of the world on a regular basis, week in, week out, you lessen the travel burden,
Not necessarily in Russia, though, I wouldn't say. There's not a massive amount, or Ukraine.
No, but the ability to travel to tournaments that are close by, relatively close by.
Continental Europe, that's true.
And the systems that are in place around them, talent identification, all that sort of stuff, and success breeds success, and it just continues on.
That's absolutely true. I know in the Czech Republic, the ex-players go and play with the current players. That's a big thing in the Czech Republic, and they have big club teams. But I think there's a lot of inspiration, isn't there? Somebody else has done it, so why can't I?
Exactly. Yep.
Numbers game as well, perhaps.
Inspiration.
Yeah, so that's a factor. We've got one from Chris Love, Ipswich, England, having an era with 3 or 4 dominant men's players. Do you think it's better for the game to have 1 or 2, 3 players who dominate, or just anyone from 10 or others can win major championships? That's what Chris asks. So what do you think, having a small amount
we're seeing it on the men's and women's tours anyway. We've seen that there's quite open on the women's side, and I think it provides a level of interest. You're not sure who's going to win the tournaments week in, week out, and then you get the ones that have the dominant. I think there's room for both, to be honest. I think you still need to have figureheads at the top of the game to get your more theatre-goer type, the ones who take a passing interest, fancy in the sport, to keep them interested. But week in, week out provides a nice level of intrigue, but still have the superstars. So I'm hedging my bets both ways and say both can be good. I don't think one's better than the other.
Sitting on the fence, is it painful on
Very.
that fence?
Very. As I remove the splinters. Novak Djokovic will get us underway in this men's singles quarter-final here on AO Radio tonight. From the far end, and the first serve out wide, missing.
He was just loosening off the head a little bit, Novak, even though he's done this before. He's still nervous as the wind picks up.
As we wait now for the second serve. He's double faulted. And I tell you what, Candy, Steve Pearce is bang on the money here, because that
for the first time
I'm watching is just really doing a number on Rublev's shirt. You see the breeze is flapping it about.
And his hair and his shorts.
Yep.
Yeah, we saw the backside of Rublev, and I'm talking about the whole backside, not just the backside, but the wind definitely blowing his hair and clothes.
Whatever you're looking at, Candy's up to you. Is this, again, missing from Novak?
Not the front side, but the backside. That's what I meant, just to clarify.
Just
not a particular part of his body.
Just going to have to buy you a shovel. Second serve here. Down the tee and forehand into the net from Rublev. 15 all.
Windy conditions perhaps are a tennis player's least favourable. They'll take cold, they'll take heat, but wind is the worst because you just can't get any rhythm, and it doesn't become a match about good tennis, but about who uses the wind in the best possible way.
He prepares again. Does Djokovic? Winds the serve clock down to 5 and will serve out wide, an ace. And go to 30-15.
So one double fault, one ace in this game. And his box, including Goran Ivanisevic and his parents in the same place as they were for pretty much the entire tournament. Very superstitious, aren't they, both tennis players and their crews.
The serve here under the backhand of Rublev. That's going to go long. And he moves to 40-15.
Be interesting, Peter, to see how Rublev physically responds from that very, very long, intense match against Holger Rune in the previous round. Because that, well, will take a mental and physical toll.
As the serve coming in now from Djokovic. Game points, opening game of the match. First serve goes into the net. So experienced this stage of a major, isn't he, Novak Djokovic, particularly here. Serve onto the forehand. Rublev, yes! Cross-court forehand winner. And it's 40-30.
That's the danger about going wide from the deuce court on serve if you don't hit the spot, which Novak Djokovic generally does. But if you don't, which he didn't on that occasion, Rublev just stepped across and hit a massive forehand return cross-court. Great angle.
There is so many different stats and facts and figures about Djokovic we can go with here. The first serve goes into the net. He's won 21 of his last 22 matches against top 10 players at the Australian Open.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Only lost back in 2014 to Stan Wawrinka.
2014.
9-match tour level winning streak as well against top 10 players. As backhand to backhand, we continue in the ad court. That's into the net from Rublev. Djokovic holds. Opening game of the match. He's looking to get into the semi-finals here for the 10th time. And he's 44th Grand Slam semi-final. His 26th consecutive match win if he wins tonight as well. Trying to equal Andre Agassi with that, the streak.
That's incredible, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. And
I mean, he also had the record anyway, so he's replacing himself there, 25 with 25 and potentially
that's
26.
A nice thing to do, isn't it? Try and beat yourself.
And how about this? 38 matches. His last 38 matches he's won, which he's contested in Australia. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
38 of 38.
He knows how to win
matches in
here.
Australia in a
and
row.
he looks as fit as ever, doesn't he? That's something that never goes away. He's just so flexible. They call him Stretch. That's the nickname of Novak Djokovic because he's always stretching in his spare time.
The win predictor, I have a love-hate relationship, but I think it might be right. 78% prediction for Djokovic.
I'm surprised it's not a little higher.
Second serve for Rublev. Takes the net, flies long and wide.
Yeah, the breeze is really picking up. Now it's Novak Djokovic's shirt and backside, which is showing very much how much the wind is moving around. It's a bit swirly as well, which makes it tricky.
Just focus on the Dunlop, Candy, as the serve here blocked back by Djokovic into the A-court. Off-forehand from Djokovic, from Rublev, I should say, as now he goes back into that corner. Slice again from Djokovic. Rublev will go back in that direction. Just a familiar pattern. Slice up the line from Djokovic. No pace. Rublev has to generate his own. Now flattens out the backhand Djokovic. He's in the juice court playing across forehand. Find the line from Rublev. Full stretch Djokovic. Rublev in the ad court. Plays an off forehand. Djokovic waits. Plays a cross court backhand. Backhand to backhand both players. Up the line goes Djokovic. Cross court forehand from Rublev. Djokovic is there. He's looking pretty comfortable as they play forehands again. Pop the line from Djokovic. Cross court backhand from Rublev. What a rally. Backhand to backhand. Now back out the line from Rublev. Cross court forehand. Djokovic wide. What a great rally from both players, and now we're into the match. It's 15 all. That was a 25-shot rally.
Well, if that point is anything to go by, we are into a crackerjack of a quarter-final match. Novak Djokovic hit 3 backhand slices in a row, 2 across court. One was down the line. Djokovic still breathing very, very heavily. It was pretty much neutral, though, 50-50 as the point went on. But Rublev was slamming that forehand cross-court and eventually draws the error from the Serb. What a rally.
Yeah, good loosener. The serve here, blocked back by Djokovic. Short ball, Rublev goes off forehands. Yep, clean winner into the 8 court. And he goes to 30-15 in the second game of the match.
Good loosener. May have been the vodka, mightn't it? Pre-match vodka.
Well, he did get his team did pass something down, but
It looked pink to me.
pretty sure it's a bit lighter than that.
Grapefruit flavoured.
The serve coming in. Down the tee's a good one. Unreturnable. Almost knocked Djokovic off his feet. It's 40-15.
We've seen Novak Djokovic breathe deeply after the second point and then off balance on the 4th point. How many times do you see Novak Djokovic off balance? Good work from Rublev.
194k serve getting the job done. Game point. The serve goes into the net from Rublev.
Just depends on whether Rublev can keep this level up. If he can, it's going to be interesting.
Second serve. Backhand here from Djokovic up the middle of the court. Dug out by Rublev with the backhand up the line. Back up that line from Djokovic and into the net goes Rublev. And it is 40-30.
Well, it's been a great first game. And both players really, really working hard for it. And you just wonder if Andrei Rublev lets his side slip about 5%, then he's in real trouble. Novak Djokovic will pounce.
Message from Steve Pearce as well. The serve here. The forehand of Djokovic just gets over. Rublev should put away. No, Djokovic is there. Going the lob. Is this landing in? It is in the at court. Rublev, well, he played it over his head. And you do not do that when you chase down a lob because it puts you in all sorts of trouble. And he knows it as well. And we go to juice. You've got to run alongside the ball to give yourself a chance of being able to play the ground stroke, Candy.
Or he could have played the hot dog. That would have made more sense. But the shame was he hit a great serve. Djokovic just got a racket on it. It just dropped over the net. And Andrei Rublev hit a big forehand, but it was down the line where Djokovic was standing, and the Serb was able to lob.
The serve here from Rublev goes into the net.
What a big point. 40-15 to juice. Djokovic looking to strike really early.
Second serve. To the backhand of Djokovic up the line. Rublev goes cross backhand. Slice backhand that way from Djokovic. Big off forehand from Rublev. Slice again. Djokovic goes up the middle of the court. Back that way from Rublev with his forehand. He's now in the 8 court playing cross backhand. Djokovic unleashes the forehand up the line. Dug out by Rublev. It's not coming back though. It's not coming back, and it's a break point for Djokovic at advantage.
Serbian flags are flying because their man has already got a breakpoint chance. And we've got a clear game plan from the baseline here. When Djokovic has pulled out wide to his left, he's going with the slice backhand rather than the roll backhand, and that's getting him back into the point. Rublev doesn't like that low biting shot.
Also, a few floaters in there as well as the first serve goes into the net from Rublev.
Don't talk to me about your dangerous floaters.
It's the second serve. And the second serve onto the backhand of Djokovic, leaning in, playing the forehand. Point up the line from Rublev. Point up that line from Djokovic. Dug out by Rublev. Short angle. Djokovic just gets there. Rublev's going to go up the line for a winner. Open court, 3-quarter court. He got down nicely to it, and we go to juice.
I have to say that Novak Djokovic is having a tougher time here than the entire match against Alex de Minaur when he looks so relaxed, so in control. Only lost 5 games to the Australian #1. But this game is testy. He's being moved all over the court and just surviving here.
As the serve comes in, down the tee misses. By the way, that message from Steve Pearce, just advising me that he's looking forward to the right of reply when he's coming up next on AO Radio. The second serve, backhand here from Djokovic up the line, up that line from Rublev. Djokovic is there with a forehand. Forehand to forehand, both players in the juice court. Rublev just playing it as half volleys almost, and that's been shanked by Djokovic as he pulls that wide. And Rublev with game points here in the second game of the match.
That is a huge forehand. It's arguably the biggest on the ATP Tour. And Novak Djokovic won't want to get too much into a forehand rally cross-court exchange. He did on that occasion, pulls it wide, and Rublev has a chance to even things up.
As the serve comes in, Rublev to the forehand of Djokovic. That's pulled wide as well. And so Rublev, after a bit of a battle, holds, and we are at 1 game all in this opening set. I did mention off the top how long the players had been out on court for, and Novak Djokovic, 10 hours and 19 minutes. For Rublev, he's been out 10 hours and 38 minutes on court. So pretty similar there across the matches, the 4 matches that they've played.
But you'd have to think the last one counts the most, doesn't it? Just because of the time those players have to recover. They have a day off in between, so that would have helped. But 48 hours after a long 5-setter, you're probably still a little bit sore.
3 hours and 37 minutes out on court there for Rublev against Rune. And that's an ace for Djokovic out wide to start game number 3 of set number 1. It's 15-love.
Yeah, Rublev fighting back from love 5 in the final set breaker. Hitting that little net cord on match point, which he fell back down on his back after he won that. It was a big relief.
As we wait now for Djokovic to serve the backhand of Rublev. It's a sharp chance in the ad court. Now he's playing cross forehand. It's into the net, Rublev. That's the thing, he just absorbs the pressure so well, Djokovic. Our vantage point gives a great view of what he does. His balance, you send the pace that way and he just redirects it effortlessly, but he's just so balanced as he hits through the ball.
He likes to move the opponent side to side to side, doesn't he? He doesn't often go back behind, but he tries to run them out, almost squeeze them to death.
The serve here, missing out wide.
It's death by 1,000 cuts, and he will just keep going, keep going. Breathing quite deeply still. That last game affected both of them.
Second serve coming up here. 12 minutes on the Rolex. Opening sets here on AO Radio tonight. Our final match for broadcast. Day number, whatever it is, 10. And that's a double fault from Djokovic. And it's his second for the match, and it's 30-15.
Not looking entirely comfortable, just putting his head to his hands there, shaking his head. And I'm not sure if something's not 100% correct out here. This is slightly concerning, I would say, for the Djokovic camp.
Oh, Mum and Dad are in the house tonight. Novak's parents. As he prepares
not
again.
Your mum and dad.
No, they're not here. As the serve. Djokovic out wide. High ball from Rublev on the return's going to drift out. I was waiting for the automated voice, but I couldn't be sure if it was going to be called or not. 40-15.
He looked very relaxed after he hit that serve, didn't he?
Still need to work on that, actually. It's another work in progress. We'll work on that tomorrow.
What's that?
Auditioning.
For
so
what?
I can be out.
Oh, right.
Voice of out or foot fault.
Foot fault. You just
Or
have to go, foot fault.
Fault.
Doesn't even
That's my
make any
audition.
sense.
Here's Djokovic serving, taking the net and flying long and wide.
As far as I'm concerned, you failed bitterly.
Well, how so? I actually don't. We haven't got time for the critique of that. I feel it might be a lengthy one. Second serve. Djokovic serving, game point, onto the backhand of Rublev, hammered up the line. Cross-court backhand from Djokovic, top spin from both. Backhand to backhand, and now going up the line, but into the net is Djokovic. And it's 40-30.
I don't know whether the nerves are affecting him or the adrenaline in the early stages here. Djokovic is very much taking his time, doesn't look 100% comfortable. That was a lovely backhand, though, from Andrei Rublev. It was fighting fire with fire, nice cross-quarter.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. Serve to the forehand of Rublev. Backing up the line from Djokovic. Just gets over. Cross-court forehand from Rublev. Dug out by Djokovic. Full stretch Rublev with the cross forehand. Back that way behind him, Djokovic. He was out of position, Rublev. Djokovic made him pay. And we're on serve. It's 2-1 in the opening set here on AO Radio, live around the world. Pete Candy with you for the last of our singles quarterfinals.
All right, this one is from Peter Marks. And he says, I agree with Dan, go Rublev. I think if anyone could disrupt Djokovic at this point, Rublev can. He has zero pressure on him, saying that Djokovic always has something to prove. So maybe it's just wishful thinking. Any thoughts, Makato?
Well, wishful thinking is probably a nice way to think about it. At the moment, I mean, look, everything is kind of as it should be at this particular stage with things on serve. And I mean, it was a bit of a battle for Rublev in that game, but we haven't got a sample size yet to be able to make a call on that sort of thing.
All right, fair enough.
Give us another set and we'll give you an answer.
HC has written in from Utah. It's 16 degrees Fahrenheit in Utah, 11 degrees, or minus 11 degrees Celsius. That sounds cold. And he was just talking about something Aussie foods that we've tried over here, and he says he doesn't like Vegemite.
It's an acquired taste. I'll give it that.
What would you have your Vegemite on?
Toast.
Right, with butter.
No, I don't. I tend to have it without butter, to be honest.
Without butter?
Without butter.
Are there no teas in butter these days?
Apparently, you can put it in bolognese sauce too. I haven't done that yet.
Oh, right. Some people put red and white wine in bolognese sauce, don't they?
Do you operate on that basis? You put both in at the same time?
Just I like cooking with wine. Sometimes I even put it in the food.
Where's the... We're not at Midnight Madness yet. Maybe, I'm not sure it'll be happening this evening. Thank you. We may get it tomorrow. We're not going to get it... Right, we may get it Saturday at the doubles final. We'll see. As Rublev serving here with the cross forehand. Point up the line from Djokovic. Back up that line into the net goes Rublev. And it is love 15.
Well, he's just pointing to a few fans in the crowd who haven't sat down, but that was nothing to do with the mistake. Rublev actually drawn wide on his forehand and went back cross court. That was the mistake. He should have gone down the line there.
Serve here from Rublev to the backhand of Djokovic. Claps the net. We'll do it again.
It's still very windy out there. Rublev with the long flowing red locks, trying to tuck them under his electric blue headband matching the front of his shirt.
The serve here. The forehand of Djokovic as Rublev goes off forehand. High ball from Djokovic. Rublev at the service line to play the overhead. Did well. Yeah, trapped it nicely. Put it into the open end court for a winner. It's 15 all.
Did really well, didn't he? Lovely serve, and the forehand went back behind Djokovic. Djokovic was able just to hit it up, and Rublev looks at the fans who still haven't sat down to his left, so there's a little bit of a delay, and he'd like another ball. Doesn't like that one. But he's got blue in the front, Rublev, and black at the back.
No variations of blue. Good. There's a serve here out wide. The forehand from Djokovic, dug out by Rublev off the baseline. Djokovic goes back to that Rublev forehand. He heard his racket clack as he hit it on the ground. Backhand from Djokovic. Cross-court point from Rublev. Just heavy hitting from the back of the court here. On point from Rublev, backhand into the net from Djokovic. And he just got his foot caught a little bit in the court there. He's fine. It's 30-15.
We've seen that a little bit from Djokovic, not moving as freely as he has done in the last previous rounds, despite himself saying after that Alex de Minaur match that the hamstring was no problem at all.
So Rublev again, windy conditions in RLA. The serve to the backhand of Djokovic. Up the line goes Rublev. 1-2 play. Nicely done. He wants a few more of those, please. It's 40-15.
Andre Rublev, like so many of the guys on the ATP Tour, always looking for the forehand after the serve. He'll do whatever he can to get onto that shot, because that's where the real power comes from.
Serve coming in, into the net. Second serve. And the second serve. Djokovic on the backhand. Back up the middle of the court from Rublev. It goes long. And it is 40-30.
Rublev getting a little bit testy with the ball boy for not giving the ball quite quick enough. And that's how highly strung he is right now. Everything's affecting him. He needs to stay nice and relaxed.
Why is he going with red shoes and a blue outfit? Serve down the tee, missing from Rublev.
White and red. White at the front, red at the back.
Again, question remains.
Add a little flash, I think.
It doesn't work. The second serve, the backhand. Oh, he stretched for that. Djokovic got a wicked angle. Picked up by Rublev with a slice. Now up the line. Djokovic hammers a forehand and a clean winner. Using all points of the court there, Djokovic. And we go to juice.
We've heard his racket hit the ground twice in this very game. Djokovic using it to balance himself. And he was able to fling the forehand down the line, a shot which Stefanos Tsitsipas really likes and nails the baseline. Andre Rublev still speaking to the same ball boy. He wants the ball a little bit quicker. He's not quite happy and very much on edge out here.
Prepares again. Juice. Serve down the tee. Blocked back by Djokovic. Floating long. And it is advantage game point for Rublev, but his opening couple of service games have been battles. You take on one of the best returners in the world, that's what you're going to get.
Djokovic enjoying this.
As Rublev serves, big backhand cross court for Djokovic. Lands right in the corner. Short reply from Rublev and allows Djokovic to lean in, hit a cross forehand winner. And we go back to juice.
Well, he is the best returner, isn't he, in the men's game? I think there's absolutely no doubt about that. Andre Agassi previously probably had that mantle, but now it's Novak Djokovic. He'll just make you play, and that backhand return was right in the corner. It meant that Andre Rublev was very much on the back foot.
Serve here from Rublev. Forehand from Djokovic. Back that way from Rublev. Djokovic has time to prepare a cross forehand, and that's shanked by Rublev. It's a break point for Djokovic. 20 minutes in, early stages of this opening set. And Djokovic looking rock solid, isn't he?
Once again,
sharp.
It's death by 1,000 cuts, isn't it? He's not looking to hit clean winners off the first ball, just put his opponent in very uncomfortable situations.
Rublev serves into the net. Second serve. Takes his time. Now will deliver the second ball. Break point, the serve. A double fault. He's thrown in a double fault. And that is his second for the match. And Djokovic leads 3-1 in the opening set here on AO Radio. We're live around the world. Tomorrow night, it will be the women's singles semi-finals as Rublev makes his way to our commentary box, says hello, Candy, and then walks away again.
Who's looking for some tips? And I would say, Andre Rublev, don't double fault when you're facing a break point and try to hit the forehand on the strings and not off the frame.
That's your advice.
That would be
Don't
my
double
advice.
fault.
Yeah, and hit the ball in the middle of the racket. You know, there's no pressure from the other side.
I'll update the mixed doubles semi-final in a moment on my record arena. But first, Djokovic prepares and will serve out wide. Nice.
Number 3 already. He's been very much enjoying that wide sliding serve from the right-hand side. 2 aces, or 3 aces, I should say, 2 doubles.
So they're into a tiebreak in the second set. Mirza and Bopana taking on Kravchuk and Skupski. Mirza and Bopana, the first set, 7-6. Ball just blocked back by Rublev. It just gets over, but Djokovic there, quick as a flash, hits the cross backhand behind Rublev for a winner and goes to 30-love.
Gotta love that. So 1 ace and then 1 lovely serve followed by a beautiful backhand. He just holds the ball so long, doesn't he, on the strings. Rublev makes his choice to go one way or the other, and Djokovic, well, you know what he does.
The serve coming in. Forehand here, hammered by Rublev. It's landed on the baseline. Djokovic, no time to react. Just gets a racket to it, but puts it into the net. It's 30-15.
Well, that's when the wide sliding serve goes slightly wrong. We saw in 2021, I've seen the statistics from the right, Djokovic serves 78% of serves within 2 feet of the lines in the service box. He's so accurate. That time didn't quite get the spot.
Sure is. The serve here from Djokovic. I'll tell you, all the data that we can get these days to work out these trends.
You say data, I say data.
Tomato,
Should we call the whole thing off?
Potato, and we will. As the second serve to the backhand of Rublev. Hammered up the line, and Djokovic, he got to the forehand, but put it into the net. And we're at 30 all. That one at 135, and he really stepped in on that ball, did Rublev.
Yeah, big return for Rublev, who's been having a lot of success behind the Djokovic second serve, but not so much behind the first. But this game has just got a little bit more interesting.
As we wait now for Djokovic. As he prepares, Rublev meters from the baseline. He'll step in and play a forehand into the bottom of the net. It was a good wide serve from Djokovic, effective. And he goes to 40-30.
Gone 3 times in a row there for the wide slider. And the first and third pay off. The second did not, but he's finding himself in a good situation here. 66% success rate is good enough in tennis.
So 40-30, points for 4-1. Serve out wide's an ace. And he goes to 4-1 in the opening set here, Novak Djokovic. 23 minutes on the Rolex. And getting it done nicely at the moment. Here on AO Radio, keep your messages coming through. aoradio@tennis.com.au, aoradio@tennis.com.au, or ausopen.com/AO Radio, and fill out the Ask the Booth form. That's updating you on that mixed doubles semi-final. Mirza and Bopana, 7-6 and 6 all with the Kravchuk and Skupski, and they are 2 points all. Of course, if that does need a decider, it will be a deciding match. Tie break for the mixed doubles. We will have that final for you live on AO Radio on a Friday. That'll be Friday, so 2 days from now. It'll be in the afternoon.
So in the afternoon on Friday, 2 days from now, that's what you're trying to tell us?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Bobby says, everyone always says Djokovic is the best returner in the world, but I think it's me.
Is that backhand, Bobby? What if we got it to your forehand side?
Always send the ball back with interest. Congratulations, Gabby Rusa and Marta Kostyuk, by the way. He says, fantastic win earlier. It will be a tough semi against the Czechs. It certainly will. The Czech pairing of Katerina Siniakova and Barbara Krejcikova won 3 majors last year. They are the team to beat, always. But Rusa and Kostyuk have, they formed a good alliance, haven't they? Doing very nicely indeed in the women's doubles. We've got Coco Gauff and Jessie Pegula also in line, as well as Mayama and Ena Shibihara.
Well, there's still spectators making their way into Rublev Arena's. Rublev serves. Good return from Djokovic. Full stretch. Now he's in the A-court playing a high lob. Rublev near the service line. Plays a buoyant drive volley. Djokovic is there, but puts his backhand into the net. He was too far back in the courts. There is not a spare seat to be had in Rublev. Should we do a listening test now? Well, not right now, but tonight, Candy.
Yes.
All right. In a moment. It's the serve here to the backhand of Djokovic. Cross-court slice backhand from Rublev. Djokovic is there. Played up the line. Cross-court forehand from Rublev. Djokovic is there. Great angle. Full stretches. Rublev lands one on the baseline. Now he's playing a backhand cross-court. Up the line goes Djokovic. Rublev is running all over the court. He's going to go back behind Djokovic. Rublev is there. Backhand volley from Djokovic. Rublev just throws a racket at it and sends it into the camera people over on the other side of the court. He was worn down again. It's 15-all.
That is just an extraordinary point from Djokovic. And actually, he has been going back behind. We talked about him going from side to side and running his opponents. But today, actually, he's been using the back behind shot a lot. He went back behind twice and then again with the backhand volley. And that was enough. Rublev just about getting a racket on it, but no more than that.
As we wait for this serve to come in. Out wide, missing. Second serve. As he prepares again, second serve, running around playing the forehand to Djokovic. It's a short ball. Oh, no! Rublev sent that back to the ball kid who almost caught it. It didn't drop so sharply. That is a miss hit. It's 15-30.
That is a shank attack of the highest order, and he's just trying to push and press and hit the ball too hard, just tightened up. And that was a bad error of a medium average ball.
As my tele colleague Robbie Koenig would say, shanks for coming as the serve here on the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand to backhand, both players. As Rublev just going in that corner, just content just to rally. Now he goes up the line, Rublev, and that's a looping forehand from Djokovic up the line, goes long, and just a little bit of frustration there as he says, well, it's a little bit windy tonight. Not happy with that. It's 30-all.
You don't often see Novak Djokovic miss hit on the forehand side. He's done it a couple of times tonight. And we'll put that down to the conditions. We're going to see a few funky shots today, I think.
Serve from Rublev, big forehand from Djokovic, just landing right on the baseline. Again at the shoelaces of Rublev, trying to go an off backhand, but was out of position and netted it. It's another break point for Djokovic. It's 30-40.
Well, this is big trouble for Andrei Rublev. He cannot afford to go 2 breaks down. Not against the player of Novak Djokovic's stature. It's got to be a good first serve. The last one wasn't good enough.
Serve here to the backhand of Djokovic. Rublev playing the off forehand. He's made it. Nicely done into the corner. I mean, that's how precise he's having to be right now. It's juice.
That's how precise you have to be against Novak Djokovic. Full stop, isn't it? You can't hit through him unless you're unbelievably accurate. And that was perfect from Rublev, saving the break point.
So we wait now for the serve to come in onto the forehand. Full stretch. Djokovic can't do much with that return. But another service game that goes to juice on the Rublev serve.
And Novak Djokovic forced out about 3 meters to his right outside the tram lines. That was how good the serve was.
Hang on. I think he's talking about someone calling out in the crowd every single point. Not sure whether James Gelfand's going to do anything about it, because the serve clock's wound to 0, but I think he's getting latitude here, Rublev, and fair enough as the serve going wide.
All James Gelfand in the umpire's chair can say is, please do not call out during the point, but he can't control everyone here.
Second serve, Djokovic with the cross backhand. Backhand to backhand, both players, and great angle from Djokovic. A high ball from Rublev. That's going to go long. What a short angle just to change things up. That was entirely deliberate, and we go back to juice.
You think he meant it?
I think he meant it.
Wow.
Absolutely.
No, I'm just kidding.
Come on.
He does have those hand skills, doesn't he? He has the ability to do that. Most people don't, but Djokovic can carve up the court in many, many different ways.
Most people just, that would be a miss hit. He did deliberately. Oh, another dugout return here. Wow, Rublev is in all sorts of strife because that was a hell of a return again from Djokovic. Might as well just record that, and I'm going to put it on the button bar in front of me. Just play the button because it's the same thing every time.
Great return, great return. Or maybe Andrei Rublev going into the strike zone on the forehand. Maybe he needs to go a little bit more into the body.
The serve here out wide. Oh, full stretch. Djokovic is going to go long. Yeah, just.
Oof.
Geez, not by much. Back to juice.
195k out wide serve. Beautifully put into the corner. And as Mercato said, it has to be that good right now. Djokovic at full stretch can't control the racket angle.
The serve here coming in from Rublev. And he'll deliver this ball to the forehand of Djokovic. Again, up the middle of the court, cross-court backhand. He's missed Rublev. And that's the thing. Like, we talk about the fact that there's fractions of seconds for players to react after they've gone through the service motion. It's back on them in such quick succession, like fractions of a second. They have no time to react, and that's what happens.
And they have to stay nice and low and keep their head down. That wasn't the case on that shot.
The serve here goes into the net. By the way, Mirza and Bopana have lost the second set to Kravchuk and Skupski in that tiebreak, so they're going to play another tiebreak to decide it out there.
Big boy.
Big off forehand from Djokovic. He plays across forehand. Rublev's there. Forehand to forehand in the juice court. Now, if the line goes Djokovic too big again, and he go to juice for the fourth time.
Djokovic just pushes his head back and looks up at the sky with a shake because he can't believe he's missed a forehand, which he was under no pressure on. That's, once again, very rare indeed. It was a missed opportunity. Andrei Rublev survives.
We've got a 6-minute game again. A long game for Rublev as he serves the backhand of Djokovic up the middle of the court. He'll play a forehand to the Rublev forehand, which is deep, too deep, in fact, in the juice court. And another break point here for Djokovic. His fourth opportunity.
Well,
he's 1 of 5 so far.
And Rublev can't just be giving Djokovic opportunities, because at some point he's not going to be able to stave them off. More trouble.
As Rublev prepares and will serve out wide. It's a good serve. That backhand rolling to the net from Djokovic. We go to juice for the 5th time. He's hanging in this opening set, Rublev. Still down. It's 4-1 Djokovic here on AO Radio.
Rublev went wide once more. I wonder if Djokovic gets another chance, if he'll just camp out there or take that little step to the left. We saw Paul doing that against Shelton earlier.
Serve down the tee, takes the net and flies long.
As the returner, you want to keep shifting your position just a little bit to make the server not know where to go.
Second serve, Djokovic playing back out the middle of the court. Off fire from Rublev. Now play cross forehand. To the Djokovic forehand, they work the juice court. And heavy into the net again from Rublev. The unforced errors, well, he's up to 10. Djokovic has 8. And break point number 5 for the 4th seed.
Well, I wonder if Djokovic is just going to step to his left here, because every time Andrei Rublev's been under pressure in this game, he's gone wide with the serve from the ad court.
A serve coming in from Rublev to the forehand of Djokovic up the middle of the court. Forehand to forehand, both players. And now Rublev will really lean into one. Djokovic forehand up the line. Rublev slice backhand, shorter. He's going to run around, play a forehand in the 8 court. Djokovic, great angle, picked up by Rublev. Back behind Djokovic. Rublev is there. Up at the net. Djokovic should lean into this. He goes back there. Rublev trying to put up the high ball. This is going to go well out. It's 5-1 Novak Djokovic in the opening set here on AO Radio.
That is an extraordinary point, and Novak Djokovic did bait Andrei Rublev with his service return position. He took a little step to his left and said, go and serve it down the tee. Andrei Rublev obliged, and from then on in, it was always going to be Novak Djokovic. He is using the shot going back behind Rublev, in fact, instead of going in front of him, and it's working really nicely. That was a delightful point from Djokovic. He moves so smoothly.
Well, the thing was, towards the end of that rally, the ball was going to the ad court, and he had all the time in the world. He shouldn't have, to run around and play a forehand back into the Rublev backhand. He's desperate to get into that corner, and understandably so. He's serving for the opening set now, Djokovic. His first serve is an ace out wide. And that's 15 love.
Ridiculous how well he's playing. Such an easy service motion. We know over the years that he's tweaked it a little bit. It's very, very simple, very loose arm, and the ball toss is always in the right spot, just like the Mercato ball toss.
You haven't watched me play for a while. The serve onto the forehand of Rublev. Up that line from Djokovic. Slice backhand cross court from Rublev short. Coming in up the line is Djokovic. Now showing an awkward backhand volley. He was full stretch, Rublev there. He just had to get the ball over. He did. And he put the pressure on and got the results.
Oh, it was a lovely point from Djokovic. He made his way forward, hit the backhand drive down the line, just nudged it nice and deep. But how well did Andrei Rublev do to get his forehand to stay nice and low? He didn't try to go for the pass, just with power and low over the net, and it worked.
It sure did, as Djokovic prepares. As the serve here out wide, missing into the nets. So he lost 2 points on his first serve in this opening set, 5 points on the second. In the first serve in 65% of the time. Second serve Onto the backhand of Rublev. It's an off backhand. Full stretch Djokovic, the forehand up the line. Great controls. Cross-court backhand hits the net from Rublev, goes in. Now he's got to play a cross forehand, and he put that into the net too. Just floating ball again from Djokovic saying, Andre, you come up with your own pace, mate. I'm not helping you. It's 30-15.
Yeah, such an important thing to do against Rublev because he loves pace. He absolutely drives the forehand, but Djokovic has not obliged. A lovely slice backhand. That's another shot he's really improved along with the serve, is the slice backhand. I thought in the previous years it was a little bit ugly, but now it's pretty and it's deadly.
The serve here from Djokovic to the backhand of Rublev, and that's shanked by Djokovic, heading towards the crowd. And it is now 30-all, 5-1 in the opening set for Novak Djokovic. Last of our men's singles quarterfinal, the winner to play Tommy Paul in the semi-final.
Another rare miss hit from Djokovic, and this one almost went into row A, but almost also hit the ball boy on the head. Not quite. Never get ahead in life letting that happen.
As Djokovic serves the backhand from Rublev is short. Off backhand from Djokovic. Big forehand up the line from Rublev. Back up that line from Djokovic. Rublev with a cross forehand. Forehand again is deep from Djokovic. Too deep, in fact. Not by much. I'd love to see this come up. I suspect... Nope, it's not going to be close. Oh, it is. It's coming up on the screen now. What have we got? It is a... Oh, just a single zoom. So, no, it wasn't anywhere near.
Forehand cross-court from Djokovic, just slightly leant back on that one after another good rally.
Stand by. This is a break-back point for Andre Rublev. Not sure you're going to be able to see if you do stand by there, Candy, but that's okay. I'll describe it to you. The serve here down the tee. High ball from Rublev. No, well, that ain't happening, Novak says. Break point? What break point?
Just served down the tee and not being broken, says Novak Djokovic.
Not going to have that.
Want to face a break point, and that's too much. One from one saved.
Prepares again. Back to Juice. The serve. We wait for it to come in, and the serve down the tee, just missing. Second serve. As he prepares again. Taking plenty of ball bounces, as he does in his style. Second serve. Oh, into the nets. It's a double fault. So another break point here for Rublev.
We just completely collapsed on the left side, did Novak Djokovic. It's so important for servers. Say they're right-handed to keep that left side up for at least a 2 count. 1, 2, and then you can be assured that the ball won't go in the net. That's a really good tip for all club players. So simple, but so effective. 3 double faults now on this set.
2 for Rublev. Break point for Rublev. As Djokovic will serve. Out wide, Rublev, the backhand flying. Almost up the tunnel there.
Djokovic does that time and time again, doesn't he? Under pressure. It just puts in a good serve every single time. You can bet your house on it. His first serve, under pressure, is going to be in.
Can I bet your house on it?
Yeah, I've got quite a nice house. But I still bet it. That's how sure I am of Novak Djokovic's serve.
Just a reminder of what the family just said. No, go to Australia, it's fine. And then they'll come home and they'll find out they have no house left.
Peter McCarter lives in Winchester.
Well, if I play with house money... Oh, where's the... He's gone to sleep, Dazzling.
Do we want to exchange?
Second serve. I don't think it's in your best interest. Backhand cross-court here from Djokovic. Backhand to backhand, both players. Up the line goes Djokovic. Cross-court point from Rublev. Back that way from Djokovic. Rublev leads into one up the line. Full stretch, Djokovic. Rublev at the service line, the overhead. Djokovic is there, blocking it back. Low backhand volley from Rublev. Djokovic is there. He goes cross-court for the winner! He puts his hand up. It did clip the net on the way through. Defence into attack from Novak Djokovic, and he's got set points.
That was insane in the membrane. The best point so far. Andre Rublev hit an absolute world-class volley. I cannot tell you how good this volley was after a good smash, which Novak Djokovic just blocked in play. But then Djokovic, of course, with the backhand, keeps it low, skims the net, apologises, but also celebrates. And the Serbian flags are flying here on Rod Laver Arena.
Set point for Djokovic. As he prepares now, will deliver this ball out wide. Backhand from Rublev, short. Djokovic back that way for a winner. He's looking strong. He's looking very strong, is Novak Djokovic. He takes the opening set in 40 minutes. 6-1 on AO Radio, live around the world.
Well, that was some impressive set. Andre Rublev played A very good set indeed in windy conditions, but he was still broken twice, had those couple of breakpoint opportunities, both saved by excellent first serves from Novak Djokovic, which has my house on them. And Novak Djokovic goes in front 6-1. I think Tommy Paul watching this will have his knees slightly shaking and knocking together.
Well, I think your house, because I think I can't bet my house because I think the bank owns most of it. Anyway, we'll get to some of your messages in a moment.
You must own at least the front door, don't you? Or at least the knob on the front door.
Well, maybe the welcome mat. I bought that.
The teacup?
It's Mirza and Bopana. They're 8-5 in the match tiebreak. That's a mixed doubles semi-final out of Margaret Court Arena. Against Kravchuk and Skupski, the third seeds. But
exciting.
Yeah, they've got the mini break out there on their way to 10, so we'll keep you updated with that. Any messages coming through?
Absolutely. Let's have a look.
Oh, they're flying through now. You've got some
loads.
work to do over there.
All right. I've been, yeah. Anyway, HC, just curious how things are backed up in the messages. Post many times. Pete, thanks for the call. The clock, the Rolex clock, it adds to the game. I think it's going to be a long match. Okay, that's from AC. You might be wrong, HC, depending on... Oh. Anyway, Joel, greetings from cold and frosty London. I'm heading back there on Saturday. I've been enjoying your commentary throughout the tournament, so thank you. Very tired as I've been up since the Vekić-Sabalenka match. That is hardcore, Joel. It doesn't matter who wins this match because Tommy Paul will beat them in the semi-final.
Oh, hello.
Joel has been drinking.
Oh, yes, that's not.
Joel has been in the bar. He's been in the Dog and Fox in Wimbledon Village, throwing down whatever he's been throwing.
I'm more a Rose and Crown operator in the Wimbledon Village up to the village.
Yeah, both are good. All right, HC.
Now, hang on just a moment here. Let's have a listen to the Djokovic.
I don't mind if he's supporting him, but he hasn't been commenting 3-4 times in a row. He's saying things to me. That's what I'm saying. Please, pay attention.
So just again, Djokovic just commenting to James Gelthavong, there's someone in the crowd who's a Rublev supporter, clearly, but is calling out at inopportune times. So we're just waiting for the spectators to sort themselves out. It's interesting that they've had 2 minutes in the changeover here, yet they wait till the very last second to exit the arena. I'll never understand that. You know a change is coming. Get out as quickly as you can. Someone just got their phone light on. Let's get that sorted. Come on, people. Let's make this happen. Second set to get underway. Rublev to serve from our commentary end. The serve to the backhand of Djokovic just gets over. Rublev goes up the line. Djokovic guessing the wrong way. It's 15-love. By the way, Mirza and Bopana having a win. So Sanya Mirza, in her final Australian Open, will be playing in the final of the mixed doubles. And they'll play the winner of the match coming up tonight. As the serve here, forehand of Djokovic. That's not getting over. It's 30-love.
That is a wonderful moment for Sanya Mirza, married to the cricketer Sher Balak. I think their kids are going to have some serious sporting genes, aren't they?
The serve here to the backhand of Djokovic. Forehand cross. Nice from Rublev. And he goes to 40-love. The other semi-final coming up after this match. We won't have it for you on AO Radio, but it's Gadecki and Polmans, the Aussie wildcards, taking on Stefani and Matos, the Brazilian combination. Serve from Rublev. Big backhand from Djokovic. Up the line goes Rublev. He's gone big. That's the pace of the return. How good it was. And just a reminder too, we'll be on air from 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. local time tomorrow evening on AO Radio. Won't be on during the day. 2 women's singles semi-finals at night. The serve to the forehand of Djokovic. That goes through and long. And Rublev holds. And he's thinking to himself, where was that in the opening game of the match that I served as well?
Well, that's got to happen, hasn't it? Especially in the early stages of set 2. Rublev has to hold on to his serve for dear life. He couldn't, unfortunately, do it in set 1, and Novak Djokovic ended up running away with it. And he's just been so good behind serve. Novak saving 2 of those break points he faced, also converting 2 of 7 in set 1. And Djokovic also won 78% behind the first delivery. So he was the better server throughout, and, of course, the better returner too. Now, HC wants Mercato to do the listening test and ask for the wave. Ask.
It's not going to do Brazil. I was going to say Mexican wave.
The Brazilian wave, that well-known concept.
The variation thereof. All right, as Djokovic serves to the backhand of Rublev, it's rolling to the net. Well, we'll do it at the next sit-down, right? So everyone's here. So what we do, if you are listening to us on Rod Laver Arena through 99.7 FM or the app, we are situated. We'd love to know whether you're listening in the stadium. You don't need to write to us. We'll just get you to wave to us. But not yet. Wait for the sit down as the serve here down the tee from Djokovic missing. So we are down the end that Djokovic is currently serving at, but we're in the juice court, so the other court. Follow the line from the umpire's foot. Straight line, just behind the, underneath the President's Reserve. As Djokovic serves, big forehand from Rublev. Cross-court forehand from Djokovic. Rublev goes with a big forehand. That's heavy topspin, and Djokovic can't handle it. His forehand in reply goes wide.
Yeah, the forehand before from Djokovic not particularly clean. It landed short, and Rublev able to add that extra power onto his shot. He just creates so much racket speed.
So what we'll get you to do is, if we can see you, of course we can't see anyone above us, but we'll get you to wave at our window at the next sit down. We'll see if this works. It was demoralising the other day. Backhand here from Rublev. Great return, and now Djokovic playing a sliced backhand, a little short ball into the A-court. Cross-court backhand is topspin from Rublev. Slice from Djokovic. They continue that pattern. Oh, he had to come forward there. Djokovic, he miscued it. It just sort of died on him at the end. Maybe the wind, perhaps?
Definitely
it's 15:30.
Definitely the wind. As we see Fernando Vicente, the coach of Andrei Rublev, just adjust his hat. And that was a weird one, but the swirly wind made Novak Djokovic actually lunge for the slice backhand. Very awkward, and he misses it wide and long.
So the serve coming in here from Djokovic. And he'll prepare now and will serve down the tee, and ace. And just, you know, remotely threatened. And he just comes up with the big serve.
There's the house, still intact.
Very good for your family who are
my
there
two
in the
young
UK
kids
who don't actually know, aware that mum's betting the house here on AO Radio.
I don't need to worry. I'm very secure in my bet on the house.
Thing. 47 minutes on the roll, Lex, as the serve comes in. Djokovic down the tee. High ball from Rublev. It's going to go wide and long. And we go to 40-30.
Shot two fantastic serves at 15-30 down in this second game of the second set. Saved both break points in set one with similar deliveries. Fast and furious.
Prepares again. And the serve coming in. Forehand here of Rublev. Cross-court backhand from Djokovic. Back up the line from Rublev. And now he'll play one up the line. Full stretch of Djokovic. Rublev at the net. Could he put it away? No, Djokovic is there. Of course he is. The highest of lobs. He's going to fall wide. And we go to juice.
Well, that ball almost came down with snow on it. That's how high it was. If the roof had been closed, it might have hit the roof. But the roof was open. Still, he just miscued it a little bit and wide. Good aggressive play from Andrei Rublev. Might as well go for it now. He didn't put the high volley away, but he did enough on this occasion.
Djokovic prepares again. And he'll deliver this ball with the serve clock winding down to 3. And the serve out wide, missing.
Gosh, that's got a lot of slice on it. Really moves away, even though just wide on this occasion.
Juice, second game of the second set. Djokovic the first 6 games to 1. And the serve, second serve, out wide again. Rublev wasn't really expecting it. And as Candy said, that just took off. It slid away from Rublev. Djokovic with game points.
It's just ridiculous, isn't it? He can hit kickers when the ball bounces and goes up to the left on the opponent. He can slice the ball wide, which means the ball slices and stays low and moves right to the opponent. They just don't know what's coming with the same ball toss. Phenomenal stuff.
Serve coming in from Djokovic. Going to the body of Rublev. He went long instead. Second serve. Big forehand from Rublev goes long, and he hangs on there, Djokovic, under a little bit of pressure. And it's 1 game all, and the thing concerned for Rublev here is Djokovic managed to hold after that struggle. You know what he's going to do? He's going to throw it straight back down the other end of the court.
He's going to say, you troubled me, I shall trouble you. 49 minutes on the Rolex.
Hey, hey. As the first serve goes into the net here from Rublev. Second serve. Djokovic will play a backhand, off backhand. Cross-court forehand from Rublev. Djokovic with the cross forehand with angle. Up the line goes Rublev. Blocked back by Djokovic. Floating ball. In the middle of the court, he nets a forehand as Rublev. An off forehand. And again, no pace to work with. It's love 15.
Really smart play from Novak. And it all starts with that excellent return. Andrei Rublev does love to hit the forehand at all times, but didn't quite get himself in position to hit the inside out there. It's a netter.
Serve here, Rublev, the forehand of Djokovic. Going back to the Djokovic backhand is Rublev. It's successful. It's way back in the court. Djokovic's backhand is wide. It's 15 all.
And that's a good inside-out forehand this time from Rublev. Got it spot on. Moved around the ball beautifully, extended the arm, and Djokovic stretched out wide. Can't put the backhand back in play.
Serve here, blocked back by Djokovic up the line. Cross-court backhand from Rublev. Djokovic is there. Backhand to backhand, both players in the ad court. And now Rublev will switch and go the other court. Cross-court forehands now, both players. Good depth from Rublev, defending nicely as Djokovic. Now he's in the ad court. No, he's gone big, Rublev. And he's just having to push that little bit more because Djokovic, as usual, is absorbing the pressure. It's 15-30.
Yeah, let's go big or go home for Rublev. A couple of excellent forehands and really lent it to the backhand as well. Sometimes he just gets a little tight on that shot. You've got to let the wrists really loosen, but he just slightly overhit it. And in a fraction of trouble here.
The serve down the tee's an ace. Not even Djokovic could get to that one. 190, but swinging away down the tee. And we go to 30 all.
Oh, that was perfect from Rublev, doing what he's been done to many times before on a big point, coming up with an excellent serve. Djokovic at full stretch, can't even lay a racket on it.
As he prepares again, and the serve down the tee misses. Second serve. Onto the forehand of Djokovic. Point of the line from Rublev. Djokovic, oh, the fullest of stretches. That ain't coming back. Amazing, actually got a racket on it, but that's Novak Djokovic for you. As he talks to his team, he's not happy about something, but it's 40-30 Rublev.
Well, we have seen earlier in this tournament him being a little reluctant to slide out wide to his left at full stretch. But this time he did, and so the hamstring clearly okay.
I suspect most of that was directed at Goran Ivanisevic. He's gone, what did I do? As the forehand here return from Djokovic goes long. Well, he's hanging on, Andrei Rublev. And it's 2-1, we're on serve. Now, this is a test. Shall we do it? If you are listening to us at Rod Laver Arena right now, remember the umpire's chair. Remember we're down at court level on where Rublev's chair is, followed all the way to the baseline beyond the perspex there. We're in line with the umpire. Wave to us right now. You're listening to us on 99.7, and we'll give you time if you're listening on the app as well, about 30 or so seconds. Just wave.
Do some big arms, big arms.
Big arms, that's what we need. We have a look on both sides. You have a look on the other side, Candy.
Look at those octopus arms. Let's see who has the longest arms. We're watching, we're looking. We can't see anybody. Come on, people. There must be one person out there.
Unless, of course...
there we go, we see. There's a gentleman, we see him. Blue shirt.
Well done.
Blue shirt, khaki shorts. Thank you. Excellent play, excellent play.
Well done, thank you. Well, at least got one.
You are our winner.
Oh, is there someone else over there? I mean, I must admit, I've sort of done this with thinking that my vision is not as good as what it has been in the past. Oh, there's another wave over there.
Another waver?
There's
Another
someone
waver?
waving, but I think they're holding a sign. But
Not
if you
a
are... Oh, no,
waver.
there is someone. That looks like they're on the phone, but that'll work for us.
We already
We'll
have a
take
winner,
that.
so we'll take your name.
What are we doing?
And put
Well,
you on the
no,
air.
no, we're not. Settle down.
I think it's David or Roger.
No, you're guessing, aren't you, again? Anyway, thank you for that. Slightly underwhelming, unfortunately. We just want it there. We need to work on that. We'll have to get Dazzling and the R&D team here at AO Radio just onto that.
That was a big moment there, wasn't it?
Anyway, back to the tennis. As Djokovic prepares at 1-2 in the second set, the serve down the tee is just missing long. Second serve. Serve down the tee. Oh, he's done it again. He just did it again. Exactly the same spot. Said, oh, I missed the first one, but here, have this one.
A little puff of
15
the
love.
cheeks from Rublev as he looks towards his bench. Been working with the same coach for an awful long time. I like that in the men's game, that they don't chop and change too much. Women's game, it's almost a conveyor belt of coaches. Heard a funny story yesterday, which I'll tell you about in a minute, young Mercato.
Serve clipping the tape on the way through. Shall I make sure I have a medic on standby to reattach my sides?
You should.
Restitch my sides?
It's hilarious.
Look out, people. This is a big build-up. As we go again, Djokovic will serve to the backhand of Rublev. A short backhand up the line. Cross-court forehand from Djokovic. Now he's in the 8-court. Rublev coming in. High lob from Djokovic. Floating ball lands near the baseline. Rublev is there with an off-forehand. Allows Djokovic back in with a cross backhand. Up the line into the net goes Rublev. He's chasing absolutely everything down.
The depth as well that Djokovic is able to create is just inside the baseline. He plays with margin, doesn't he? He's so smart. Doesn't go to the lines, but he also makes it impossible for the opponent to have any time on the ball.
Of course, that listener test working in RLA, but of course it brings our listeners into action. Hello to Dale in Bendigo, who's waving from Bendigo.
Oh, wow.
As the serve here out wide, cross-court forehand into the net from Rublev. I'm sure there'll be plenty of emails banking up, doing exactly the same thing. 40 love here for Djokovic to level things up at 2-all in the second set. He took the first 6 games to 1. Final match for day number 10 of AO 23 here on AO Radio tonight.
When you live in Bendigo, do you have to do it wave in a bendy fashion?
Serve here, the backhand and Rublev coming in is Djokovic. Wow, he just surprise tactic there. Took all the pace, just blocked it up the line, got the job done. It's 2 games all.
Oh, that's a fabulous point of tennis. Novak Djokovic throwing in the serve volley. The ball actually landed just in front of him, but he's able to push the two-handed backhand and keep it nice and low. And Andrei Rublev was able to get a racket on it, but couldn't get it back over the net.
So wait now for the serve to come in. Rublev to the backhand of Djokovic. Cross-court backhand from Rublev. Djokovic goes backhand up the line. Full stretch Rublev with the forehand. Now point at the line for Djokovic. This time it's Rublev who just puts the ball up, and it's going to be easily put away. Djokovic advancing to the net and putting it away into the juice court for a winner. It's love 15.
That point begins with a good serve and a backhand down the line, which caught Andrei Rublev napping. The recovery position for a right-hander is left of the centre line, so that's what exposes that down-the-line shot. And Djokovic finds the gap and exploits it.
As the wind just picks up again, you can hear that in Dazzling's effects, Mike's, as the serve here. The backhand of Djokovic, it sits up near the baseline, and again Rublev is just, well, we use this expression at 6s and 7s because he's just, these returns are landing right on the baseline and he can't react, and they're just floating balls too, so it's equally problematic.
Oh, it's so difficult for him. Another worried exchange with his bench. What am I going to do, he says.
The serve here, clips the net on the way through, we'll do it again. Prepares again, does Rublev, love 30. The serve here, the forehand of Djokovic. Rublev goes up the line and he goes too big. And it's love 40, 3 more break points here for Djokovic.
Oh, this is massive danger time. The red lights are beeping all around Rod Laver Arena now. It's like one of those scenes out of Airplane. Be careful, do not park in the red zone. And now Andrei Rublev is very much in the red zone.
Serve here from Rublev to the forehand of Djokovic. Rublev digs it out again with an off-forehand. Big cross-court backhand from Djokovic. Matched by Rublev. Backhand to backhand they go. Now Rublev will switch to the Djokovic forehand at the middle of the court. Off-forehand from Rublev, and Djokovic goes wide with his backhand cross. 1 save, 2 to come. It's 15-40.
And the wind picking up again. The Rublev hair all over the place. Not having a great hair day. Is he having a good service day? He's going to need to here. He's going to come up with 2 big serves, or he's in major trouble.
Getting plenty into play. The first serve into the net. 73% first serves in, winning 59 on the first ball. Only 4 of 14 on the second, 29%. Second serve. Forehand up the line from Djokovic, just blocked back. Now he's playing cross backhand. Match with Rublev, backhand to backhand in the 8 court. At the middle of the court goes Rublev. Cross-court forehands now, both players. Rublev should switch to the other court. He does. And thinking about coming in, but Djokovic is too deep with the backhand. And now across forehand, Rublev digs that one out. Cross-court backhand from Djokovic. Rublev defending, and he can't defend anymore. The backhand goes into the net. Little fist pump from Djokovic. A forlorn look to his team from Rublev. And Djokovic leads 3 games to 2 in the second set. He took the first 6-1. And this is AO Radio live around the world with more of your emails coming in They are streaming in at the moment.
That is an extraordinary point from Novak Djokovic. His body position, his balance is just ridiculous. He can turn negative into positive in one shot, which he did with the backhand cross-court midway through the point. And from then on, he was going to be the winner, and he's broken. That is a big moment. All right, so we've got one from Newton Firefly. I'm enjoying your commentary and play-by-play calling, along with the comedic banter and dry
Really?
humour.
Oh, that'd be from
There's
me.
no humour here.
No,
There's
that'd be
comedic
me.
banter or dry humour. Dry, yes. Humour, no. As common and usual with Novak, mostly uses the opening games in the set to prepare himself with his opponent, using various strategies, sort of testing his opponent, including their performance level, plan, and with himself too. Newton, I like this. Novak also clearly knows the level with his opponent Rublev, including his performances in 2022, including a win over for him. As for Novak's having something to prove, is always an inner internal view, perspective, attitude, personal goal for himself, far more than to any others. The opening is with a relatively early break of Novak, of Andre in the third game. His second serve is somewhat surprising and very indicative, perhaps, for this set. This is a philosopher. Novak is clearly playing with the upper level, while Andre will clearly need to raise his level. Novak may not look as impressive over Andre, since Andre is usually on a higher level than Ale de Minaur. Not de Minaur. Anyway, though often excellent too. Andre has more weapons. Whew, that was...
Well, I'll tell you,
deep.
one
That's
thing
deep, baby.
that happened is the serve here goes into the net from Djokovic. He was so in the moment that he'd broken serve. He actually walked to the wrong chair. And he realised just the last second and then spun around, as Andre said, no, that's probably my chair. You've got everything else from me so far in the match. You're not taking my chair as well. He gets a short reply on the return. Point at the line by Rublev, and that's a good one because the backhand into the net from Djokovic sliding along. He just drops the racket as he slid there. I don't think that's in his best interest. It's love 15.
I think his camp, which he's standing pretty near to now, said, are you okay? He just gave a little nod because that forehand from Rublev was beautifully down the line, and it caused Novak Djokovic to fully stretch with that left hand, testing the left hamstring, which has bothered him earlier on in the tournament.
Prepares again. We'll wait for this serve to come in. Blocked back by Rublev. Floating ball. Djokovic with an off forehand. Rublev with a cross backhand to that off forehand of Djokovic. In the ad court we go. Now Djokovic forced to play backhand. He plays up the line. Good cross court forehand from Rublev. Forehand to forehand both players as Djokovic goes with the cross backhand. Rublev goes deep up the middle of the court with a forehand. Now cross forehand. Matched by Djokovic with topspin. Rublev now he goes into the ad court, plays a cross backhand. Big find up the line from Djokovic going for it. Rublev with the short ball. Cross court backhand for Djokovic. Rublev digs that out. Djokovic goes back that way. Rublev stretching. He puts the slice backhand into the net. That's the longest rally we've had in this set. 23 shots and we're at 15 all.
Well, Novak Djokovic just turning around and looking at his camp, asking them to stand up, which they are now doing. Goran Ivanisevic was the only one on the front row to stand up. And now the second row, including Novak's mum, Dad has left the building just for a second, are on their feet. He wants their support. That is important to some players. For instance, Nick Kyrgios last year at Wimbledon wanted his team to stand up on every single point. That's good hamstring work. Good for the glutes as well.
Yes. There's a serve here from Djokovic. Down the tee is missing.
Just.
Yeah, missed long, and he was already on the way to the ad court, but the ball was clearly long.
He's got such a loose wrist, doesn't he? Really has that wrist snap that you hear about on serves.
Second serve.
Not literally, that would be painful.
Would be. And we'd hear it on
It's only a
Dazzling's
flesh
FX
wound.
months. Second serve. Playing the backhand up the middle of the court is Rublev. Slice backhand from Djokovic. He'll hit a topspin one this time. Up the line to the cross-court forehand of Rublev. Forehand to forehand both players in the juice court. Now lean into one will Djokovic. Back that way from Rublev. He gets a short reply back into that corner. Another cross-court forehand from Djokovic. Now Rublev on the defensive. He's got a cross backhand. He plays it nicely. Backhand there from Djokovic reaching. Slice backhand from Rublev. Djokovic will step in. He play one up the line. He's missed it. Yeah, that wind is taking a bit of control here on Rod Laver Arena because he was just off in terms of his balance. And you can see it on his shirt as he's walking back towards us. That is a stiff breeze.
That is
it's
a very
15:30.
stiff breeze. That was an excellent point. Djokovic was very much in the ascendancy. He was the one that had earned the short ball, but it was a forehand which flew on him by no fault of his own, really. The wind just picking up at the crucial moment, and he's looking at his team with utmost frustration and surprise.
Well, his tactics being used against him. That short slice He's going to get a warning here, I think. Oh, he got a lot of latitude on that serve clock. The first serve goes into the net. I suggest he might get a soft warning at some stage from the umpire to say, hey, let's speed it up just a fraction.
James, be brave or not be brave?
Yeah, exactly. Second serve. We can take all the time he wants here. Backhand from Rublev, cross court, backhand to backhand as they go in the ad court. Familiar pattern for both players, all top spin as Rublev gets a bit more angle. Djokovic gets depth. Up the middle of the court goes Rublev, cross forehand from Djokovic. Big find into the net from Rublev. He just tries to take it up that gear and he's missed again, and mainly into the net too, it has to be said. We're at 30 all, the 15th unforced error for Rublev tonight.
Sometimes Rublev just presses a little bit too much on that forehand. He's got so much power behind it, but that's when the arm is very, very loose and he can create the racket, head driving through the ball. On that time, he just over-pressed, over-muscled, and it was a poor forehand at a crucial time.
1 hour and 6 minutes on the Rolex clock. 6-1 and 3-2. A break of serve for Djokovic in this second set. It's 30 all. The serve to the backhand of Rublev is sharp. Up the line, Djokovic, while he was on the back foot, tried to hoik it up the line, sent it wide, and Rublev now has another break point. It's 30-40.
Novak Djokovic with another long stare at his crew. They can't help him, but he's just trying to get rid of a little frustration in that direction. And he's under pressure here once more. Very good return. Rublev giving Djokovic a taste of his own medicine with a lovely deep return.
Djokovic will prepare. And the serve will come in. Break point. The serve forehand of Rublev goes long. Well, he's had 3 opportunities across the match, Rublev, to break. He is 0 of 3. And we go to juice.
What happens? Novak Djokovic puts down a good first serve, 192 Ks. He can serve bigger, but why does he need to when he can hit the tee? That's where he went. I think Rublev was expecting the wide serve on that one.
Good call. As prepares here, does Djokovic. Serve, backhand, picked up by Rublev, short. Cross-court backhand into the net. Djokovic just again falling off that ball. Again looks to his team. Again not happy. Again break points.
Goran is playing every point with him. Goran must have a very strong heart, you'd imagine. It must be a very, very tough gig. He's talked to the past, hasn't he, about the expectations of coaching a top player like Novak Djokovic, who's attempting to become the world's best of all time.
As we wait now for Djokovic, 1-0. And again, he gets latitude with the clock. The first serve goes into the net. So just this sit down, he might get just a little tap on the shoulder. Just speed it up a fraction.
James Gawthorne's going to come down in his umpire chair.
Wouldn't have thought so, from the safe distance of the chairs. The backhand here from Rublev. Backhand to backhand, both players. Off forehand from Rublev. Backhand again, Djokovic on the stretch. He's back in that court. He's playing again with the angle. Up the line goes Rublev. Djokovic is there with the cross forehand. Rublev with that direction. Now he's going on the backhand. That's cross court. Back up the line from Djokovic is deep. Dug out by Rublev. Short ball. Djokovic bat that way. And he gets the winner. And the huge roar. That lets out the frustration he's feeling as we go back to juice.
Oh, that is a ridiculous point. Djokovic going back to basics there, running Rublev from side to side to side. He looks like he's in control. The Serbian fans are on their feet. Nole, they cry. Nole, they cry. Their hero has been under pressure in this game. He saved both break points faced. Now back to juice. And that's a huge roar of expression from the former world number 1 who's looking to get back to the pole position.
3-2 juice. Djokovic prepares, stares down another break point, and he's got it back to juice. Out wide, the block to forehand from Rublev. Now he plays a forehand up the middle of the court. Back that way from Djokovic. Cross-court forehand from Rublev. Up the line goes Djokovic. Cross-court backhand from Rublev. Backhand to backhand, both players as Djokovic is playing that ad court. Good angle. Better from Rublev. Back that way from Djokovic. He just lands in. Now he switches to the cross forehand. Forehand into the net again from Rublev. He can't handle that change in pattern. And now Rublev's not happy. Let's have a listen.
Yes, only exceptions. Yes, only exceptions. Amazing.
Yeah, so he's going to go to the other one, but what I've been pointing out right from the very start of this game, that the serve clock is winding down. It's not even on now for this one.
Why would it be on? What's the point? Just let it go.
As the serve here from Djokovic. It's your answer for everything. As a serve here from Djokovic to the backhand of Rublev, long and wide.
Oh dear.
And it is 4-2. And you can understand the frustration too, because I've seen there were a couple of first serves. The clock was clearly at 0 and he was nowhere near his motion. He's going to get a soft warning now because Rublev's going to make sure he gets a soft warning.
Well, Rublev just complained, didn't he, in between points? They'd lost the previous one with Djokovic with a game point and then not able to make the return back in play. And that's the only problem, isn't it, with complaining?
So the breeze, we're getting a read on our screen, 22 kilometres an hour. That's strong because it swirls around here as we get into the Rublev service game. Cross-court forehand from both players. Up the line goes Djokovic. Cross-court backhand from Rublev, and that's a slice into the net from Djokovic. And it is 15-love.
Yeah, tough conditions out there. Hasn't been too windy on Rod Laver Arena through the first 10 days. It's starting to pick up, and it's making life a bit tricky, although with the way Djokovic is playing, you probably wouldn't know it.
Serve here from Rublev, blocked back by Djokovic, sits up Rublev, back that way for a winner. A 1-2 play, and he goes to 30-love.
Well, that is perfect from Rublev. That's a pattern he absolutely loves. Big serve into the backhand, get your opponent stretched out wide and trying to recover desperately and go back behind them with the forehand.
The serve here. Forehand from Djokovic reaching, but it landed deep anyway, and it dug out by Rublev. The forehand goes long. It's 30-15.
Well, that was a miss hit, I think, off the serve. He didn't get clean contact, and the ball sat up. Djokovic actually did very well to readjust and get some good pace going back, and Rublev misses the next forehand.
Making a point here, Rublev. The serve clock is at 12 as this serve clips the tape down the tee, but goes wide. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Djokovic. Forehand up the line, missing again from Rublev. And this is the point about where he can go off the boil a little bit. It's 30 all.
Yeah, that was just what I was saying in between the first and second point there from Djokovic at the end of the previous game where Rublev went to James Kyothawong and complained. I think he just sometimes uses too much energy in that situation. It's not good for him. He needs to just stay calm.
Take two on the ball toss. First serve goes into the net. 30 all, 2-4, second set.
Yeah, despite the wind, we haven't seen too many aborted ball tosses.
Second serve, backhand up the line from Djokovic into the net again by Rublev. Again a break point for Djokovic, a point for 5-2 in the second set.
Well, this is big trouble in Little China for Andrei Rublev. He's just under pressure so much, isn't he? And Djokovic knows that, just keeps on plugging away. He's relentless.
As Rublev prepares, serves out wide and misses. Look at another second serve here from Djokovic. He's on the baseline. Rublev serves a double fault. Oh, he yells out. He's furious at his team. Well, not at them specifically, but you get the idea. And I'll have a look at James Kyothawong here to see whether he's going to give the soft warning. I suspect he probably isn't. He'll probably give the hard one a bit later on. It's 5-2 Djokovic. Here on AO Radio, he'll be serving for the second set next. Candy, emails, please, because I tell you, the gun show's arrived out the back here. He's ready for a massive third set. I was talking about Steve Pearce.
Oh, Piercy! Andrei Rublev has just lost his rag there. Lewis is watching the match on TV, muted, with AO Radio on. That's tennis on steroids.
You don't want it the other way around.
Great commentary and exceptional description. The other way around would be classic. Lewis, try it the other way around and let us know what the reaction is. Do we have the same for other slams? Thank you.
Yes.
Keep up the good work. Now, here's an interesting point, because people who listen on the television don't like commentators talking during the point, but Lewis is obviously one who does, so he wants more during the point rather than less. What do you think?
To answer, yes, but I'll answer the other half of the question. How about that? Because they're about to walk out onto court. Yes, the other slams do have radio. There's Radio Roland Garros, there is the Wimbledon radio channel, and there is US Open radio. So yes, you can catch all of them at all the other slams.
So you can watch and listen at the same time, or vice versa.
Various members of various teams work on the other ones too.
Tariq tuning in from Melbourne. I feel Djokovic is 100% going to win this match. What can Rublev do to come back? In my opinion, I feel like Rublev is playing well, but Djokovic is playing a lot better tonight.
Correct. Yep, that's a sound assessment, I would say. And if you've said he's 100% chance of winning, I don't think Rublev can do anything if you've given someone a 100% chance of winning.
Yeah, I think if you give him 99%, he's got a 1% chance of winning, hasn't he?
Well, then you've got hope.
That's the maths that I learned in England.
Did you? Yeah, probably different to the maths we learned here. But anyway, Novak Djokovic is serving for a 2-sets-to-love lead. Has the serve here out wide. It's an ace. Another one. What's he up to now? Up to 7? No, he's up to 8 for the Knights.
Liz is from Cincinnati, Ohio, USA, waving madly to the dynamic duo.
Oh, that's nice.
Remember, I'm Batman, you're Robin.
Dynamic duos. We talk about Mark and Steve coming in next. There's the serve here on the backhand of Rublev. He's pulled that wide. He goes to 30-love, does Djokovic.
There's a big Batman influence here in Melbourne.
Well, there's the Batman Avenue.
That's right. Lots of Batman roads.
Yeah, not the same as the action hero.
Batman before Melbourne.
Yeah, that's what we were called. Serve out wide. Missing. I didn't know there was a Melbourne in the UK.
Lord Melbourne.
In the Midlands.
Lord Melbourne.
There's a place called Melbourne
in
the UK, in the Midlands.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The second serve. Down the tee, back out the line from Rublev. It was nicely done, but boy, Djokovic had a play on that ball and he went straight back up that line, but just went wide. It's 30-15.
Well, the return should have been a clean winner. It would have been against anyone else. Djokovic stretched out wide on that open stance. Just missed it.
Yeah, no zoom, though. It's a fair margin out.
Didn't need it. Didn't need the zoom.
No need for the zoomer. 30-15. There's a serve coming in. Djokovic down the tee and the forehand into the bottom of the net from Rublev. It's 40-15. 2-set points here for Novak Djokovic for a 2-sets-to-love lead.
Uses that down the tee serve, doesn't he, so well from the ad court. You can't tell it's going there.
Prepares again, does Djokovic. Set point Djokovic. The serve to the forehand of Rublev. Oh, he hammered it for a winner. Djokovic was looking, I think, for S&V. He only got as far as the service line, and it was past him in a flash. It's 40-30, still another set point.
Really dangerous to serve wide on the S&V, the serve and volley. And he didn't get the spot right at all, but you still got to put more than your house on Djokovic serving this out.
Set point Djokovic, and he serves into the nets.
Can you put more than your house on if it's mortgaged to the hilt?
Well, you're telling the story here. It's your accommodations, your lodgings. The second serve down the tee, forehand from Rublev lands in as they play cross-court points and point up the line from Rublev, just dug out by Djokovic, and Rublev goes off, forehand winner into the ad court. That had some heat on it. So he saved 2 set points and we go to juice.
Steve Pearce, by the way, has said you can put your house and your firstborn on it, so that's more than your house.
I fear for your family. I have
don't
genuine
put my dogs
concerns.
on. As long as you don't put my dogs on, I don't mind.
Oh, poor children. You've told them not to listen, haven't you? It'll be even worse when I send the recording to them.
It was Steve Pearce.
The serve here from Djokovic going out wide.
It's a bad influence.
He might have
Kids don't listen.
He might have suggested it, but you tipped into it. You ran with it. Second serve.
I roller skated with it.
Just beyond the baseline to receive this ball is Rublev. He'll take it as a backhand, but it clips the tape. We'll have a third serve.
Rublev's a bit annoyed because he had an excellent backhand return in off, which he thought had gone for a winner before the let call. Someone said, "Come on, Ruby," in the background.
Second serve. So third serve here, really, is the serve onto the backhand. Up the middle of the court from Rublev. Cross-court backhands from both players. Up the line goes Rublev. Cross forehand from Djokovic. Up the line goes Rublev. Dug out by Djokovic. Rublev hammers a forehand winner. He earns himself a break point. He's hitting it well when he's got control of it. He's just being made to play 14 extra balls to win the point.
Couple of big forehands there. Just got enormous racket speed behind both of them. One to the left and one to the right. And that's good enough.
Andre Rublev, he's all right. Huh?
I didn't know I had Poet Laureate sitting next to me today.
Well, there you go. You learned something today.
There is no end to your talents, Peter McCarty.
The serve coming in from Djokovic. Clips the tape on the way through.
Some would say there's no end.
Second crack at this from Djokovic. Breakpoint Rublev.
Don't bring your crack into it, please.
As he serves to the backhand of Rublev, back up the line from Djokovic, cross-court forehand here from Rublev. Point to point, both players. Now Djokovic in the A-court, beautiful angle, short angle, backhand, effortless again, snuffs out another challenge from Rublev, we're a deuce.
That is absolutely ridiculous from Djokovic, under pressure. His serve was good, but that didn't do the damage. It was the backhand short angle cross-court which did. Great use of the wrists. He's so balanced, so fluid, and so mesmerising.
What he says, that's what I teach my students. As the serve here out wide, another ace. Ace number 9, set point number 3.
0 for 5 break points converted for Andrei Rublev, and to be quite honest, he hasn't had a look in, really.
No. Set point number 3 for Novak Djokovic.
All the cameras pointed his way.
For a 2-sets-to-love lead, set point Djokovic. He serves down the tee. The forehand from Rublev is a sharp one up the line. Now he plays an off forehand, full stretch Djokovic. Rublev doesn't have to play this ball. It's a floater from Djokovic. It floats long, and we go back to deuce.
Oh, that is exceptional from Andrei Rublev. He has played a good match tonight. He's just been slightly beaten by a better player today, but he's holding strong here. And it's going to be interesting. In fact, Djokovic being tested.
As Djokovic now a 5, almost 6-minute service game. He's being tested. The serve out wide missing. He's trying to serve out for a 2-sets-to-love lead.
Already hit 9 aces. That won't be number 10.
Want to get a move on here, Novak, with this 2-sets-to-love lead. I'm waiting for the plat de jour down at the supper club. The second serve, forehand here into the net from Rublev. Another set point for Djokovic again. He's just screaming at himself, Andre. Set point number 4.
That was a real chance, because actually the slice serve from the right wasn't that great. It was in the wheelhouse of Andrei Rublev, but he was pulling off the shot as he hit it. What is the plat de jour?
You'll have to ask Steve. He's not sure. He went to the concourse tonight. Picked up something. Set point Djokovic. Serve down the tee, misses.
Is it fruit de mer on the plat de course?
Seafood?
Oui.
You usually have the stir fry. I haven't even bothered having a plat de jour tonight. Set point Djokovic. The serve to the backhand cross court from Rublev. Nice angle from Djokovic. Up the line goes Rublev. Full stretch Djokovic. Floating ball. Lands in. Up that line again for a winner goes Rublev. Hanging on by his fingertips in this set. We go to deuce for the 4th time.
No way, Jose. It's the forehand of Andrei Rublev. A thumper down the line this time. Exceptional stuff. Can he keep it going? Can he earn himself another break point?
Andrei Rublev, like Steve Pearce, says don't mess with a winning formula while it's working. Andre the forehand, Steve Pearce the stir fry.
I was going to say, Steve Pearce winning for me.
As the serve here down the tee. He gets it back, Rublev just. Djokovic to the net, but Rublev, oh, the backhand went into the net. He had the play on that ball. It almost was spectacular, but I tell you, actually, Djokovic was leading that way too. It would have been interesting, but it went like a bullet.
Djokovic took a big sigh of relief there because he hit the forehand right where Andrei Rublev standing. He was expecting his opponent to move.
Oh, no, he was nowhere near it. I'll take that back. He would have had the clean winner.
He would have had the clean winner, but just netted.
Set point number 5 for Novak Djokovic for a 2-sets-to-love lead. He serves down the tee. The forehand from Rublev lands out. And that is a 2-set-to-love lead for Novak Djokovic. 1 hour and 23 minutes on the clock. He's looking very, very good for a spot in the semi-finals again. 6-1 and now 6-2 on AO Radio. As Andrei Rublev leaves the court, we're going to leave the commentary box.
Are we?
Candy's... we're not here full. Hello. Steve Pearce has put the foot down.
Steve Pearce is ready. He is ready and willing.
Mark Hilawatti's smiling at least.
Mark is dying to start.
Steve's had a big day. He's lost his sunglasses 14 times. We're going to take a break because Steve and Mark, he's got them on his head. That's handy. We're going to take a break. More of your emails on the other side. Plenty happening. 3rd set to come. It's a 2-sets-to-love lead for Novak Djokovic on AO Radio.
The AO Ballpark is the best fun a kid can have at the Oz Open. Presented by Emirates, it's packed with fun, including a water slide, an aerial adventure course, and loads of games. Cloud jump at the Emirates Fly Better Adrenaline Tower. Check out a First Nations digital art experience and lots more at the entertainment stage featuring kid-friendly performers. The AO Ballpark at the city entrance of Birrarung Ma.
This year, the Australian Open continues to make all centre court matches more accessible to people living with blindness and low vision with Action Audio. Using ball tracking technology and sound design, Action Audio gives people with low vision more information about what's happening on the court. To find out more, visit actionaudio.com. That's action-audio.com. MasterCard, proudly the presenting partner of Action Audio.
Tennis Hot Shots is designed especially for kids aged 3 to 12. Using modified rackets, nets and softer balls, it supports development for a lifelong love of the game. Run by qualified Tennis Australia coaches in fun and supportive environments, Tennis Hot Shots helps kids gain confidence and sports skills while making new friends. Head to play.tennis.com.au to learn more.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Hi, this is Chris O'Connell and you're listening to AO Radio.
Here on centre court, Rod Laver Arena at the Australian Open, and Novak Djokovic is sitting in his chair looking rather disconsolate. I've got no idea why, because things are going rather well for him. 6-1, 6-2, as we just heard. Mark Hilawati's moved in alongside me, Steve Pearce, thanks to Peter Mercado and Candy Reid for the last couple of hours of coverage on AO Radio. I'd suggest probably Candy was operating at perhaps sort of like 40-60 in correctness of comments today. Like it wasn't a bad effort for her. Like she's getting, I'd say she's getting better, wouldn't you, overall, Mark? She's improving.
I think just sorry to interrupt
No.
just the central chair umpire just talking to Djokovic there about making sure he gets a little bit quicker on the serve. And I know how I can cheer up Djokovic at the change of ends.
Oh, yes.
I've just seen the most brilliant pack of a family pack of Tim Tams that are sitting in front in our booth here.
Yes.
That has been,
they
as
have
I
been,
peel back, there's less and less and less.
They have been attacked, but the very fact, as Rublev gets things underway in this third set, the very fact they're not in the fridge discourages me from having one.
Yeah, and you can see fingerprints in all the melted chocolate. So someone's obviously dipped the finger in, having a little taste and a swipe, and then close the lid. So, yeah, we'll find the culprit.
15 love. Djokovic getting onto this returner serve. Couple of big forehands from him. Rublev low over the net with his own backhand. And again, no great depth on these ground strokes. Then a bit more from Rublev. Covered off by Djokovic on the backhand. Change of direction inside in. Rublev finds the net. Again, 15 all. He hasn't, I mean, as Peter was saying, hasn't played badly. He's played okay, Andre Rublev. But when Djokovic is playing well, it's not enough of a match. So something needs to change here. Does it change? Djokovic leans into the backhand, goes cross-court. Rublev with his own backhand here, cross-court as well. Djokovic happy to stay on that same angle. Both players low over the net, changing onto the forehand. Rublev, opposite corner, clips the tape, just lands over for Djokovic. It's another dead net cord, and Rublev can't get there. Djokovic apologises, but...
That's a filthy, filthy look from Rublev towards Djokovic as well after that net cord. Said, I've won 3 games to 12 against you, and then you go ahead and do that.
Unnecessary.
Yeah, totally. I think Rublev needs an identical twin brother out there to help him out against Djokovic. So
yeah, doubles against Djokovic would be all right. Forehand return from Djokovic was right off the shoelaces for Rublev, right near the baseline. Admittedly, he'd strayed into no man's land. He was sort of, he was a couple of feet inside the baseline, and he was always going to be vulnerable to that return. All right, here's 2 break points right at the start of the third set for Novak Djokovic. Serves, Rublev finds the nets. Second serve for Rublev, facing break points. He serves Djokovic on the backhand, really good, just dug out by Rublev. Opposite corner, Rublev does get there and rips a forehand cross-court past the advancing serve.
Wow, way to strike at Rublev on the run there. It's great movement from Djokovic to get up in the court so quickly and into the net. It wasn't a bad approach shot, but Rublev really compact on that action.
It was brilliant, wasn't it? Mind you, that's what he's got to deliver,
Yeah,
isn't it?
he's
Just
got
to
to-
win points.
Just stone-cold winners, left, right and centre.
Let alone games. Rublev serves a second serve. That was too good. Kicked up high, and Djokovic with the awkward-looking single-handed backhand can only dump it into the bottom of the net. And he shakes his head.
And a smart serve there from Rublev. He's got a lot of pace off the ball, only 124 kilometres per hour, but short up the line, a lot of kick.
Serving here, Rublev, and Djokovic with the backhand, landing it deep in the court. Here's another one, fairly deep. Rublev with his own forehand up the line, change of direction, cross-court goes Djokovic, opening up the court. Rublev scurrying, chasing side to side just to stay in this one. Onto the backhand. Djokovic really deep with that backhand, skidding, then the drop shot. Rublev gets there, but can't make the cross-court winner. Finds the net. Great stuff, though, from both players.
Yeah, it's good coverage from both guys. Rublev is just working so hard across the baseline, and Djokovic just looks like he's in slow motion up the other end of the court. Seems to be exactly where Rublev is hitting the ball every single time.
Every single time.
And break point once again, a monster break point. The opening service game of the third set.
Rublev ready and serves. Djokovic with the backhand, lands it in. Deep, big forehand from Rublev, comes to the net, the volley, it's good. It's not, it's out. And Djokovic breaks. It was the right idea, it was the right play, but he just didn't quite get it in. Pushed it into the tram lines. Djokovic breaks serve to open up the third set already with the first 2 sets in the bag, and he has 1 foot in the semi.
Yeah, and unfortunately Rublev with that high volley, although Djokovic was so far out of the court, he just knows he's got to hit the line or very close to the line. Otherwise, Djokovic is just going to run that ball down and probably hit a winner. So he was forced into that error. And you could hear Rublev, after missing that volley, just chastising himself. It just feels like he's got to win every single point.
And he can't.
Yeah,
You
History says you can't.
History says you can't, especially when you're coming up against Novak Djokovic. You do have to play the big points well against Djokovic. And look, Rublev's tried hard tonight, but you can see how many games he's won. 3 to this point, and we're in the third set. And that's because this man, the 9 times champion, is just an outstanding player on this court. He's not bad everywhere, in fact, but he's outstanding here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, 2 sets to love up and a break up early in the third set. History says there's not too many people who've beaten him from this situation.
No. And his extraordinary winning streak looks like being extended again here in Australia. Jumping into the forehand, Djokovic covered off by Rublev with the backhand, then a big forehand cross-court. Djokovic was there, opposite corner. That was good from Rublev. That found the line. It's been called in by Mark.
Yep, dipped in. I'm right on that sideline. It looked like it was going out, but a lot of spin, dropped it in.
Oh, by a whisker.
Yeah, they've zoomed in like 12 times, so that's a minuscule amount of tennis ball, but only a little bit of the ball's got to land on the line for it to be in.
I thought that actually got more of the line than Hawkeye suggested. Nevertheless, it was in. 15 all. 1 love, Djokovic serving, and he serves an ace out wide, and it cannons into the Rolex clock, and poor old Andrei Rublev again remonstrating with his player box.
Yeah, so he's having to hit .001 of the line to hit a clean winner, and then he's ready to return the next point. Djokovic just slides a nice little ace out wide, just nullifies the advantage of what Rublev has done thus far.
Djokovic finds the net. It's his 54th major quarterfinal. That's just a ludicrous number. Djokovic serves down the middle. Forehand from Rublev is just out.
So in order to be that good, and this is what the listeners have got to try to wrap their head around, you think about all the players that are out there. Well, let's just take the top 100 players. So there's 99 other players out there that are doing everything they possibly can to try to beat you every single time. And you're coming out on top almost every single time. So imagine the kind of off-court training that you're doing, the amount of professionalism and the attention to detail to everything, and your expectations and your level of training quality, what that has to be like. And you almost can't have a bad day. Like, you can't say, nah, today I'm a little bit tired, I don't want to do it, because my opponents, what are they going to do to try to get in front of me?
Mark Hilawati, Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio. So Andrei Rublev to serve at love 2 in this third set. 2 sets to love down. This is a must-hold for Andrei. And that's not a good way to start at all, as he lands a forehand on the Melbourne sign. So Djokovic has won his last 38 matches that he's contested in Australia. He hasn't lost a match in Australia since he lost to Chung here in the round of 16 5 years ago. Not sure.
Rublev is asking, where's the time clock? I think that was a little sarcastic number back at the central chair umpire.
Not sure he'd be wise to worry about that. He needs to dial in on his own service game here, but anyway. Serving here, Djokovic attacking with the backhand, just picked up by Rublev, but it's too good, isn't it? It's just too good, that return.
Yeah, unfortunately, if that second serve passes through the service line, it's right inside Djokovic's hitting zone. He has to get that ball to try to break that single sideline, to try to put Djokovic on a bit of stretch. Otherwise, he's just got a free swing at the ball.
Djokovic reaches this on the forehand and really moving very well to make a couple of backhands, puts up the defensive lob. Rublev should smash it, and he does, but Djokovic showing there he's willing to stretch out that left leg. That was a real slider to put up the defensive lob, which Rublev put away comfortably, but interesting to see.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with his court coverage, that's for sure.
No, and there doesn't seem to be too much wrong with his leg right now. No. If it even was, and in a couple of matches he did say it was giving him some trouble, and he did certainly, you know, in the couple of the matches that we've covered where he's been left looking not great, but the last couple of rounds he's seemed to move very, very freely. Here onto the forehand, right back at Rublev, who does brilliantly to pick this up. So does Djokovic to pick it up on the backhand, and then Rublev delivers. Oh, nearly, so nearly the winner up the line.
That's ridiculous.
But it's out.
Djokovic just fist pumping the crowd there and just staring him down.
Defensive work was outstanding from Novak. He lost that point 3 times, didn't he?
He only hit 2 balls.
Rublev just out. So he's got a face break point again here. Andrei Rublev. The forehand from Novak is mishit and long. So that one is saved and the match stays alive. A double break here, and that would be curtains for Andrei Rublev.
Yeah, and you just got to feel for Rublev. What can he do to get out of trouble here and just slowly sink his teeth into a set?
Well, if you were in his player box now, what would you be saying to him as he shouted at you?
Yeah. Take the money and run.
Serving here out wide. Djokovic does well with the forehand. Should be put away by Rublev. Somehow Djokovic manages to put this ball up for a defensive lob, and it lands in. Smash. Djokovic makes it there for the backhand from miles behind the baseline, but just into the net. Wow. He loses a point, but you still almost have to take your hat off to him. Yeah, unbelievable coverage.
Yeah, his defensive skills are next level. We used to think that Rafa on the clay was unbelievable with his coverage.
Just too long from Rublev with the first ball, so it'll be a second serve on game point.
Yeah, the clay, you've got some time and to defend. Hard court, different story.
Forehands here, the pair exchange from behind the net. Again, another net cord. Sits up for Rublev. Up goes the defensive ball again. Backpedaling is Rublev. But this one lands out, and he will be a very happy man to see that go out. And Andrei Rublev is on the board in the third set. But Djokovic with the break of serve at 2-1.
And a little ginger on the movement with Djokovic there.
Yes, he is.
After that point.
I wonder if it was that slide that I was commending him for, which stretched the hamstring out a bit too much.
Yep, just a little tender. Maybe he's just a little bit of theatre.
He's gone under the towel, and now he's out. He hasn't called for anything.
No, he's good.
We assume he's okay.
Yeah.
I mean...
And he can probably afford to pick and choose when he wants to really up the level or not. But, you know, as we were saying with Rublev, like, where's he at? What's he got to do? Like, he's got some firepower, but everything that he's doing, Djokovic is getting a racket on ball. And
I mean, is there anything... I mean, you've watched Andrei Rublev a million times. Is there anything he can do different here?
His games, it doesn't really have the variety to try to really explore and exploit anything from Djokovic. I guess, you know, maybe just try to take some speed off the ball like Rublev does, try to just lace the ball and just crush every single ball. So maybe do the opposite, take a bit of pace off, maybe add some height and depth, throw in some slice, you know, and maybe something like that might do it. Or, you know, try to get under his skin somehow, try to make it a little bit personal.
Just do something he's not expecting. So just stretching out the left leg, the famous left leg of this Australian Open, most talked about left leg.
If he wins
in many
his 10th
years
title here, they'll have it bronzed, I think.
I reckon they will.
So they won't worry about putting the bust of him up on a stand. It'll just be the quad.
Just the leg.
Just
the bandaged leg. Djokovic here ready to serve, and he does it well down the middle here for a beautiful ace to get things underway. 2-1 in the third set. Mark Hilawati and Steve Pearce with you.
It's like a chicken thigh. You'll just be able to go to the supermarket and just buy, I'll have a Djokovic quad. Or hamstring. Medium rare, please.
Bandage on or bandage off?
Yeah, well, bit like pork belly. Just a little bit crackling with the bandage. Just salt it up.
Number of ball bounces down the far end. Djokovic at 15 love serves, lands this in. Backhand from Rublev is long. 30 love.
Rublev just struggling. Breeze behind him there, and that ball's just getting carried. And the facial expression, the body language of Rublev it almost looks like a beaten fighter.
Yeah, he does.
He's trying to will himself to stay in this match. And that's the thing, we don't have any time limits on this match, so if he just keeps him out there long enough, just don't know what can happen.
That's literally all he's got to be trying to do is trying to find a way to elongate the match, see if he can at least get into a service game. He's had chances tonight on break points. It just hasn't worked out for him for reasons that are Novak Djokovic generally. Okay, onto the forehand here. Rublev unleashes, slice from Djokovic, lands this quite deep. Big forehand from Rublev. That's out from Djokovic on the backhand. Push that too long. 30-15.
And I guess all he can try to do is very similar to that last point. Just try to keep Djokovic stretching. Easier said than done, but try to keep him moving and keep him stretching. Limit the amount of balls that are hit straight back to him.
Break points, Andre Rublev is 0 for 5. Djokovic 5 for 14. But 5 chances are 5 chances. And Djokovic has shut the door every time to this point. 30-15, 2-1, third set. AO Radio live from Rod Laver Arena in this men's quarterfinal. Novak Djokovic looking to get through to a 44th major semi-final. Serving here, Rublev onto the forehand, and he pushes that long, and that would leave him, Mark, just 2 behind Roger Federer's record for all-time semi-final appearances in majors.
Only 2?
Just 2 behind. Federer 46, Djokovic then would be 44, Nadal 38, Jimmy Connors 31. Way back.
JC, long time ago.
Long time ago. But I was reminding myself of Jimmy Connors because he only played down here twice. Serving here, Djokovic, an ace for the game and 3-1. So Connors made 31 semi-finals. He missed the French Open 8 times and only played here twice, which gives you an indication of how consistent he was at Wimbledon and the US.
He was still playing, he was still playing in his 40s, so he's giving himself a shot.
Made a semi-final at 39, didn't he, in the States?
US. Yeah. That was a massive run.
Anyway, here it's Novak Djokovic who looks like he's bound for a 44th semi-final at a major. Anyway, Rublev's going to do what he can here to try and delay or change that. 15 love, good serve here. And here's another one from Rublev. Out wide, too good for Djokovic, and his ball just cannons and caught beautifully by the ball kid at the net.
Yeah, maybe the ball kid needs to let that one bounce. We don't actually know where that landed.
No, true.
Straight in the hands of the ball kid.
By the umpire's chair. Rublev in a hurry here. Djokovic with the backhand response. Here's another one. Back cross court. Good depth. Rublev goes cross court with his own backhand. Same angle. Too long that time from the Russian. And out and flicked away with some disdain by Novak Djokovic. 30-15.
Rublev just can't stay in the rallies here. Djokovic is picking and choosing his intensity of these points. If it's a good serve, it's It's over.
Rublev into the net. He's landed more first serves in for the match than Djokovic at 70% to Djokovic's 64. He's winning that stat. Big attacking forehand from Djokovic, cross court, inside out. Got it wrong though, so 40-15. It was just out, just wide and long. 40-15 for Rublev to get this back to 2-3. Serves down the middle, just misses. 205 down the middle. Kilometres per hour, that is. Serving here onto the forehand of Djokovic, who hits it right back at his boots and then opens up into the open court for an easy as you like forehand winner down the line, Novak Djokovic. 40-30. Plenty of support from the Serbs who live in Melbourne or who have travelled to Melbourne in the crowd, making up the bulk of Novak's fan club here. The forehand from Djokovic goes wide, though, despite all his support. And a fair bit of support here from some of the neutrals in the crowd as well for Andrei Rublev, who doesn't look full of beans as he walks to his bench. Who's still a break of serve down at 3-2 and 2 sets to love down.
But I think Rublev has just got to take note that it's one break of serve. Like, although he has lost the first 2 sets, but he's just got to look after what's in front of him right now. It's 3-2. It's only 1 break, so. You know, it's not like it's 5-2 and you're 2 breaks down. So there is hope. There is a small chance. He just has to try to, you know, just to lift his mood a little bit, get his head in the right space. He's a little bit despondent walking from point to point. So I guess that's where he's at. But unfortunately, Djokovic is serving when he's up a break, which makes it a little bit challenging. But, you know,
what about a couple of messages, Mark?
We've got a nice one here from Pedrag, who's listening to your live match, streaming from Germany. I'm in the office, but I feel like I'm just sitting beside you there in Melbourne. Thanks a lot for the great job.
Fantastic.
Sounds like Novak is having complete control of this match.
He
is.
is.
Indeed.
He is indeed. But thanks for your message. That's terrific. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, just whenever you want to clap and cheer. I'm sure the others in the office won't really matter, so...
and they won't know why you're doing it.
Yeah, Sheila, it's my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Sheila.
It's 5:10 in Florida. Up watching with friends from New Zealand on TV and listening to the insightful commentary. Must have been before us.
Well, it can't have been Candy. Surely not Pete.
Below par Candy, they say. It's too much on the Tim Tams, Candy.
Yeah, she's been gorging the Tim Tams. Terrible behaviour. 3-2 here, Djokovic serving. Thanks for your messages. Heavily down the middle, 15 love. Do keep them coming through, Mark. And
I was looking inside the packet, but I should have been reading the pack, the writing on the pack of this Tim Tams. It's from our long-time listeners, Mark and Kim from Florida.
Yes.
So thank you, Mark and Kim.
Absolutely. I think Mark and Kim have been listening on and off during the day. We had the All-American clash earlier.
I'm a bit worried about if these came from Florida because via mail it's about a month and a half, so these could be potentially out of date.
Fresh as
daisies.
daisies.
They were fresh when they left, but they arrived here.
Even an out-of-date Tim Tam is still pretty good. Hopefully they've leveraged some friends here as that serve, kind of strange-looking serve miss-hit goes into the net from Djokovic, 15-all. Leverage some friends to deliver those here. Hopefully the family pack, such as it is, and sits on the commentary box desk.
Why do they call it a family pack? Like, is it...
So that you can sit around with your family and gorge on chocolate.
There's no such thing. That's like one sitting pack. That's what it should be called. It's like, do not share with others pack. 15-all here, 3-2 as Djokovic serves out wide. Another ace, beautifully done.
Well, that one misses the Rolex clock, but nevertheless an ace.
Should be called I'm going to feel violently ill after eating all this pack.
I reckon you would. What would be your record number of Tim Tams you think you could eat in one sitting?
If it was mint slices, I'd be up in the 30s to 40s.
Would they have gone already?
In a heartbeat.
Yeah.
In a heartbeit. That's my kryptonite right
We wouldn't hear much from you, but...
No, you would. You'd be slobbering and it'd be like... the feeding time at the zoo.
30-15 here. Novak Djokovic serves into the net. I've managed to look at that a number of times today and been able to say no.
Wow.
Which I'm quite pleased about.
Yeah, no, anything mint, gone.
Gone.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a slow kicker from Novak Djokovic there. Didn't put too much into that. Into the rally we go. Forehand here going cross-court from Djokovic, covered off by Rublev. Open court. Rublev just managing to get there, cannoned off the edge of his racket and slammed into the Dunlop sign at the edge of the court, almost going straight into the crowd.
Djokovic having a little running commentary with his support team.
There was a strange second serve there from Djokovic.
Yeah, I don't know if the breeze caught it a little bit. He's serving with the breeze behind him, so when that does occur, the ball does tend to drag forward a little bit more.
It's only at 124. This is a more regulation ball, which Rublev gets a racket on. It lands in deep, and then the baseline looping in. And Rublev unloads on a big forehand, which Djokovic covers off, takes him into the opposite corner. Running up, Djokovic. Oh, no, it's another net cord that's gone in the serve's favour. It just dribbled over the net on the forehand.
I guess when you
and
win
it
here
when
you win here 9 times, you get the rub of the green just a little.
Is it trying to make up for last year? Melbourne trying to make up for last year.
Right.
Are you playing? Are you not? Are you playing? And then, of course, he didn't. But this year...
That one looked like, is it going over? Is it not going over? Is it going over? And it did.
He was actually the benefit of a lot of topspin there. You could see off the ball as it came off the net, that close camera work, and you can see the ball spinning forward. So the more you practice, as Rublev pulls a forehand wide into the tram lines, the luckier you get.
Yep, unfortunately.
As Gary Player once said.
Never works at the casino, though.
No.
The more you play,
the more money you lose.
Yeah, the poorer you become.
Rublev here serving. That's an ace down the middle. Nice from the Russian. 15 all here. Must hold, obviously, at 2-4 in the third set, and 2 sets to love Djokovic in this quarterfinal. Playing for the right to play Tommy Paul here on Friday night. Just getting onto this Djokovic, but he won't make it back into the opposite corner. The 1-2 punch was too good. Serving here. That's out from Rublev. So 30-15 here. Andre Rublev gets himself set for a second serve. Forehand from Djokovic is good. And then opposite corner with the change of direction. Cross the court they go, and then another change of direction from Djokovic. Just stretching Rublev to try and reach that on the forehand. He could only dump it into the net. 30 all.
As soon as Djokovic places his heels inside the baseline to start hitting ground strokes, that's trouble right there. Who's in the best position on the court? You're in defense mode, and you're almost guaranteed to lose the point.
30 all. Andre Rublev runs around the forehand, big forehand inside in, up with a defensive lob on the forehand. Does it land in from Djokovic? It does, deep in the court. Rublev smashes brilliantly.
Well, not an easy overhead, and Djokovic gives him a little clap of the strings. That was a great defensive lob. Almost interfered with QF flight 32. And Rublev handled it very well.
40-30. Rublev serves out wide. That's an ace.
The crowd are trying to will him on here a little bit, Rublev. They're getting behind him.
Nice hold of serve. Players will take a sit down. Djokovic, a break of serve up at 4-3 and 2 sets to love.
And Joel, good evening, who's listening from RLO. Always love the commentary. He's got a quick question. If Novak wins the AO and he matches Nadal's 21 and continuing the battle for the most slams, do you think any of the 3 would have won 30 slams if the other 2 weren't playing in the era? That would have been probably up to potentially 40, I would imagine.
It's a good question, isn't it, as to how much... I mean, obviously, one lost to the other a number of times, but how much also, Mark, they spurred each other on at times over that decade or more of dominance of the men's sport.
Oh, most definitely, and that's the beauty of having someone that is really, really elite, is that it lifts the bar of everyone. And you know, and I'm sure these guys, they've got some hefty egos and they want to win. So, you know, seeing someone perform so well, you know, how am I going to match them?
You can I mean, you can certainly make a case for Andy Murray would have won a few more.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
what did he lose 4 finals here to Novak?
Yeah, and you look at what the top 4. So let's throw Djokovic, Nadal, Federer, and let's throw in Andy there as well. Look at what those guys have done for the guys ranked 20, 40, 50, and even the top 100. I no doubt the 100th ranked player today would beat the 100 ranked player
15 years ago.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
And chopped him up. So just because the bar has been lifted every single year, and almost every month something just gets improved.
So Djokovic looking to put himself a game away from that semi-final with Tommy Paul 15 love here, 4-3 in the third set. That's
Poor
it.
Rublev just can't get winning the first point. I'd love to know the stat of how many times Djokovic has gone 15 love up on his service game. Just can't sink his teeth into it. He needs to put a little bit of scoreboard pressure and just see if Djokovic can handle it. He misses that first serve by a fair way.
I mean, the problem that's in the back of Rublev's mind is he's got to try and do that, but he also knows that Djokovic can handle the pressure.
Yeah.
Which is a big problem as well for Rublev. On the run here, makes the forehand cross court. Djokovic is there. Onto the forehand he goes, good depth on that. Rublev picks it up, goes cross court. Djokovic opens up the line and hits that on the baseline. Of course he does.
Yeah, and Paul Rublev just puffs his cheeks out and just goes, oh my. We need to paint these lines a little bit thinner and hopefully he won't hit them.
It's astonishing how often he hits them.
He is just pinpoint accurate tonight off that forehand wing. 30 love on serve, 4-3, third set.
Out wide, Djokovic serves. That's too good for Rublev. Gets a forehand racket to it. And he's resigned to his fate here by the looks of his body language, and it's hard to blame him. It's hard to blame him. 40 love, points here for a 5-3 lead in the third set, and that will mean Rublev will have to serve to stay in the match next here on AO Radio. Number of ball bounces for Djokovic in this commanding position. Bit of a surprise. Serves out wide. Too wide.
It's been deadly efficient, Djokovic, hasn't he? The way he's handled De Minaur, and now so far this match, 6-1, 6-2.
Oh, he served a double. Right on cue, as you talk about his deadly
so
efficiency.
And so accurate. He was probably aiming that serve to be 15 feet long, so he was very, very accurate on that one.
It's his third.
And that'll annoy Djokovic as well. He will...
Fifth double fault, sorry.
Not want to give away too many free points like that. It's the kind of competitor he is.
40-15, Djokovic ready, serves. Backhand from Rublev, lands pretty short. Drop shot from Djokovic is good. Rublev does get there, puts it cross court. Djokovic puts up the lob, lands that in. This time Rublev gets there with the forehand. Djokovic leaves it and it is out. Good choice from the Serb. And he looks to all parts of Rod Laver Arena, fist raised. He knows he's on the precipice now of yet another Australian Open final.
Well, he's just toying out there, unfortunately, and that's so frustrating for Rublev. He's just getting pulled all around the court willy-nilly. Oh, now what does Djokovic do? Does he cruise in this game and serve it out, or he knuckles down, goes to break?
Backhand goes to Rublev's forehand. There's another forehand straight down the middle of the court. This time the backhand goes into the net from Djokovic.
And all Rublev's got to do, I've just got to hold serve here.
Sure,
Just put
got
some
to hold.
heat on. Just see what the man can come up with.
15 love, Rublev serves. Out wide, an ace.
Come on, Rublev. I'd love this to go to an extra set.
We just want to see Novak having to serve it out to start with.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's not skip too far ahead there, Mark. Stay in the present.
I think you're another set already.
Yeah, I know. Wow, imagine what the fifth is going to be like.
Match tiebreaker. 30 love here to Rublev, and Novak pulls the trigger up the line on the backhand. I think he's quite happy to let the balls come to him and he'll serve it.
I wouldn't imagine seeing Djokovic here just walk off the court here as the ball toss goes up in the air. So I'm not worried about this one.
40 love, Rublev serves, he finds the net.
Or he's just going to open up the shoulders on this returner serve and just give it a nice little nudge, little tickle.
Rublev serves, forehand from Djokovic is outstanding. He just rips it past him. Rublev didn't move.
He didn't even finish his swing. He barely hit the ball and it was already behind him.
40-15. Umpire James Kyothethong just having to call for a little hush for Andrei Rublev to serve right at the body of Djokovic. Does well to get out of the way of it, then plays a backhand, good depth. Rublev chooses to go cross-court, picks this one up. Rublev dumps a backhand into the net, trying to go cross-court.
And this is what Djokovic does so well. His sliding ground strokes, the depth that he gets. That last one, again, put it within centimetres from the baseline. Rublev unable to control it. Game point, 40-30.
Serving here, Rublev goes to the forehand of Djokovic, then fights the open court, Andrei Rublev. To huge applause around Rod Laver Arena. He does hold serve, and Novak Djokovic will have to serve it out at 5-4 in the third set. 2 sets to love.
I would have loved to see Rublev there just wave the arms, get the crowd involved.
I know.
And just try to create a little bit of atmosphere and maybe potentially a little bit of external pressure on the Djokovic serve.
He's just not in that zone, though, is he? He's just flat.
He just walked to the chair like he'd lost his car keys and was like resigned to the fact that I'm going to have to walk home.
Yep, and he's probably thinking about the drive home right now.
Yeah.
Although he'd probably get a lift, let's face it.
Yeah, that's right. Carried down, yes, the chariot.
Dear. It's not the first time someone has been overwhelmed by Novak Djokovic, but it always is something to behold when it's the 6th best player in the world. And that's what's happened to Andrei Rublev, the 5th seed here, up against the 4th seed Novak Djokovic, but also Djokovic, of course, the 9 times champion.
And we're getting a little highlight on the camera of little smiley faces on Djokovic's racket bag of the ATP 1000 titles. And his bag is almost covered with, I think it looks like there's a smiley face for every time he's won a title. And his bag is almost covered in smiley faces there. So the Grand Master, 2 sets to 1 up, 5-4 serving for a place in the semi-final. Rublev trying to stunt his progression just a little bit here.
Novak Djokovic, after a few shouts from the crowd, will be ready to serve for the match. We've ticked just over 2 hours on Rod Laver Arena. Djokovic serves out wide, beautifully done, skidding away into the Rolex, past Andrei Rublev's outstretched forehand racket.
It's just so short up the line, that slider out wide.
It's unreturnable, right?
Yeah,
I mean, even if you're expecting it, it's unreturnable.
Yeah. He could tell you that I'm going to go there and you still wouldn't get racket on ball. Again, winning that opening point, so vital.
15 love here. Djokovic serves, just catching the net cord on the way through. Still a first serve. Djokovic is ready, serves again. An ace out wide. Looks up at the sky, doesn't look overly delighted with proceedings. I'm not sure what it would take to please him.
There was a little serve volley number there from Djokovic. So, you know he's in cruise control when he's serving and volleying. Serving for the match, 30 love.
Not the most helpful of cries from a couple of fans in the crowd. Struggling to understand the concept of shutting up when the players are playing. It's not that complicated. At 30 love, Djokovic serves a fault. Not happy with that ball, so he gives it back to the ball kid at the back of the court. They've exchanged. She's thrown one his way, and we're ready again at 30 love. Serves here, not much on this, and Rublev doesn't put much on his return. Onto the backhand, low into the net from Andrei Rublev, and it's his turn to look up at the sky in frustration. He's been Novak'd tonight. It's 3 match points for the Serb to move through.
Maybe a serve volley point again here, 3 match points.
I fancy an ace. But there's too much crowd noise, so Djokovic is going to take his time. And he moves back behind the Melbourne sign. He doesn't like all the calling out. He's shaking his head, frustrated with the fan involvement here. Triple match point. Couple of ball bounces, and he's going to be ready. There's not a serve clock in sight. Djokovic serves onto the backhand of Rublev. Rublev leaning into a forehand, dumps it into the net. And Novak Djokovic has put in another utterly commanding performance, demolishing a top 10 player here on centre court. 6-1, 6-2, 6-4 over Andrei Rublev, and he's into another semi-final at the Australian Open, and he doesn't lose those.
Wow. The master just putting on a show. He is destroying his opponents with such ease and precision.
He has swept aside Andrei Rublev in just 2 hours on centre court.
And it's hard to see, and, you know, that's a great effort from Rublev. You know, he might have been a little bit gassed after his last match as well. He would have needed to be...
He just wants to get rid of these Australian Open towels. He doesn't want any souvenirs.
He's throwing out all his laundry. There's a shirt, pair of underpants, and 3 pairs of socks he's thrown to the crowd.
Car keys. No, give those back.
That's right. Yeah,
he's gone.
The underpants have been kept. But, yeah, he is...
he's been done tonight. I mean, the trouble is for Andre as well, it's another quarter-final loss. I know it's Novak Djokovic and it's here, and there's no shame in losing to Novak Djokovic because pretty much everyone loses to Novak Djokovic here, but it's got to be playing on his mind.
Yeah,
he just can't get deep at the majors.
Well, you know, there's a lot of players that would love to get to the quarterfinals consistently. So, you know, and it's a learning curve, and, you know, sometimes you get some draws that just open up a little bit. You know, if you're playing someone who's, you know, maybe 50 in the world as a quarterfinal, then you're thinking, okay, here's my chance. But you're playing the 9-time champion of this event, you know, the #1 player in the world for time and a day. Like, it's going to be tough no matter what. You'll be looking at that quarterfinal, you know, and he's made, how many quarterfinals did you say? 5? Quarterfinals he's made, Rublev?
Rublev,
Yeah, 5. So it'll be interesting to see who those 5 were that he played against, you know, and how many of those, you know, realistically were super winnable, or, you know, he's played the top seed. So.
And this one would have to go down as one of the least winnable. I mean, it was a really tough night for him.
You know, and all the conjecture about, you know, how he's going to handle things, Djokovic being back in Melbourne, he's just proved it, no matter what happens.
Let's hear from Novak Djokovic. He's into the semi-finals again. He's going to speak with the twice champion Jim Courier.
Novak, we were here 2 nights ago, and you said that match 2 nights ago against Alex de Minaur was the best match you've played this year. Was this one even better?
I would rank it as number 2, but very close to the performance of 2 nights ago. Yeah, I cannot be happier with my tennis. Honestly, I've been playing very solid from back of the court, and really love playing in these conditions in this court. I've said it many times, you know, I love playing here. Definitely the most special court for me.
How about the conditions tonight, which were a little different? You've played here just about as much as anyone. This is pretty breezy. I can feel it now. It's a lot of wind down here. How is that to play in? Did you have to make adjustments for this breeze?
Yes, you have to make adjustments and adapt to the conditions. Obviously, it wasn't as breezy. I think around 6 o'clock when I was warming up, and you know, all of a sudden it just started at the beginning of the match, especially from this end. You know, you have a strong wind in your back. Maybe for the people watching on the stands or on TV, they don't see much of a difference, but for us players, it makes a huge difference. You know, if you're playing on that end, you're playing with a lot of pressure, and you have to kind of pick and choose your shots. Maybe